"Beauty is perhaps a dangerous possession" is a quote from Agatha Christie, but no words ever rang more true when telling the story of Miramar, a palatial Gilded Age mansion in Newport, Rhode Island, where perfection required the ultimate price. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. George Widener was born into extraordinary wealth in 1861. He was the eldest son of Peter Widener, a self-made streetcar magnate who built Philadelphia's public transit empire and amassed one of the greatest fortunes of the era. Growing up under his father's guidance, George joined the family business and eventually took the helm of the Philadelphia Traction Company, expanding cable and electric streetcar lines across the city. His influence didn't stop there. He sat on the boards of banks, utility companies, and even a cement company, and he became known as a patron of the arts, serving as a director of the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts. Married in 1883 to Eleanor Elkins, the daughter of another transit tycoon, William L. Elkins, George cemented an alliance between two of Pennsylvania's most affluent families. The Widener's social standing was reflected in their lifestyle. They raised 3 children and moved in the highest circles of East Coast society. The family's main residence in Pennsylvania was Linwood Hall, a 110-room neoclassical palace that George's father had commissioned in 1900. At the time, Linwood Hall was among the largest homes in America, a symbol of Gilded Age extravagance. In this milieu of lavish living, it was almost expected that a family like the Wideners would have not just one grand home, but several. All George needed was a suitable summer cottage in Newport, Rhode Island to escape the city's heat and entertain in style. The stage was set for the creation of Miramar, a mansion by the sea that would showcase the Widener status and sophistication. In the Gilded Age, Newport, Rhode Island was the summer playground of America's richest families, a place of glittering parties and ornate summer cottages, humbly referring to mansions that were occupied for only 8 weeks out of the year. By 1910, Newport's social scene boasted names like Astor, Vanderbilt, and Belmont, each ensconced in architectural marvels along Bellevue Avenue. It was only natural that George and Eleanor Widener, as one of the nation's wealthiest couples, wanted to join this elite enclave. In 1911, George purchased a choice parcel of land at 646 Bellevue Avenue, a high point overlooking the Rhode Island Sound's blue waters. Here he envisioned a grand estate where his family could enjoy ocean breezes and high society gatherings during the summer season. To design their Newport mansion, the Wideners turned to one of the most famous architects of the era, Horace Trumbauer. Trumbauer was a Philadelphia-based architect renowned for crafting palatial homes. He had impressed George's father years before by designing Linwood Hall, and had also made a name in Newport by creating the Elms, another French-inspired mansion for Colbert and Edward Berwind. In 1911, George commissioned Trumbauer to design a summer cottage worthy of Newport's grandest standards. Of course, this cottage would be a massive undertaking, a statement of European elegance transplanted to American shores. The Wideners had a particular vision for their new home. Both George and Eleanor shared a passion for French art and architecture, favoring the refined style of the 18th century French palaces. They wanted Miramar, a name meaning sea view, to evoke the grandeur of an old-world chateau. Trumbauer, a master of Beaux-Arts design, obliged by planning a neoclassical mansion reminiscent of the finest French precedents. In fact, each wing of the Élysée Palace in Paris served as a direct inspiration for Miramar's design. By late 1911, Trumbauer's plans were underway, and construction on the estate began soon after. Every detail was to be of the highest caliber, from the limestone exterior to the formal gardens and wrought iron entrance gates. As the mansion took shape, George and Eleanor immersed themselves in the project. In early 1912, the couple embarked on an extended trip to Europe to acquire authentic French furnishings for their Newport home. They scoured Paris for antiques, tapestries, and artwork that would fill Miramar's expansive rooms. Eleanor, with her fine taste, picked out marble fireplaces and gilded furniture, while George sought out a top French chef, one who could later preside over the kitchens of his new Philadelphia Ritz-Carlton Hotel. This European shopping tour was both a grand adventure and a crucial finishing touch for Miramar. Little did they know that this journey abroad would lead them into the path of history. Trumbauer designed Miramar in the form of a limestone petit palais, an elegant, symmetrical structure with classical proportions. The main house was configured in an H shape, creating a central courtyard that opened toward the sea. Upon opening the double doors, we step into the vestibule clad floor to ceiling in marble. Lined with columns and pilasters, with heavy furniture, it can be easy to overlook the small details that make the home's grand first impression. Let's take a moment to view the hand-carved Ionic capitals of each pilaster, as well as the delicate festoons protruding from each well-placed entablature below the hand-chiseled cornice. With these details and craftsmanship in mind, we can begin looking around, spotting the grand staircase beyond an archway. We'll see more of that later. In the meantime, let's proceed directly across from the front door to find the largest room in the house, the salon. As mentioned, the couple spent time traveling through Europe acquiring antiques to decorate Miramar's interiors. Among these antiques were centuries-old tapestries that required the salon's gilded wall panels to be planned around in order to properly frame them. And speaking of which, we can take a quick moment to appreciate these fine gilded plaster details, stealing a glimpse above the doorway we took to the salon from the entrance hall. To one end, we'll find the dining room, with book-matched marble rising above the fireplace's heavy stone mantel, and all set below dueling crystal chandeliers positioned above each head of the table. And just as the tapestries were framed in the salon, the same principle was applied to the dining room's tapestries, but perhaps with a more literal interpretation of the idea. Let's take the rounded door at the end of this room to find the loggia. Miramar was designed with two loggias protruding from its rear facade, with this one being used by the family as a breakfast room. At the opposite end of the house, we find the other loggia centered about a radial marble tile mosaic and set below a rounded ceiling. Here we find tropical plants growing in jardinières set against the same carved stone walls we first saw in the vestibule. Continuing from the loggia, we'll enter the living room, dramatically clad in rich dark wood paneling boasting heavy relief work all around. As our gaze begins to drift, we catch the marble fireplace, and for the first time, we can begin to focus on those tiny, hand-carved details, noticing that no two wall panels are exactly alike, but are balanced in composition nonetheless. Just off to the side of the fireplace, we see a small door set in the corner. Let's open it and find out where it leads. As the door swings open, the library is revealed, with built-in glass-paned bookcases soaring towards the ceiling. The library would frequently serve as the reception room, where visitors would first be ushered to await their host, but we got a bit carried away from the beginning, so I figured we could just circle back around to it. On the opposite side of the library's wall is the grand staircase. We can grip the metal railing and begin making our way up the velvet-covered marble steps to see the second floor. Reaching the landing, we face a large mirror, allowing us to look back and see how truly monumental the home's construction is by seeing for the first time an honest view of the interior wall's thickness. Up here we'll find several bedrooms, each one designed to be fit for hosting royalty, an aspiration of the family for their Newport cottage. We'll see a handful of these bedrooms, noticing how each one continues to play on French influence, introducing different colors and patterns. While some are more traditional, with silk canopies to cover the beds, others are more Americanized in their furnishings while retaining the same grand architectural features. Even as Miramar was taking shape in 1912, an unimaginable tragedy was about to befall the Widener family. That April, George D. Widener, his wife Eleanor, and their eldest son Harry were returning home from their European trip to see all of their furniture and art staged for them in their new home. Unfortunately, they were aboard the brand new RMS Titanic. The voyage was meant to be a celebratory capstone to their shopping expedition. They had dined with the Titanic's captain and mingled with fellow millionaires on board, but on the night of April 14, 1912, the unthinkable happened. The Titanic struck an iceberg in the North Atlantic. In the chaotic hours that followed, George Widener demonstrated the code of honor held by gentlemen of his era. He helped his wife and her maid into a lifeboat, ensuring their safety, but he refused to board as women and children were still waiting to escape. The next morning, Eleanor was rescued, but George and 27-year-old Harry were never seen again. George Widener's untimely demise at age 50 meant he never lived to see Miramar completed. At the time of the Titanic disaster, Miramar was still in the design and construction phase, its walls rising, but interiors not yet fully finished. The project could have stalled entirely in the wake of such a loss, yet in a testament to resilience, Eleanor carried on her late husband's dream. Grieving but determined, she oversaw the continued construction of Miramar through 1913 and 1914. In the years following, she made sure Miramar was filled with life, and in 1915 she remarried, becoming the wife of Dr. Alexander Hamilton Rice Jr., a prominent explorer and Harvard man, and the couple continued to summer at Miramar for decades. In 1956, the mansion was sold by Dr. Rice's estate for the astonishingly low sum of $118,000, a fraction of its original cost. This modern price reflected the changing times. Mid-century America no longer had many uses for 30,000 square foot private palaces, and Newport's mansions were, for a time, seen as white elephants. Miramar's story did not end with that 1950s sale. Unlike some Gilded Age mansions that fell to wrecking balls, Miramar still stands, continuing its legacy as a private residence. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which room was your favorite, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Long before curious travelers ever caught sight of it on a winding road in the Berkshires, the legend of a Vanderbilt summer cottage known as Elm Court swept through high society. Whispers of 106 rooms, sweeping gardens, and glittering parties made it sound more like a palace than a casual holiday retreat. One might expect nothing less from the union of Emily Thorne Vanderbilt and her equally prosperous husband, William Douglas Sloane. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering what happened to this forgotten Vanderbilt estate. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Emily's story began on Staten Island in 1852 when she was born the fifth child of William Henry Vanderbilt. She was thus a granddaughter of Cornelius Commodore Vanderbilt, the force behind the New York Central Railroad Empire and one of the richest men in the world at the time. From a young age, she saw her family's fortune and standing grow at a nearly unimaginable speed. Her father, William Henry, inherited the Commodore's talents for investment and expansion, ultimately amassing an even larger fortune during his lifetime, an accomplishment that seemed impossible for anyone other than a Vanderbilt. Yet for Emily, life was not merely about enjoying vast sums of money. Her penchant for philanthropy ran deep, inspiring her to channel Vanderbilt resources into causes she cared about. She played a major role in founding the Sloane Hospital for Women by contributing over $1 million, an eye-popping figure back in the late 1800s when the average American earned only a fraction of that across a lifetime. Still, Emily was not the only luminary in this story. She married William Douglas Sloane in 1872, a man who knew a thing or two about wealth and status in his own right. William's father emigrated from Scotland and founded a high-end carpet and furniture firm that soon became legendary for outfitting grand houses up and down the East Coast. Known as W&J Sloane, this company catered to families like the Vanderbilts, Astors, and Morgans, offering both exquisite design services and lavish home goods. The Sloane name was so prestigious that certain rooms in Manhattan's grandest mansions simply would not be considered finished unless they featured an elegant Sloane rug or a piece of furniture. William himself had started working at the family firm in his mid-teens, learning every facet of the business. By the time he met Emily, he was a well-traveled businessman with deep pockets and deep connections, a perfect match for the strong-willed Vanderbilt heiress. The newlyweds occupied part of the now famous Vanderbilt Triple Palace on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, an address that symbolized the highest tiers of wealth in Gilded Age New York. But as the city's scorching summers arrived each year, the prospect of a serene, rural haven grew irresistible. Some in Emily's extended family escaped to Newport, Rhode Island. Others commissioned mountain retreats in North Carolina or upstate New York. William and Emily, however, gravitated toward the Berkshires in western Massachusetts. By the mid-1880s, that region was emerging as a fashionable sanctuary, especially for New Yorkers whose lives were otherwise governed by the relentless hum of business and society events. Anyone who heard about William and Emily's plans to build a summer house in Lenox, Massachusetts might have pictured a modest cottage or a pastoral farmhouse, but that would be entirely the wrong image. In 1885, they commissioned the renowned architectural firm Peabody and Stearns to design what was originally intended to be a shingle-style residence, relatively understated by Vanderbilt standards, but still ambitious enough to astonish onlookers. Emily and William wanted an inviting place for children, guests, and staff, somewhere well-designed but comfortable for a rotating cast of friends and extended family. If at first this summer home seemed like a refined getaway, it quickly ballooned in scope thanks to expansions requested by its owners. By the turn of the 20th century, it became one of the largest houses in the region, a layout of hallways and corridors so vast that new visitors risked turning a corner and forgetting how to find the front door. Emily and William had no shortage of advantages in shaping the dream estate. While other wealthy couples might simply hand over design decisions to an architect, they were personally acquainted with top creative minds. They had the prestige and cash to hire Frederick Law Olmsted, the visionary behind Central Park, to design the property's gardens and landscaping. In those days, a Gilded Age country house wasn't complete without an enchanting outdoor stage for lavish tea parties, weekend-long tennis matches, and quiet strolls among formal gardens. Olmsted and his firm laid out curving pathways, flower beds, a reflecting pond with a pergola, and shade trees that framed distant mountain views in all directions. When the family gathered there each summer, the mansion's interiors hummed with activity. Elaborate dinners typically featured 5, 6, or 7 courses, with footmen gliding in and out of a dining room crowned by an ornate plaster ceiling. Housemaids tended to bedrooms, fluffing pillows and replacing linens with a diligence that to modern eyes might look like a staff for a boutique hotel rather than a single family. The sumptuous living could have come off as severe or intimidating, but friends often remarked on how the place blended opulence with warmth, a slight but meaningful contrast to some of the sterner Vanderbilt residences elsewhere. After the turn of the century, the house assumed a new kind of importance beyond weekend gatherings and horse-drawn carriage rides around the estate. With World War I raging in Europe, America's biggest families did not stay untouched by global affairs. Emily's circle included notable statesmen and diplomats, and in 1919, an influential group of them convened at the Berkshire home for a series of private discussions now remembered as the Elm Court Talks. These behind-the-scenes gatherings fed into ongoing negotiations for the Treaty of Versailles and helped shape the creation of the League of Nations. It's astonishing to think that a place built for frolicking and manicured gardens contributed, even in a small way, to the course of 20th century politics. Such a storied property was naturally shaped by the personal journeys of its owners. William Douglas Sloane passed away in 1915, and Emily married Henry White, a respected diplomat, 5 years later. The new couple continued to use the home as a social and political hub, and Henry's connections only increased its reputation for attracting decision-makers. But eventually, the era that had created houses like this began to wane. The last gasp of Gilded Age opulence was already fading by the 1930s and 1940s, and Emily herself passed away in 1946 at the remarkable age of 94, right on the grounds of the beloved estate she had nurtured for decades. With Emily gone, the responsibility of deciding the future of this colossal estate fell to her descendants. Many of the Berkshire's cottages were being sold off to hotels, schools, or philanthropic organizations. Some were demolished or left to decay, but Emily's family chose to open the place as an inn in 1948, calling it the Elm Court Club. For about a decade, guests dined in elegance and danced on Saturday nights, an experience that must have felt like stepping back into the grandest aspects of the Gilded Age. Few realized that these lavish weekends were in part an effort to keep the doors open and the property preserved. Ultimately, even that plan proved unsustainable and the inn closed, leaving the home vacant for several decades. During that silent intermission, vandals and treasure hunters peeled off architectural details, smashed windows, and left behind a chaos of broken plaster. Much of the original furniture and art went missing, some stolen outright, and some sold off by relatives who no longer saw use for a 106-room behemoth in the country. By the close of the 20th century, the once shimmering estate was all but forgotten, its gardens overgrown and its hallways echoing with emptiness. Local kids dared one another to sneak inside. Urban explorers told stories of hidden vaults or leftover family gems in the walls. And yet through all that time, through break-ins, rumors, and the creeping hush of neglect, its core structure held firm, carrying the weight of family lore and historical importance. Eventually, the home re-emerged to the public awareness when Emily Vanderbilt and William Sloane's descendants made a decision to rescue and renovate it. Renovation, however, was more difficult than anyone expected. Rotten beams, fraying wires, and absent architectural pieces posed huge challenges. Still, certain treasures remained, including sections of plaster ceilings and at least a few original fireplaces that survived decades of disrespect. Gradually, a careful restoration began, driven by a mix of nostalgia, local pride, and the hope that someday the stately vestige of the Gilded Age could find a sustainable new purpose. Some of that hope materialized in the early 2000s when part of the mansion was reopened to guests. Old pictures show portions of the home now gleaming with new paint, rewired for electricity, and fitted with modern plumbing, though other wings stayed locked up, awaiting the next stage of restoration. Meanwhile, developers and potential buyers came and went, some with big plans for luxury resorts or private enclaves, but the transition seldom stuck. That slow back-and-forth period ended when a new owner with a determined vision arrived on the scene. As it happens, despite the talk of rumored demolitions and unstoppable decay, the mansion was indeed still standing. It had persevered long enough to attract a real estate investor who ultimately purchased the property with the intention of completing the restoration. The descendants of Emily and William can rest easy knowing that their ancestral summer hideaway, fabled for its scale, its Olmsted gardens, and the hush of its wooden backdrop, still captivates those who lay eyes on it. After escaping total abandonment and the wrecking ball, the mansion has stepped back into the limelight, ready for the next 100 years of stories. And so, in a beautiful twist of historical fortune, what began as a Gilded Age cottage for two wealthy newlyweds remains a living monument of American ambition, extravagance, and reinvention, promising that its greatest moments may yet be ahead. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Elm Court? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The biggest mansion you've never heard of was once called the finest estate between New York and Chicago. Sitting on over 3,500 acres with nearly 1,000,000 square feet of finished interiors, this estate will blow your mind. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Ohio Columbus Barber, who understandably just went by OC, was born into a working-class family in a modest Ohio village known as Middlebury. His father made matches by hand, so OC dove right into the trade, leaving school as a teenager to sell matchboxes from a horse-drawn wagon. Determined and confident, with a type of charisma that only comes from being over 6 feet tall, he became a partner in the family firm before he was even 21. By the early 1880s, his barber company was one of the biggest match producers in the nation, and in 1881, he orchestrated a massive merger that formed the Diamond Match Company, which soon controlled nearly all match sales in the country. In 1891, he founded the city of Barberton with the dream of building a modern community that served both industry and residents alike. A few years later in 1894, he shifted his main factory there, churning out hundreds of millions of matches every single day. These roaring successes funded a whirlwind of new endeavors. He formed rubber and steel companies, organized an extinguisher business to tackle factory fires, and even helped start Akron City Hospital. He was the kind of man who, if he spotted a problem, instantly set out to fix it, whether it was finding better ways to manage industrial processes or addressing dangerous health conditions in his factories. By 1905, Barber's attention turned to a grand new project, a scientific farm of sorts on 3,500 acres just outside of Barberton. In 1909, he poured his energy and fortune into building a sprawling estate called the Anadine Farm, named for his daughter Anna and her husband. He didn't hold anything back. He built 35 elegant buildings, installed the latest farming technology, opened the grounds to the public on Sundays, and even built an extravagant 52-room mansion crowned with a glass-topped elevator. Newspapers declared it the most impressive residence between New York and Chicago, which would prove to be an understatement to say the least. While hundreds of craftsmen worked around the clock, the mansion sprang up at a rapid-fire pace. Within a year it was nearing completion, with hardly any scaffolding left for artists to leave their touches. Day in and day out, caravans of horse-drawn wagons could be seen carting trees around the property, until finally, the only thing left to do was watch the grass grow in. Now with the estate completed, let's begin our tour from the street, entering near the gatehouse. Traveling about the property, we will cross bridges and pass by some truly incredible outbuildings. It would be impossible to wind our way through all 3,500 acres, so we'll skip ahead to the main attractions, starting with barn number 1. Then off in the distance, beyond fields of flowers and vegetables, we spot 2 massive towers. As we come in closer, we see barn number 3 starting to come into focus. Traveling around its sprawling wings, we get a closer look at the exquisite masonry, which allowed his farm animals to live in style. Though he did keep most of his animals separated, the colts had their own barn, the pigeons had a massive pigeon house with room for thousands, and the pigs had their own palace known as the piggery. Even ducks were treated to the lap of luxury. Beyond the duck pond, the duck department ensured the population remained healthy and happy. But the estate wasn't just set up for animals. The hundreds of full-time staff also farmed the fields and kept a flour mill running. The orchid house made sure that the mansion would always be stocked with fresh flowers, and the powerhouse ensured a steady flow of electricity to the entire estate. While there were dozens of other buildings, we can go ahead and make our way to the mansion, taking in some scenic views along the way. As we near the house, we can see it peeking up from a gentle knoll beyond the tree line. Continuing closer, we skirt the pond and get a clear view of the back of the house. But this is not where we'll enter. We'll continue around until we find the drive taking us towards the front. Finally, we can see the house in all its grandeur, begging us to come inside and explore. But before we make our way through the front doors, let's zoom out just to appreciate the sheer scale of this 52-room mansion. Swinging open the front doors, we pass through the vestibule to find the main hall, clad in stone with heavy relief work on each corbel in the frieze. All along the wall, life-size figures have been painted in murals, replicas of works by François Boucher on display in the Louvre. Though had we looked straight ahead from the front door, we would have seen the grand staircase, each step a marble slab with stained glass windows framed by fitted stonework. Off to our right, we'll find the living room beyond glass doors. This is our view as we step over the threshold onto a tiger skin rug, seeing glass-paned bookcases lining the walls and an incredibly intricate coffered ceiling soaring overhead. This is the largest room on the first floor, acting as both the living room and the library. Following the bookcases along the wall, we see a set of French doors that don't quite match. This will take us to the solarium. In the summer months, the windows might be removed to allow for a shaded outdoor patio, and in the winter, you could continue to enjoy the room with a fireplace to keep you warm. Now, had we turned the other direction in the main hall, we would have seen a fireplace at the very end of it, marking both the elevator and the entrance to the service wing. But to the right of that fireplace, we would have found a set of French doors opening into the billiards room. And to the left of it, we would have found the dining room, furnished with pieces O.C. had purchased at the St. Louis World's Fair. Interestingly, for this time period, the formal dining room is unobstructed from the breakfast room, where the family would have enjoyed more casual meals. There are a couple of other rooms on the first floor, including a service wing and O.C.'s office. There is also a formal reception room, but the main hall was simply too enticing to not skip over this formality. Let's make our way back to the grand staircase now and begin heading upstairs. The ceiling height shrinks by a few feet, however, the finishes remain just as opulent as what we saw on the first floor. Up here, we'll find OC's bedroom as the largest room on this floor. We'll also see a number of other bedrooms, including his wife's room. Not including servants' chambers, there are 5 bedrooms on this level and a gymnasium, as well as several bathrooms. And up on the 3rd floor, there are 5 more guest suites and several bathrooms as well. But the showstopper on this level is the ballroom, which follows the same footprint as the living room. He and his wife could easily host 100 guests in just this one room alone. Over the years, OC remained a larger-than-life figure in his community, splitting his time between running businesses, welcoming friends to lavish gatherings, and seeking out new projects. When he passed away in 1920, he left behind hopes of turning his farmland into an agricultural college, but he hadn't finished structuring his will to fund it in time. The entire estate changed hands and continued to remain in nearly one piece until the 1960s. By this time, the mansion itself had been widely neglected, with maintenance being deferred. Plans were put in motion to demolish the mansion, which sparked protests from the local community. Unfortunately, nothing could be done to stop the inevitable. Architectural elements and furnishings were stripped from the mansion and sold off in a tag sale, which drew out crowds of hundreds. With the mansion left in shambles, it was time for it to be demolished. Even so, the town of Barberton continues to bear his name, and a few Anodyne farm buildings remain standing as lasting tributes to his unshakable drive. From humble boyhood days selling handmade matches to shaping an entire city, O.C. Barber proved that big ideas backed by relentless energy can light up more than just the tip of a match. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Anodyne Farm? Did you have a favorite building or room? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The 72,000 square foot Envato, one of Long Island's most remarkable mansions, was once the grand estate of Nicholas Brady and his deeply religious wife Genevieve. Built between 1916 and 1920, Envato was situated in North Hills and became known not only for its sheer size, but for its extraordinary detail and craftsmanship. Designed by Philadelphia architect John T. Wyndham, the mansion featured 87 rooms situated on 300 acres of lush land. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Nicholas Brady, born into immense wealth, was the son of wealthy industrialist Anthony N. Brady. Nicholas, who had converted to Catholicism in order to marry Genevieve, dedicated himself to philanthropic endeavors and deeply supported the Catholic Church. His commitment earned him recognition from the Vatican, including a rare honorific title of Papal Duke. Genevieve became a papal duchess in her own right, renowned for her extensive charitable work and notable positions in organizations such as the Girl Scouts and the Welfare Council of New York. Those details will be important as we explore Envato. The mansion seemed to meander on, with exquisite masonry work leading the eye up to dozens of chimneys appearing to pierce the clouds. Each and every face of the home was given the utmost attention to craftsmanship and precision. From stained glass windows framed by limestone to crenellated towers, the mansion was said to rival England's largest manor houses. All about the main house, formal gardens were planned to slowly graduate into lush forest. From the short side of the mansion, we can look up from the reflecting pool to see towers fading off in the distance. And as we continue further away, we step down into terrace gardens. The greenhouse would ensure that a never-ending cycle of fresh flowers could be brought into the house. The garage was essentially its own mansion to house the Brady's collection of automobiles, and the pool house is where memories were made. But we didn't come here for the grounds necessarily, we came to explore the mansion. Pulling up the long drive, we skirt by the left wing of the mansion, rounding the lawns towards the porte-cochere. Once here, we can make our way towards the front door, which is surrounded by incredibly intricate limestone relief work. Heading inside, we enter the vestibule, where we are met with polished stone walls reflecting the flickering flame of the inglenook. Straight ahead and beyond a gallery, we find the grand staircase with deep steps almost making it appear stretched out. As our gaze continues upwards, we see vibrant antique European tapestries hanging on the walls. Now, had we turned just after the vestibule, this is the view of the gallery we would have had, with rich oak paneling and a dizzying plaster ceiling barreling overhead. The first public room we'll explore is the Great Hall, rising nearly 4 stories to its peak. Once again, we find European tapestries hung on the walls and elaborate trusses supporting the ceiling. The scale of this room is simply so large that as we take several steps forward, nothing seems to change. Let's move another 20 or so feet in to get a better look at the fireplace, admiring the delicate detailing along the mantel. To truly appreciate how large the fireplace is, here we see Mrs. Brady entertaining the Pope in the Great Hall. Without the furniture, we lose reference for the scale. However, in this photo we can see the series of leaded bay windows beyond stone arches which allow this cavernous room to be filled with natural light. From here, we'll make our way over to the billiards room, where I want to call special attention to the ingle nook, where it's almost like you sit below the upper mantle to enjoy the warmth of the fire. From the gallery, we will make our way through the double doors to find the dining room. Clad in wood paneling, which is broken up by pilasters, our eyes once again drift upwards to find elaborate plasterwork framing an intricate ceiling mural. And as you can imagine, the Bradys had nearly 100 full-time staff members to take care of everything, including cooking their every meal. In breaking with the dark woods we've been seeing throughout, the drawing room or salon is painted in a creamy off-white. But as we find the library, we return to this rich dark woodwork and heavily striated polished stone. Not every room was quite as grand. The living room was set on a more comfortable scale for daily use, though it still boasted the same level of craftsmanship with wood-paneled walls and built-ins. Even the lesser salon was scaled down for comfort, though it would have been considered beyond grand in just about any other home from this time period. As mentioned earlier, Mrs. Brady was deeply religious, and to her this meant having a private chapel inside of the house. This is perhaps one of the more heavily embellished rooms where she was known to spend a lot of time. Carvings and paintings depicted everything from saints to the Stations of the Cross, and from Gothic tracery to wooden vines appearing to free themselves from the walls. Let's return now to the grand staircase and continue exploring from the second floor. As we reach the landing, we get a really good view of the artisan touches along the newel post and balustrade. Let's continue up. The first bedroom we'll see is Mrs. Brady, styled with a mix of new and centuries-old furnishings to lend to the aesthetic. Her suite came complete with a private bathroom and a dressing room. There are simply too many bedrooms in this mansion to run through, so we'll see some of the more interesting rooms such as the small Gothic bedroom and the Chinese bedroom, understanding that each guest suite was themed around various cultures and time periods. The mansion continues on, with dozens of rooms that might have never even been photographed. Following Nicholas Brady's unexpected passing, Genevieve donated the estate to the Jesuits in 1937. The mansion, with its intricate woodwork and vast chapel dedicated to St. Genevieve, initially served as a seminary and later, starting in 1963, became the St. Ignatius Retreat House. Almost no changes were made to the mansion other than changing out the furnishings to be more conducive to a religious retreat center. These color photos we are seeing were taken by the late John Foreman of Big Old Houses, showing just how spectacular the house appeared more recently. However, financial considerations led the Jesuits to sell Envato in 2013. After intense local efforts to preserve the mansion failed, the property was sold for development, and demolition began in December of 2013. Today, the once magnificent estate is replaced by modern homes, marking the loss of one of Long Island's architectural treasures. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which part of this grand estate was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine being able to fill your home with the most expensive art by the world's most renowned artist. For one of the founders of the Met, this was his reality. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the many mansions of Henry Marquand. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1819, Henry Marquand was born in New York City to a family of renowned silversmiths. Even as a boy, he was surrounded by fine craftsmanship thanks to his family's jewelry business, Marquand & Company. That early exposure to artful design may have well planted the seeds for his later passion for collecting and promoting the arts. By his early 20s, Marquand had stepped into the family business only to see it sold after his father passed away. Rather than rest on tradition, he switched gears and began building his wealth through real estate, currency exchange, and railroad investments, particularly the St. Louis, Iron Mountain, and Southern Railway, which he owned alongside partners. This investment paid off handsomely and allowed him to retire from business around 1880, at which point his focus took a dramatic shift toward art and philanthropy. Marquand didn't just want to collect art, he wanted to make a real difference. He was among the 50 original citizens who met in 1869 to found the Metropolitan Museum of Art with the lofty goal of refining and educating the public. He eventually served as treasurer, then as the Met's second president. Along the way, he donated some of his most prized works, including paintings by Rembrandt and Vermeer. Unheard of gifts that significantly boosted the museum's collection and reputation. While Marquand was shaping the Met's future, New York's richest families were busy turning Fifth Avenue into a parade of grand mansions. But in 1881, when Alva Vanderbilt enlisted architect Richard Morris Hunt to build a gleaming white limestone chateau on Fifth Avenue, she sparked a taste for new architectural styles. Around that same time, Hunt, who happened to be great friends with Marquand, began work on Marquand's own personal statement of elegance, a mansion at Madison Avenue and 68th Street. By choosing Madison Avenue instead of 5th, Marquand made sure he had enough land for a showy centerpiece house and two smaller upscale adjoined homes. Construction took 3 years, wrapping up in 1884, and true to the new fashion, Hunt designed the trio in a French transitional style, blending Gothic and Renaissance details, lending the entire corner to a look straight out of a European storybook. The first thing visitors noticed was a 4-story central hall capped with a glass ceiling and a dramatic split staircase leading to the upper floors and art galleries. Marquand brought in top-tier talent to decorate. Sir Frederick Leighton, Lawrence Alma Tadema, and John Lafarge and Louis Comfort Tiffany were all involved, each designing different themed rooms. Of special note was the Greek-inspired music room, which boasted painted ceiling panels by Sir Frederick Leighton featuring life-size figures set against a gold-toned background. Additionally, marble columns and beams were arranged to resemble ancient scenes, with a handful of ancient Greek artifacts to lend proper context. Though, antiques that were thousands of years old all took second stage to the ebony and ivory inlaid grand piano designed by Alma Tadema. We can take a closer look at some of its incredible detailing, from the griffin legs and then to the incredibly intricate rendition of Sir Edward Poynter's The Wandering Minstrels. Traveling from one room to another was meant to evoke a sense that you were taking a trip around the world, with each room given the utmost attention to detail, such as the Moorish room which we are seeing now. The living room was styled to be reminiscent of Japanese design, where Marquand could display his extensive collection of Japanese pottery. In this room, you could find inlaid mother-of-pearl accents and wood carvings tracing traditional Japanese motifs. The conservatory was meant to take your breath away, with some of the finest and most detailed stained glass panels that Marquand commissioned or uncovered from all over the world. The dining room continued this tour of cultures with an overarching theme of English Renaissance. Though the walls were clad in rich wood paneling, they were covered over almost entirely by antique European tapestries. Even with 3 houses at his disposal for displaying his art collection, he wasn't one for clutter, always desiring to give each piece proper breathing room. He donated an entire gallery to the Met, but even so, he required more space for his collection. In Newport, Rhode Island, known as the summer retreat for the wealthy, he brought back his old friend Richard Morris Hunt to design a summer cottage. Once again, he filled the home with antiques and paintings by the greats and hired designers such as Lafarge and Tiffany to put the interior together in an orderly and ornate way. Marquand's passion for sharing art extended well beyond his homes. As president of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, he used his financial resources, personal collection, and expertise to shape the museum's direction and expand its holdings. His donation of old masters' paintings helped raise the Met's profile worldwide. And unlike many wealthy collectors who locked away their treasures, he was dedicated to making fine art a public resource. In 1902, Marquand passed away in his Manhattan mansion, leaving behind a vacancy in New York society that many felt would be impossible to fill. His art collection, one of the finest and one of the most extensively cataloged in the world at the time, was auctioned off the following year in 1903. His Newport home was eventually broken up into apartments and later burned down. And as for his Manhattan mansion, it met a much earlier fate, being demolished in 1912 and replaced by an apartment building bearing the same name, the Marquand. What did you think about Marquand's homes and collections? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comment section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. What would you do if you inherited $2 billion from an estranged relative? Would you buy a mansion, travel the world, or maybe throw legendary parties? For one man, this is exactly the situation he found himself in. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the Manhattan mansion of James Henry Smith. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In 1854, James Henry was born into a rural family in Lake County, Illinois, but growing up, he knew that his uncle George happened to be one of the richest men in the country. George, who famously went by the nickname Chicago George, had emigrated to the New World following the Panic of 1837, which saw the newly formed United States in a major financial crisis. As he traveled through the Midwest, he saw an opportunity to buy up land for pennies on the dollar. One thing led to another, and he eventually ended up circulating his own banknotes, which were dubbed George Smith's money. These notes were backed by gold and silver, and within a few short years, he found himself backing the majority of banknotes in Chicago. He diversified further by founding insurance companies and making wise investments, and now with a fortune, he moved back to Europe to retire and live out the rest of his life, never having married nor had kids. Then in 1899, when he passed away, news traveled to his nephew back in rural Illinois that his uncle had willed his estate to be split evenly between his nephews. James' portion of the inheritance was $50 million, the modern equivalent of over $1.9 billion today. With his newfound fortune, James quickly found himself in New York, trading on Wall Street and watching his net worth skyrocket. To secure his place in high society, in 1906, James married Anne Armstrong, who came from an old money family. Together they would take the city by storm and redefine what it meant to live life luxuriously. The couple set off on their honeymoon traveling the world, the details of their lavish escapades making it into the gossip columns back in New York. When they were to return from their extended honeymoon, it would be time for them to settle down and join the ranks of the Fifth Avenue elite as the newest couple on the scene. As timing would have it, William C. Whitney's palatial mansion at the corner of Fifth Avenue and 68th was on the market following his passing. Just as Whitney's heirs were ready to start auctioning off his extensive collections of art and antiques, James threw in a bid to buy the house fully furnished. After making a few changes and rearranging some furniture and artworks, the couple would be ready to move in together when they returned from their honeymoon. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. As we head inside, let's take a quick moment to orient ourselves, noting that we enter at the dry moat level, which is noted here on the floor plan as the basement. Entering the mansion, we find ourselves at the landing of a bifurcated staircase. We'll go down before we go up. This brings us to the reception hall, clad floor to ceiling in stone with a large fireplace off to our side. Directly opposite the staircase we descended is another grand staircase which is meant to easily bring guests to the ballroom. At one end of the hall, we'll find the heavy iron grills leading to the elevator. At the other, we'll find the reception room, which is where we would be ushered by the family staff if visiting as guests. The reception room is decorated in white and gold, with mirrors set within each paneled section. When the Smiths were hosting large parties, the reception room would double as a cloakroom, where we can imagine coats being hung on racks which would be set up by the staff just for each event. We'll see the staff quarters which occupy most of this floor later. In the meantime, let's make our way back up the staircase where we first entered. Once again, let's glance at the floor plan just to get a feel for not only the layout, but the massive scale of these rooms. Taking our final step up, we arrive in the main hall, where I'll note that the picture we are seeing now is just for reference, as it is from William Whitney's time in the house. As we switch back to photos from the Smiths' time, we see that not much has been changed out, save for the light fixtures and a few odds and ends. And even though we can feel the grand staircase pulling us forward, tempting us to head upstairs, there are some incredible rooms we must first explore on this level. To our left is the library, finished out floor to ceiling in richwood paneling which has been draped over by antique European tapestries. As we continue shifting our gaze, we find electric lights and large windows flooding the room with natural light. To the far end, glass-paned bookcases are covered in intricate carvings, and above us, the ceiling is inlaid with salvaged Italian panels highlighted with hints of blues and reds in the tracery, and each centered on a gilded rosette. The library opens into the drawing room, which doubles as the music room, where we find some of the Smiths' most prized furnishings staged more for viewing than for using. The white marble fireplace features heavy relief work in its upper mantel, which is supporting some of the most expensive porcelains in the family's possession. As we move towards the window, we can finally see the silk wall treatment shimmering in the low lighting making its way through the shears. Had we made our way over to the other side of the main hall, we would have found the dining room, its walls covered in Italian paintings which have had their canvases carefully cut from their frames and seamlessly applied to the walls. In this photo, we get a better idea of how this looked as the painting's subjects are more visible. But to complete this picture, the description for the doorway states that it was known as the Golden Doorway, being gilded in its entirety and crowned by the Lion of St. Mark. To the far end of the dining room, we find an opening marked by gilded columns and covered over by velvet drapes. This is the conservatory. The floors are inlaid with multiple types of marble to create a pattern, and the glass is a mixture of opalescent and plate glass. Above us, the dorm would be lit by natural light in the day and by electric light at night. And behind us on the wall, concealing the butler's pantry, we find an ancient arcade which was salvaged from a garden in Rome dating back thousands of years. The conservatory opens into the ballroom, which is the largest room in the house, measuring 63 feet long by about 46 feet wide. The walls are clad in walnut panels, which were salvaged from a chateau in France, which each contain a lunette with the insignia of King Louis XIV. Hidden away out of sight behind heavy grilles are the musician's gallery and the pipes of a grand organ. And up on the ceiling, a vibrant mural painted in oil spans nearly the entire length of the room. If the Smiths only wanted their guests traveling to the ballroom, the other rooms could be shut off with steel doors, and guests would be directed down the corridor which connects the main hall to the ballroom. Let's take another look at this level's floor plan to note the butler's pantry between the dining room and the ballroom. This was a multi-story pantry for ease of access by the staff, which connects down to the basement. Before we explore the family's private quarters, we'll look through the staff quarters in the basement, starting with the rooms off the staff entrance hall. Here we find the kitchen, which has been fitted with only the most modern appliances for the time. There is also a large pantry for storing dry goods, and for everything needing chilled, there is a massive walk-in refrigerator. The servants' dining room is stately and proper, one of the perks of working for the Smiths. And the butler is even granted his own sitting room with electric lights and fine furniture. As for the family's laundry, that was a full-time job, with Mrs. Smith being known to change outfits several times per day and bedsheets always being expected to be crisp and clean. Now that we've seen behind the scenes, let's make our way back over to the grand staircase and begin heading upstairs. The staircase winds its way around a skylight, continuing the same polished marble cladding the floors and walls. As we arrive at the second floor, we can take a step back to appreciate the stair hall's simple but elegant composition. On this level, we find a guest room, a maid's room, and a handful of bedrooms. The third floor is where things get interesting again, so we'll zip through the bedrooms, starting with the blue room. Then we'll head over to the Louis XVI room, which contains several antique French pieces. This room connects to the white and gold boudoir, which carries the general theme of the bedroom. This then connects to the sitting room, which in turn opens to the antehall, which feeds back to the stair hall. Many of the bedrooms in this house are named after colors, and there are more bedrooms than there are basic colors, and with that said, this is the first red room we'll see. The plan for the third floor might be a misprint because the grand staircase does not continue up to it, however, I do believe the rooms to be arranged correctly. As we travel down the third floor hall, this is where I believe a mistake was made in the floor plan. We can see the arcade overlooking an open-air area above the skylight below. With that said, let's check out the billiards room first. Here we can see the ceiling height is shrinking, and painted millwork is being introduced as a less formal setting for each room. On this level, we find more color-based rooms, starting with another blue room. Then we'll head over to the green room, where we can imagine Mr. Smith's single gentleman friend staying as guest. Then we get to the pink room, which was notably for Mrs. Smith's single lady friends. The last room we'll see on this floor is another red room, and possibly the smallest guest room in the house. Finally, as we reach the top of the house on the fourth floor, we find it to be incredibly utilitarian. This level is reserved almost exclusively for staff quarters, where we can imagine probably 2 servants to each bedroom. Unfortunately, James only got to enjoy his mansion for the brief period between his wedding and honeymoon. While the couple were in Japan, his heart gave out and he passed away, leaving Mrs. Smith with an estate of $70 million, the modern equivalent of over $2.3 billion. She decided to auction off the entirety of the house's contents. Everything from antique porcelains to sofas, chairs, and tables had to go. Even salvaged doors that were centuries old were up for grabs. The auction saw the house stripped of its contents and many of its architectural elements, and finally, in 1942, the house was demolished and eventually replaced by this building. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which room was your favorite, or maybe something else caught your attention? Either way, let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. How did Russia end up owning one of Long Island's largest estates? And better yet, what happened to it? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are discovering Killingworth, the former home of George DuPont Pratt. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1869, George DuPont Pratt was born into one of the wealthiest families in the US. His father Charles made a fortune in petroleum, first through his own ventures and then through a consolidation with Standard Oil. This provided the family with more money than they could ever spend, but that didn't stop them from trying. The Pratts began building some of the largest homes on Long Island, and when it was George's turn to build his own house, he had grand plans. He purchased an older house known as Killingworth, a proper cottage that was elegant in its own right. But it wasn't this house that he wanted, it was the land it sat on. George promptly had it demolished, giving himself a blank slate to imagine his dream home. Completed in 1913 and designed by architects Trowbridge and Ackerman, Killenworth was conceived not merely as a residence, but a living work of art. The mansion's facade of seam-faced granite, complemented by Indiana limestone and topped with Vermont slate, presented a striking blend of solidity and grace. As we begin rotating about the 39-room mansion, we find a series of terraces marked by stone balustrade. Some of these terraces lend themselves to grand staircases, which in turn lead to paths. Following these paths will take you all about the property, where you will discover park-like meadows, perfectly manicured lawns framed by parterre gardens, and still ponds, all adding to the air of serenity. George was known to be athletic, so some spaces were left open so that he could enjoy playing football or other sports, though the activities he enjoyed were definitely done in style. To free up time for his leisure, a small army of 50 groundskeepers shuffled about, ensuring that every blade of grass was always the perfect length. When plants would wither, George would never know, as replacement flowers would be waiting for planting in the greenhouses. As we stumble through the wooded areas, we emerge on a large pool. This is in fact the swimming pool. We can turn around at this point to see the house coming back into focus with yet another terrace to explore. Up here we find the tea house, offering some of the best views on the estate. Its arcades frame this viewshed of Long Island Sound, where sailboats would gracefully glide by all day long. We can zoom out from here to see how the main bulk of the estate comes together, getting a general sense of where the house is in relation to the gardens and everything we've seen so far, though we still haven't seen every face of the house. As we make our way towards the front door, we'll travel through the garden. Then we'll pass by the garage and cut up a path towards the front. For as grand as the mansion might be from this angle, the landscaping really hides just how truly massive this house is. The double doors are where we're headed, somewhat understated below a large bay of stained glass windows accented by Gothic tracery. To better orient ourselves as we explore the mansion, let's take a quick look at the floor plan, noting that we are entering at the landing, then taking the stairs to the entrance hall. I unfortunately don't have a clear picture of the landing other than this one, but this section right here might better illustrate how the landing and entrance hall are connected. Now that we've traveled to the entrance hall, we are basically in the center of the house with archways on each wall that will lead us to different rooms. Let's continue straight for now. This leads us to the gallery, clad in rich wood paneling boasting intricate relief work. The gallery connects to the living room, once again paneled in dark rich woodwork that now continues to clad the coffered ceiling. Here he displays some of his most prized artwork, including a European tapestry. Before we move on from this room, let's take a closer look at the fireplace's mantel, where we find fleur-de-lis among the decorative relief. The living room terminates in the solarium, where we find everything from bronze peacocks above the doors to tropical plants being grown here year-round. If we cut back through the living room, we'll find the all-white music room, daring to contrast all the heavy woodwork we've seen throughout so far. The music room connects to the hall, where we catch only the slightest glimpse of the study. This puts us back in the entrance hall, facing a different archway which will lead us to another wing of the mansion. Stepping through the archway takes us to the hall. On one side is the door to the pantry with a staircase leading to the kitchen, and in front of us are the double doors leading to the dining room. The dining room is the largest room in the house, once again clad in rich wood paneling, but this time introducing a Jacobean ceiling. Here we find a large bay of stained glass facing the front of the house, as well as another antique European tapestry hung proudly on the wall. As we lean closer in to see the details, I want to point out the window seats to either side of the fireplace, a rather cozy feature for such a formal space. Up on the second floor, given the sheer number of bedrooms, we'll just take a quick look at George's, then move along. Following Killenworth's completion, it was named Country Life in America's Best House of the Year. Everything from the facade to the layout to the gardens were praised for their excellence in design. But when the house finally changed hands, accolades turned into skepticism. After George Pratt's passing in 1935, Kenilworth began a new and unexpected chapter. By the late 1940s, the property was acquired by the Soviet Union as a retreat for its United Nations delegation. Its serene grounds turned into a diplomatic enclave, sparking decades of local controversy and stories that swirled with allegations of espionage. As the decades passed, the estate became even more embroiled in conspiracies as it welcomed controversial guests, including Fidel Castro. The Russians claimed tax exemption, which led to a long legal dispute and several court battles, and to this day, Killenworth remains under the ownership of the Russian delegation. As for the grounds and the interior, it's anyone's best guess if they remain intact or have been altered. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Killenworth? Did you have a favorite room or feature? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Few brands are as globally recognized as Kentucky Fried Chicken, better known as KFC. But did you know that Colonel Sanders was a real person who lived in a Victorian-era mansion? Behind the iconic bucket of crispy chicken and the unforgettable slogan, "It's finger-licking good," lies the incredible journey of Harlan Sanders, the man who turned a roadside diner into a fried chicken empire. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Harlan David Sanders was born in 1890 on a modest farm in Henryville, Indiana. Life was tough from the start. At the age of 5, his father passed away, leaving his mother to work long hours at a canning factory. As the eldest sibling, young Harlan took on the role of caretaker, learning to cook simple but hearty meals for his younger brother and sister. By the age of 7, Sanders had mastered the basics of cooking, a skill that would later change his life. He left home at 13, bouncing from one job to another. He worked as a railroad fireman, a streetcar conductor, and even a lawyer, though he lost that job after a courtroom brawl. Despite his varied career path, one thing remained constant: his knack for cooking. In 1930, during the Great Depression, Sanders opened a small service station on US Route 25 in North Corbin, Kentucky. Here he began serving meals to travelers, cooking at his own kitchen table. His fried chicken, seasoned with a blend of 11 herbs and spices, quickly gained a reputation. By 1936, Sanders' culinary success earned him the honorary title of Kentucky Colonel from the state's governor. Unhappy with the time-consuming fryer process, Sanders experimented with pressure cookers in 1939. This innovation allowed him to fry chicken faster while preserving its juicy flavor. His secret recipe, finalized that same year, became the cornerstone of what we now know as KFC's original recipe. Fast forward a few years, and the nation was rapidly expanding its infrastructure. As traffic patterns shifted with the construction of Interstate 75, Sanders saw his business decline. In 1952, he began franchising his fried chicken recipe to other restaurants. His first franchisee, Pete Harmon of Salt Lake City, coined the name Kentucky Fried Chicken and introduced the bucket meal, a genius marketing move that would become synonymous with the brand. Sanders traveled across the country, sleeping in his car and pitching his fried chicken concept to restaurant owners. By 1963, there were over 600 KFC franchises in the US, making it the largest fast food operation at the time. Sanders, always dressed in his signature white suit and string tie, became the face of the brand. By 1964, the rapidly expanding business was too much for the aging colonel to handle. He sold the company to a group of investors led by John Y. Brown Jr. and Jack Massey for $2 million. The colonel remained a goodwill ambassador for the brand, continuing to promote KFC with his larger-than-life personality. In preparation for his retirement, he purchased Blackwood Hall, a 5,000-square-foot Victorian-era house in Shelby County, Kentucky. The home had originally been built back in the 1860s and had been well maintained throughout the decades. Just like the famous red and white of the KFC brand, the house too was painted white to cover its red brick facade and adorned with a red tin roof. Having grown up poor, he only wanted a house large enough for his family to visit, with room for all the grandkids to run around. We'll explore more of the grounds and outbuildings in a while, but for now let's make our way up to the porte cochere. Here we find the front door, tucked away and up a few red tile steps, similar to the flooring you would have found in KFC. Entering the colonel's residence, we step into the stair hall to find that the interior of this old Victorian-era mansion has been blended with the fashion trends of the time. From sponge paint on the walls to a grand crystal chandelier, it evokes the taste of both the mid-1900s and the mid-1800s. Several of the rooms are arranged off the stair hall, including the library, which boasts rich wood paneling. At the other end is the dining room, which is more in keeping with the Victorian-era aesthetics, though when he updated the home's HVAC, it appears the fireplace was replaced by a hutch. Heading just one room over, we find the colonel and his wife preparing food in the galley kitchen. The kitchen was eventually opened up and outfitted with state-of-the-art appliances. Let's head back into the stair hall and find the opening to the music room, which is right next to the front door. This is part of an addition the couple added onto the house, enclosing its wraparound porch. By doing so, they were able to create a large, L-shaped room which could also function as a home office that was flooded with natural light. This addition wraps all the way around to the dining room, making the drawing room the heart of the home. Though when not entertaining, the couple could be found in their living room watching television from their rockers. Colonel Sanders passed away in 1980 at the age of 90, but his legacy lives on. His image, a cheerful southern gentleman in a white suit, remains central to KFC's branding. From advertisements to product packaging, Sanders continues to personify the brand's commitment to quality and southern hospitality. KFC was one of the first American fast food chains to expand internationally, opening outlets in Canada, the UK, and Mexico by the mid 1960s. In 1987, KFC made history as the first Western fast food chain to open in China, a market that remains its largest to this day. In 1997, PepsiCo spun off its restaurant division into Yum Brands, which now oversees KFC alongside Taco Bell and Pizza Hut. Colonel Sanders' story, equal parts grit and charm, reminds us that success often comes from the unlikeliest of places. So the next time you grab a bucket of KFC, take a moment to appreciate the man behind the chicken. After all, it truly is finger-licking good. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the house and the story down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Before famous mansions such as Casa Loma loomed over the city of Toronto, there was another castle that claimed the title of the area's largest residence. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the Lost Benvenuto. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In the 1880s, Toronto was experiencing a major economic boom. The city's population had nearly tripled over the previous decades as jobs and industry rapidly excelled. During this time, the city looked to the future, incorporating the latest technology into urban planning, including running both electric and telephone lines, paving the streets with asphalt, and introducing trolleys to carry residents all over town. It was in this environment that wealthy landowner and real estate developer Simeon Jain set out to build his dream house. He chose a prime lot along Avenue Road at the intersection of modern-day Edmond Road, where the hill jutted up just high enough to offer sweeping views of the city. At the base of his property, other wealthy barons of Canadian industry were building their stately residences, but the type of house Simeon had in mind would overshadow them in every way. He hired A. Page Brown, an American architect, to design for him a sprawling Richardsonian Romanesque mansion to appear as a castle on the hill, visible from downtown Toronto with uninterrupted views. The house was built from thick, rusticated limestone blocks and topped off by a fiery red clay tile roof. All about the property, the same rusticated limestone was used to create retaining walls, guest houses, and gatehouses. The gate was intricately crafted from wrought iron and illuminated by an electric lantern, welcoming guests to the property. Despite the estate's perfectly manicured gardens and imposing stone facade, the idea of being welcoming was very important to Simeon, who named his estate Benvenuto, which literally means welcome in Italian. As we make our way back up to the house, noticing the veranda sweeping out between towers, it's important to mention the house's subsequent owner, Sir William Mackenzie. William was a railroad magnate who had built Canada's second transcontinental railroad. In doing so, he not only amassed one of Canada's greatest fortunes, but for his efforts and dedication to Canada's infrastructure, he was knighted, earning him the title Sir. Even though Benvenuto was still among the largest homes in Toronto, Sir William Mackenzie had it greatly enlarged, adding this hulking section to the rear of the mansion. And staying true to the estate's namesake, he kept Benvenuto a welcoming place, hosting lavish garden parties and costume balls. Guests could be found dancing and socializing, or even on one occasion, sitting down with a fortune teller, as mysticism was all the rage in that day. Though admittedly, we did not come to the mansion for a garden party, we came here to explore the interior. Entering the house, we pass through the vestibule to arrive in the hall, where the grand staircase competes for attention against marble statues and paintings by the greats. The fireplace mantel, carved from a single piece of limestone, welcomes guests with warmth, almost overshadowing Persian rugs and a lion's skin. For the most part, the hall will feed us into each public room, starting with the music room, where we can imagine Toronto's foremost musicians performing live for parties each weekend. This leads us into the drawing room, where silk damask covers the walls and gilded plasterwork glistens on the ceiling. Just beyond the passageway, we see the fireplace in the hall where we first entered, and now that we have our bearings, we'll turn around to discover the dining room, which is clad in rich wood paneling and has been covered over by centuries-old tapestries. Though more impressive yet was the collection of ancient entablatures and architectural salvage proudly displayed on the walls of the conservatory, a warm and humid room where the fountain misted tropical plants year-round. And though the collections were nice, each owner of the house could usually be found in the billiards room, entertaining in the true spirit of the home. When Benvenuto was built back in the 1880s, it was arguably the largest house ever built in the Toronto area. But as the 1900s progressed, the city saw homes of unimaginable scale constructed, including both Casa Loma and Chorley Park, which I'll have linked at the end of this video. That being said, by the time of Sir Mackenzie's passing in 1923, the house, still large by comparison to most, was viewed mostly as outdated. It sat empty for the better part of a decade, with maintenance being ignored until it was demolished in 1932. In its place, Edmund Street was planned to run through the former estate, and a hotel, which was later converted into condos, was built on another section of the property. This particular spot in Toronto bore witness to the age of the city's rapid industrialization from a vantage point perched high up on a hill whose only reminder of that time is the rusticated limestone retaining wall of Benvenuto. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this estate? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Billions of dollars worth of lost treasure were hidden inside the walls of a Long Island estate and never found. At least, that is how the legend goes. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Knollwood, the former estate of King Zog. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Legends speak of diamonds and rubies hidden behind crumbling walls, a once grand mansion haunted by rumors of buried wealth. It is said that treasure seekers, driven by whispers of royal riches, came in the dead of night, armed with flashlights and crowbars, prying away stone and plaster in search of glittering fortune. These stories have swirled for decades around an estate called Knollwood, tucked away in the quiet greenery of Long Island. Yet the truth behind those tales may be even more astonishing than the fiction. In the early 1900s, before rumors of diamonds filled the air, Knollwood began as a lavish Gold Coast creation built for a Wall Street titan named Charles Hudson. Designed between 1906 and 1920, the mansion featured over 60 rooms, a proud double staircase leading to terraced gardens, and enough acreage to accommodate herds of prize cattle. Stately columns, handsome balustrade, and manicured lawns all announced wealth and status. It stood as a monument to an era of unbridled American prosperity when captains of industry transformed Long Island's northern shore into a playground of opulent estates. But Knollwood's most notorious resident was neither a captain of industry nor an American. His name was Ahmed Seguli, better known to the world as King Zog of Albania. Born in 1895, he rose to prominence at a whirlwind pace. Albania at the time was forging its identity in the aftermath of the Ottoman Empire's collapse in the First World War. Zog, driven by fierce ambition, became the country's youngest prime minister at 27, then president by the age of 30. Within a few years, he dismantled and overthrew the government, crowning himself king and taking the royal name Zog I. His years on the throne were a rollercoaster of intrigue, reform, and unrest. Clashes with local power brokers tested his rule, and he famously survived multiple assassination attempts, one of them at an opera house in Vienna where he reportedly returned fire on his would-be attacker. Yet this brash leadership style came to an abrupt end in 1939 when Mussolini's Italy invaded Albania. Zog, anticipating the attack, fled with his family and convoys of the Albanian treasury amounting to billions of dollars in gold and jewels, setting off on a winding journey that took him through Greece, Turkey, and beyond. After World War II, Albania fell under communist rule, sealing off any straightforward path for the king to return. For a while, King Zog resided in Egypt, hosted by the country's then monarch, King Farouk. But when political tides shifted there too, Zog sought a fresh start in the West, a new home that might serve as a base for royal ambitions, or at the very least, a comfortable exile. This is how he came to purchase Knollwood in 1951. By that point, the once magnificent mansion was already beginning to show signs of neglect, but its grandeur remained evident. Zog envisioned transforming it into a miniature kingdom. He floated plans for bringing over dozens of Albanian loyalists, perhaps even 100 or more, to establish a thriving community on the grounds. He would preside like an old-world feudal lord over farmland, gardens, and what some described as a castle-like mansion. The American press buzzed with sensational headlines, claiming he bought the estate with a bucket of diamonds, which only fed to the rumors of untold riches. Yet despite all these bold ideas, King Zog never actually moved in. Red tape at the immigration office, combined with his failing health, kept him overseas. Meanwhile, stories spread that he had hidden gold or precious gems within the mansion's walls, possibly the same treasure he had smuggled out of Albania just ahead of Mussolini's troops. Vandals and curious thrill-seekers descended on Knollwood, breaking windows, scavenging copper, and sledgehammering walls in hopes of striking it rich. Their efforts did far more damage than they ever found reward, though if anyone did find the treasure, they never said a word. By the 1950s, Knollwood was in such a perilous condition that neighbors referred to it as a haunted ruin. King Zog, stranded in Europe and never having set foot on his own American estate, finally sold it off. Not long after, safety concerns led to the demolition of most of the mansion's grand structure. All the glimmering fantasies of hidden gems and gold bars went unproven, though they persisted in local lore. Indeed, they may have fueled the building's downfall more than anything else. If you were to stumble across Knollwood's remnants today, though one should note that you should not trespass, but if you were there with permission, you would find only fragments of that gilded past. A flight of worn, vine-choked stairs, shattered pillars, and scattered chunks of marble give faint hints at what once stood. It's as though nature has gently draped a veil over the estate's darker chapters, leaving behind a kind of ruin that feels half fairy tale, half cautionary tale. King Zog himself passed away in 1961, far removed from both his former Albanian throne and the American manor that never quite became his realm in exile. And yet his name lingers, still evoking images of cloak and dagger intrigue, conspiracies, and an eccentric monarch who once hoped to transplant his court to a slice of Long Island luxury. In the end, perhaps no heap of gemstones could surpass the legend itself. A daring Balkan king who crowned himself, cast from power by Mussolini's forces, pursuing a new future in America's storied Gold Coast. The rumors of stashed riches in the walls, whether they sprang from real events or from imaginative gossip, lend drama to a saga already bursting with larger-than-life elements. And like so many legends, this one ends in evocative ruin, with just enough mystery to keep people wondering. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Do you think his treasure was really hidden on the estate, or do you think it was lost along the way while King Zog was in exile? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Seaview Terrace, famously glimpsed by millions in the classic TV series Dark Shadows as the fictional family's Collinwood, was the real-life dream home of Edson Bradley, who pulled off one of the most extraordinary moves in American architectural history. In 1923, he decided to uproot his immense Washington, D.C. mansion, often called Aladdin's Palace, and have it dismantled piece by piece, then shipped to Newport, Rhode Island, where it was reassembled and joined with another mansion to create Seaview Terrace. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring this famous Newport cottage, comparing how the rooms look today to how they did when it was first built. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1852 in New Canaan, Connecticut, Bradley was raised in comfortable circumstances. By his late 20s, Bradley had become associated with Paris Allen & Company in New York and London, which steered him toward major investments in Kentucky whiskey production. Over time, Bradley rose to prominence through his oversight of W.A. Gaines & Company, one of the country's most prosperous bourbon distillers, whose Old Crow label made him incredibly wealthy. As Bradley's fortune grew, so did his taste for spectacle and grandeur. By 1907, he had acquired a substantial property on DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C., tearing down an older house to construct what would become known as Aladdin's Palace. It was as much a private residence as it was a personal museum. Turrets, a Gothic chapel with room for 150, and a 500-seat theater were only a few of the extraordinary features. His wife, Julia Williams Bradley, frequently hosted lavish gatherings that garnered attention in society columns, and the family's events became legendary for their sheer scale and imaginative flair. In the early 1920s, however, the couple began to set their sights on Newport, a summer playground for America's elite where ostentatious cottages lined the coast. Desiring to bring his palatial Washington home along, Bradley embarked on a near impossible plan. He purchased an existing Newport estate called Seaview, an 1885 Elizabethan revival house, and decided to incorporate key pieces of his DuPont Circle mansion into its design. Starting in 1923, workers dismantled Aladdin's Palace brick by brick, beam by beam, window by window, and transported it to Rhode Island by rail and truck over 2 years. There, architect Howard Greenlee orchestrated the massive undertaking of melding the old Seaview structure with Bradley's transplanted architectural gems, including French Gothic stonework, stained glass windows dating back to the 14th and 15th centuries, and entire rooms that had already been imported from Europe to Washington decades earlier. By 1925, the new estate, appropriately named Seaview Terrace, was complete at an astonishing cost of $2 million, the modern equivalent of over $36 million. From the outside, the place evoked Old Normandy or the French Renaissance, its chalk-white stucco and limestone trim punctuated by turrets, conical roofs, and carved gables reminiscent of the famed Château de Chambord in the Loire Valley. Now, over 100 years later, the rambling mansion maintains the same aesthetic, having aged gracefully in place. While the limestone is weathered, ivy has grown up the walls, and the copper is patinaed, Seaview Terrace has gained the character that only comes with time. The grounds, though mostly an open field, are surrounded by century-old trees, only adding to the estate's charm. Within its walls were soaring spaces and richly layered decor. The Great Hall, an awe-inspiring chamber with a ceiling nearly 40 feet high, was furnished with Hispano-Moresque floor tiles, massive wrought iron chandeliers, and centuries-old tapestries. As we make our way into the house in modern day, we pass through the vestibule and swing open the heavy grills to make our way to the Great Hall. The decor has since left the space, however, the architectural elements remain in earnest. The gilding still glistens on the woodwork, and the colors continue to show brilliantly through the stained glass windows. To the far end of the Great Hall, we see 3 archways, each leading us to somewhere new. On the left, we find the grand staircase, having stood still in time and held strong in its defiance of gravity. In the central arch, we continue through the long corridor, passing below a series of groin vaults marked by Gothic tracery. From this point on, we'll float freely between the rooms, starting with the drawing room. While it may be empty today, it was once filled with centuries-old European antiques, though it has held on to its chandeliers and fireplace. Speaking of the fireplace, let's get a closer look at the upper mantle's intricate relief work, then step back once again to imagine how all of this must have appeared back in Bradley's days at Seaview Terrace. Next, we'll find a grand Jacobean hall, ornamented with fine plaster ceilings above the parquet wood floors below. The rich wood wall paneling blends seamlessly with each door-surrounded fireplace. This is the dining room. Despite the incredible woodwork, it mostly would have been covered over by tapestries, and the fireplace mantle consumed by Bradley's prized antique Chinese porcelains. As we continue wandering about, we find ourselves looking up at one of the most dazzling ceilings to be found in any private home. This is the stair hall from his former mansion in Washington, D.C., which seems almost impossible to imagine being disassembled and reassembled. When we look back through time, we gain a good sense for the true scale of the stair hall, seeing oversized chairs and cabinets barely cutting down on the circulation space. Next up is the music room, which was always intended to be painted in a creamy off-white. We can only imagine how vibrant the tapestries and floral upholstery must have appeared against the stark but elegant backdrop of the music room. The mansion continues on, with many rooms, including the solarium, which is the largest of all the rooms in the house. There are even smaller rooms as well, which are equal parts comfortable and regal. Following Mr. and Mrs. Bradley's passing, ownership of Seaview Terrace passed to the Bradleys' daughter Julie. However, as economic conditions shifted and taxes soared, she could not hold on to the mansion. She ultimately vacated in 1941, and the house briefly fell into the hands of the city of Newport due to unpaid taxes. During World War II, its colossal rooms were converted into officers' quarters, echoing a pattern seen in several other Newport mansions during wartime. After the war, Seaview Terrace began a second life as a private school. One arrangement turned it into Burnham by the Sea, a summer boarding school for girls linked to the Mary Burnham School in Northampton, Massachusetts. When classes weren't in session, the estate went through a series of temporary occupants and, at times, precarious states of upkeep. Even so, it never lost its cinematic quality. By the mid-1960s, the mansion's imposing silhouette was introduced to television audiences nationwide as Collinwood in the soap opera Dark Shadows. Legions of fans still associate its turrets with supernatural intrigue, and that pop culture aura lingers. Over the following decades, Seaview Terrace, sometimes referred to as the Carey Mansion after one of its owners, continued its pattern of shifting uses. Parts of the house were leased back to Sal Regina University, which ended its lease in 2009, returning the property back over to private ownership. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Seaview Terrace? Did you have a favorite room, or perhaps something else caught your eye? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Even though the Gilded Age officially ended in the early 1900s, for some families, that lifestyle continued well into the 1960s. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring the Elms, one of Newport's finest summer cottages. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1848, Edward Berwind was born in Philadelphia, one of several children of German immigrants, John and Augusta Berwind. He entered the United States Naval Academy at the age of 17, then served during the Franco-Prussian War and as a naval aide under President Ulysses S. Grant. This period shaped his meticulous nature. It also introduced him to influential circles at home and abroad, including the future King Edward VII. In 1875, Berwind transitioned from military service to join the coal business established by his elder brother Charles. The venture, which eventually became the Berwind White Coal Mining Company, was immensely successful, especially under Edward's leadership from 1886 until 1930. During an era without strict regulations on monopolies and before the advent of income tax, the company thrived, supplying coal to major railroads, industries, and even the U.S. Navy. By the early 1900s, Berwin's firm was one of the most influential in the nation, making him one of the wealthiest industrialists of the Gilded Age. In pursuit of both convenience and social standing, Berwin made New York City his primary residence. In 1896, he commissioned an impressive home at 828 Fifth Avenue. Unlike the elaborate French chateaus and Italian palazzi favored by many of his contemporaries, Berwin's residence was designed with more restraint by architect Nathan Clark Mellon. The interior was no less opulent. Decorated by Jules Allard & Son, it showcased French-inspired detailing, soaring ceilings, and grand reception rooms that occupied the first two floors. While many high society gatherings were held in his Manhattan townhouse, it was perhaps overshadowed by his summer cottage in Newport, Rhode Island, a magnificent estate that would become one of his lasting legacies. By the late 1890s, Edward Berwin and his wife Sarah had been summering in Newport, a favorite destination for America's elite. Their initial home proved too small for the grand events they envisioned, so Berwin commissioned esteemed architect Horace Trumbauer to design something far more impressive. Completed in 1901, the elms took inspiration from Château d'Ancière, an 18th century French chateau which we can clearly see the resemblance of when viewing this photo. Constructed at a cost of roughly $1.5 million, the modern equivalent of over $56 million, the mansion was emblematic of the Gilded Age's grandeur, reinforced with a steel frame and wrapped in limestone, not only for longevity, but also to prevent against fires. The family also embraced other emerging technology, being among the very first homes in the United States to rely solely on electricity. As for the architecture, the facade was adorned with some truly incredible artisan touches, including statuary and dazzling relief work. Even the garages and stables were finished out in the same styling, becoming Beaux-Art wonders in their own right. Usually we wait until the end to find out the fate of the mansion, but I'll let you in on that part right now. It is still standing, so heading forward, we'll see a mix of old and new photos to really gain a sense of how the estate has held up over the years. The grounds were designed to be fitting of such a grand work of architecture, with formal gardens guiding the eye past expansive lawns. Here we see tea houses and gazebos terraced above the lawn, and from another angle we find them behind a massive fountain surrounded by stone balustrade. Now had we started our tour from the street, we would have had a very different experience exploring the estate. The drive carries us along the street-facing facade, which is perhaps more restrained than the back of the house. This is where we'll find the main entrance, centered below the portico. Above the front door, we find incredibly intricate limestone relief work, perhaps a sample of what we'll find ahead. Inside, the layout featured a grand staircase, a spacious ballroom, and private living quarters. We'll enter the mansion near the top, where it is labeled Stair Hall. As we step inside, the grand, bifurcated staircase wraps up and around us. We'll take a few steps up and pass below the archway. This brings us to the gallery, clad in various types of marble with a series of concentric arches spanning from one side of the mansion to the other. Turning back, we see the front door below the grand staircase where we just entered the house. Facing the stair hall and across the gallery, we slide back pocket doors to reveal the largest room on the first floor, the ballroom. Finished out with herringbone wood floors and elaborate plasterwork, the ballroom appears almost exactly as it did over 100 years ago. On one side, this connects to the dining room, clad floor-to-ceiling in rich woodwork broken up by murals and framed artwork. Once again, it is almost as if though time stood still, with only a few changes in the furnishings. Though when the Berwins were not entertaining, they most likely would have dined in the breakfast room, which is just off the dining room. While it was great seeing the original furniture in the last picture, nothing really compares to seeing the finishes in full color. Let's go ahead and make our way back through the ballroom and head to the other end of the mansion. This old postcard shows the drawing room finished out in creamy, off-white painted wall panels with gilded furniture and decor. And surprisingly, aside from rearranging the sofas, it doesn't appear much different today. Looking back in time once again, we can see the conservatory, which is labeled as the palm room on the floor plan. By the time this postcard was illustrated, the room had already been completely redecorated. And here is how it appears today, with the statues and fountains unmoved. The last stop we'll make on this floor is the library, though it isn't the last public room in the house. To see more, let's make our way back down the gallery towards the grand staircase. Heading up to the second floor, we get an up-close look at some of the tiniest and most delicate artisan details, from the plasterwork to the metalwork. And up at the landing, we can look back to appreciate how this has aged gracefully over time. Before we continue on, let's take a quick look at the floor plan to orient ourselves, noting that we will be heading into the room opposite the stair hall. This is the sitting room, which is directly above the ballroom on the first floor. In this room is where we can imagine the family gathering for more casual conversations, or just essentially to hang out. Let's continue on to Mrs. Berwin's bedroom, which is by far the most luxurious. Not only did she have a full bathroom equipped with the latest hygiene and beauty gadgets, she also had an electric call box to order staff to her room. And speaking of staff, nearly the entire third floor was devoted to their quarters. Edward Berwin passed away in 1936 at the age of 88. His formidable fortune and properties were largely entrusted to his younger sister, Julia. By the time she passed in 1961 at the age of 96, the Elms stood as one of the last Newport mansions operated in the Gilded Age style, retaining a full staff. In the early 1960s, the estate briefly faced the threat of demolition. Fortunately, the Preservation Society of Newport County purchased the Elms in 1962, averting its destruction. Since then, the mansion has been open to the public. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Did you have a favorite room, or perhaps something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Can you imagine building a 70,000 square foot mansion just to use as a weekend getaway? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're visiting the Vanderbilt family's idle hour. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. William K. Vanderbilt was the grandson of the legendary Commodore Cornelius Vanderbilt, whose railroad empire catapulted the family into immense wealth. By the late 1800s, William sought a country retreat away from the bustling life outside of his petit chateau on Manhattan's Fifth Avenue. He already had a summer cottage in Newport, but he wanted something close that he could slip away to on a whim. Drawn by Oakdale's charm and the leisure pursuits offered by the Southside Sportsman's Club, he decided to build a cabin in the woods, so to say, on nearby Long Island. With discretion necessary to avoid inflating local property prices, he assembled an impressive 862-acre estate dense with lush forest and unspoiled ponds. In 1878, Vanderbilt commissioned renowned architect Richard Morris Hunt to create the first iteration of Idle Hour, a stunning wooden Tudor Revival mansion. Lavish gatherings, grand parties, and leisurely weekends defined life at this retreat. However, tragedy struck in 1899 when the mansion burned to the ground during the honeymoon of Vanderbilt's son, although thankfully no one was harmed. Undeterred, Vanderbilt swiftly rebuilt, determined this time to make Idle Hour entirely fireproof. He enlisted Richard Morris Hunt's son, Richard Helland Hunt, to design a new residence that would rise like a phoenix from the ashes. Completed in 1901, this second mansion became an architectural marvel crafted from red tapestry brick, sandstone, and marble, epitomizing the refined English country aesthetic. Ensuring disaster would never strike again, Vanderbilt even installed underground tunnels to supply electricity and steam heat from a separate power plant far removed from the main house. Idle Hour became a favorite spot for high society, hosting both elaborate parties and quiet weekends spent fishing and boating from Vanderbilt's private mahogany dock. The estate even boasted an indoor tennis court designed by the famed architectural firm Warren & Wetmore, featuring ivy-clad walls and cooling stone fountains, a true rarity at the time. Idle Hour's interiors exuded sophistication, showcasing intricately carved woodwork imported from France, 24-karat gold accents, and walls draped in lavish silk tapestries and velvet. The mansion featured 110 meticulously designed rooms, each space embodying Vanderbilt's taste for European luxury. Entering the mansion, we swing open the heavy double doors and step into the vestibule clad floor to ceiling in marble. Directly ahead of us, we see the view that was planned by the architect for the hall. William wanted something a bit less formal, so the barrel-vaulted ceiling was ditched in favor of exposed wood beams. As we move in closer, we get a glimpse of the grand staircase twisting beyond the arcade. We'll get a much better look at this later when we head upstairs. For now, we'll turn to the right, where we see how the architect imagined the living hall. Here, William chose to stay pretty true to the initial design. Large windows flank each wall, allowing natural light to add depth to the artisan plaster ceilings appearing to pierce the air above us. But perhaps the most eye-catching element in this room is the fireplace at the very end, which includes the bellows of a built-in pipe organ, which is hidden away behind the chimney. To the right of the fireplace, we find the white and gold salon, with intricate plasterwork gilded with 24-karat gold. Had we gone to the other side of the fireplace, we would have found the library with built-in bookcases crowned by intricate carvings. We're now going to make a circle around the courtyard, following the cloister all the way to the end. This leads us to the palm court, where tropical plants could be grown year-round in high humidity. The tennis courts we saw earlier extend off the back of the palm court, as well as guest rooms for William's bachelor friends. Let's take a quick look at the floor plan once again, just to orient ourselves and make our way down the other cloister back towards the main house. Once here, we find a long corridor and follow it until we see an opening beyond a Gothic screen. This leads us into the smoking room, which could also be set up as a game room and billiards room. We can imagine William hanging out here with guests, having cigars over a game of cards after a long day of fishing. Continuing down the corridor, we head back towards the hall to find the dining room as our last stop on the first floor. While this small table might look a little silly in this grand space, it could seat dozens of guests when all the leaves were fitted to the table. The centerpiece of this room was the fireplace, which featured a finely sculpted figure of Diana, the Roman goddess associated with the hunt, rendered in brilliant white marble. Finally, we've come full circle in the house, stepping back out into the hall. As promised, we'll continue towards the grand staircase to see one of the most inspired architectural wonders in the house. The newel post is crowned by a grotesque, rising proudly above intricate carvings with a centuries-old European tapestry acting as its backdrop. As we head up a few stairs, we pass behind the gargoyle and get a closer look at the incredible woodwork all around us, taking inspiration from the Jacobean style, all being composed of quartered oak. Reaching the top of the staircase, we'll take a look at the floor plan for this level before continuing on, noting that it consists primarily of just bedrooms. Just as an example of what the bedrooms look like, they were all finished out with only the most fashionable furnishings of the time, with more than enough space to spread out. After Vanderbilt's passing in 1920, Idlehour witnessed a colorful history. It briefly became a haven for bohemian artists, and even played host to notorious gangster Dutch Schultz during Prohibition. Later in 1963, the estate transitioned into an educational institution, serving as Dowling College until its closure in 2016. Despite surviving another significant fire in 1974, Idlehour today faces the ongoing threat of neglect or alteration. Thankfully, recent preservation efforts by the town of Islip have placed additional protective zoning on the property, ensuring Idlehour's historic legacy continues for future generations. Today, Idlehour remains a remarkable symbol of the grandeur of a bygone era, echoing the fascinating story of one family's ambition, their unparalleled wealth, and the captivating allure of Long Island as an idyllic weekend retreat. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Idlehour? Did you have a favorite room, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. Dodge vehicles are all over the road, but have you ever wondered how the company's founding family lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring the many mansions of Horace and Anna Dodge. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Anna Dodge's story began humbly. Born in Scotland in 1871, she arrived in Detroit as a child, alongside her widowed mother living in tenement housing. Encouraged to pursue music, she made ends meet by giving piano lessons and never imagined the heights she would one day reach. That course began to change in 1896 when she married Horace Dodge, a gifted mechanic from a modest background in Niles, Michigan. Horace, alongside his brother John, had a knack for creating quality automobile parts in a new industry brimming with promise. First they built transmissions for Oldsmobile, then ventured into a partnership with Henry Ford. That profitable alliance set the Dodges on an upward trajectory, and by 1914 they had formed their own company, Dodge Brothers, which became one of the most successful automakers in America. In 1910, with money flowing in from the Dodge brothers and Horace's shares in Ford, Horace and Anna asked architect Albert Kahn to design a mansion befitting their new status. The result was Rose Terrace, often referred to later as Rose Terrace 1. It was a grand, red sandstone house in the Detroit suburbs of Grosse Pointe Farms that overlooked Lake St. Clair. Plush gardens cascaded down to the lake, and Anna dotted them with her favorite roses. As we step inside, we arrive in the main hall, where the grand staircase sweeps out a view below a dazzling coffered ceiling. Off to the side is an ingle nook to ensure that even on the coldest of days, the family was always met with warmth from the moment they came home. Life might have seemed like a dream for the couple, hosting large parties and making lasting memories, but it was tragically short-lived. In 1920, Horace unexpectedly fell ill and passed away, leaving Anna as the sole beneficiary of an enormous fortune. Only 5 years later, she and Matilda Dodge, her sister-in-law, sold the Dodge Brothers Company for a record-setting sum of $146 million, the modern equivalent of over $2.6 billion. Already wealthy beyond imagination, Anna next purchased a remarkable Palm Beach estate in 1926 known as Playa Oriente. Its massive, Mediterranean-inspired design was the work of architect Addison Meisner, and it spanned more than 1,000 feet of oceanfront property. Playa Oriente was infamous for lavish parties long before Anna took it over. The story went that parts of the home hovered over the Atlantic during high tide, while a dramatic marble staircase led straight down to the waves. Curiously, mere weeks after acquiring this Florida showplace, Anna surprised everyone by marrying the very real estate agent who had brokered the purchase, the charismatic and much younger actor Hugh Dillman. Their party soon became legendary in Palm Beach circles, and they even hosted the Duke and Duchess of Windsor during a memorable soiree in 1941. Anna then set her sights on replacing her first Grosse Pointe mansion. She razed Rose Terrace 1 in 1931 and commissioned architect Horace Trumbauer to create an even more spectacular residence on nearly 9 acres along Lake St. Clair. The new mansion, dubbed Rose Terrace 2, was completed in 1934 after a reported $7 million outlay. Inspired by Miramar, a mansion that Trumbauer had previously designed in Newport, Rhode Island, Anna's new masterpiece was bigger and, in the eyes of many, better. It featured soaring ceilings, an opulent music room with a pipe organ originally purchased for the earlier house, and furnishings pulled from some of Europe's most storied palaces. Over the years, Anna gathered antiques once belonging to Russian empresses, English kings, and French queens, along with entire panels of wood and stone imported from across the Atlantic. A sumptuous marble staircase, a warren of servants' quarters in the attic, and extensive formal gardens overlooking the water all underlined Anna's place in the very top echelons of American society. As we head inside, we'll take a quick look at the floor plan to note how simple the layout is for a mansion of this magnitude. Swinging open the front doors, we arrive in the vestibule, passing between Ionic columns gracing a dotted marble floor. To our side, we spot the grand staircase teasing us beyond an archway. We can mosey on over there to get a better look at it. The stair hall is clad in kenstone, though the steps themselves are composed of solid marble slabs. We'll see more of this when we head upstairs. The large door under the staircase appears tiny, but I assure you that this is just because of the blown-out proportions of the room. This leads to the reception room, where Anna's guests would wait for her butler to announce she was ready to receive them. Let's turn around now and head back through the vestibule, making our way through the set of French doors in the central arch. This leads us to the white and gold music room, which could be cleared of its furnishings and converted into a ballroom at a moment's notice. To the side of the fireplace, we can follow the antehall into the formal dining room, where we can imagine a small army of servants serving each of Anna's dinner guests on silver platters and carefully setting the table with gold-plated cutlery. Though for more casual meals, she could be found dining in the breakfast room, and just to tie this image together, a favorite dish of hers was said to be fried frog legs, which probably isn't the type of food you'd imagine in such a fancy space. Now, had we traveled to the other end of the music room, we would have found the library, clad in rich wood paneling and broken up by built-in bookshelves. At the far end of the room, we see a life-size portrait of Anna dressed up as Madame Pompadour. At the other end of the library, we step out onto the loggia, which doubled as the card room. The doors would be opened in the summertime to allow for cool breezes to come off the lake. Now that we've seen all the public rooms on the first floor, let's begin making our way up to the second floor. At the stair landing, we walk around the Ionic columns, catching glimpses of an antique European tapestry hung above the grand staircase. This is a good time for us to take a look at the floor plan. We'll be heading over to the wing on the left, which was reserved for Anna and her husband. And this is a view of that hall leading to the double doors that separate the couple's wing from the rest of the second floor. Anna's bedroom was clad in salvaged wall panels with a brilliant marble fireplace mantel described to have intricate carvings. Keeping the colors of the room in mind, we can turn around to see her beds for the rare occasion when she would permit her husband to sleep in the same room as her. Anna tried really hard to fit in with high society, and even though she was never quite accepted, she started every day in her dressing room trying to look her best. And while it might take some imagination, we can see some of her private ensuite in this photo, from a solid stone tub to false wall panels concealing safes full of gold and jewels. Despite this splendor, her marriage to Hugh did not endure. They divorced in 1947, and Anna reclaimed the Dodge name. She did, however, hold on to Playa Riante, only to find that by the early 1950s, conspicuous Palm Beach real estate was not in high demand. Unable to sell the mansion, even at a bargain price that included acres of ocean-to-lake property, she attempted to donate it as a school, but with local zoning issues leading to a lost court battle, she decided to order the entire estate torn down out of spite. Eventually, Anna focused her energies almost exclusively on Rose Terrace 2, where she continued her love of art and philanthropic efforts, especially toward the Detroit Symphony Orchestra. Her personal tragedies multiplied when both of her children, Delphine and Horace Jr., passed away before her, yet she went on quietly at her palatial home, living to the remarkable age of 100. Upon her passing in 1970, Anna left behind a considerable legacy that included a major monetary gift to Detroit for the Horace C. Dodge & Son Memorial Fountain. She also bequeathed the entirety of Rose Terrace 2's music room contents to the Detroit Institute of Arts. The home itself stood empty for a few years before it was eventually demolished in 1976. Much like Playa Riante, Rose Terrace 2 vanished from the landscape, but not from memory. Between those two lost mansions and the original Rose Terrace 1, Anna Dodge's story remains a sweeping saga of a colossal fortune, lavish lifestyle, and ultimately, impermanence. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which of her mansions did you like the best, or perhaps something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. After being abandoned for nearly 40 years, you may be wondering what happened to the Kruger-Scott Mansion. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. After leaving Germany in 1853, Gottfried Kruger landed in Newark, New Jersey. His uncle John Labley co-owned a little brewery, and Gottfried started at the bottom, literally cleaning floors in wooden shoes, then gradually working his way up. By 1858, Labley and his partner split, and Labley took Gottfried along to start another brewery, and soon enough, Gottfried was made foreman. In the following years, he saved up every cent until 1865, when he partnered with a friend to purchase the old brewery. That's where the true Kruger brewing legacy began. In the early years, Kruger's operation was small, producing only around 4,000 barrels of beer a year. But he invested in new buildings, expanded his cellars, and kept up with modern equipment. By the mid-1870s, he was sole owner, and production soared to tens of thousands of barrels annually. Eventually, Kruger's rapid growth allowed him to buy or hold shares in other breweries, making him a significant figure in the Newark business scene. Like many brewers, Kruger's operations took a major hit when Prohibition started in 1920. The company barely got by making near beer and soda, but it was a struggle. Gottfried passed away in 1926, well before beer came roaring back with the end of Prohibition in 1933. That was tough timing. He never saw the legendary moment that would put his name in the history books. After Prohibition, brewery president William C. Kruger, Gottfried's son, decided to take a chance on a brand new packaging idea, the beer can. They partnered with American Can Company, which installed canning equipment on a no-risk deal. Basically, Kruger wouldn't pay if the experiment flopped. In 1935, after a small test run, Kruger's Ale and Kruger's Beer became the first in American history to be officially sold in cans, beating out bigger national rivals. It was a smash success, and more breweries quickly hopped on the can wagon. But that's getting a bit ahead. Let's back up to 1888 when Gottfried built his dream home. As mentioned, he was selling tens of thousands of beer barrels every single year, which made him among the wealthiest brewers in the country. He hired architect Henry Schultz to design for him a 10,000 square foot mansion for $250,000, the modern equivalent of about $8.3 million. The balloon frame structure was wrapped in red brick, with a tower jutting up high enough to offer 360-degree views of the city. When it was completed, it became the crown jewel of the neighborhood, where the Krugers would host legendary get-togethers. Entering the mansion, we pass through a vestibule and arrive in the hall, where we find a marble statue centered in a niche at the end, as well as a coffered ceiling soaring overhead. At the end of the hall, we can turn to find the grand staircase sweeping away below a stained glass window at the landing. But that isn't the only source of light. If we look up, above the statue is an oculus. Let's jump ahead and run upstairs to see this in more detail. At the stair landing, we find the oculus seemingly caged in by ornate metalwork, and above that is a brilliantly colored and intricately crafted stained glass dome. Let's go ahead and make our way back downstairs and turn to the room that is right next to the staircase. This is labeled the reception room, though it is among the largest rooms in the house, so I'd say it is probably the drawing room. In addition to gilded plasterwork, a polar bear skin rug, and layers of wallpaper, the ceiling is finished out with hand stenciling in vibrant colors. Across the hall from this room where we first entered, we find what was most likely the actual reception room resting at the base of the tower we saw outside. Further back in the house, we'll pass through a passageway beyond the grand staircase to find the dining room. While hand stenciling, silk wall treatments, and hand-woven rugs might steal our attention, I do want to point out the built-in hutch at the end of the room, as well as the intricate detailing found along the fireplace's upper mantel. When Gottfried passed away in 1926, the house sold to Louis Scott Roundtree, who was notably Newark's first black millionaire. Meanwhile, through the 1930s and 40s, Kruger's sales climbed, with distribution spreading across the eastern seaboard. By the early 1950s, the Newark brewery was pumping out over 1 million barrels a year, an enormous jump from the 4,000 barrels of Gottfried's early days. Despite the success, the 1950s and 60s ushered in an era of fierce competition from national brewers. Unable to keep pace with giants like Budweiser and Schlitz, Kruger was eventually sold in 1961, and the Newark plant was closed. Production moved to another facility outside of New Jersey, and the original Kruger site was later demolished. As for the house, Louise took great care of it, using it in part for her beauty school in the meticulously maintained first floor of the mansion, and she intended for its legacy to continue. Upon her passing in 1982, the mansion was left to the city with plans for it to become an African-American cultural center. However, the council refused to allocate funding for the project, which left the house in limbo. The exterior was stabilized, but the interior was left to rot. The windows were boarded up, and the property was wrapped in barbed wire, and all hope seemed lost. After sitting vacant for nearly 40 years, plans for its restoration were finally put into motion in 2020. Since then, it has been restored and reimagined as a live-and work makerspace by Makerhoods. Thankfully, the Kruger-Scott Mansion is back to being the crown jewel that it was designed to be. And just as a quick last-minute fun fact, The Kruger-Scott Mansion was used as the inspiration for the fictional Fitzcarraldo Mansion in the popular animated series Venture Bros. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this mansion? Did you have a favorite room? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Ima Hogg, born with a rather unfortunate name, overcame a lot in her lifetime. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're heading down to Texas to tour the many mansions of Ima Hogg. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Ima Hogg's story begins in 1882 when she was born as the only daughter of Sarah and Big Jim Hogg. She witnessed her father rise from district attorney to the first Texas-born governor, and by the early 1890s, young Ima was living in the Texas governor's mansion in Austin, a grand old home filled with cracked walls, rickety furniture, and a menagerie of family pets. She and her brothers helped to restore the old mansion, and when they weren't busy with chores, they could be found riding ostriches around the yard. And if you're wondering, yes, Ima Hogg was teased for her name, but from the ridicule came a rumor that she had a sister named Ura Hogg, an arguably more offensive name. The young Hoggs generally kept the stately governor's mansion lively until Big Jim's term ended in 1895. After her mother's passing in that same year, Ima took on more responsibilities, including tending her younger brothers and later caring for her ailing father. In 1899, she began studying at the University of Texas at Austin, and 2 years later, she moved to New York to hone her piano skills, and by the early 1900s, she was abroad in Europe exploring music under famed instructors. Around the late 1910s, a remarkable twist of fate changed her future. Oil was discovered on the Hogg family's Varner plantation, unleashing enough wealth to power her dreams. But her interest in Varner itself began long before the oil strike. Her father had purchased the estate back in 1901, and for Ima, its early history, stretching back to original settlers and even a brief visit from a captured Santa Ana, made the property special. By the 1950s, she was overseeing its restoration, transforming the old farmstead into a series of rooms dedicated to different chapters of Texas history. Meanwhile, Ima's pursuits in Houston were just as exciting. In the 1920s, she and her brother developed a new neighborhood called River Oaks. There, in 1927, they began building Bayou Bend, a home that would soon become Ima's masterpiece. She worked closely with an architect, making sure the residence and its sprawling gardens would highlight her growing collection of American art and antiques. By then, she had become a serious art collector, gathering early American furniture as well as modern pieces by Picasso and Matisse, among others. As her collection expanded, Bayou Bend evolved into a living museum. Heading inside, we enter the mansion in the stair hall, a room of understated beauty with wide wood plank floors and a sweeping staircase leading the eye up to a dramatic round molding. The dining room is finished out with a striking floral wall treatment, and the furniture was meant to echo early Americana. Of the more rustic rooms in the mansion is the Texas Tea Room, where she displayed some of her most prized porcelains. As we continue through Bayou Bend, we find several parlors, each with distinctive and memorable themes. This one is painted in a striking blue, with drapes and a fireplace around to match. All of the chairs are upholstered in a bright yellow, chosen to complement the painted wall panels. And if you needed a break from such a bold room, the next parlor subtly embraced green, once again echoing the earlier design trends of colonial America. In 1957, Ima gave the estate and its magnificent contents to Houston's Museum of Fine Arts. The home opened to visitors in 1966, showcasing period rooms filled with perfectly curated furniture, paintings, and decorative arts. In the following year, she also donated the Varner Hogg plantation to the state. Despite her love for art and beautiful homes, Ima's truest passion was caring for the people of Texas. She battled her own dark spells of depression, and in 1929, she opened the Houston Child Guidance Center, providing mental health counseling for children. In 1940, she used part of her late brother's bequest to form the Hogg Foundation for Mental Health at the University of Texas, championing the idea that proper care could prevent far more serious problems later. Her civic spirit led her to run for and win a seat on the Houston School Board in 1943. There she worked tirelessly to secure equal pay for teachers and introduce new art and music programs for students of all backgrounds. Along the way, she helped manage the Houston Symphony Orchestra, served on national arts committees, and advised on historically authentic White House furniture. Nicknamed Miss Ima by friends and admirers, she was often called the First Lady of Texas, being known for her grace and generosity. Ima Hogg never married, devoting her life to Texas culture and public service. She passed away in 1975, leaving behind a legacy of music, museums, philanthropic foundations, and those elegantly preserved homes. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Miss Ima's mansions? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. If you've ever treated yourself to a Hershey's chocolate bar, you can thank the vision and determination of Milton S. Hershey. He wasn't just a brilliant chocolatier, he was a dreamer who believed chocolate shouldn't be a luxury reserved only for the wealthy, and in chasing that dream, he built factories, founded a company town, and constructed a mansion known as High Point. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Milton S. Hershey was born in 1857 in rural Pennsylvania. Life wasn't easy, and he had very little formal education, but from a young age, he was determined to learn the confectionery trade. After several failed attempts at starting his own candy business, including ventures in Philadelphia, New Orleans, and New York, he finally struck gold, or caramel, when he returned home and launched the Lancaster Caramel Company in 1886. By the 1890s, his caramels were so successful that he employed over 1,000 workers across multiple factories. At the turn of the century, Hershey became fascinated with the idea of making milk chocolate affordable for everyone. He sold his booming caramel business for $1 million, an enormous sum in those days, to focus completely on chocolate. While others might have thought he was throwing away a sure thing, Hershey's gut told him that caramel was a fad and chocolate was the future. With his new fortune, Hershey purchased farmland near where he grew up, an area that would become Hershey, Pennsylvania. By 1905, the original Hershey chocolate factory was up and running, churning out America's first mass-produced milk chocolate. The factory needed workers, so Hershey built houses, shops, and entertainment facilities nearby. He famously named the main streets Chocolate Avenue and Cocoa Avenue, and the small community quickly grew into a thriving company town. And in 1906, Hershey set aside 150 acres for a community park, believing people needed recreation to thrive. Over time, that park evolved into Hershey Park, a family theme park that continues to welcome guests from all over the world. While the factory and town buzzed below, Milton and his wife Catherine built their home on a gentle rise overlooking the chocolate empire. They named it High Point to reflect its lofty views of the community. The house, made of locally quarried limestone, became a place where they hosted friends, community members, and even employees, always sharing the beauty of its surrounding gardens. Although it later served many purposes, including a country club headquarters and corporate offices, it was forever known as the Hershey's cherished hilltop retreat. As we make our way into the mansion, we'll see a mix of new and old photos to gain a better sense of how the mansion has been adapted over time. Back in Milton's day, this would have been the view as he swung open the front door. In place of a chandelier, a brazier rose towards the rotunda's oculus. While the rooms have been closed off by curtain walls, they were originally all open to the rotunda, a design feature that wasn't common when the house was built. Off to one side, we find the parlor, which had been decorated to the height of the era's fashion. The room was overflowing with artisan features, including statues and paintings to impress guests from the moment they arrived. While most of the original furnishings have since left the house, several of the parlor's key architectural elements remain intact. Continuing around the rotunda, we come across the formal dining room where curio cabinets held hundreds of pieces of crystalware. And while the curio cabinets and chandelier remain, the ceiling has lost its intricate plasterwork. Though, the Hersheys were a bit more relaxed than other families of means and entertained from their breakfast room rather often. This room has been nearly untouched by time, with its backlit stained glass panels still showing just as brilliantly as ever. There are several more public rooms on the first floor, including a massive sun porch that wraps about the mansion's facade, as well as the original billiards room, which retains its rich woodwork. As we head up to the second floor, I'll tell you the rest of the story. By 1930, High Point's first floor became the original clubhouse for Hershey Country Club, attracting golf legends like Ben Hogan and Sam Snead, as well as local families. Even then, Hershey continued to maintain a residence in the house, though he reduced his footprint to only occupying an apartment on the second floor until his passing in 1945. Milton and Catherine couldn't have children of their own, so in 1909 they founded what is now Milton Hershey School, a home and school for children in need that's still flourishing today. And when the Great Depression hit in the 1930s, Hershey kept his workers employed by funding ambitious building projects, including a grand hotel and community center. Few company towns could claim that no one lost their job during those hard years, but Hershey's commitment to his employees made it happen. Milton was defined by these big ideas: mass-producing milk chocolate, nurturing a model community, and providing educational opportunities for kids in need. High Point, that stately mansion perched above the chocolate factory, still stands as a reminder of his generosity and forward thinking. Nowadays, it houses offices for the Hershey Trust Company, a fitting homage to the philanthropic spirit that continues to shape the town and institutions he created. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about High Point? Did you have a favorite room? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the rocky fields of Manhattan, among wooden shacks and livestock, a marble mansion at modern-day Fifth Avenue and East 57th Street was built to reimagine what life could be like for New York's ultra-wealthy. Its owner, Mrs. Mary Mason Jones, was steadfast in her conviction that the city's high society would one day migrate northward to her doorstep, and to the astonishment of many, she was right. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. To understand how this improbable mansion came to be, one must go back to 1823 when Mary's father, banker John Mason, laid down a meager sum, about $10 a lot, for a stretch of rocky, largely undeveloped land between 57th and 58th Streets from Fifth Avenue over to what is now Park Avenue. When Mason passed away, a dispute over his will kept the property tangled in legal battles for 15 years, and rumor had it that in his final hours, barely conscious, he was forced into signing the fateful document. Regardless of whether these claims were exaggerated or not, the courts eventually released the inheritance to Mary in the mid-1850s, granting her control of 2 entire blocks of Manhattan real estate. Mary had already been widowed by the time she took possession of the land. She was also a formidable character in her own right, known for her aristocratic bearing and her deep ties to New York's old money crowd. Not one to be easily swayed by convention, she embarked on a plan that would shape the very skyline of Midtown. In 1867, Mary sat down with architect Robert Mook to draft a spectacular series of French-inspired residences along Fifth Avenue. While brownstones reigned supreme elsewhere, Mary wanted a light, gleaming facade that would stand out in a city awash in dark stone. She remembered the opulent chateaux of France, Fontainebleau especially, and insisted on white marble rather than the more familiar brownstone and brick. When the set of mansions was completed 2 years later, the press dubbed it Marble Row. Its French mansard roof and creamy marble walls were breathtakingly novel in post-Civil War New York. Each structure was intended to look like a coherent part of one grand design, though in reality there were several residences in the block. Occupying the prized corner house at 1 East 57th Street was Mary herself, from whose ground floor windows she could watch the city inch toward her. Indeed, society gradually pushed north from the vicinity of Washington Square and Madison Square, clearing away the rocky outcrops and dusty roads to create a new, glittering corridor of wealth. Over time, the likes of the Vanderbilts and the Astors would all become Mary's neighbors. By the end of the century, Marble Row was encircled by even grander houses, some even rivaling Mary's in splendor. But no one could deny the original Rose Place in launching a new standard of French-inspired urban palaces in Manhattan. From her marble perch, Mrs. Jones kept a keen eye on social comings and goings. Descended from an old Knickerbocker family, she believed firmly in the hierarchy of old money and wealth passed down through generations, rather than new fortunes amassed through industry or hotels. Her hallmark was exclusivity. Those accepted into her social circle took pride in attending her famed Sunday salons, which combined cultural discussion about art and literature with Mary's trademark airs of nobility. Younger socialites, desperate to claim a place among the city's most prestigious families, lined up for invitations to her receptions and balls. Mary's greatest social rivalry was with the wealthy widow, Mrs. Perrin Stevens, whose money came from her late husband's success in the hotel business. Rumor had it that she had been a maid before marrying into money, and to Mary, that source of wealth represented something short of a true aristocratic standing, and she made no secret of her disdain. She famously proclaimed that Mrs. Stevens would never be invited to step foot in Marble Row, and Mrs. Stevens in return proclaimed that she would never have gone anyways, invitation or not. This simmering hostility captured the imaginations of society gossip columns, which relished the story of one grand lady effectively drawing up the drawbridge and refusing to let a hotel keeper's wife into her fortress. Few would have guessed that fate would soon hand Mrs. Stevens an ironic turn, and let her claim the final victory in this rivalry. Mary passed away in 1891 at the age of 90, her confidence in the future of Upper Fifth Avenue fully vindicated. Not long after, the house at 1 East 57th Street was leased, then eventually purchased by none other than Mrs. Stevens. Before she moved in, she spent considerable sums redecorating its interiors in a style that one newspaper dryly described as eclectic. Gone was much of Mary's refined but restrained approach. In its place appeared heavily draped parlors and walls crowded with paintings and mirrors. For someone who had once longed for an invitation from Mary, it must have been sweet revenge to preside over the same grand spaces. Yet Mrs. Stevens would also face her share of setbacks. By the mid-1890s, her fortune was intertwined with the rise and fall of the Victoria Hotel on 27th Street, where diminishing revenues and disputes with co-managers put her in dire financial straits. The news of the hotel's failure took a steep toll on her fragile health, and in April of 1895, she passed away in the very mansion she had taken over from her greatest social rival. Next came the flamboyant, sometimes turbulent era of Hermann Ulrichs and his wife Tessie, the latter being an heiress to one of the Comstock lode fortunes. Under Tessie's watch, the house once again became a hub for glittering parties, musical performances, and fashionable gatherings. Although the mansion saw many dazzling fetes, none captured public attention quite like the wedding of William K. Vanderbilt Jr. to Tessie's sister, Virginia Fair. For that incredibly private ceremony where no pictures were allowed, Stanford White's newly built conservatory was filled with blooming fruit trees and draped in pink silk to ensure privacy, while the ballroom became a veritable rose garden. Outside, crowds of curious onlookers pressed against police barricades, causing near chaos in the eagerness to glimpse the famous couple. In the following decade, many of Mrs. Jones' once remote neighbors began moving yet further uptown. Commerce now crowded in on the mansions of Fifth Avenue below Central Park, and even the luminous Marble Row could not hold back the wave of new office buildings, department stores, and large banks. By 1918, Tessie effectively surrendered, and the New York Trust Company moved into 1 East 57th Street. For a few fleeting years, it was a bank that felt more like a genteel salon. But in a city that rebuilds itself again and again, nothing splendid lasts forever. By the close of the 1920s, real estate pressures sealed the mansion's fate. The bank announced a new skyscraper for the site, and within a year, the final fragment of Marble Row was demolished to make way for a 15-story building. Today, the corner of Fifth Avenue and East 57th Street is a hive of commerce, thronged by shoppers and tourists. Louis Vuitton's flagship stands where Mary Mason Jones once looked out on a barren expanse dotted with goats and wooden sheds. Few who passed by realized that in the late 1860s, a widowed woman of old Knickerbocker heritage took a leap of faith, championed a French architectural style in an unlikely wilderness, and won her wager that this spot would become the center of society. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. A man who sought to bring light into the world built a mansion riddled with Freemason symbolism. From obelisk and sphinx to papyrus and references to the Knights Templar, this mansion is unlike anything we've ever seen. Hi everyone, Ken here. Let's shine a light on the past and explore this house. Henry Tremaine's story unfolds against the backdrop of an electrifying new age, quite literally. In the late 1800s, Thomas Edison's incandescent lamp had changed how people lit their homes and streets, bringing an end to smoky gaslight and ushering in a modern era of well-lit brilliance. By the early 1900s, General Electric, built on Edison's inventions, had become the biggest name in the field, but despite GE's size, the demand for light bulbs was so immense that even this industrial giant couldn't keep up. That's where Tremaine came in. Born in Brownsville, New York in 1852, he studied chemistry at the University of Michigan and graduated in 1875. Perfect timing for someone who would soon dive into the rapidly growing electrical industry. In 1879, Tremaine married Emma Cruz, linking him with a family equally eager to blaze new trails in lighting. Their first success came with the Cleveland Carbon Company in 1885, producing carbon electrodes for arc lamps. Next came the Krauss-Tremaine Carbon Company in Fostoria, Ohio, and by 1897, the Fostoria Incandescent Lamp Company. Tremaine spotted an opportunity. With GE unable to meet soaring demand, smaller manufacturers who could do top-notch research and deliver quality products stood a real chance at overtaking the market if they banded together. In 1901, he and fellow businessmen, including his brother Burton and brother-in-law John, banded together to form the National Electric Lamp Company. Drawing on each other's strengths and sharing research labs, they gave GE a run for its money. Different factories kept their own names, but united under one umbrella, making it possible to pool innovations and churn out bulbs more efficiently. Their headquarters at Nela Park in Cleveland became a hub of cutting-edge lighting science, combined with a people-first attitude that Tremaine championed all his life. Meanwhile, Tremaine poured his success into building a brand new home in Cleveland Heights. Around 1914, he commissioned architect Frederick William Streibinger, famed for his eclectic style and Parisian training, to design what would become known as the Tremaine Gallagher House on Fairmont Boulevard. The exterior suggested an Italian villa meets Beaux-Arts palace, with hints of Egyptian revival in its details. The house was even fitted with gadgets that felt almost futuristic for the time. Its suspended ceilings, rheostat-controlled colored lighting, and an in-room central vacuum system were all the talk of the neighborhood. and tucked away near the back of the property is the carriage house, where the family reportedly lived while their mansion was under construction. Let's return around front and begin making our way towards the front door. This leads us to the arcaded loggia, its barrel vault decorated in exquisite detailing. Opening the double doors, we step into the entrance hall, flanked by fluted pilasters and grand pediments. Each of the main public rooms are arranged from this grand gallery, tucked away behind French doors. But before we travel to either end, let's take a moment to really appreciate the grand staircase and imagine its balustrade glistening in the flickering light of the wall sconce's electric candles. We'll see more of the staircase soon enough. For now, let's open a pair of French doors and step into the living room. One description claimed that this room was outfitted with tapestry walls between its elegant wood paneling. And up on the ceiling, the artistry continued with robust plasterwork framing twin chandeliers. To the other end of the hall, we find the dining room painted in a creamy off-white with framed murals and rounded corners. The fireplace's mantel boasts carved festoons, and an elaborate cornice frames perhaps the room's most striking feature. If we look straight up, we can see the backlit glass dome in all its glory, a monument to Tremaine's achievements and perhaps the most intricate of his creations. Of course, when the family was not entertaining, the lights would have been kept off to preserve its splendor, instead choosing to dine in the breakfast room. Even without a glass dome, the breakfast room is every bit as elegant in its own right, and comfortably scaled for day-to-day living. And during those days, you might find Mr. Tremaine reading in his study, clad with rich wood paneling and inset with glass-paned bookcases. Though perhaps the most casual of these rooms was the billiards room, where we can imagine the air thick with cigar smoke and card games stretching into the night. As promised, let's make our way back over to the grand staircase and take a closer look at a few things. Arriving at the first landing, we find a stained glass window steeped in symbolism, from Solomonic columns to carved sphinx. And as our eyes slowly drift from the landing to the domed skylight overhead, I should mention that Mr. Tremaine was not only a 32nd degree Mason, but also a Knight Templar and a member of the Alcaran Shrine according to his obituary. Perhaps that is one of the reasons we find such symbolism embedded into the details, the more subtly so in his bedroom. The owner's suite is incredibly lavish, with a dressing room including not only a fireplace, but a radiator as well. This opens out to the sleeping porch, where we find these Egyptian revival themes coming back into play, with the most bold of the papyrus forms we've seen yet, and even winged sun disk above each door. Also off the dressing room, we find the door to the couple's bathroom, with marble trim and a carved stone tub. There are several more bedrooms in the house, though none were quite as eclectic as Mr. and Mrs. Tremaine's suite. Even though the house was equipped with all the latest gadgets, there can still be too much of a good thing. Soon after they moved in, Mrs. Tremaine had a life-altering fall down the elevator shaft, and Henry's finances began to falter, with GE making up lost ground. In 1917, just a few years after construction, Tremaine sold the estate, complete with all its furnishings, to Michael Gallagher for $350,000, or the modern equivalent of about $8.6 million. Then in 1999, tragedy struck again when the house caught on fire. Firefighters rushed to the scene, and as plumes of smoke poured out the windows, all hope seemed lost. As the flames began to die down, the facade of the house, having been completely over-engineered by the architect, remained standing. And just as Tremaine had set out to bring light into the world, the sight of his stately home continues to brighten people's days. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this house? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. A colossal shingle-style mansion currently sits in limbo, its fate yet to be determined. But beyond its overgrown facade and cracking walls is the story of a man who introduced the world to pink grapefruit and revolutionized an industry. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in Buckfield, Maine in 1853, Kimball Chase Atwood grew up in modest surroundings. His father was a Baptist deacon and merchant, and the young Kimball often spent school breaks clerking in the family's general store, and though the simple life was good, he had ambitions beyond a small town. At 19, he moved to New York City in search of opportunity. His start was humble, first as a bookkeeper at a dry goods commission house, then as a cashier at a small insurance firm. Yet these early professional stops introduced him to a field in which he would soon make his name. By 1885, Atwood's ambition and life savings culminated in the co-founding of the Preferred Mutual Accident Insurance Association. Over time, it became known for introducing popular new types of accident policies and rapidly expanded its business. Atwood rose through the ranks from secretary to general manager and eventually president. While this venture provided Atwood's initial wealth, his second venture would firmly cement him as a man of broad entrepreneurial talent. In 1890, a hunting and fishing trip took him to Manatee County, Florida. Struck by the region's natural abundance, particularly its citrus, he purchased 265 acres of wild, overgrown land on the Manatee River in 1892. Over the next several years, he hired hundreds of workers to clear it and began planting tomatoes. This first cash crop proved profitable, emboldening him to try what he truly loved, grapefruit. In 1897, he and his team painstakingly planted 16,000 grapefruit trees in rows that reportedly stretched a mile each, a total of 96 linear miles of citrus. Building a quarter-mile-long pier with a packing house at its end, Atwood shipped fruit by steamer and later by rail. Known as the Atwood Grapefruit Company, this colossal grove became the largest grapefruit operation in the world, reputed to produce 80,000 boxes of fruit annually. His advertising savvy earned him customers throughout the United States and abroad, and even King George V of England famously enjoyed Atwood's grapefruit. A chance discovery of a pink variety by one of his foremen ultimately contributed to pink grapefruit's rise to international popularity. Flush with success, Atwood turned his attention to creating a grand home in northern New Jersey. In 1895, he purchased land in Oradell, which included a historic Dutch colonial farmhouse which once belonged to the Tebow family, the ancestors of football legend Tim Tebow. He razed the old structure and built a striking shingle-style mansion on Kinderkamack Road, perched high on a slope with a commanding view of the Hackensack Valley. Naming it Northland, he spared no expense. Newspapers of the era hailed it as one of the most impressive homes in the region. Designed by Patterson architect Fred Wesley Wentworth, the mansion featured imposing gables, conical roof towers, and a sweeping lawn that cascaded toward the main road. Inside were lavish woodwork, onyx fireplaces, and a dedicated art gallery, all sumptuously tailored to the Gilded Age grandeur Atwood enjoyed. He sold Northland in 1926 to a second prominent family, the Blovelts. Over time, the property took on the name Atwood Blowelt Mansion. After its sale, Atwood still oversaw his grapefruit interest in Florida, maintained his position in insurance, and continued to be recognized as a dynamic, charitable figure. With so much going on in his life, he had little need for a grand estate and preferred apartment living up north. Interestingly, the site of his Riverside Drive apartment had previously been the residence of Samuel G. Bain, which we explored in more detail in this video, which I'll have linked at the end of this one. He passed away there in 1934, leaving behind a reputation as both a pioneer of accident insurance and a driving force in popularizing grapefruit as a commercial crop. The Atwood Blowelt Mansion, once called Northland and later Bluefield by its subsequent owner, remains perched in Oradell. Though it once hosted stylish galas and housed an illustrious art collection, after all, the carriage house next door still operates as an art museum. However, the main residence faces an uncertain fate. Currently owned by a senior care company, the mansion has deteriorated over the years. Preservationists and local community members have voiced concerns, alleging possible demolition by neglect. While the building is deemed eligible for placement on the National Register of Historic Places, formal listing has yet to be completed. For now, it stands weathering the elements, its fate in limbo, an architectural beacon of a bygone era awaiting rescue or revival. The future of his once glorious Oradell estate rests on the hope that its storied walls can still be preserved for future generations to come. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Domino's sugar packets are everywhere today, but have you ever wondered about when the company was a monopoly? What kind of incredible mansions did that wealth build, and what eventually happened to them? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering the Manhattan mansions of the Havemeyer brothers. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This episode is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America, more on them later. In the early 1800s, two German immigrant brothers, William and Frederick Havemeyer, arrived in New York City with a plan to sweeten America's future. Apprenticed in London, they carried with them the old-world knowledge of sugar refining, and in 1807, they launched their own business on Vandam Street, W&FC Havemeyer Company. It was a modest start, just two ambitious men and a gritty, hands-on process, but it planted the seed for what would become the most powerful sugar empire in the United States. As New York transformed into the nation's commercial heart, the Havemeyers' next generation followed the pulse of progress. In 1859, they moved their operations to the East River waterfront in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, then a bustling port zone, and rebranded as the Havemeyer Townsend and Company Refinery. Here they built one of the most modern sugar facilities of the time, powered by steam and geared for mass production. By the 1860s, their sugar was feeding a nation, and their wealth was beginning to rival that of New York's most storied dynasties. But for the Havemeyers, family always came first, and family meant business. The third generation, led by brothers Theodore and Henry Havemeyer, inherited not just the company name, but its future. Each took a different role in shaping the empire. Theodore, the elder by 8 years, was cerebral, cultured, and methodical. Henry was impulsive, defiant, and brilliant, a maverick in every sense. Together, they weathered one of the most catastrophic events in the company's history. In 1882, a fire destroyed the Williamsburg refinery in a blaze that cost the family $1.5 million, the modern equivalent of nearly $50 million. It could have ended the dynasty. Instead, it marked a new beginning. Rebuilding from the ashes, the brothers constructed what was at the time the largest and most advanced sugar refinery in the country. Fireproofed with brick and iron, lit with cutting-edge electric lamps, and humming with industrial energy, it became known as the Domino Sugar Refinery. The name Domino was officially trademarked in 1901, but its roots ran deeper. The name was rumored to derive from the small, individually wrapped sugar cubes the company introduced, which were stacked like dominoes. What followed was nothing short of a revolution. In 1887, Henry launched the infamous Sugar Trust, formerly known as the Sugar Refineries Company. With ruthless efficiency, he acquired and consolidated 17 of the nation's 23 major sugar refineries under one banner, driving out smaller competitors and streamlining production. 4 years later, after the courts ruled the trust illegal, Henry pivoted once again, reorganizing the business as the American Sugar Refining Company, parent company to Domino Sugar, and appointed himself chairman, with Theodore serving as president. Together, the brothers engineered a monopoly that controlled an estimated 98% of all sugar production in the United States, and in 1896, the company was among the original 12 listed on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Domino's Williamsburg plant soon became an iconic fixture of Brooklyn's skyline, towering over the waterfront and filling the air with a scent of caramelizing cane. And while their sugar empire rose, so too did their personal kingdoms. Before we begin exploring the brothers' colossal Manhattan mansions, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. Theodore built a grand brownstone mansion at Madison Avenue and 38th Street, one of the earliest Second Empire residences in New York City. Its tall mansard roof and sculpted iron gates spoke to Parisian elegance, while its interiors echoed with the strains of chamber music and family laughter. Here Theodore lived with his wife, Emily de Lucy, daughter of the Austrian consul, and their 9 children. The home was as much a salon as it was a sanctuary, filled with rare musical instruments and fine art. Theodore, who served for 25 years as the Austro-Hungarian consul general in New York and founded the U.S. Gulf Association, lived at the intersection of diplomacy, leisure, and commerce. Of the most notable rooms in his mansion was what was referred to as the Chinese Room, which was filled with Asian antiques, some dating back to hundreds of years before his time. Henry's mansion, however, was in a league of its own. In 1889, he and his second wife, Louisine, purchased land at the corner of East 66th Street and 5th Avenue on the prestigious edge of Central Park. Just to put things into perspective, his neighbors included the Mrs. Astor, and his house can be seen in what is arguably the most circulated postcard to come from that era. Designed by Charles Coolidge Hayt in the Romanesque Revival style, the granite-clad mansion looked austere to some critics from the outside, but inside, it was a riot of color, texture, and imagination. Henry and Louisine were not only collectors of art, they were tastemakers, patrons, and visionaries. The couple gave Louis Comfort Tiffany and Samuel Coleman nearly unlimited freedom and funding to design the interiors. The result was something never before seen in an American home. Iridescent mosaics shimmered in gold, pale green, and cobalt blue. Japanese silks and Chinese embroideries adorned the walls. A Tiffany chandelier inspired by Queen Anne's lace hung in the music room. And in the art gallery, the piece de resistance was the floating staircase, a golden spine cast of iron suspended by jeweled chains, tinkling with crystal fringe as one ascended. It was daring, it was surreal, it was a Tiffany masterpiece. And it was only a backdrop for their true passion, collecting. Influenced by close friend Mary Cassatt, Louisine was one of the first Americans to acquire Impressionist works. The Havemeyer collection, amassed through 33 transatlantic trips, included Rembrandts, Monets, and Degas. Their library, nicknamed the Rembrandt Room, was covered in fabric and glowing with Tiffany light. By the time Louisine passed away in 1929, she had donated more than 1,900 pieces to the Met, one of the largest gifts in its history. Much of the mansion's interior, including fireplaces, glasswork, and furniture, was saved and can still be seen at institutions like the Met and the University of Michigan Museum of Art. Even as the world around them changed, the Havemeyers held fast to their traditions. While Fifth Avenue's greatest mansions fell to apartment towers and commercial buildings, Louisine remained at 1 East 66th Street, paying astronomical property taxes, reportedly up to $100,000 a year, to preserve her way of life. But that was just a drop in the bucket, as she was known to donate millions to various charitable causes. Meanwhile, Domino Sugar continued its evolution. In 1900, the name Domino became official. By 1916, they were marketing individually wrapped sugar cubes, an innovation in both branding and practicality. The company was renamed Amstar in 1970 and underwent a series of acquisitions, eventually returning full circle and becoming Domino Foods in 2001. Domino remains the largest sugar company in the United States. Its signature yellow and white packaging still fills grocery shelves and restaurant tables, and its legacy remains deeply tied to the industrial fabric of the nation. And even though the Havemeyer brothers' mansions have since been lost to time, the impact of their legacies are still on our buildings, our museums, and even our coffee cups. They didn't just sweeten the nation, they refined it. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which of their mansions was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a special thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Make sure to check out their link in the video description and learn how you can get involved today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. How can you live beautifully both inside and out? From mansions filled with art to a life devoted to giving, one man found the perfect balance. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering the many mansions of A. Lewison. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Lewison arrived in America in 1867 with a suitcase full of ambition and just enough family connections to get a foothold. Born in Hamburg, Germany, he was raised in a wealthy, devout Jewish household where education and enterprise were taken seriously. His father Samuel, a respected merchant, had built a legacy importing bristles, feathers, and other specialty goods, and expected his sons to uphold the family name. But Lewison had no interest in simply running a feather business. America was booming, electricity was dawning, and opportunity buzzed through the air like static. At just 18 years old, he landed in New York and joined his older brothers Julius and Leonard, who had already opened a branch of the family business on John Street in Lower Manhattan. What started as a bristle and feather importing firm soon became something much more electrifying. In the late 1870s, Lewison met a young inventor named Thomas Edison and saw the future with perfect clarity. Copper, once used primarily for cookware and cheap coins, was about to become the backbone of the electric age. Unlike many traditionalists in the industry, Lewison had the foresight and nerve to stake his fortune on the underappreciated metal. He began investing heavily in copper mining, particularly in Butte, Montana, an unpolished little mining town sitting atop what became known as the richest hill on Earth. He wasn't alone for long. Together with his brothers, he transformed Lewison Brothers into one of the most powerful forces in the copper industry. They built refineries, pioneered electrolytic smelting, and invested in major mining operations in Montana, Arizona, Tennessee, and even Colombia. They established the Miami Copper Company, the Tennessee Copper and Chemical Corporation, and helped found the United Metals Selling Company alongside William Rockefeller Jr. By the 1890s, the Lewisons had earned the nickname the Copper Kings. At one point, just one of their mines was paying out $35 million a year in dividends, the equivalent of over $1 billion today. With more money than he could ever spend, Lewison declared that he had made all the money he wanted to make and turned his attention to the pleasures of life: fine art, classical music, philanthropy, and of course, palatial estates. He amassed a world-class collection of paintings, especially from the Barbizon and Impressionist schools. He adored opera, and as an amateur baritone, treated guests at his birthday parties to personal performances. He was also a vocal advocate for prison reform, public education, women's vocational training, and the arts, all while casually collecting rare books, manuscripts, and antiquities. But perhaps nothing revealed his success and fine taste quite like the houses he owned, and he certainly owned a few. In 1897, he purchased a brownstone at 9 West 57th Street in New York and spent a small fortune transforming the house from its dated 1870s exterior into a modern limestone-clad Beaux-Arts mansion with French balconies and grand interiors, which unfortunately may never have been photographed. By 1915, however, 57th Street was becoming too commercial for Lewison's taste. He commissioned renowned architect C.P.H. Gilbert to renovate 881 Fifth Avenue into his next home, a grand townhouse just across from Central Park. One newspaper reported that he spent $95,000 renovating the mansion, the modern equivalent of nearly $3 million. And from the moment you enter the home at the garden level, the price of renovations began to make sense. Heading up to the first floor, we step out into the hall where a grand marble staircase twists above us, with centuries-old tapestries hung on Kentstone walls. The ceiling of the hall is coffered until it meets a skylight soaring above the fireplace. To one side is the dining room, which has been erroneously labeled as his country house in various publications for the better part of a century. This room was clad floor-to-ceiling in richwood paneling, and if we look closely beyond the French doors, we can see natural light coming in from somewhere in the distance. This opens out to the conservatory, stretching towards the rear of the property, completely closing in what would otherwise have been a small backyard. Coming back around, we find the drawing room complete with silk wall treatments and gilded detailing glistening in the low light of 4 chandeliers. Though equally as grand, the small salon nearby embraces a more traditional French aesthetic with painted wall panels and gilded plasterwork. With 4 floors spread out over 20,000 square feet, you could stumble upon massive, formal rooms such as the library, or even cozier and more relaxed spaces such as the breakfast room where Lewison and his wife could sit and spend time with their kids. And while I wish there were more photos of the ballroom to show you, this is the only one known to exist, though it was described as having space to accommodate 400 guests, a significant number for the New York elite. As mentioned, Lewison began collecting art and had a series of galleries constructed within his house. Though finished out with similar materials to create a flow, each gallery held distinct themes within their walls. Separate from the library, the rarest and oldest books were kept in bookcases below the works of Impressionist masters, and for anything deriving from the Modernist movement, he had a separate gallery known as the Modernist Suite, which almost seems impossible for a house of such architectural literacy. And if you loved 881 Fifth Avenue, his country estate Heatherdale Farm was something out of an Edwardian fantasy. Located in Ardsley, New York, the estate spanned 356 acres and included greenhouses, a private golf course, formal rose gardens, and a 40-room mansion designed by Coulter and Westhoff. The grounds were the work of landscape architect James Leal Greenleaf, who had designed the grounds of the Lincoln Memorial. Lewison adored flowers, roses in particular, and took great pride in his horticultural competitions. He even employed a full-time gardener, Ernest Grunwald, to keep Heatherdale Farm in bloom year-round, whether on the grounds or in the greenhouses. In 1912, President Taft even visited the estate just days after his failed re-election bid, offering a glimpse into the caliber of company Lewison kept. Very little documentation remains of the interior, however, the floor plan of the first level could help us imagine how the house once appeared. Though our tour of Heatherdale will be brief, we'll start in the library looking towards the foyer, getting just a glimpse of the room's woodwork livened up by fresh flowers in each vase. Passing by the staircase, we step up into the sunroom. With rustic stone walls and exposed beams, we might imagine that the rest of the house carried on this simple but timeless appeal. Heatherdale Farm wasn't his only country escape either. Lewison built one of the finest great camps in the Adirondacks. Prospect Point wasn't just a rustic cabin, it was a luxury compound with over 24 buildings connected by covered walkways, all designed by William Coulter. The main lodge featured fieldstone fireplaces, vaulted ceilings, and views across the lake that seemed painted by nature herself. There was electricity, running water, telephones, and even a boathouse for elegant outings. It was here, at his beloved lakeside camp, that he passed away peacefully in 1938 at the age of 89. Though known for his business brilliance and extravagant homes which have all since vanished, Lewison left perhaps his most enduring legacy through philanthropy. He gave millions to cultural, educational, and humanitarian causes. He helped establish the Hebrew Shelter and Guardian Society's Pleasantville Cottage School, funded the Mount Sinai Hospital Pathology Lab, donated $300,000 to build Columbia University's School of Mines, which is known today as Lewison Hall, and perhaps most famously, he funded the construction of Lewison Stadium at City College in Harlem. Opened in 1915, it became the summer home of the New York Philharmonic and hosted affordable concerts for the everyman to experience, the likes of Gershwin, Sinatra, and Armstrong. He firmly believed art and culture should be available to everyone and often said he found more joy in giving than in getting. Judging by the impact he made, he meant every word. In the end, Lewison didn't just build a fortune, he built a legacy. He was called New York's most useful citizen, not for his wealth alone, but for how he used it. He gave generously, thought deeply, and lived beautifully, balancing business with benevolence. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which of his homes did you like the most? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, Make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. What happens when you try really hard to do the right thing, devote your time and energy to saving something you love, only to see it all slip away? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're finding out what happened to a sprawling Tudor revival mansion known as Glenridge Hall. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1868 in Vernon, Mississippi, Thomas K. Glenn moved to Atlanta as a young man and quickly rose through the ranks of the city's financial and industrial worlds. By his mid-30s, he was vice president of Georgia Railway and Electric Company, which would later become Georgia Power. He led Atlantic Steel for over a decade and served on the boards of Coca-Cola, First National Bank, and Grady Hospital. Glenn wasn't just building businesses, he was helping shape modern Atlanta. After marrying his second wife Elizabeth in 1927, Glenn commissioned the architectural firm of Cooper & Cooper to design his dream house. In the Roaring Twenties, when Atlanta's elite were building grand summer homes along West Paces Ferry Road, Glenn chose a quiet tract of secluded, rolling farmland north of the city in what is now Sandy Springs. The design for Glenridge Hall was nothing short of majestic, a 12,000 square foot Tudor Revival manor perched on the highest point of the 400-acre property. A mix of half timbering, stucco, and red brick, and completely surrounded by dense forest, the estate almost had the air of a fairy tale aesthetic. Not only was there a mansion, but there was also a caretaker's cottage which was designed to seamlessly blend in. It was given every bit as much attention as the main house, ensuring that the help lived comfortably. Wandering about the grounds, you would find several other outbuildings including a garage, and as the trees open out to a field, you would have seen cattle grazing about the dairy farm. There were several other amenities which made the house more self-sustaining, including a well house, but we didn't come here to see the estate's gritty underbelly, we came to bask in its opulence. Nearing the main entrance, we find the front door set below a brick groin vault, an indication of spaces to come, with charming details sprinkled about for the curious eye to observe. Entering the home, we arrive in the foyer, steering through an archway towards the Great Hall. The Great Hall was a marvel of a room by itself, timbered and stuccoed with soaring hammer-beam ceilings, diamond-paned windows, and arches opening up to rooms and alcoves in each direction. To the far end, we can imagine sitting down to either side of the inglenook as a fire rages in the limestone fireplace covered in Gothic tracery. To the opposite end, we spot an opening below the balcony. Let's make our way up a couple steps and pass through it. This leads us to the library, where a Jacobean ceiling soars overhead, bookcases line one wall, and French doors could be opened on the other. We'll continue exploring the house, making our way down galleries crowned by ribbed groin vaults and set with rosettes, and flanked by pointed glass pane doors. Eventually, we stumble upon the octagonal breakfast room, with seamless murals painted by famed Atlanta artist Athos Manaboni, who intended to create the feeling that you were sitting beneath an umbrella and looking out over the landscape. We'll see more of the first floor in just a little while, but for now let's go ahead and make our way up the grand staircase to see some of the rooms on the second floor. Up here we can look out over the balcony to get a better view of the Great Hall and admire the Gothic tracery and the woodwork of the hammer-beam ceiling. Then we can turn around and make our way down the second floor hall and begin opening doors. Up here we find rooms isolated in style, from the painted paneled living quarters in the southwest wing, to the more relaxed living quarters of the mansion's east wing. Soon after the home's completion, Glenn began opening his house up for various events, including gallery space for an art exhibition. He even hosted a charity musicale to benefit Wesley Hospital, in which his home was filled with hundreds of people and live music. Yet for all its grandeur, Glenridge Hall was also a family home. Glenn lived there until his passing in 1946, and the property remained in the family's care for decades. As time rolled on, Atlanta's sprawl began to encroach on the property, with developers pining to demolish the mansion for office parks and neighborhoods. Even though the family sold off most of the land, they held firmly to the house. In the 1980s, his granddaughter, Mrs. Mason, and her husband began restoring the mansion. She met with William Vanderbilt Cecil, who at the time was head of the Biltmore estate, to talk through restoration strategy. Mrs. Mason was able to get Glenridge Hall listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1982, and the house was celebrated as one of Atlanta's architectural treasures. They hosted galas, weddings, and film crews. In fact, notable titles such as Driving Miss Daisy and The Vampire Diaries were both filmed in the house. As the decades continued to roll on, the home was cared for with routine maintenance being performed to keep it in exquisite form. Rotted half-timbering had been delicately replaced, and the gardens had matured and aged in grace. By the 2010s, the interior restoration work would be called world-class, with original furnishings to top it all off. In the library, you could still find the portrait of Thomas Glenn looking out over his beloved home, and in the dining room, families continued to gather for holidays and formal meals. Even the mural in the breakfast room was painstakingly restored to appear as it did when first painted. But time and development pressure crept in. By 2015, only 80 acres remained. The property was sold, and despite public outcry and a petition with over 15,000 signatures, Glenridge Hall was demolished in 2015 to make way for Mercedes-Benz US headquarters along with a few residential developments. Despite doing everything right, Glenridge Hall could not escape the march of progress. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Glenridge Hall? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the early 20th century, when Detroit's industrial fortunes were booming and the city's wealthy elite began seeking quieter lives beyond its borders, one man helped define what that new life could look like by building a palatial estate in Grosse Pointe along the shores of Lake St. Clair. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1873, Russell was the eldest son of General Russell A. Alger, a Civil War hero, lumber magnate, U.S. Senator, and Secretary of War under President McKinley. While the senior Alger built a stately mansion in Detroit and left behind a legacy of political service, it was his son who pushed the family name into the next chapter of American industry and innovation. Alger Jr. had business in his blood. After a year of working in the lumber camps in Manistique, he was promoted to oversee timber tracts in Canada, where he met and married Marion Jarvis in 1896. By the turn of the century, Alger returned to Detroit to take on the role of treasurer at Alger Smith and Company, the family lumber firm. But he was already setting his sights beyond the timber industry. In 1903, he became one of the earliest investors and the first vice president of the Packard Motor Car Company. His influence helped persuade Packard to relocate its operations from Warren, Ohio to Detroit, forever cementing the city's identity as the motor capital. Not content with only the road, Alger also took to the skies. In 1909, he became an investor in the Wright Company, founded by the Wright brothers, and owned the first privately held commercial airplane in Detroit. At a time when flight was barely out of its infancy, Alger was already backing it. A man of action and ambition, Alger also valued home and family. He and Marion had 3 children and spent summers along Lake St. Clair in Grosse Pointe. In 1910, he hired Charles A. Platt, a rising star in architecture who had recently returned from Italy studying Renaissance gardens. Platt envisioned a home that felt like it had always belonged to the land, a harmonious blend of house and landscape. What he designed was an Italian Renaissance-style villa built on one of the highest elevations along the lake. They called it the Moorings. Constructed of solid concrete and trimmed in limestone, the house was stately but never stiff. With red tile roofs, sweeping terraces, and pergolas draped in grapevines, the residence was meant to give the impression it had been plucked from Tuscany and placed gracefully along the Michigan shoreline. And in staying true to its Renaissance inspirations, parterre gardens were planned in quiet seclusion amongst mature trees, and the lawns flowed from vast empty spaces into tight corridors of flower-lined walking paths. While the family would frequently bring their boats around to dock at the lake-facing facade, I prefer we arrive by automobile and swing around the fountain to find the main entrance. And as the car comes to a stop, we can imagine the family staff opening the doors and welcoming us into the house. Let's take a quick look at the floor plan to orient ourselves, noting that guests would have been directed straight to the Great Hall, which doubled as the reception room and living room. This was described as the soul of the place, as it welcomed each guest with sweeping views of the lake on one side and colorful tapestries on the other. In the wintertime, we can imagine a roaring fire being tended to at all hours by the help, ensuring that the Great Hall remained comfortable and welcoming. To the right side of the Great Hall, we pass around the fireplace to find the library with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filling the gaps between each window. And if we look up, we find rosettes carved into the center of each section of the coffered ceiling, with delicate relief work further emphasizing and joining each panel in a cohesive design. In later years, the wall treatments and bookshelves were removed, really opening up the 946 square foot library. However, key architectural elements remained, including the coffered ceiling and the Italian stone fireplace mantel. Now, had we traveled to the other side of the Great Hall, we would have found the dining room resplendent with tapestries draped over rich wood paneling. We can imagine the gilded coffered ceiling gently catching the light reflected from the waves just outside the windows. And before we continue on, we can take a moment to appreciate some of the other smaller details, from the mantel's relief work to how perfectly each wall panel is fitted. The dining room feeds us into the conservatory with sweeping, uninterrupted views of Lake St. Clair. Upstairs, the 6-bedroom layout for the family prioritized views and light for the women of the household. Marion and her daughters had the rooms with the sunniest exposures and the best views. The Algers hosted garden parties, swam off the boathouse landing, and entertained on the lawn. On sunny summer Sundays, guests in flowing dresses and bowler hats gathered for tea and lawn games. It was a golden era, a slice of genteel living on the American frontier of wealth and style. But it wasn't all leisure. Alger was a hard-changing businessman, and in 1921, while riding in a fox hunt at the Grosse Pointe Country Club, he was thrown from his horse not only once, but twice. The second fall left him permanently paralyzed. Though confined to a wheelchair, he remained mentally sharp and continued to manage his interest until his passing in 1930 at only 57 years old. Following his passing, Mary and Alger stayed in the house for a few more years before offering the home to the Detroit Institute of Arts in 1936. For over a decade, it functioned as a satellite branch of the museum, but by 1948 the arrangement had run its course. The house was returned to the family, and in 1949 the Algers gifted it once more, this time to the people of Grosse Pointe. The moorings became the Grosse Pointe War Memorial, dedicated to the memory of local veterans of World War II. But it wasn't just a tribute, it was a community hub. Over the years, additions were made and the formal gardens gave way to parking lots and performance halls, but the soul of the house remains. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the moorings? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. One of Long Island's largest and most unique homes once mirrored an American fantasy of French aristocracy. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering Chateau Ivor, the 1,000-acre estate of Charles Gould. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1849, Charles Gould was born in Batavia, New York, and like many Gilded Age titans, he didn't come from wealth. His early life was shaped by modest means and unexpected hardship. At just 20, he struck out on his own, heading to Buffalo in search of opportunity. He found his footing as an accountant and later became the deputy postmaster and collector of customs there. But Gould's true rise began in the world of industry. In 1891, with his life savings, he founded the Gould Coupler Company in Depew, New York, a manufacturer of railroad components that quickly became essential to the operations of the New York Central Railroad. He followed this up with the Gould Storage Battery Company in 1897, which produced batteries for everything from trains and elevators to electric farms. But Gould didn't just build products, he built empires. Through the Gould Securities Company and the Gould Realty Company, he managed substantial land holdings across New York City, including properties on Fifth Avenue. In 1907, as retail began replacing mansions along the famous avenue, Gould adapted. He commissioned Woodruff Leeming to convert his home at 714 Fifth Avenue into a commercial building that preserved the look of a private mansion. When French perfume magnate François Coty leased the building in 1910, he brought in none other than René Lalique to design a 3-story wall of Art Nouveau glass, a masterpiece that would become the building's crown jewel. Today, the preserved facade, known as the Coty Building, still hints at Gould's presence in the city's architectural legacy. But Gould's biggest architectural statement wasn't in the city, it was on Long Island. Around 1908, Gould commissioned architect John Russell Pope to design a grand estate on over 1,000 acres of prime countryside. Pope, who would go on to design the Jefferson Memorial, the National Gallery of Art, and other well-known sites, was known for blending historical European styles with American taste. For Gould, he crafted a French-inspired country house known as Chateau Ivor. It was stately, elegant, and a true reflection of the man who built it. Set on one of Long Island's highest points, Chateau Ivor stood as a 3-story Beaux-Arts manor house, complete with formal gardens laid out by the famed Olmsted brothers. Interestingly, Chateau Ivor wasn't Gould's first attempt at a country house. He had previously hired another architect, Abner J. Hayden, to design a castle-like mansion, but after a lawsuit over unpaid fees, those plans were scrapped. Pope's design proved far more timeless, even if the home itself wouldn't survive for long. As we pull around to the forecourt, there's something else you should know about the mansion. And as we make our way towards the front door, the placement of windows might lead you to believe that the rooms are somewhat small or thin, but that couldn't be further from the truth. The proportions were completely blown out, with doors and windows being greatly exaggerated in size. Inside, Gould filled the home with French antiques, imported to match the home's aristocratic flair. The mansion was a sporting retreat, a social hub, and a luxurious getaway. Gould regularly hosted hunting parties and lavish gatherings here, and escaped from the bustle of Manhattan life. The living room was the largest room on the first floor, finished out with wall panels and parquet flooring meant to match the scale of the home. It isn't until we see the room full of its original furnishings that we can grasp how truly large the space was. The dining room continued with these larger-than-life proportions, with a massive marble fireplace to anchor the room. The walls were clad with simple but refined painted paneling, avoiding the fussy details that were so popular in this time period. Now, as we make our way back out towards the gallery, we'll pass by the grand marble staircase, which has been draped with bronze banister ropes, something which would normally be informal had they not been crafted from bronze. Just on the other side of the wall is the library, with half-height bookcases skirting the interior walls below Gould's most prized French paintings. He even mixed new furniture with centuries-old pieces, giving it an air of both modernity and legacy. While there aren't any photos of the bedrooms per se, we can get a pretty good idea of what they might have looked like by viewing some of the items from his estate auction, but that is getting a bit ahead in our story. Back in Depew, Gould's legacy was unfolding with tension. In 1914, the Gould Coupler Company faced one of New York's most cataclysmic labor strikes. When Gould's new general manager enforced stricter work hours and slashed breaks, nearly 900 union workers walked out. The strike escalated into riots and a fatal military intervention. Gould's hardline stance alienated many, and despite rebuilding afterward, the incident marked a turning point in public perception. Yet Gould remained influential until the end. In 1925, he commissioned the construction of 689 Fifth Avenue, known today as the Aeolian Building, just before his passing the following year. He left behind a massive estate worth over $12 million, a fortune worth the modern equivalent of nearly $250 million. In a rather touching detail from his will, Gould set aside enough funds to take care of his dogs and horses for life, a gesture that humanized a man remembered mostly for his employees' poor working conditions. Following his passing, Chateau Ivor was sold, its contents auctioned off, and the home itself fell into a cycle of ownership changes and name changes. Despite renovations, the estate never regained its former glory, and in 1954, the house was demolished. By the 21st century, nothing remained of Gould's French fantasy, just another neighborhood of cookie-cutter houses. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this mansion? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine having dinner while your house is on fire and refusing to leave until you finish your plate. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're taking an in-depth look at Malbone Castle. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In the early 1700s, Newport, Rhode Island was a bustling center of maritime commerce. Local merchants, buoyed by privateering and the profitable triangle trade, built grand estates to showcase their fortunes. It was during this period that Colonel Godfrey Malbone arrived from Virginia and Connecticut, quickly becoming one of Newport's wealthiest citizens. In 1741, he commissioned what was widely acclaimed as one of colonial America's most magnificent mansions. George Washington himself once dined within its walls in 1756, yet the original Malbone met an abrupt end on June 7th of 1766 during an extravagant dinner party when a kitchen fire spiraled out of control. Unfazed, Malbone famously ordered, "By God, if I must lose my house, I shall not lose my dinner." The banquet continued in the formal gardens, illuminated by the glow of the blazing mansion off in the distance. At least, that is how the story goes. For decades afterward, the ruins stood as a romantic, ivy-covered landmark until 1848, when eminent New York lawyer Jonathan Prescott Hall acquired the site. Hall, descended from two Declaration of Independence signers, saw in the Malbone ruins the perfect setting for an opulent summer cottage. He entrusted Alexander Jackson Davis, a prominent Gothic Revival architect, to construct a castellated residence directly atop the old foundations. Completed in 1849, the new Malbone Castle emerges as a striking example of Victorian Gothic architecture, featuring crenellated towers, pointed arches, and intricate Gothic woodwork that captured the imagination of Newport's elite. Under Hall's direction, the estate blossomed once again. He revived Malbone's gardens, enlisting famed landscape architect Andrew Jackson Downing. The result was a sprawling, 17-acre masterpiece of winding brick paths, weeping willows, stately beech trees, and boxwood-lined walkways, a true horticultural paradise. Malbone Castle continued to evolve through successive owners, each adding their own personal touch. After Hall's death in 1862, the house passed to Henry Bedloe, a socially prominent Newport figure who undertook significant renovations. In 1875, renowned local architect Dudley Newton designed the mansion's impressive oak staircase, fireplace mantels, and exquisite interior paneling, transforming Malbone into an even grander showplace. By the early 20th century, the mansion became a cherished summer retreat for the Morris Bedloe family. Lewis Governor Morris, a distinguished descendant, infused Malbone with a sense of tradition, incorporating historic furnishings like the Gothic Revival bookcases salvaged from the Ludlow family's Shady Lawn estate along the Hudson River. Throughout the years, Malbone Castle retained whispers of colonial intrigue. Legends persisted about a secret tunnel connecting the mansion to Narragansett Bay, purportedly used by Godfrey Malbone for smuggling goods past British tax collectors. Although no definitive proof of such tunnels exists, tales of clandestine passages into hidden cellars continue to intrigue visitors and historians alike. In 1978, the Morris family generously bequeathed Malbone to the Preservation Society of Newport County, ensuring its historical significance would endure. After brief stewardship, it returned to private hands, and since that time, it has been meticulously maintained both inside and out. Stepping inside is like stepping into the past, where Gothic tracery stands alongside the grand staircase. While there have been updates to electric, plumbing, and the like, the essence of the parlor remains intact. The north parlor has been reimagined for different functions over the years, though furnishings aside, not much has changed. The dining room, true to its namesake, continues in Gothic splendor, with each of its key architectural elements having been restored. To the end of the dining room is a space we hadn't previously seen, the former butler's pantry and present-day kitchen, blending in a way so as to not flaunt the integrity of the home's aesthetic. Upstairs, the bedrooms have been given just as much attention as the public rooms. Today, Malbone Castle stands proudly as one of Newport's treasured private residences. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts on Malbone Castle? Did you have a favorite room, or perhaps something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Of the Rockefeller family's many mansions, one has been completely forgotten by time, and maybe that's because this 100-room home wasn't quite what people expected from the first billionaires in the US. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In the summer of 1910, John D. Rockefeller Jr. stood on a granite bluff in Seal Harbor, Maine, looking out over the blue waters and pine-covered islands of Mount Desert. He had just made two of the biggest decisions of his life, to step back from the family's billion-dollar oil empire and to buy a summer home where he and his wife Abby could raise their growing family in peace. That moment, high above the harbor on a windswept ledge, marked a quiet turning point for a man who had spent his early adulthood in the long shadow of his powerful father. John D. Rockefeller Jr. was born into one of the wealthiest and most scrutinized families in American history. The only son of Standard Oil's infamous co-founder John D. Rockefeller Sr., he was raised to believe that wealth came with a responsibility, a duty even, to serve the greater good. Even though his father was one of the richest men in the world, John Jr. still had chores around the house, having to earn his allowance. He was studious, devout, and painfully shy, and he never quite shared his father's appetite for ruthless business dealings. Still, he dutifully stepped into the family enterprise after graduating from Brown University in 1897. His early career saw him on the boards of Standard Oil and U.S. Steel, but the work was not a calling, it was an obligation. After a media scandal and a public relations disaster surrounding labor unrest in Colorado, Jr., who was already uncomfortable with corporate life, saw an opportunity to get out for good. He resigned from his corporate positions, quietly and permanently turning his attention to philanthropy. He would go on to donate over $500 million during his lifetime, funding everything from medical research to national parks. But in 1910, he was still learning how to be his own man. But he would never have had the courage to change course had it not been for Abby Aldrich, who was his catalyst in many ways. Raised in Providence, Rhode Island, the daughter of powerful U.S. Senator Nelson Aldrich, Abby grew up in the glow of high society and political influence. But she wasn't content to be a society wife. She was intellectually curious, artistically inclined, and as forward-thinking as John Jr. was cautious. Abby had a mischievous sense of humor, a deep love of the arts, and an instinct for using her position to uplift the overlooked. When she married John in 1901, it was more than a union of fortune and politics, it was a partnership built on shared values of helping others and a sincere affection that never seemed to fade. Their life in New York was as expected, quite grand. John built them a 9-story mansion on West 54th Street where entire floors were devoted to each of their children. Their days were filled with meetings and missions, committees and causes, but by the end of the decade, John and Abby craved something quieter, something a little further away. They founded in Seal Harbor, a humble village on Mount Desert Island, not far from the social whirl of Bar Harbor, but worlds away in temperament. Here they bought a large summer cottage named the Erie, a 65-room Tudor revival home perched dramatically above the Atlantic. To most people, it would have already seemed palatial, but to the Rockefellers, it needed a little more space. They hired architect Duncan Candler to oversee an expansion, and within a few years, the house had grown to an even 100 rooms. Despite its size, the Erie was not built to impress, it was built to embrace. The interiors were warm, unpretentious, and filled with treasures collected from the couple's travels. Things like Chinese rugs, Korean statues, and Japanese prints. Abby once wrote to her sister, playfully asking for more things from Korea to complete her little office room, a cozy space where their children could find cookies and a listening ear. Nearby, John had his own study, a place for prayer, allowance negotiations, and the occasional scolding. The house, for all its grandeur, was home. But what made the Erie so special wasn't just the architecture or the views, though those were certainly unforgettable. It was the way John and Abby lived here. Mornings began with hikes through the surrounding thousand-acre woods or horseback rides down bridle paths John had personally helped design. He believed in living simply, even when everything around him suggested otherwise. Still, their Seal Harbor estate was no small operation. In addition to the main house, the property included several outbuildings. And then of course there was the garden, a dreamscape created by Abby and the celebrated landscape architect Beatrix Ferrand. Inspired by their travels in Asia, the garden blended Eastern symbolism with local flora. Stone figures from Korea lined the spirit path. A serpentine wall made from tiles salvaged from the Forbidden City enclosed the grounds. When Abby passed away in 1948, John was devastated. He remarried quietly in 1951, but never quite recovered the sense of completeness he had with her. He died in 1960, and soon after, the Erie, now empty and oversized, was torn down by their children. Its upkeep was impractical, and the house had served its purpose. Their true legacy was rooted in the wooded paths and expansive gardens which remain to this day. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the Erie? Would this type of lifestyle appeal to you, or would you swing for something more grand if money was no object? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The Phipps family is well known for their palatial mansions in Old Westbury and in Palm Beach, but few have ever heard about Hal Phipps' homes. With rooms clad in gold and centuries-old architectural salvage, it's easy to ask ourselves what happened. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the forgotten Phipps mansions. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. At the turn of the 20th century, a young man named Henry Carnegie Phipps, better known as Hal, stepped into a world most of us only dream about. Born in 1879 in Pittsburgh, Hal was part of a newly minted American aristocracy. His father, Henry Phipps Jr., was the lifelong friend and business partner of Andrew Carnegie. Together they built Carnegie Steel, one of the most powerful industrial empires of the Gilded Age. When the company was sold to J.P. Morgan, Hal's father walked away not just with millions, but with a new sense of philanthropic purpose and a mountain of wealth to pass along. Hal grew up surrounded by the expectations of his fortune. He graduated from Yale in 1902, mingled with the right families, and when the time came, married into one of the most prominent of them all. In 1907, Hal wed Gladys Livingston Mills, the daughter of financier Ogden Mills and granddaughter of Darius Ogden Mills, a titan of California's gold rush era. Their wedding, held at her family's palatial Staatsburg estate, was covered in the social columns, and their registry reportedly tallied over $1 million in gifts. Around that same time, Hal made a fateful real estate decision. He purchased an estate from a man named William L. Stowe, a wealthy financier who had commissioned a spectacular home in the Roslyn area of Long Island, today known as Old Westbury. Designed by a young John Russell Pope, who would later become one of America's most celebrated architects, this house was something extraordinary. Built between 1900 and 1903, the home was originally known as Stowe's Mansion, but Hal and Gladys renamed it Spring Hill. Built from brick and covered over in a creamy stucco, this Beaux-Arts palace was topped off by a red tile roof. The house had been positioned on the property's highest point, propped up by a marble-clad retaining wall to separate it from the gardens below. As we make our way down the wide stairs, we can glance out beyond the balustrade to see this all come together sculpturally. Down below we find the water garden, with pea gravel paths for meandering about. As we look back towards the house, we'll note that the entire stretch of windows between the columns is the ballroom, which we'll see soon enough. As we continue down the terrace, we'll pass between life-size lion statues looking towards the sea in the distance. We could get lost in the paths that wind off into the dense forest, so I think it's about time we made our way back around front to the forecourt. Here we find the main entrance, tucked away between massive columns. Let's head inside. First we'll dive towards the rear of the house to find the 15th century hall, which doubles as the ballroom and extends from wing to wing as the largest room in the house. The room is paneled in half-hide black walnut with a Venetian red velvet brocade continuing to the coffered ceiling, and architectural salvage has been incorporated throughout, including the serpentine columns of the fireplace, which originated in a much older Italian church. To one side of the hall we find the dining room, its floor composed of a Renaissance marble mosaic. The walls and ceiling are finished out in a vibrant green, with gilded details all about. To the other side of the hall is the aptly named Gold Salon, which contains heavily gilded woodwork framing in a pale green brocade which continues from floor to ceiling. Continuing through the mansion, we come across the library, finished out in black walnut with relief work and motifs meant to evoke Venetian Renaissance. The couple expanded the estate over time, continuing renovations that made the house feel even more palatial, with more gold, more marble, and more artisan touches throughout. But Spring Hill wasn't the only architectural jewel of Hal Phipps. In Palm Beach, Florida, where the social season glittered beneath the sun, Hal and Gladys built another masterpiece, Hema. The name, a nod to the seminal phrase, "come here," reflected the home's inviting presence, though it was anything but simple. Conceived by architect Francis Hoffman Jr., who had also designed Villa Vizcaya in Miami, the home was inspired by Italian villas with interior courtyards and terraces that opened to ocean views. Hema featured additions by the famed Palm Beach architect Addison Meisner, and it had everything from saltwater pools to a gardenia garden designed for the family's white peacocks, and even a Galapagos-sized tortoise named Whitley. In time, it became one of the grandest homes on Phipps Row, a stretch of North Ocean Boulevard where many of the family's Palm Beach estates clustered together. No matter the season, the Phippses knew how to live. At Spring Hill, the summers were filled with elegant lawn parties and garden walks, and in winter, they entertained at Hema, playing polo games along the surf. When they weren't at either estate, they could be found yachting, golfing, or at Camp Chaleur, their rustic but no less exclusive fishing retreat. Hal passed away in 1953, and Gladys continued to summer at Spring Hill until her passing in 1970. But what happened next is a sobering reminder of how even the grandest homes are not immune to time. Hal and Gladys' son, Ogden Phipps, inherited Spring Hill. With his own estate nearby and facing steep taxes, over $70,000 a year just to maintain the now empty house, he made the difficult decision to raze it. In its place, the croquet lawn was converted into a helicopter pad, and the house that had once been hailed as a Renaissance palace was gone. Hema didn't fare much better. After Gladys' passing, it was sold for just $625,000 to a new owner who left it unguarded. Vandals ripped it apart. Priceless architectural details, Meisner coral stone, carved wood moldings, marble staircases were all looted or destroyed. Some ended up in Belle Glade, where an insurance company grafted salvaged fragments onto its office building. But by 1972, what was left of Hema was bulldozed. What Hal and Gladys created at Spring Hill and Hema was more than opulence. They built a lifestyle, a legacy, and for a time, they helped define what it meant to live large in America's Gilded Age and beyond. Their homes may be gone, but at least we have these photos to remember the craftsmanship and planning that went into each. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which of these houses was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. One of America's largest estates has all but been lost to time. Consuming 1,000 acres with up to 400,000 square feet of finished interiors, this is the type of quiet luxury that the likes of the Vanderbilts could only ever dream about. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering Dreamworld, the estate of Thomas W. Lawson. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In 1857, Thomas Lawson was born into a working-class Massachusetts family. By the time he was a young teenager, he had already entered the world of finance as a bank clerk in Boston. Though he never finished his formal schooling, Lawson showed an uncanny knack for stock speculation, particularly in the booming copper industry at the turn of the century. As the American copper market surged, Lawson amassed a fortune, but his career was marked by controversy from the start. He had a bad habit of promoting stocks to his vast following, and then exiting his own positions at opportune moments, leaving everyday investors exposed to ruin. Despite the questionable ethics that earned him both wealth and notoriety, Lawson became one of the richest men in the country. In 1899, he teamed up with Henry H. Rogers and William Rockefeller, high-ranking officials in Standard Oil, to form Amalgamated Copper. Their aim was to consolidate several copper mines in Butte, Montana, and dominate the market just as Standard Oil had dominated oil. Investors rushed in, only to find that the copper monopoly that had been promised to them never truly materialized. After being called out for scamming people for millions of dollars, Lawson ultimately broke ranks with his powerful backers and turned himself into a self-styled reformer. He wrote a series of exposés called Frenzied Finance, laying out his version of the underhanded deals in which he had participated. Critics insisted that Lawson's tell-all accounts were riddled with exaggerations and outright lies, but they sold widely and sealed his fame. By the early 1900s, however, Lawson's focus had shifted to a pastoral setting south of Boston. Scituate, Massachusetts was still reeling from the efforts of the Portland Gale, a brutal 1898 storm that had ravaged homes and livelihoods all along the Massachusetts coast. In 1901, Thomas and his wife Jeannie ventured through Scituate on a simple carriage ride. Something about the place caught Jeannie's eye, and Lawson, eager to please, promptly began purchasing land. Soon he launched an astonishing construction project. His initial plan called for a 350-acre estate, which he built at a cost of around $2 million, well over $75 million in today's money. With the community still reeling from the disaster, jobs appeared almost overnight, with local craftsmen, stable hands, laborers, and specialists flocking to the site. By the end of the first year, the fieldstones had all but been removed, and construction on the driveway had started, creating a blank canvas for his dreams to play out. He called it Dreamworld, and it soon encompassed 1,000 acres, an enormous swath of land for a single individual. Those acres supported a mini town of their own, and many longtime residents marveled at how Dreamworld was its own ecosystem, with dedicated housing not just for people, but also for animals of every breed. Entering the estate, we'll find the main gate and begin making our way forward. As we enter the property, the gatekeeper could direct us to wherever we are going, but we want to see it all. We'll begin heading up the drive past miles of rose bushes growing alongside the white-painted fence. Off in the distance, we start to see a few buildings coming into focus. We'll start exploring from there. As we pull over to the side of the road, we'll stop off at the fire engine house. Being that most of the buildings were covered in cedar shingles, this building proved rather useful over the years. Off to the side, we can see the windmill popping up. We can move in closer to get a better look. The estate was completely self-sufficient. Whether it was gathering electricity or purifying water, we could find a building that suits each facet of life here. The smaller building we saw below the windmill is the dovecote, where dozens of doves could be cared for. The interior, though rather simple compared to some of the buildings we were about to see, was still really comfortable for the doves. Off in the distance, we spot the water tower, which has an observatory at the top to look out over the entire property. And my oh my, what a property this was. As we continue along, we find a post office, once again emphasizing how Dreamworld really was like its own village. There is even a small hospital for taking care of Lawson's thousands of animals, and a forge where anything could be made from scratch or repaired. And this was no simple operation either, employing several men in full-time positions. I think we've seen enough of the small stuff for now. Let's make our way over to the show horse stable. The interior was refreshed with new hay daily, pampering the show horses. And as mentioned, each breed and pedigree had its own quarters, such as the stallion stable. Not too far away, we find the broodmare stables, a bit smaller but with more space for each mare. Their stalls were spacious, with plenty of room to pace about. Though the largest stable was reserved for Lawson's prized horses, those being his race horses. The building itself was estimated to have been nearing 100,000 square feet, with haylofts and reportedly apartments for workers. We can imagine the racehorses being paraded down to the racetrack one at a time as they pass the judges' stand. And each with their own jockey, we can imagine them racing around the track day after day. Getting back to the buildings, what was possibly the second largest on the property was the riding academy. It took a long time to construct and was no small feat of engineering either. The interior relied solely on steel arches to prop up the roof with no support columns of any kind, which allowed for unobstructed riding space. And with all these horses, you've probably been wondering about the smell. There was actually a sewage house and staff that took care of that. Now when I say the estate was self-sufficient, I mean everything. The poultry house supplied fresh meat and eggs, and the cattle barn supplied fresh meat and milk. There were fields for growing vegetables, and everything you would need for farm-to-table dining, and beyond horses and sustainability, the dog kennels were said to be able to house up to 200 dogs at any given moment. And in case we forgot, this wasn't just a farm, this was Lawson's home, which we haven't even seen yet. Way off in the distance, a sprawling shingle-style mansion hugs the ground with two wings protruding from its sides. This is the main house, though I should note that there were other cabins for the family scattered about the property. Each side of the house commanded its own presence, with terraced gardens and vast lawns surrounding it. The rear patio is where we can imagine the family gathering before heading out to the stables, and around to the other side, we find another sprawling veranda offering a bit more seclusion. But to enter the house, we can imagine the family's drivers pulling around to the front porch. This is where we'll hop off to and make our way towards the front door. We can take a quick look at the floor plan before heading on inside, but before we do, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. The front door opens into the main hall, where the grand staircase twists around the corner behind wood-paneled walls. Unlike many homes of this caliber, the main hall served as a flex room where the family and guests could gather for any number of occasions. This feeds straight into the dining room, where the table could be extended with leaves to hold 30 or 40 dinner guests. To the other side of the main hall, we will find the living room, and though it is the same size as the dining room, it's set for comfortable gatherings with overstuffed furniture. The conservatory connects the living room to the next wing of the house, where we can imagine passing between lush plants year-round. This brings us over to the library, which has floor-to-ceiling bookcases skirting the walls. We might also find the breakfast room, which was not actually displayed on the floor plan, as well as the billiards room, where we can imagine Lawson spending his evenings. Tragically, Lawson's wife Jeannie, the person who had been so captivated by Scituate on their first visit, passed away only a few years after the manor house was complete. She died in 1906, and her loss derailed Lawson's energy for business and innovation. Although he continued to live lavishly, it was clear his best financial days were behind him. Over time, he lost much of his fortune, and Dreamworld itself began to change. Fires and demolitions took up major sections of the estate. Some outbuildings survived by being repurposed as private residences, farm operations, or guest houses. Even the manor house, sometimes called Dreamworld Hall, became a function hall in the mid-1900s before being converted into condominium. Meanwhile, Lawson's reputation remained complex. He had once been hailed as a financial genius. He was also widely criticized for encouraging people to invest in speculative ventures that were almost designed to fail. Then in 1907, the seven-masted schooner named after him, the Thomas W. Lawson, went down off the Isle of Sicily, claiming large quantities of oil in the shipwreck. By the early 1920s, creditors were closing in. Dreamworld was no longer an unassailable symbol of his wealth, and in 1922, the estate was auctioned. Just 3 years later, in 1925, Thomas W. Lawson died in Boston at the age of 67 with little more than a few bucks to his name. In the end, Thomas W. Lawson's name endures mostly because of Dreamworld and the way it briefly transformed an out-of-the-way seaside town into a place of grandeur. Few estates of that era approached its combination of size, modern conveniences, and architectural variety. Though exact numbers might be lost to time, if one added up every house, stable, workshop, barn, kennel, greenhouse, and specialized facility on the original property, the square footage would likely have soared to hundreds of thousands, somewhere in the range of 300,000 to 400,000 square feet in total. Even now, a century later, remnants of Dreamworld show how a wealthy dreamer tried to create something monumental and nearly succeeded. The structure of the place may have changed, with many of the buildings being lost altogether, but the mark he left on Scituate remains vividly visible to anyone who looks for it. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Dreamworld? Did anything in particular stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Check out their website down below in the video description to learn how you can get involved today. And as always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Just because you have a lot of money, it doesn't necessarily mean you're good with money. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering one of Colorado's largest estates, an estate that was built through the Great Depression. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in North Carolina in 1882, Frank Kistler spent much of his youth farming. As a young man, he went to work for Texaco, learning the ropes of the oil trade. But by 1917, he felt confident enough to strike out on his own and launch Producers and Refiners Corporation, more commonly known as Parco. Within just a few years, he was riding high on financial success, with his business valued at $50 million, the modern equivalent of nearly $1 billion today. Seeking a fresh venture to match his business triumphs, in 1926 Kistler purchased what was then called Highland Ranch to the south of Denver, Colorado. The property had originally started as a small stone house that grew over time with each subsequent owner. But what Kistler had planned for the property was a complete overhaul. He would transform it into one of the most complete estates the American West had ever known. Renaming it the Diamond K Ranch, he dove headfirst into ranching, hiring staff to manage an assortment of affairs on the property. As you pulled in through the main gate, you might be wondering if there's anything more to the estate than a few shacks and dirt roads. But as you continue down that dusty trail, you spot herds of cattle off in the distance, and as we reach the other side of the gently rolling hills, sheep are spotted grazing. As we pass by the pastures, we begin to see large barns and stables dotting the landscape. Inside you might find some of Kistler's prized horses ready to be paraded about. Unlike the Gilded Age estates of the East Coast, Kistler took a more practical approach to a self-sustaining farm. His buildings, ranging from hay barns to a dairy, were far from pretentious, favoring function over form. Even the pond was left without the mark of a landscape architect maintaining the natural landscape, and the windmill was made to be as unobtrusive to the plains as possible. Even the various shops around the property were meant to be easily maintained and kept severely plain, though places like the blacksmith functioned just as well regardless of aesthetics. His workers' cottages were all lined up in neat rows, once again completely unassuming. But we didn't come here to see their homes, we came to see the manor house. Pulling through the gate, we begin to see the details for the first time since arriving. In 1929, Kistler expanded the mansion, nearly doubling the size of the original house. It was subsequently refaced to create a cohesive facade while remaining sensitive to the previous iterations of the home. In stark contrast to his bare-bones ranch, the home was professionally landscaped with balustrade-lined terraces cascading from the house. As we begin walking around it, we can get a really good look at the addition with its Tudor Revival facade. Though curiously, there are brief moments of arts and crafts intrigue scattered about, including the composition of this porch. Let's begin making our way back towards the tower, following the terraces upward. Once we get to the top, the balustrade wraps around to direct our eye towards the tower. We can now make our way up to the front door and begin exploring the incredible interiors. But before we do, we can turn around to see the view of the snow-capped mountains off in the distance. Stepping inside, we are greeted by a roaring fire to warm us up from the chilly weather just outside the door. The entry really sets the tone for the house, with intricate carvings found both on the fireplace's mantel and along the crown molding. Let's step down to the sunken living room just through the pointed archway. The living room was everything you might expect in a house of this caliber, with a grand piano and a tufted sofa taking second stage to the oversized fireplace. We can actually take a closer look at the sandstone mantel to find relief work depicting the ranch's logo. And if we remove all the furniture from the room, we can get a really good look at the herringbone wood floors. Let's continue around to the dining room, where we find it staged as it would be on any given day in the house. When Kistler was entertaining, leaves could be placed in the table and chairs could be brought out of storage to seat 16 guests. From here we'll continue our tour over to the library, where we find a rather unique construction method in the wood paneling. What almost appears as bows on the wall is a type of wood joint meant to conceal any nails from view, giving the illusion that each board has been fit together like puzzle pieces. Though not all the rooms were quite as large, the card room was more comfortably scaled for game nights, and for as grand as some of these rooms have been, the largest on the first floor is undoubtedly the solarium, which was also known as the lounge. This room served as the main entertaining space in the house, where balls and banquets could play out over its terrazzo floors. When we think of Roaring Twenties, just before the market crash, this was the height of style. Unfortunately, in the same year he kicked off these major renovations, the stock market collapsed. Like so many others, he lost millions, and his financial troubles pushed him to sell the Diamond Key Ranch in 1937. Determined to start anew, he and his family moved to Glenwood Springs, where he took over the historic Hotel Colorado, continuing his legacy of bold, entrepreneurial ventures, living well within his means for the rest of his life. As for the mansion, it went on to evolve yet again under new hands. In time, the property and surrounding lands took on the name Highlands Ranch, ultimately growing into a master-planned community. By 2010, the Highlands Ranch Metro District became the new owner, ensuring that the historic mansion remains open to the public year-round. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Highlands Ranch? Did anything about the property stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Oheka Castle, the second largest private home in the United States, stands in regal splendor on Long Island's Gold Coast. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This grand mansion was the vision of Otto Hermann Kahn, a German-born investment banker and philanthropist who rose to prominence in early 20th century New York. Kahn had achieved great success in finance, particularly in reorganizing railroad companies, which earned him immense wealth and a place among America's financial elite. With his fortune, he initially built a country estate in Morristown, New Jersey called Cedar Court, intending to join the ranks of high society there. However, Kahn found himself socially sidelined due to cultural and religious barriers. At the time, his family was not allowed to join Morristown's exclusive social clubs or golf courses. Frustrated by this exclusion and seeking a community where he and his family would be more welcome, Kahn decided to start anew. Fate also intervened in 1905 when a fire completely destroyed Cedar Court shortly after it was completed. The loss of his New Jersey mansion, combined with the social challenges he faced, prompted Kahn to embark on an ambitious quest to build an even greater home in a more accepting environment. Determined to create his own bastion of culture and hospitality, Kahn purchased over 440 acres on Long Island in 1914. The new estate would be called Oheka, an acronym of his name, Otto Hermann Kahn. Before construction even began, Kahn spent 2 years having workers reshape the very landscape. They constructed an enormous artificial hill to elevate the site, ensuring the mansion would sit on the highest point of his property with commanding views of Cold Spring Harbor and the surrounding estates. Khan was adamant that his dream home would not suffer the same fate as Cedar Court. He hired the renowned architects Delano and Aldrich to design the mansion using a modern steel and concrete structure, making it one of the first fully fireproof residential buildings in the country. Construction of Oheka Castle took place between 1914 and 1919, and the result was nothing short of astonishing. When it was completed, the Chateauesque mansion encompassed 109,000 square feet with 127 rooms, making it the largest private home in New York and second largest in the nation, surpassed only by Biltmore Estate in North Carolina. Khan spared no expense. It cost an estimated $11 million at the time, around $351 million in today's dollars. The estate was a self-contained world of luxury that required a staff of 126 servants to maintain, an almost 1-to-1 ratio of staff to rooms. Inside, Oheka Castle featured opulent amenities that rivaled the grandest palaces of Europe. There were 39 fireplaces spread throughout the manor to warm the vast rooms. A magnificent central staircase in the entry was modeled after the famed exterior staircase of France's Château de Fontainebleau, lending the home a distinctly European elegance. Khan also installed a huge ballroom measuring over 72 feet in length for lavish parties and a grand dining room with an 18-foot ceiling for formal dinners. Every inch of the interior was crafted to exude opulence and splendor, from the wood-paneled library, which even contained a hidden secret passage behind a bookshelf. The exterior of Oheka was equally spectacular. Famed landscape designers, the Olmsted brothers, were commissioned to create the gardens. They laid out formal gardens complete with terraces, 8 reflecting pools, and ornate fountains aligned on an axial plan in front of the mansion. Manicured hedges and rows of linden trees bordered the drive and walkways. Beyond the immediate gardens, the estate boasted recreational facilities that were almost unheard of for a private residence. Khan built an 18-hole private golf course on the grounds, designed by noted golf architect Seth Rayner. There were also tennis courts, an indoor swimming pool, sprawling greenhouses, orchards, stables, and even a private airstrip. In essence, Oheka Castle was a world unto itself, a place where the Khan family and their guests would want for nothing. During the 1920s, Oheka Castle became a glamorous social hub. Otto Khan, along with his wife Addie and their 4 children, used Oheka as a summer home and weekend retreat, entertaining on a grand scale. The Khans hosted elaborate soirees, musical performances, and charity events, inviting New York's high society, artists, and European nobility to experience the estate. The estate is often cited as an inspiration for the lavish fictional mansion of Jay Gatsby in F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel The Great Gatsby, which was set on Long Island's Gold Coast in the same era. The castle's reputation as a symbol of extravagant wealth and beauty was well established. In fact, by 1930, the image of Otto Khan himself, with his distinguished mustache and top hat, is said to have inspired the iconic Mr. Monopoly character, just one of the many testaments to Khan's image as one of the era's quintessential rich men. The golden years of Oheka as a private residence, however, were relatively short-lived. Otto Khan passed away in 1934, ending an era of glittering parties at the castle. After his death, the family had less use for the massive estate. Maintaining such a property was expensive, and the world was changing. The Great Depression had set in, and the opulent lifestyle of the 1920s was fading. Several years later, in 1939, Khan's widow and children sold Oheka. The once private palace then entered a period of steady decline as it cycled through different owners and purposes that were a far cry from its past grandeur. The property was sold to the New York City Sanitation Department's Welfare Fund and transformed into a retirement home for municipal sanitation workers. During World War II, the estate was further repurposed as a training school for merchant marine radio operators. By the late 1940s, Oheka's fate took another turn. In 1948, the Eastern Military Academy purchased the castle and a remaining 23-acre parcel of the estate. The Academy's tenure preserved the building from demolition, but it significantly altered the property. To suit its needs as a school, the Academy bulldozed the exquisite formal gardens and subdivided many of the elegant rooms into barrack-style quarters and classrooms. The Military Academy occupied Oheka Castle for 3 decades, but eventually it too closed its doors in 1979. After the school's closure, Oheka was left abandoned from 1979 to 1983. Those years were extremely hard on the castle. With no caretakers, the vacant building deteriorated rapidly. Rain and weather seeped in through broken windows and leaks in the roof. Paint peeled, and vandals took advantage of the solitude. In a cruel twist, the fireproof design that Khan had insisted on was put to the test repeatedly during this period. The abandoned castle became a target for arsonists and thrill-seekers, with several documented arson attempts occurring in those 4 years alone. Still, by the early 1980s, Oheka Castle was in an alarming state of disrepair. It had no functioning electricity or plumbing, and most windows and doors were gone, and graffiti covered the once grand halls. Many of Long Island's other Gilded Age mansions had been demolished by this point, and Oheka seemed perilously close to the same fate. The story of Oheka might have ended there as a forgotten ruin if not for a dramatic rescue. In 1984, a Long Island developer purchased the devastated estate. He embarked on what would become the largest private residential restoration project in U.S. history to save Oheka. The task was monumental. In the first years, workers hauled away thousands of tons of debris, some 300 dumpsters worth, to clear the building of collapsed plaster, rubbish, and overgrown vegetation. They stabilized the structure and began painstakingly recreating the details of Khan's opulent design. Using the original architectural plans and old photographs, artisans rebuilt stone balustrade and staircases, replaced or restored over 200 missing windows and doors, and repaired the roof with 4,000 new slate tiles sourced from the same Vermont quarry that Khans had used decades before. The once ruined gardens were similarly resurrected according to the Olmsted brothers' original drawings. New trees were planted to replace those lost, the reflecting pools were dug out and refilled, and fountains were restored to working order. Room by room, wall by wall, Oheka Castle was brought back to life over many years of dedicated work. By 1987, just a few years into the restoration, the mansion was stable enough to host its first post-restoration wedding on the property, an event that signaled the castle's return as a place of celebration. As more sections of the house and gardens were restored, Oheka Castle gradually regained its former glory, transforming from a derelict structure back into a breathtaking estate. Today, Oheka Castle is once again a jewel of Long Island, now operating as a luxury hotel, event space, and historic site. After decades of restoration, about 85% of the estate and its formal gardens have been fully returned to their 1920s splendor, with ongoing efforts to complete the remaining areas. The mansion has attracted major stars to utilize it as a backdrop for filming locations, including everyone from Taylor Swift to Mr. Beast, just as Oheka did in the past with stars like Charlie Chaplin. The saga of Oheka, from glory to ruin and back again, remains a compelling chapter in American architectural history, one that is thankfully still being written. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on Oheka Castle down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. At over 28,000 square feet, Rosecliff might be far from the largest of Newport's palatial summer cottages, but what it lacks in size, it more than makes up for in beauty. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Tessie Fair Ulrichs grew up amid the boomtown bustle of Nevada's Comstock Lode. Her father, James Graham Fair, had risen from humble mining beginnings to become one of the Bonanza Kings, striking it rich in gold and silver and amassing a substantial fortune. Born in 1871, Tessie spent her early years oscillating between rough mining camps and ever more luxurious homes as her father's wealth grew. But despite the opulence that would later define her life, her childhood was shaped by family turmoil. Her parents' unhappy marriage ended in divorce, marking a rocky start for a girl who would eventually become a leading figure in Gilded Age society. By her late teens, Tessie was spending summers in Newport, Rhode Island, already a favored playground for the country's wealthiest families. And it was there that she met Baltimore-born businessman Herman Ulrichs. Herman managed the American branch of the North German Lloyd steamship line, and though he was nearly 40 years old at their first meeting, Tessie, not yet 20, was instantly intrigued. In 1890, after a lavish wedding in San Francisco, Tessie moved permanently to the East Coast. Interestingly, she did not invite her father to the wedding, but he did send her a wedding gift of $1 million. Anyways, the couple soon decided that if they wanted to be part of Newport's exclusive social scene, they needed a summer cottage of their own. Alongside Tessie's sister, Virginia, who had married into the Vanderbilt family, they bought land previously owned by historian George Bancroft. In 1898, Tessie hired the renowned architectural firm McKim, Mead & White, most famously represented by Stanford White, to build a house suitable for glittering parties. Modeled loosely after the Grand Trianon at Versailles, their new home, which Tessie dubbed Rosecliff, was shaped like a giant H to accommodate grand rooms, a dramatic staircase, and spacious terraces overlooking the Atlantic. Construction took longer than Tessie liked, and she famously held her first grand party there in 1900, even though work was still ongoing. Guests danced and dined amid half-finished walls draped with flowers to hide the rough edges, and by 1902, Rosecliff was complete. Opening the front door was to step into a veritable palace, strolling between the vestibule's grand columns below double-height ceilings. As we continue through the archway, we arrive at the grand staircase sweeping out to greet us. Let's take a moment to truly admire the grand marble staircase and how its composition almost creates an outline of a heart. Though we'd be remiss not to take in the beauty of the paneling and the intricate details presented in both the frieze and the cornice. We'll see a bit more of the grand staircase in a little while, but for now let's continue on, exploring the public rooms. First we'll find the drawing room, which doubles as the ballroom, stretching a reported 80 feet long. The walls are clad in wood paneling and gilded with glittering details below an expansive ceiling mural. To the other end is a built-in pipe organ, which we can imagine bellowing in the background of a ball. From here we'll find the dining room, finished out in the Louis XVI style, with antique European tapestries framed by painted wall panels. We can take a closer look at the marble fireplace, noting that its surround matches the window surrounds, creating a sense of cohesion throughout the space. Nearby is the library, paneled in rich oak below a plaster Jacobean ceiling with large windows overlooking the cliff walk and the ocean beyond. Back towards the grand staircase is another grand salon, filled with both antiques and replicas in both its furnishings and architectural elements. Herman passed away in 1906, just a few years after Rosecliff was completed, and Tessie stayed active in Newport society, continuing to host major events at the cottage until her passing in 1926. After Tessie's son, Herman Jr., sold the Rosecliff furnishings in 1941, the mansion passed through various owners. In 1947, J. Edgar Monroe of New Orleans purchased it. He and his wife Louise spent many summers there, throwing easygoing Mardi Gras-themed parties, quite unlike Tessie's formal gatherings. In 1971, the Monroes donated Rosecliff, complete with furnishings and a sizable endowment, to the Preservation Society of Newport County. Since then, the mansion has been meticulously cared for with ongoing maintenance and restoration work. Stepping inside, you still find the grand heart-shaped staircase welcoming visitors to bask in opulence. And even though the glittering balls of the Gilded Age are bygone, the drawing room remains a reminder of those times. Today, Rosecliff is open to the public as a historic house museum where visitors can imagine the laughter and music that once filled its halls. Built by a young woman from Nevada's dusty mining camps, who became one of Newport's leading hostesses, Rosecliff is a perfectly preserved remnant of the Gilded Age at its most glamorous. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which room was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The richest family you've never heard of once owned the lion's share of America's forest. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering the many mansions of Robert Long. This is one of America's largest fortunes that was hidden in plain sight in the middle of the country. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1850, Robert Long was born in rural Kentucky, one of 9 children on his family's working-class farm. In his early 20s, he struck out west, moving to Columbus, Kansas, where an uncle of his ran a bank. There he partnered with a friend, Victor Bell, to try his hand at the hay business, but the venture failed in the tough prairie economy. As they began liquidating their assets, Long noticed something telling. Buyers eagerly snapped up the old barn lumber. He realized there was a severe shortage of lumber in the area, and seizing this opportunity, Long pivoted from hay to lumber, outmaneuvering the town's only wood supplier, with lower prices which forced the competitor to sell their business to him. What started as a small-town lumberyard in the 1870s quickly grew into a vast enterprise. He and Bell formally incorporated the Long Bell Lumber Company in Columbus with plans for rapid expansion. He reinvested profits to acquire huge tracts of timberland across the South and Midwest, built his own sawmills, and opened retail lumberyards in one town after another. By owning every step of the process, from forest to finished board, Long Bell was able to dominate the market. The timing was perfect, America was booming, and so was demand for wood. Long Bell soon became the largest privately held timber company in the world, minting Long a fortune. By 1891, with business thriving, Long moved his family to the bustling Kansas City, Missouri to be closer to railroads and new markets. It was there that the lumber baron's influence only grew, and by 1906, he personally owned hundreds of thousands of acres of pine forest and oversaw dozens of lumber yards stretching from Louisiana to the Pacific Northwest. Long's success in timber made him one of the Midwest's wealthiest industrialists, securing his place as one of the nation's richest men. Flush with success, R.A. Long began to leave a literal mark on Kansas City's skyline. In 1906, he commissioned an audacious project, a towering new headquarters for Long Bell. When the R.A. Long building opened downtown in 1907, it stood 14 stories tall, making it the city's first true skyscraper, complete with a steel frame. Even as he built upwards in the city, Long was also planning an extravagant home for his family. In 1907, he began work on an estate that would reflect his Gilded Age wealth and civic stature. Perched on a hill overlooking Kansas City's North Terrace Park, the mansion was designed by architect Henry Hoyt in the Grand Beaux-Arts fashion, with Corinthian columns and fine stonework. When it was completed in 1911, the Long family christened their 72-room palace Corinthian Hall. It reportedly cost over $1.25 million to build, making it Kansas City's first million-dollar residence, though in today's money, that would be closer to $42 million. Entering the mansion, you would step into the stair hall, clad floor-to-ceiling in stone with intricate relief work all around. The grand staircase was a work of art in and of itself, with twisting metal balustrade resting on curving polished marble. The grand salon was finished out with painted wood paneling and adorned with gilded accents, and also below an incredibly ornate plaster frieze. The dining room was designed to be reminiscent of the Louis XIV style, with antique tapestries well illuminated by electric lights. The sophisticated European motifs continue into the library, which takes on a more English flair with Jacobean ceilings and a carved wooden mantel. As the house matured, the sun porch would have had plants creeping up its trellises towards the stained glass skylights overhead. But this wasn't the only mansion Long had in the area. In fact, this was the smaller of his two main properties. Never one to think small, he soon poured his resources into an equally grand country estate for his family. In 1913, at age 63, he embarked on creating Longview Farm on nearly 1,800 acres of rolling land just outside Kansas City's limits in Lee Summit, Missouri. Over the next 18 months, an army of 200 architects, craftsmen, and laborers transformed the land into what newspapers would dub a rural Versailles. The completed Longview Farm, opened in 1914, featured a 22,000 square foot Spanish colonial-style mansion and over 50 outbuildings including horse barns, a dairy, a chapel, schoolhouse, workers' cottages, greenhouses, and even a racetrack with grandstands. Every structure was coordinated in white stucco walls and red tile roofs, presenting a harmonious vision across the estate's manicured grounds and a 20-acre lake. The scale and beauty of Longview were so spectacular that it became known as the world's most beautiful farm. Long had essentially built an entire self-sufficient village for his family and staff. His daughter Lula Long became a famous equestrian, riding the farm's show horses, and Longview stables produced championship steeds for decades. Long spared no expense in his personal passion project, one that reflected both his love of horses and his desire to create a pastoral paradise. The farm even had a philanthropic aspect. The Longs raised dairy cows there to supply safe milk for hospitalized children in Kansas City. In every sense, Longview Farm was the capstone of R.A. Long's real estate ventures, an estate as grand as any in America, born from the riches of lumber and the imagination of its owner. As the Roaring Twenties gave way to the Great Depression, Long's fortune waned. A downturn in the housing market and mounting philanthropic expenditures put a strain on Long Bell Lumber. By 1934, the company was facing bankruptcy amid the economic collapse, and in that same year, Long passed away at the age of 83, ending a remarkable life journey. In an obituary, one writer noted that despite dying less wealthy than he once was, Long had not lost the respect and admiration of his community, a tribute to his character and contributions. Indeed, Long's legacy was already cemented in the landmarks he left behind. His beloved Corinthian Hall remained, eventually converted into Kansas City's public museum so that generations could explore local history within its ornate walls. Longview Farm, after years in the family, also survived and in recent times has been beautifully restored, its mansion now serving as an event venue and its grounds forming parks, a college campus, and a historic district for the community. Even the R.A. Long building, over a century later, still stands downtown on Grand Boulevard, now a protected historic property and architectural gem of the city's skyline. From the roaring heights of Kansas City's first skyscraper to the rolling fields of an idyllic farm, Robert Long built not just an empire of wood, but a legacy of stone and civic goodwill, one that still inspires and engages people in the heartland to this day. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which of his homes was your favorite, or perhaps something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Enna's house rises from the Los Feliz Hills like a ruin rediscovered, its weathered concrete blocks catching the Californian sun in shifting patterns of shadow and light. Up close though, the ancient aura gives way to unmistakably modern intent. Hi everyone, Ken here, hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Frank Lloyd Wright completed Enna's house in 1924, harnessing his restless imagination at a moment when he was eager to move beyond the horizontal prairie houses that had made him famous in the Midwest. California's topography and climate tempted him towards fresh experiments, and the commission from Charles and Mabel Ennis offered the perfect canvas. Wright had lately immersed himself in studies of pre-Columbian architecture drawn to the mass, rhythm, and cosmic symbolism of Maya and Aztec ruins. Rather than copy their ornament, he distilled their spirit into a new construction system he called the textile block. Thousands of modular concrete units cast on site with sand and decomposed granite dug from the very hillside, each pressed with an interlocking geometric relief. When stacked together and laced with steel rods, the blocks formed walls that looked woven rather than laid, turning humble concrete into a kind of three-dimensional tapestry. More than 27,000 of these blocks were fitted into place for Ennis House, their surfaces glimmering like chipped stone in the Los Angeles light. Wright intended every surface, inside and out, to read as one continuous fabric so the pattern never stops. The living room hearth, terrace parapets, bedroom walls, even the stout chimney all carry the same motif. From a distance, the house terraces upward in deliberate stages, recalling a step pyramid and emphasizing Wright's conviction that a building should grow from its site as if it were geological. That principle of organic architecture guided every decision, orienting main rooms towards panoramic city views, carving courtyards and loggias that blur boundaries between shelter and landscape, letting filtered sunlight pour through perforated blocks so that interiors feel dappled and alive. Yet the romance of the idea met the reality of experimentation. Casting concrete by hand was slow, and minor flaws in molds or rebar placement left behind weaknesses. Cracks appeared before the house was even finished, and local earthquakes later deepened them. Water seeped into joints, smog roughened the concrete skin, and over decades, the hill itself nudged the foundations. Still, Wright adored the finished work. Some accounts have him calling it his favorite, and the house quickly stood apart from the Spanish colonial and craftsman homes that peppered 1920s Los Angeles. Visitors arriving by the winding drive first glimpse a fortress-like facade. Making their way through the gate, the viewshed opens up to reveal the city below in the valley. You're then stepping through a compressed foyer that Wright designed to heighten the drama of release into the soaring living room. There a wall of windows frames the metropolis beyond, while a monumental fireplace, its masonry indistinguishable from the surrounding walls, anchors the space like a modern hearth in a Maya temple. A half-flight higher, the dining area perches almost ceremonially, its own patterned walls rising towards a ceiling carved with skylight slots. A covered loggia carries you along the hillside, its floor flickering with the latticed shadows of perforated blocks. Bedrooms unfold in quieter rhythms, the main suite boasting mitered glass corner windows that dissolve the barrier between the interior and the vast basin panorama. Down a stair, a billiard lounge spills out onto a terrace where a 1940s swimming pool mirrors the house's blocky contours in still water, as though continuing the architecture into a liquid plane. The power of these spaces lies in their seamless choreography of solid and void, light and dark. Though nearly everything is concrete, the house never feels inert. Instead, surfaces seem to breathe with changing daylight, and the rooms coax you from intimacy to grandeur in carefully measured steps, and Hollywood soon took notice of this effect. In 1959, Ennis House played a sinister mansion in House on Haunted Hill, its textured walls doubling as ancient stone. 2 decades later, its brooding geometry helped define the dystopian future of Blade Runner. Even interior sets on the soundstage were borrowed from the block motif to lend authenticity. Appearances in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Twin Peaks, fashion shoots, and music videos followed, each reinforcing the house's uncanny ability to slide between periods and genres, just as Wright had fused antiquity and modernity in its very fabric. While cameras loved the house, engineers fretted. The 1994 Northridge earthquake and relentless winter storms left it teetering on structural failure, and by 2005, authorities deemed it unsafe, with a non-profit foundation marshalling grants and private gifts for an emergency rescue. Craftspeople cast new blocks using molds taken from surviving originals. Stainless steel pins stitched cracked walls, subterranean drains whisked runoff away from the hillside, and a concealed steel frame lent the house a spine it had always lacked. Millions of dollars and painstaking years later, Ennis House stood whole again. What endures, beyond the drama of restoration or the thrill of cinematic cameos, is the clarity of Wright's experiment, a single idea pursued to its limits. He imagined concrete, the gutter rat of building materials, raised to the dignity of sculpture. He sought a house that felt quarried from its own hill. He wanted walls that were as much ornament as structure. Ennis House fulfills those ambitions in a way that is both heroic and humanly scaled. Its pattern blocks may evoke a temple, but they also register the hands of the artisans who cast each one, the hillside soil that colors their aggregate, the sun that animates their relief. Standing before the house at dusk, when the block faces glow amber and the city lights kindle below, you sense a dialogue across millennia, ancient builders stacking stone in Yucatan, a 20th century visionary coaxing poetry from concrete, and today's caretakers safeguarding a fragile masterpiece for whatever myths Los Angeles dreams up next. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on Ennis House down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Jackie Kennedy Onassis was more than a first lady or a style icon. She was a woman of many roles and reinventions, each chapter of her life often mirrored by the home she lived in. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring Jackie's Mini Mansions. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into a special episode of This House. Jackie's story begins at a summer cottage by the Atlantic Ocean. In 1929, Jacqueline Lee Bouvier was born into East Coast high society, but all things considered, her first home was relatively humble. Known as Wildmoor, the cedar-shingled cottage in East Hampton was built in 1895 and purchased in 1910 by her paternal grandfather, Major John Bouvier Jr. Wildmoor was no palatial estate. The Bouviers fondly called it the Little House. It's the three-story shingle-style home with a broad wraparound porch, evocative of a classic Hamptons beach cottage. Jackie's parents, Janet Lee Bouvier and John Blackjack Bouvier III, brought their newborn daughter home to Wildmoor in the summer of 1929. The timing was fateful. The Wall Street crash had just devastated Blackjack's finances, so Jackie's grandparents offered the young family rent-free residence at Wildmoor until they could get back on their feet. These idyllic years on Long Island undoubtedly shaped Jackie's graceful poise and love for nature. In 1931, as the Great Depression ground on, Jackie's maternal grandparents built a new lifeline for the family, literally from the ground up in Manhattan. They invited Janet, Jack, and little Jackie to move into a brand new luxury apartment that Jackie's grandfather, James T. Lee, had just developed in New York City. While living at 740 Park Avenue, Jackie led a charmed childhood. She attended Manhattan's exclusive Chapin School for Girls and spent afternoons practicing ballet or reading in the library's window seat. The family split summers between the city and the Hamptons, notably at Lasada, a larger Bouvier estate nearby Wildmoor that Jackie's grandparents had acquired in 1925 as their big house. Lasada, an Algonquin word for place of peace, had expansive grounds where Jackie could ride horses and find peace away from city life. Those summers at Lasada were a balm during a trying time. By 1938, Janet and Jack Bouvier's marriage was faltering. In 1940, when Jackie was about 10, her parents divorced, ending the Park Avenue chapter of her life. For Jackie and her younger sister Lee, the divorce meant shuttling between two worlds, weekdays with their mother and holidays with Blackjack. But soon a new father figure and a new home would enter Jackie's life, bringing her into the orbit of Washington, D.C.'s elite and another iconic estate. In 1942, Janet Lee Bouvier married Hugh D. Auchincloss Jr., an heir to the Standard Oil fortune and a well-connected Washington banker. With this marriage, teenage Jackie gained not only a stepfather, but also a magnificent new home, Marywood, the Auchincloss family estate overlooking the Potomac River in McLean, Virginia. The blended family all settled into this Georgian revival mansion that would define Jackie's formative years. When Hugh D. Auchincloss purchased it in 1930, the estate encompassed 46 acres of rolling woodland and manicured gardens. By the time Jackie arrived in the 1940s, the property had been trimmed to about 7 acres, still a vast playground for an adventurous teen. The mansion itself spread over 23,000 square feet, with 9 bedrooms and 11 bathrooms, indoor and outdoor swimming pools, a tennis court, and numerous elegant entertaining spaces. Original 1920 features like ornate plaster moldings and marble fireplaces still adorn the rooms. Jackie later wrote about it. "I always loved it so at Marywood, so peaceful with the river and those great steep hills." Jackie spent hours riding her horses through the wooded trails on the property or playing tennis. Meanwhile, Janet Auchincloss fully embraced her role as mistress of Marywood, hosting lavish garden parties that drew political and social luminaries to the McLean home. Imagine a teenage Jackie curtsying in the grand foyer as senators, diplomats, and Georgetown socialites arrive for dinner, an early taste of the high-profile life she would later lead on a much bigger stage. Even as she lived in Virginia, Jackie's education took her far afield. She attended boarding school at Miss Porter's School in Connecticut and spent a college year abroad in Paris, but Marywood was always her home base during the 1940s. This period of her life laid the groundwork for her sophisticated, cultured persona. By the time she graduated from George Washington University in 1951, Jackie had acquired fluency in French, a débutante's polish, and the poise of someone comfortable at society's pinnacle. All of those qualities would soon be on display when she stepped onto the public stage, but first, fate intervened at a Georgetown dinner party where Jackie met a dashing young congressman named John F. Kennedy. The two began a courtship that captivated the gossip columns, and on September 12th of 1953, the two were married in what the press dubbed the Society Wedding of the Year. The nuptials took place in Newport, Rhode Island, where Jackie's now stepfather, Hugh Auchincloss, had another family stronghold, Hammersmith Farm. Hammersmith Farm was an appropriate setting for such a grand event. This rambling Victorian-era mansion, built in 1887, had been in the Auchincloss family for decades. Set on a hill overlooking Narragansett Bay, the estate boasted 28 rooms and magnificent grounds. Its gardens were designed by Frederick Law Olmsted, famed designer of New York Central Park, lending a timeless elegance to the property. On their wedding day, some 1,200 guests gathered under a huge white tent on the lawn for the reception, a scene of ladies in summer dresses and gentlemen in ties, sipping champagne amid rose gardens and ocean breezes. For Jackie, Hammersmith Farm was more than just a one-day venue, it symbolized the merging of her world with the Kennedys. After she became Mrs. Kennedy, Hammersmith remained a cherished retreat. During Jack's presidency years later, the Kennedys would often escape to Hammersmith Farm in the summers, and it earned the nickname the Summer White House. The estate's seaside privacy and Gilded Age charm provided a welcome escape from the Washington pressures. One can easily picture Jackie in a casual shift dress and big sunglasses, relaxing at Hammersmith with a view of sailboats on the bay, a rare moment of calm in a life about to become very public. With their marriage, Jack and Jackie embarked on a partnership that would shape American history. After a honeymoon in Mexico, the newly minted Senator and Mrs. John F. Kennedy set up house in Washington, D.C. Their first home together was a red brick townhouse in Georgetown's leafy network of narrow colonial-era streets. This was a rental property, a relatively modest residence built in the 1940s. For the young couple in 1953, however, it was perfect. The house had a cozy, domestic feel despite being in the middle of the capital's social whirl. Yet even as they played house on Dent Place, the Kennedys' ambitions were growing. Jack's Senate career was demanding, and Georgetown was at the heart of the social-political scene. Jackie, for her part, was learning the ropes of being a politician's wife, hosting cocktail parties, decorating tastefully on a budget, and managing the household. In late 1955, Jackie and Jack crossed the Potomac into Virginia to purchase a grand home worthy of their increasingly prominent status. They chose Hickory Hill, a historic estate in McLean not far from Jackie's childhood Marywood. Hickory Hill is an 18-room white brick mansion set on 5.6 acres of lush land dotted with old oak and hickory trees. The estate's 9 bedrooms and 14 bathrooms were more than ample for a couple trying to grow a family. The property's 5 acres gave Jack room to toss a football with friends and family, and Jackie space for her horseback riding hobby. During their brief year living there, Hickory Hill saw some important milestones. Jack, recuperating from back surgery, spent long hours in the upstairs study with aide Ted Sorensen writing what would become his Pulitzer Prize-winning book, Profiles in Courage. And for a short while, it looked like the empty nurseries might soon be filled, but the pregnancies never lasted. They sold the estate in late 1956 to someone very familiar, Jack's younger brother Bobby Kennedy. Hickory Hill stayed in the Kennedy family and soon became famous as Bobby and Ethel's boisterous household of 11 children. For Jackie, leaving Hickory Hill closed a chapter marked by both hope and sorrow. She and Jack returned to Georgetown intent on a new beginning as they prepared for the next big steps, parenthood, and as it turned out, a run for the White House. Even as their Washington residences changed, one constant for the Kennedys was Hyannisport, Massachusetts. This small seaside village on Cape Cod was the Kennedy clan's ancestral stomping ground, home to the famous Kennedy compound, where Jack's parents had a sprawling shingled house on the shore. To carve out their own space, in 1956, Jack and Jackie purchased a nearby summer home. Summers at Hyannisport were filled with sailing trips on the family's yacht, clam bakes on the beach, and tough football games on the lawn, often captured by photographers and later treasured as iconic images of Camelot. Life in Hyannisport also gave Jackie a chance to experience the tight-knit warmth of the Kennedy family. With so many siblings, in-laws, and cousins around, the compound was always buzzing with activity. Back in Washington, the late 1950s saw the Kennedys on the move again. After leaving Hickory Hill, they spent a brief stint in a smaller Georgetown townhouse, but soon upgraded to a more spacious home better suited to a man with eyes on the presidency. In 1958, Jack and Jackie purchased a classic federal-style row house on an elegant tree-lined block. This home would be the last they lived in before the White House. Politically, 3307 North Street Northwest was where Camelot's seed was planted. In January 1960, JFK stood in the parlor of his Georgetown home and announced his run for president of the United States. The home became campaign headquarters in all but name. Strategists and speechwriters came and went, and Jackie gave interviews from the floral-patterned sofa, and the rest is history. Which brings us to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, where in January of 1961, at just 31 years old, Jacqueline Kennedy moved into the White House as First Lady of the United States. The Kennedy years in the White House are often romanticized as Camelot, and indeed, Jackie approached the presidential mansion as if it were a living museum of American history, one she was determined to restore and enrich. During her nearly 3-year tenure as First Lady, Jackie left an indelible mark on the White House through a comprehensive restoration that reflected her passion for art, history, and culture. When Jackie first toured the mansion, she was dismayed. Former President Truman had completely gutted the interior and rebuilt the White House in a historically lackluster manner. The rooms felt like a jumble of styles and lacked the kind of character befitting the residence for the leader of the free world. Quote, "It would be sacrilege merely to redecorate it. It must be restored," Jackie insisted, articulating a clear vision that this was a project of scholarship, not just interior design. As First Lady, she immediately set about assembling a team and resources. She established a White House Fine Arts Committee and, with Congress's approval, created the White House Historical Association to help fund and guide the restoration. Jackie's eye for design and detail transformed the staterooms of the White House, and under her direction, period-appropriate antiques were acquired or retrieved from storage to furnish rooms like the Blue Room, Red Room, Green Room, and Lincoln Bedroom in authentic 18th and 19th century style. In February of 1962, she unveiled the fruits of her labor to the American public in spectacular fashion. She conducted a televised tour of the White House on CBS. She charmed the nation and sparked a new appreciation for historical preservation. Jackie's White House years, though among the most glamorous and impactful, were also marked by profound tragedy. On November 22, 1963, President Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, a shattering event that abruptly ended the Camelot era. 2 weeks later, after JFK's death, the young widow quietly packed up her children and moved out of the White House, leaving behind rooms she had imbued with history and elegance. Thanks to her efforts, however, the White House itself remains a living museum. She succeeded, and every First Lady since has been in some way a steward of Jackie's legacy in the People's House. Just weeks after leaving the White House, she moved with her kids into a gracious Georgetown home. Unbeknownst to many onlookers, this was actually a home with personal significance. It was the Newton Baker House, a federal-era mansion that the Kennedys had briefly rented back in the 1950s. The Newton Baker House, built in 1794, is a stately Georgetown mansion with classic federal architectural features: a Flemish bond brick facade, white woodwork, dormer windows on a gabled roof, and a graceful fanlight entry. Inside, it offered a generous layout with high-ceiling rooms and elegant mantels suited for both comfort and entertaining. Jackie set about decorating it in a warm style with a mix of family pieces, children's toys, and a touch of her signature French flair. As the world's most famous widow, Jackie became an unwitting Georgetown tourist attraction. Crowds of tourists and curiosity seekers began gathering daily outside. Sensationalist tour buses even idled out front, prompting Jackie to famously post a sign on her door that pleaded for privacy. Despite additional Secret Service protection, the situation grew intolerable. After only about 4 months, she decided to leave Washington. Jackie would soon return full circle to make a new home in New York City and take on a role far from the political spotlight. She chose an upscale apartment building at 1040 Fifth Avenue as her new home. Located on the Upper East Side across from Central Park, the building is a prestigious 17-story limestone high-rise designed in 1930 by Rosario Candela. Jackie purchased the entire 15th floor, a 14-room penthouse apartment, in 1964 for approximately $250,000. The apartment was expansive yet homey. Jackie brought into these rooms the treasured furnishings and art she had collected over the years. Some pieces even came from the White House restoration days. Unlike many jet-setters of her era, she did not decorate to impress or follow trends. As Town & Country later noted, she bought art she loved rather than as an investment. Visitors often remarked that her Fifth Avenue apartment, while undoubtedly luxurious, felt surprisingly intimate and lived in, filled with family photographs, well-worn books in several languages, and the laughter of children accompanied by the pitter-pattering of their dogs' paws. In 1968, she married shipping magnate Aristotle Onassis, becoming Jackie O, and for a time spent much of her life abroad on Onassis' private Greek island and in his homes in Paris and Athens. But she kept the New York apartment all along. It was her anchor in America. After Onassis' death in 1975, Jackie moved back full-time to 1040 Fifth Avenue and reinvented herself yet again. In the mid-1970s, she took a job as a book editor, first at Viking Press and later at Doubleday. During these New York years, Jackie also stepped into the role of a preservationist and philanthropist. Notably, from her base at 1040, she helped save one of the city's greatest landmarks, Grand Central Terminal, from demolition in 1975. Her later years were filled with such civic causes, quiet literary work, and the joys of being a grandmother. On May 19th of 1994, Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis passed away in her bedroom at 1040 Fifth Avenue, surrounded by family. She was 64. New Yorkers lined Fifth Avenue as her funeral procession passed, paying respects to the woman who had become one of the city's own. But even so, there were more houses sprinkled into her story. She and JFK would visit the Kennedys' winter home in Palm Beach, and later, in 1979, with her children grown into young adults, she indulged in a dream that harkened back to her East Hampton childhood. She purchased Redgate Farm, a 340-acre oceanfront estate on Martha's Vineyard, paying approximately $1.1 million. The land, on the island's remote southwestern end, included windswept dunes, freshwater ponds, dense woodland, and a mile of pristine Atlantic beach. It was essentially a blank canvas of extraordinary beauty for Jackie to shape into a retreat for herself and her family. On this expansive site, Jackie set about building a home that reflected her taste and values. She commissioned architect Hugh Newell Jacobson to design the main house, a Cape Cod-style cedar shingled residence of about 6,300 square feet, completed in 1981. The seal brochure lauded the estate's extraordinary legacy of art and glamour, but those who knew Jackie understood that its true legacy was one of tranquility, conversation, and family love, exactly as Jackie intended. Many of her mansions still stand, preserved and treasured, whether as private homes or historical sites. In the end, Jackie Kennedy's true home was perhaps not any single building, but the hearts and memories of those who witnessed her grace and grit. Yet the houses she touched have their own stories to tell. They speak of a woman who valued history and sought to preserve it, who balanced public demands with private yearnings, and who found ways to create beauty and sanctuary wherever life took her. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which of her homes was your favorite, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. This Gilded Age mansion was shipped across the country from Michigan to Boston, but why go through so much effort? Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. High on a Lake Superior bluff in 1892, a new sandstone landmark announced that John Monroe Longyear and his wife, Mary Beecher Longyear, had arrived. Their 65-room mansion in Marquette, Michigan was crowned by a Tiffany glass rotunda lined with oak wainscoting and surrounded by Olmsted-designed grounds. Yet that very house would one day ride the rails east, stone by numbered stone, to begin a second life outside Boston. The improbable journey of the Longyears and their traveling mansion remains one of the Gilded Age's most captivating stories. In 1850, John Longyear started life in Lansing, Michigan with more stamina than formal schooling. Sickly as a boy, he built his health and fortune by scouting Michigan's Upper Peninsula as a landlooker, mapping the iron and timber that would fuel America's industrial boom. By 30, he controlled mines, rail spur rights, and vast forest. By 40, he was investing as far afield as the Arctic, founding the coal town that still bears his name, Longyearbyen, Norway, which to this day remains the world's northernmost settlement with more than 1,000 residents. His wife, Mary Beecher, born a year after John, took a quieter route to prominence. A cousin of New England's famous Beecher clan, she was raised on faith, literature, and service. Teaching in Rough Edge, Marquette in 1877, she met the driven young prospector. They married 2 years later, weaving Mary's philanthropy into John's empire building and raising 7 children amid Lakeshore Pines. Success prompted a home worthy of their ambitions. Architect D. Frederick Charlton fashioned a castellated brown sandstone residence perched above the lake. Then, tragedy reshaped everything. In 1900, the Longyear's 19-year-old son Howard drowned while canoeing. Mary dreamed of dedicating the lakefront as a memorial park, but the local railroad seized that shoreline for a new right-of-way. Heartbroken and angered, Mary vowed never again to live in Marquette. Selling the mansion proved impossible, with noisy trains thundering past its once peaceful terrace, so John proposed the unthinkable: relocate the entire stone manor. In 1903, crews cataloged each block, beam, and baluster, wrapped them in straw, and shedded them to rail cars, 190 freight cars in all. 2 trains were used to haul the house 1,100 miles to Fisher Hill in Brookline, Massachusetts, where John had bought 8 breezy acres. Over 3 years, Charlton oversaw a painstaking resurrection, enlarging the plan into an L-shaped, roughly 100-room palace. By March of 1906, the family moved in, gazing not at Lake Superior now, but at the Boston skyline. Inside the house, you make your way up a few steps to find the Octagon Hall, with a balustrated oculus opening up to a Tiffany glass dome soaring overhead. Most of the public rooms are arranged from this space. First guests would be guided into the reception room, where painted wall panels framed damask wallpaper and the crystal chandelier reflected from the perfectly polished parquet wood floors. These themes flow freely into the drawing room, where in place of wallpaper we find antique tapestries framed by pilasters. Let's continue making our way deeper into the house, admiring the fine furnishings and artwork along the way. The drawing room feeds us into the music room, which is the longest room in the house, where we can imagine live music bellowing from the built-in pipe organ. Also off the drawing room is the solarium, with ivy creeping up trellis walls towards the glass ceiling, which provided ample natural light to grow exotic plants year-round. This loops around to the dining room, and through the opening, we can see the Octagon Hall where we first started exploring the mansion. On the opposite side of the house, about as far away as you can get from the entrance, is the breakfast room, which embraces Japanese motifs and artwork. Opening stained glass doors and crossing the hall, we find the library's sitting room with fabric wallpaper and overstuffed furniture, creating a comfortable space for gathering with a family in the 100-room mansion. This opens up to the library where Mary, a devout Christ scientist, archived early records of the faith's movement. Getting back to the public rooms, we swing open massive double doors to reveal the Gothic ballroom, where we can imagine ladies in their big Victorian dresses and men in fine suits dancing into the evening. And perhaps afterward, they might retire to the in-home bowling alley, competing against one another for the best score. John passed away here in 1922, but Mary carried on with her archiving work, converting galleries in the mansion into exhibit rooms and founding the Longyear Foundation in 1926 to safeguard her growing collection. She passed away in 1931, but her vision soon opened the estate as the Longyear Museum. For 60 years, visitors wandered through the public rooms that doubled as display halls, viewing manuscripts amid Gilded Age woodwork. Eventually, the upkeep on a 100-room house outpaced museum budgets, and in 1997, the foundation built a modern facility in nearby Chestnut Hill and sold the old mansion to developers, who, honoring strict preservation covenants, converted it into luxury condominiums while keeping the facade, gardens, and many interior details intact. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which room was your favorite, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the Roaring '20s, cosmetics mogul Lillian Sefton Dodge crashed through the barriers of Long Island's old money enclaves by building a 60,000 square foot house with her self-earned new money. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1880, Lillian grew up in Washington, D.C., and even pursued a career in singing and acting as a young woman. In 1905, she married businessman Vincent Benjamin Thomas, who soon launched the Harriet Hubbard Ayer Cosmetics Company, one of the first American beauty firms. Lillian became deeply involved in the business from the start, working alongside her husband. When Vincent passed away unexpectedly in 1918, Lillian took the helm as president of the company, a bold move for a woman in that era. Under her leadership, the company thrived and grew into an international cosmetics empire, and by 1938, she was reportedly the highest paid woman executive in the US. In 1947, at 68 years old, Lillian sold the cosmetics firm to the Lever Brothers Corporation for approximately $5.5 million, the modern equivalent of nearly $80 million. But that's getting a bit ahead. In the meantime, Lillian's personal life evolved along with her career. By the early 1920s, she had remarried, this time to Robert Leftwich Dodge. He was a noted mural painter and stained glass artist. His works adorned institutions like Vassar College and even the Library of Congress. He joined Lillian's company as art director, blending his artistic eye with her business savvy. Together, the successful cosmetics executive and her artist husband began envisioning a stately country estate where they could enjoy the fruits of their labor. With the Roaring '20s in full swing and Long Island's North Shore a hotspot for grand mansions, Lillian set out to build a home that would rival the finest of them. In 1922, Lillian commissioned the New York architectural firm of Clinton and Russell to design her dream home on an 86-acre waterfront site in Mill Neck, Long Island. The result, completed in 1925, was a sprawling, roughly 60,000 square foot Tudor Revival mansion she named Sefton Manor. The design was directly inspired by St. Catherine's Court, a historic Tudor mansion in Somerset, England, reflecting Lillian's lifelong affinity for English art and culture. True to the Tudor Revival, the mansion's exterior was constructed of rugged brown Westchester granite and tawny limestone trim. Steep gray slate roofs were punctuated by tall chimneys and gabled dormers that evoked a 16th century English country house. The estate's landscape was no afterthought either. Renowned landscape architect Charles Wilfrid Levitt laid out formal gardens on the grounds, including a sunken garden adorned with classical ornaments. Visitors would find trim boxwood hedges, stone urns on pedestals, and even 3 domed pavilions flanking a reflecting pond. At the center stood an imported 18th century Venetian tiered fountain splashing gently, all part of a romantic European ambiance in the Long Island countryside. No expense was spared in making Sefton Manor House a show house of craftsmanship. The mansion's front entrance featured 500-year-old solid oak doors fitted with hand-forged iron hardware by Samuel Yellen, a famed ironworker of the era. Visitors stepping through those grand doors entered a towering great hall, 24 by 42 feet, lined floor to ceiling in oak paneling and boasting an elaborately hand-molded plaster ceiling. To one end, the fireplace steals our attention away from the grand staircase, which we will see soon enough. And to the other, we can swing open iron grills and step through the pointed archway to find the living room. This is the largest room in the house, spanning from the front to the back below a dazzling Jacobean plaster ceiling, with a large bay window filtering in multicolored light through stained glass panels. Off to the side, a door opens out to the side porch, where checkered floors meet with the limestone-clad arcades reaching out towards the garden. Had we headed the other direction in the Great Hall, we would have found the formal dining room, continuing with walls clad in richwood paneling. Continuing our journey, we find grand rooms, some with alcoves creating cozy but stately nooks. Back in the Great Hall, we'll find the grand staircase and begin our journey to the second floor. As we arrive at the stair landing, we pass by antique European tapestries and genuine suits of armor. The stained glass windows just in front of us were a custom commission, each one depicting scenes from various Shakespeare plays. Let's take a quick look at the floor plan for the second level before continuing on. Above the living room is where we find the couple's bedroom, interestingly taking a break from heavy woodwork to introduce light colors and painted millwork. In July 1940, Robert passed away after a long illness, dying at home in the manor at age 68. Lillian was devastated by the loss of her husband and partner, but continued living at Sefton Manor for much of the 1940s. In 1947, she decided to retire from business, selling her cosmetics company and preparing to close that chapter of her life. Soon after, she turned her attention to the future of Sefton Manor. Rather than let the estate fall into decline or be sold off to developers, Lillian arranged for the property to take on a new life. In 1949, the Lutheran Friends of the Deaf, a charitable arm of the Lutheran Church, purchased Sefton Manor. Their vision was to establish a residential school for deaf children on Long Island, and the ready-made campus of Sefton Manor was an ideal setting. The mansion was soon renamed Millneck Manor, reflecting the local village name, and preparations began to convert the opulent home into an educational institution. Remarkably, the conversion was done with great sensitivity to the historic architecture. The organization's architects made only gentle modifications to accommodate classrooms and dormitories, ensuring that the manor's character was preserved. Over the following decades, Millneck Manor School for the Deaf flourished, and by 1956, the school was fully accredited by New York State, confirming the quality of the education provided there. The school made a few well-thought-out changes to the property, and this careful planning made Millneck Manor a standout example of how to adapt a historic Gold Coast estate for institutional use without sacrificing its architectural integrity. Indeed, through the late 20th century, the property remained extraordinarily intact. The formal gardens kept their original layout, the grand entrance drive still swept past rows of stately beech trees, and inside, the mansion's many original fixtures and details survived. Lillian Sefton Dodge lived to see the early years of the school's success. She passed away in 1960 in New York City at the age of 80. Lillian effectively left behind the legacy of the estate in the hands of the Lutheran Friends of the Deaf. By the turn of the 21st century, Millneck Manor School for the Deaf had evolved into a day school program, and in 2002, the last regular classes moved out of the old mansion into newly built facilities on the campus. The great house by the bay had finally earned a restful semi-retirement after half a century of daily school use. Today, Lillian Sefton Dodge's beloved estate still stands as a jewel of Long Island's North Shore. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which part of this house was your favorite, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. This castle once stood high above Washington, D.C. Its interior is full of mysteries, secret passageways, and strange rituals. But what happened to it? Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Mary Newton Foote was born in 1842 in Seneca Falls, New York, into a household where reform and curiosity were everyday conversation. Her mother, Eunice, experimented with gases and cylinders and spoke publicly for women's rights. Her father, Judge Elisha Foote, filled a parlor with legal talk and scientific gadgets. Surrounded by big ideas, Mary grew up certain that a single determined person could bend the world a little closer to their vision. That confidence carried her to Washington in the 1860s when she visited the Senate gallery for what she thought would be a fleeting glimpse of real-life lawmakers. Instead, she caught the attention of Missouri Senator John Brooks Henderson, a Union veteran already famous for co-authoring the 13th Amendment. Their courtship was quick, their marriage in 1868 even quicker, and soon, Mary found herself at the center of a new orbit, one that mixed politics, money, and the promise of national influence. The Hendersons' fortune swelled after John's Senate term ended. Wartime bonds, railroad shares, and Western land deals turned the couple into multimillionaires, and Mary discovered she enjoyed managing capital as much as hosting soirees. By the mid-1880s, they were eager to return to Washington and make a statement that would outshine any Georgetown townhouse. Mary's imagination, equal parts romantic novel and business plan, settled on a single, audacious idea. She would build a castle. She chose Meridian Hill, a windswept ridge just beyond the city's northern line, where fields and scattered shanties still clung to pastures. Over several months in 1888, she quietly bought 6 contiguous acres just above Boundary Street, hence the mansion's formal name, Boundary Castle. Red Seneca sandstone, the same iron-rich rock used for the Smithsonian Castle, began arriving by railcar and wagon. Workers stacked it into 4-story walls punctuated by cylindrical and square towers and arched porte-cochère and tooth-shaped battlements that gave the place a decidedly medieval silhouette. The cost, roughly $100,000 all told, would equal many millions today, but neither Henderson blinked. Mary lavished the same theatrical flair on the interiors. Visitors stepping through the front doors found a Moorish entry hall painted green and cream, with Arabic calligraphy banded around the ceiling. To the right was a drawing room bathed in buttercup yellow, its onyx fireplace reflected in gilded mirrors, and to the left, a rose-colored parlor equally plush. Connecting them lay a 100-foot picture gallery whose domed ceiling could disappear behind drapery for a night of dancing. Washington society needed little prompting to gossip about the new fortress. Reporters dubbed Mary the Empress of 16th Street, half admiring, half scandalizing by her vegetarian and temperance ideals. When she hosted the delegates of the First International American Conference in 1890, dignitaries who expected beef fillet and champagne found themselves sipping unfermented grape juice and carving into vegetarian substitute meats. Yet they returned, drawn by the novelty of the hostess as much as by the exotic decor. Industrialist Andrew Carnegie became a regular caller. Theodore Roosevelt paid social calls before and during his presidency. Everyone wanted to see the castle on the hill and experience her eccentric way of life. Mary treated her castle as headquarters for a much larger campaign, refashioning Meridian Hill into the grand approach she believed the capital deserved. She and John snapped up more than 300 nearby lots and hired architect George Oakley Totten Jr. to design a string of palatial residences that she marketed to foreign legations. Spain, France, Mexico, and several Latin American republics soon planted their flags along 16th Street, giving the boulevard a cosmopolitan sheen. Mary lobbied Congress to rename it the Avenue of the Presidents and even championed schemes to relocate the White House itself to her ridge, arguing that the executive mansion deserved a setting majestic enough for a modern republic. The proposals fizzled, but the sheer audacity of the effort cemented her legend. Her most flamboyant moment came on a bright May afternoon in 1908. The castle's cellar still held 1,000 bottles of vintage liquor, a relic from an earlier, less rigid chapter of the Henderson marriage. Unable to reconcile that stash with her crusade against alcohol, Mary summoned the Independent Order of Rechabites, a temperance fraternity in red, white, and blue sashes. They filed through the Moorish halls singing hymns, carted the bottles outside, smashed every cork, and poured decades-old port and cognac straight into the gutter. Onlookers gasped while Mary declared it immoral even to sell poison for profit. The newspaper columns that followed ranged from admiration to outright mockery, but nobody doubted her resolve. John Brooks Henderson passed away in 1913, leaving Mary a widow at 71 with an empire of stones, stocks, and real estate to manage. She pressed on, lobbying for suffrage and city beautification, but the world was changing faster than any one woman, castle or not, could control. After her passing in 1931, estate sales liquidated her art and furniture for fractions of their Gilded Age value. Developers and buyers eyed the bulky mansion with skepticism, heating bills alone scared them off. By 1937, the empty house had morphed into Castle H Swim and Tennis Club, complete with a dance hall and late-night revelry that infuriated nearby magnates. Washington Post publisher Eugene Meyer finally purchased the property simply to restore neighborhood peace. The reprieve was brief. In January 1949, demolition permits were issued, and Washington residents queued for one last look inside the stripped-out halls. Some pocketed fireplace tiles, others dug up clumps of bamboo from Mary's overgrown garden, a few even chiseled chips of sandstone as souvenirs. Wreckers followed close behind, and within weeks, the tower that once lorded over the avenue lay in ragged heaps. Only the gateposts and sections of perimeter wall proved too stubborn to level, standing watch over a bare, grassy plateau. For nearly 3 decades, the lot sat vacant, its ownership passing through heirs' installed plans. Not until 1975 did the land at last change hands for good. Catherine Graham, Meyer's daughter, sold it to developers who constructed Beekman Place, a gated community of tidy townhouses finished in brick and stucco, modest heirs to a vanished dynasty of stone. Today, anyone strolling along Florida Avenue can still touch the weathered gatepost and trace the crenellated capstones that once enclosed Mary Foote Henderson's domain. And though the castle itself exists now only in sepia postcards and a handful of salvaged photos, its story endures as proof that new ideas can gain an audience with the old guard with the right balance of curiosity and grace. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts on Washington, D.C.'s Lost Castle? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Wall Street prodigy Stephen Millet and acclaimed artist Talia Westcott seemed to have everything when they married in 1902. Fresh fortunes, formidable talent, and an instinct for spectacle. Yet their hilltop paradise would see more plot twists than a silent film melodrama, morphing from society's showplace to a refuge for families in crisis. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Stephen Millet grew up in Beaufort, South Carolina, quit school at 14, and clawed his way onto the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. By 29, he had launched Millet, Rowe & Hagen, the brokerage that would finance both Fenway Park and Braves Field, then go a step further and buy the Boston Braves outright. His new wife, New York-born Talia Westcott, was equally unstoppable. She studied under modernist Randall Davy in Manhattan, refined her technique in Albert Andre's Paris studio, and filled New York's galleries with vibrant landscapes and floral still lifes. Society loved the contrast, numbers in paint, Wall Street and Montmartre, and the Millets rewarded themselves with an estate worthy of a transatlantic power couple. They purchased more than 40 acres on a hilltop overlooking the Hudson River in Irvington, New York, and set out to build their dream house. The mansion was heavily inspired by a number of English country houses, borrowing entire sections from various homes to incorporate into its design. With a steep roofline punctured by tall chimneys and towers, the red brick residence gave the couple the decidedly Tudor revival feel they had set out to achieve. All about the main house, vast gardens were planned to stretch away from the residence, and from the upper floors, you could look out over the parterre gardens with views of the river adding to the tranquility. Let's return around front and pull through the porte cochere just as any other visitor would have and begin exploring the house. But before we do, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. To enter the home, we find the front door tucked away below the porte cochere, encased in carved limestone blocks framing intricate Gothic tracery. After heading through the vestibule, we pass below a Gothic arch to find the grand staircase gracefully ascending beyond diamond-paned windows, carrying on the theme of more Gothic tracery. To complement this theme further, a massive antique European tapestry has been hung on the wall opposite the grand staircase. Let's continue through the opening at the end of this room. This leads us to the library, where alcoves are delineated by painted pointed arches and the walls are lined with built-in bookshelves. All of this set below a ribbed cove ceiling, converging on an incredibly ornate bit of plaster tracery in the center. We can get a better look at those alcoves, noting that they conceal bay windows with built-in window seats, creating the coziest of reading nooks. Next we'll make our way into the music room, where we can imagine a piano being played softly as we take in the oak paneling and trace the plaster ceiling's delicate geometry with our eyes. In breaking with the themes we've seen so far in the house, but no less grand, we find the dining room clad in painted wall panels. We can imagine the couple dining in the bay window when not entertaining, taking in the vista views over the Hudson River with every bite. For about a decade, the house was a social calendar in stone, Hudson River cruises, garden fetes, charity teas, but the marriage that powered it began to fray. Stephen was perpetually shuttling between Irvington and Wall Street. Talia's heart drifted towards Europe, where she found fresh inspiration, and galleries eager for her work. In 1920, she filed for divorce, shocking their circle into camping to Paris with canvases in tow, and the once beloved mansion landed on the market amid the wreckage. The mansion changed hands a couple times over the next few years, and in 1924, it reopened as Irvington House for Cardiac Children, a pioneering convalescent center for kids battling rheumatic fever. The setting was picturesque, medicine, fresh air, river light, and quiet lawns, but fate had another dramatic turn. An electrical fire in 1930 reduced the wooden showplace to embers. While the mansion no longer stands, we can be thankful for the few high-quality photos that keep its legend alive. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which part of the house was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Check out their link in the video description to find out how you can get involved today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. A single party cost one man everything. One moment he was dancing, and the next he was being exiled from the country. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're going back in time to the most fateful ball ever hosted during New York's Gilded Age. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into a special episode of This House. The chandeliers glinted off diamonds and emeralds as James Hazen Hyde swept through the ballroom, a young king holding court. It was the night of January 31st, 1905, and New York's elite, Astors, Vanderbilts, Belmonts, and more, all whirled in a two-story hall transformed into an 18th century Versailles garden. Roses festooned the walls from floor to ceiling, and fountains burbled amid trellises of ivy. At the entrance stood 28-year-old Hyde, slim and confident in a bottle green coachman's coat with dove-gray silk lapels. He greeted each arrival with a courtly flourish. The ladies floated by in jeweled gowns, some embroidered with pearls and emeralds, even wearing heirloom gems that once belonged to French empresses. One society matron, Mrs. Clarence Mackay, was draped in so many diamonds that two liveried footmen had to help her move through the crowd. Giddy laughter rose over the strains of a waltz. They danced until midnight when the lights dimmed for a French bedroom farce written just for the occasion. As the final act ended, buglers in antique livery sounded a call to supper. The revelers descended to a banquet hall miraculously remade into the gardens of Trianon, with real sod, arching trellises, and thousands of pink roses conjuring a fantasy of Versailles. It was that kind of night, opulent, absurd, and unforgettable. By the time the last of the 600 costume guests departed at 7 in the morning, after not one but 3 lavish dinners served through the night, James Hazen Hyde seemed to have reached the dazzling pinnacle of Gilded Age society. Yet this glittering ball at Louis Sherry's restaurant, the talk of New York the next day, would prove to be Hyde's undoing. The newspapers at first could not contain their glee. The New York Times raved in society pages, James H. Hyde gives splendid costume fete, printing the names of illustrious attendees alongside breathless descriptions of their silks and wigs. Such publicity was gold for a young social lion, and Hyde was no ordinary party host. He was heir to one of the nation's greatest financial empires. Just a few years earlier, in 1899, he had inherited majority control of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, a billion-dollar insurance company founded by his father. Thrust into wealth and power at only 23, Hyde embraced the role of New York dandy with gusto. He had been a studious Harvard graduate with a passion for French culture, but upon returning home, he shed his provincial naivete and became a fixture of high society whirl. He lived in a Fifth Avenue brownstone filled with fine art, wore bespoke Parisian suits, and drove his own 4-horse carriage in daredevil races with his friend Alfred Vanderbilt. He even had a romance with the president's daughter, the irrepressible Alice Roosevelt. Handsome, cultured, and fantastically rich, James Hazen Hyde was the kind of young tycoon Gilded Age newspapers loved to lionize, and as would soon become clear, loved even more to knock down. Behind the scenes, not everyone was charmed by Hyde's meteoric rise. In Equitable's boardroom, titans of industry many years as seniors seethed at the thought of a 20-something-year-old taking full control of the company the next year. Railroad baron E.H. Harriman, steel magnate Henry Clay Frick, and banker J.P. Morgan were among the power brokers quietly plotting to curb the young heir's influence. They resented Hyde's extravagance and feared his judgment. Before the famous ball, they'd even tried to arrange a diplomatic posting to get him out of the way, floating Hyde's name as a possible U.S. ambassador to France, a bitter irony given how much he adored Paris. When Hyde's sumptuous Versailles-themed party became the talk of the town, these men saw their chance. The morning after the ball, murmurs of disapproval began circulating in clubrooms and financial offices. Soon those whispers hit the press. Was it true? Gossips insinuated that the $200,000 fete had been paid for out of Equitable's coffers. If so, the extravagant ball wasn't just a private caprice. It would mean that insurance policyholders' money had bankrolled the champagne and roses. Ruinous waste, declared one magazine, denouncing Hyde's party as an abuse of company funds. Prominent directors who had feasted at Hyde's table only nights before now turned on him, sniffing that he was too frivolous to run a company. What had been the social coup of the season curdled into scandal almost overnight. Hyde found himself at the center of a growing storm. He vehemently denied the rumor that Equitable had paid for his gala, insisting he had footed the bill personally and that estimates of the cost were wildly inflated. But in the court of public opinion, the truth hardly mattered. Now the world sneered. The young man's continental affections, his Parisian wardrobe, his refined manners were suddenly suspect. Hyde's once glittering reputation was cracking, and his enemies fanned the flames by leaking more tales of excess and mismanagement at Equitable. Allegations range from the trivial to the grave: exorbitant executive salaries, nepotism in appointments, shady loans, and insider dealings. Magazines printed lurid exposés of high life on Wall Street, contrasting Hyde's masquerade ball folly with the sobering responsibilities owed to policyholders. As the scandal spread, some Equitable customers began to worry that their insurance premiums had been gambled away on banquets and costumes. New York state government announced an investigation into the entire life insurance industry in spring of 1905. The first great Wall Street scandal of the 20th century had been ignited, all because of one fateful party. Meanwhile, Hyde watched his world collapse like a house of cards. In early March of 1905, under intense pressure, he agreed to a compromise with Equitable's board. He would surrender his majority control of the company's stock to a trust, mutualizing Equitable by giving policyholders a say in electing directors. This was a stunning concession for the largest shareholder, but Hyde's opponents were unsatisfied. They wanted him gone entirely. Hyde later bitterly remarked that he had been used as a mere cat's paw, a pawn in a larger power struggle among Wall Street titans. Indeed, once he yielded his stock power, the heavyweight factions of finance went to war over who would gain control of Equitable, largely leaving the young man himself on the sidelines. For James Hyde, these machinations were a cruel betrayal. Only weeks before, he had been the golden boy of New York society. Now he was being cast out by the very elders who had toasted his hospitality. On March 31st, an emergency meeting of Equitable's directors made the break explicit. They demanded Hyde's resignation from any executive role. If he refused, a full-blown public investigation with subpoenas and public testimony would surely follow. That night, Hyde must have paced in anguish beneath the vaulted ceilings of his Long Island home, weighing his dwindling options. He was only in his 20s, and already his brief reign atop the Equitable empire was in tatters. By dawn, he had made a decision. Determined to face his fate with dignity, Hyde dressed impeccably the next morning, even plucking fresh violets to tuck into his buttonhole. Thus adorned, he rode jauntily downtown, an elegant figure maintaining appearances on what he knew was a grim errand. Arriving at Equitable's headquarters on Broadway, a towering granite building his father had built, James Hazen Hyde formally abdicated. He relinquished his remaining authority and resigned from the Equitable Life Assurance Society, the colossus his father had founded and entrusted to him. In that moment, a great Gilded Age dynasty came to an end with a whimper of polite acquiescence. If Hyde hoped the sacrifice would appease the Furies, he was mistaken. The press, having scented scandal, clamored for more. The cascade of accusations against Equitable and other big insurers continued to snowball. Soon, New York's legislative halls were filled with revelations of industry-wide malfeasance. A rising star reformer, lawyer Charles Evans Hughes, led an explosive inquiry that summer, grilling insurance executives under oath and exposing the rot in their business practices. In an ironic way, James Hazen Hyde's folly had helped usher in a new era of accountability on Wall Street, but the reforms came too late to help the man at the center of the storm. By the time the dust settled, Hyde was long gone. Late in 1905, the fallen prince of the Equitable quietly packed his trunks and prepared to leave his homeland. On December 28th, he slipped aboard an ocean liner bound for France. He was not quite penniless. Despite everything, his personal fortune was still enormous, around $20 million, or the modern equivalent of about $725 million. In Paris, however, a new life awaited him. For a man enamored of French culture, perhaps it was destiny. Hyde arrived in France not as a disgraced rogue, but as a wealthy, well-connected foreign gentleman with a second chance. Over the ensuing years, he reinvented himself in the City of Light. He mingled with French aristocracy and even married into it. In 1913, he wed a French countess, and Hyde's long-held Francophilia now opened doors in elite Parisian salons and academic circles. He sponsored lectures and cultural exchanges, endowing programs to bring French scholars to America and vice versa. When the March of World War I thundered across Europe's fields in 1914, Hyde once again answered history's calls, this time not with a party, but with a profound personal courage. Though he was living comfortably as an ocean-crossing socialite, Hyde did not hesitate to help the country that had given him refuge. He converted his Paris mansion and his second property into hospitals for wounded French soldiers at the war's outset. He himself volunteered as an ambulance driver with the American Field Service, ferrying injured men from the front under fire. Years later, when the United States formally entered the war, Hyde was commissioned as a captain in the U.S. Army and served as an aide to the American Red Cross Commissioner in France. Through those harrowing years, the one-time New York bon vivant could be found in khaki uniform, rolling up his sleeves in field hospitals and military offices. This American in Paris had become a genuine French hero. In his later years, he donated significant portions of his art collections to museums, including the Met, ensuring that the treasures he amassed would inspire and educate future generations. The story of James Hazen Hyde lives on as a dramatic parable of fortune's whims, a theatrical tale of extravagance and scandal, but also of reinvention and redemption. James Hazen Hyde went from America's most notorious playboy to an honored patron of French culture, from the heights of New York's high society to exile and back again. In doing so, he proved that there can be second acts in American lives, even for a man who once nearly lost everything, all because of a party. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. I know this video was a little different from what we're used to on this channel, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Rising above Beverly Hills, Greystone Mansion is one of the grandest estates in Southern California. But despite its grandeur, the architectural opulence has been overshadowed by an unsolved crime. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1892, Edward L. Doheny struck oil near downtown Los Angeles, drilling the first successful well in the city. What followed was a flood of oil, profits, and power. Doheny expanded into Mexico, gaining control of vast reserves and amassing a fortune rivaling Rockefeller's. His only son, Ned, born in 1893, was raised in the lap of luxury. After marrying Lucy Smith, a Pasadena socialite, Ned worked in his father's companies and moved comfortably within elite Los Angeles circles. But by the early 1920s, the Dohenys became entangled in the infamous Teapot Dome scandal. Edward Doheny had secretly funneled $100,000 to Secretary of the Interior Albert Fall in exchange for favorable oil leases. It was Ned and his assistant Hugh Plunkett who physically delivered the cash. Although Doheny Sr. was eventually acquitted, the scandal brought stress, scrutiny, and legal threats to the family. In the midst of it all, Doheny decided to build a monumental home for Ned, perhaps as a refuge, perhaps as a symbol of triumph. In 1926, Doheny Sr. purchased land in Beverly Hills and hired architect Gordon B. Kaufman to design a mansion for Ned and his growing family. The estate, named Greystone, slowly shaped into a 46,000 square foot Tudor Revival masterpiece made of Indiana limestone with Welsh slate roofing. Completed in 1928 at a cost of over $3.1 million, it was the most expensive private residence in California at the time. Just to lend some perspective, that would be equivalent to about $58 million today. It towered above the gatehouse, where you would enter the property and begin winding up the drive. And as you did, you would find rolling lawns and a series of gardens, some more natural in appearance, others very formal. These included the lily pond, a secluded water garden under the shade of mature trees, and the cypress walk leading us alongside a massive stone terrace. As we continue wandering about, we find stone paths winding away from us, promising visual surprises at each bend. Atop the terrace, we come across a large fountain set against the Los Angeles skyline. Zooming out, we can see how all of these elements were planned to come together, and how from each angle the estate was designed with a cohesive emerald necklace to frame the main house. Speaking of which, let's pull through the porte cochere to arrive at the entry court. This intimate courtyard is really the crux of the entire property, with each path and drive branching off to a new destination. Inside were 55 rooms, marble floors, carved oak staircases, a grand ballroom, and even a secret Prohibition-era bar near a two-lane bowling alley. Without further ado, let's begin exploring the mansion from the hall, with rich wood cladding the walls below a dazzling Jacobean ceiling. Below the ornate rug, checkered marble floors span the entire hall. And if we look past the arcade, we gain a glimpse of the grand staircase. Let's continue forward. The grand bifurcated staircase continues with those same checkered floors at its landing, but its truly captivating feature is the hand-carved balustrade wrapping the staircase and crowning the lower arcade. Nearby we find the living room, with a hammer beam ceiling soaring nearly 3 stories overhead. We can take a closer look at the arcade, noting the sheer craftsmanship of the tapered columns and the intricate frieze. To the other end of the hall is the library, continuing with wood paneling set below a barrel-vaulted ceiling bearing similar Jacobean motifs. The next room over is the dining room, where we can imagine the table set with many leaves to host dinner parties of 20 guests or more. This opens towards the breakfast room, where the family would have been more likely to dine when not entertaining. And for as celebrated as the house would be in publications, Greystone would soon become infamous. On the night of February 16, 1929, just months after the family moved in, 35-year-old Ned Doheny was found unalive inside a guest bedroom along with another person, one Mr. Hugh Plunkett. Police quickly determined that Plunkett was mentally unstable and had done them both in. But as details started to emerge, suspicions arose. Why had the Doheny family delayed calling the police after finding the two? Why was Ned buried outside Catholic consecrated ground, as if he'd committed some unforgivable sin? For decades, rumors swirled. Some whispered that Ned had done the deed himself, others suggested a deeper cover-up related to the Teapot Dome fallout. No formal inquest was ever held, and the full truth remains a mystery to this day. Remarkably, Ned's widow Lucy remained at Greystone with her children. In 1932, she even remarried at the mansion. By the 1950s, maintaining the massive estate had become a burden. Lucy sold off much of the land to developer Paul Truesdale, who created what is now Truesdale Estates. In 1956, she sold the mansion itself to industrialist Henry Crown, who leased it out as a film set. When demolition was proposed in the 1960s, the city of Beverly Hills stepped in, purchasing Greystone and saving it from destruction. The estate was later added to the National Register of Historic Places, and today it serves as a public park and a beloved filming location. Greystone has appeared in dozens of movies and TV shows, from Star Trek to Spider-Man, and music videos ranging from Mariah Carey to the Go-Go's. But its real story is stranger than fiction. It's a monument to LA's oil wealth, an unsolved crime scene frozen in time, and a public treasure shaped by one family's rise, fall, and enduring legacy. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on Greystone down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Sometimes the grandest homes are found in the smallest cities. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering a truly stunning mansion, filled to the brim with artisan touches and salvaged European architectural elements, all found in an unlikely location. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Paul Watkins was born in 1865 in Ohio, into a family whose name would soon become synonymous with American enterprise. His uncle, J.R. Watkins, had already begun selling a homemade liniment in Plainview, Minnesota in the late 1860s, pioneering practices like the first ever money-back guarantee and door-to-door sales that would revolutionize marketing. In 1885, J.R. moved his growing operation to the river city of Winona, taking advantage of its rail and river transport links. By Paul's youth, the Watkins family business, initially a humble patent medicine venture, was on its way to becoming a household name in remedies and spices across the Midwest. In 1892, at the age of 27, Paul moved to Winona to help his uncle manage the burgeoning J.R. Watkins Company. J.R. had expanded the firm from a one-man liniment shop into a thriving enterprise producing not only pain relievers but also baking extracts, ointments, and flavorings. The company's unique sales force, the iconic Watkins man who traveled by horse and wagon, brought products directly to farmhouses and town dwellers alike, cementing the brand's reputation in kitchens and medicine cabinets nationwide. Paul stepped in as vice president, quickly proving himself an able protege. The 1890s were boom years. Under JR's mentorship and Paul's growing influence, the number of salesmen exploded from roughly 250 to 2,500 in that decade alone. In 1911, JR passed away, and Paul succeeded his uncle as president of the company. By then, the groundwork for success was firmly laid, and Paul proved the right man to carry it forward. He guided the J.R. Watkins Company through the 1910s and 20s, a period of remarkable growth. Factories and warehouses sprang up as far away as Winnipeg and even overseas, supporting a sales force that would eventually exceed 10,000 representatives under Paul's leadership. This, of course, made him incredibly wealthy, and by the early 1920s, he set out to create a residence that would reflect his achievements. He commissioned renowned architect Ralph Adams Cram, famed for designing East Coast cathedrals and university halls, to envision a grand manor in Winona. Construction of the Watkins Manor House began in 1924 on a 4-acre hilltop parcel overlooking the city. Over the next 3 years, craftsmen labored to assemble a mansion unlike any other in the region. Cram drew inspiration from the stately manners of 16th century England, blending Tudor and Elizabethan revival elements into the design. The result was a sprawling residence with gabled roofs, ornate chimneys, and mullioned windows evoking the English Renaissance. All about the property, park-like grounds were planned to encompass the grand residence. You could find sunken gardens complete with reflecting ponds and fountains. Mature trees were brought in to provide shade, and flowers were planted along meandering walking paths set between them. Though as we continue around the house, we find that function was also incredibly important to Paul. He had the architect design a service yard for the staff to take advantage of beautiful days, even though we'll soon see that they had state-of-the-art facilities inside. Speaking of which, let's make our way back around to the front of the house and begin our approach. We'll step up to the carved oak front door, encased in an elaborate limestone surround. Swinging open the double doors, we arrive at the main hall, clad in rich wood paneling and set below a dazzling plaster ceiling. Tracing the marble floors to our side, we see the grand staircase set on a gentle slope, gracefully ascending to the upper floors. We'll see more of the grand staircase soon, but it's hard for us not to steal a look at the landing stained glass windows and notice the half-timbered ceiling vaulting overhead. Let's go back downstairs for now, and make our way back into the main hall to explore the main rooms. First, we'll pop into the Great Hall, where the trusses have been grooved into pointed arches spanning the entire width of the room. To the far end, in place of a grand fireplace or a window, we spot a curious feature. Let's move in for a closer look. This is the oak screen to conceal the built-in pipe organ with an antique European tapestry framed in the center. We can imagine an orchestra playing from the minstrel gallery overhead as music filled the home for get-togethers. Hundreds of guests could have mingled in the Great Hall, passing by leaded stained glass windows and enjoying the ambiance. All of this, and we have really only seen one room. Let's keep the tour going. From the main hall again, we'll swing open heavy iron grills and make our way into the library. Here we find built-in bookshelves surrounding the organist's secret hiding spot. While the library was mostly for show, the study is where Paul would truly retreat for some peace and quiet. We can imagine him sitting here at his desk, reading for leisure, or bringing work home with him to meet pressing deadlines, all while basking in the splendid comfort of Jacobean Revival architectural elements surrounding him. Not too far away, we'll find the dining room, and though it continues with wood paneling, the ceiling is left surprisingly unadorned aside from its plaster crown. The drawing room is styled similarly, though with painted wall panels, which was really coming into fashion when the house was being built. We'll see these almost contrasting aesthetics as we continue exploring, with the sunroom playing off the motifs, or lack thereof, of the drawing room. Though to be fair, I did mention that this house was meant to be just as functional as it was aesthetic. Let's dive behind the scenes to see how a day in the life of the home staff played out, passing through the butler's pantry first. Back here we find the state-of-the-art kitchen with the most technologically advanced stove and oven the era had to offer for a private chef, as well as hot and cold running water. There was also a full laundry room where we can imagine fresh sheets being pressed daily. After the family had been taken care of and chores were complete, the staff could gather around their own dining room table to share a meal together. Let's take the door from the service area that connects to the basement and make our way past the lower stair hall. Here we find the billiards room where we can imagine Paul and his friends hanging out late into the night after one of the family's famous dinner parties. Afterward, they might all make their way upstairs, taking the grand staircase to find their bedrooms. Making our way down the second floor hall, we could find another staircase to take us up to the third floor, or we could open doors to any number of bedrooms. We'll see the guest rooms first, starting with the Chippendale suite, and then swinging open another door to find the Colonial suite, with each of these guest rooms having their own private bathrooms. Next we'll make our way over to the daughter's bedroom, and though it might seem fairly plain, if we open another door, we'll find her boudoir fit for a princess. The son's bedroom appears the same at first, cozy and tidy, however, you can open another door to find a spacious sitting room. Despite being a bit late for the norm, the couple kept separate bedrooms, with Paul preferring one of the smallest rooms in the house. His wife, however, was treated to the largest bedroom in the mansion, with access to its largest bay window. While all of the family's bedrooms had private bathrooms attached, hers was by far the most modern and fashionable for the time period, with marble everywhere. Unfortunately, Paul enjoyed only a few years in his dream home. In December 1931, at age 66, he passed suddenly on Christmas Eve. Afterwards, his widow Florence continued to live in the mansion for another quarter century, preserving it much as it was until her own passing in 1956. In subsequent decades, the Watkins Manor House found new life as part of a senior living residence, its grand rooms adapted as community spaces, but still graced by much of the home's original craftsmanship. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which room was your favorite, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Few Hollywood mansions are as instantly recognizable as the Beverly Estate in Beverly Hills. Movie lovers worldwide have seen its grand facade on screen, most famously in The Godfather, where it served as a palatial home. This iconic cameo was no set designer's creation, but a real 1920s estate with a rich history. Over the past century, the Beverly Estate has been home to bankers, starlets, moguls, hosted presidents and film crews, and evolved from a private dream home into a pop culture icon. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The story of the Beverly Estate begins with the Getz family in the 1920s. Milton E. Getz, a prominent Los Angeles banker and co-founder of Union Bank, purchased 8 acres of prime land just behind the Beverly Hills Hotel in 1923. He envisioned a magnificent residence for his family, and by 1925 secured permits to construct a 20-plus room dream home on the property. Construction began in 1926 under the guidance of architect Gordon B. Kaufman, one of Southern California's premier residential architects of the era. When completed around 1927, the Getz mansion was a showcase of luxury and thoughtful design. It reportedly cost a modest $7,273 for the land, a bargain even then, and was conceived as more than just a single home. Getz initially subdivided the estate into 3 parcels, one for the main house, an expansive 18,000 square foot mansion. and 2 adjacent plots reserved for his daughters to build homes on when they grew older. The grounds even featured a horseback riding ring for the family's recreation, as well as expansive gardens anchored on cascading pools. We'll first explore the mansion as it was back when it was first built, before seeing how the property appears today. Stepping inside, we pass through the vestibule and arrive in the hall, which spans from one wing to the other with exposed wood beams on the ceiling and Spanish tile finishing the floor. Flanking the hall is the loggia, a light-filled space which leads to the backyard with impressive groin vaults between each archway. To one end is the library, clad in rich wood paneling with built-in bookshelves skirting each level. Directly opposite the library, we'll find the ballroom with a coffered, barrel-vaulted ceiling complete with hand-stenciled accents all set above a herringbone wood floor. To the opposite end of the hall is the dining room, where murals are framed in by fluted pilasters over deep red Spanish tile. In 1946, the Beverly estate entered a new chapter under the ownership of Marion Davies and William Randolph Hearst, a couple who personified Hollywood's golden age. Marion Davies was a famous actress of the 1920s and 30s, and William Randolph Hearst was the powerful newspaper tycoon who had been Davies' companion for decades. By the mid-1940s, Hearst was in declining health, and the two had spent years living at his remote San Simeon estate known as Hearst Castle. Seeking to be closer to medical care and the Hollywood social world, Davies snatched up the Beverly Hills mansion in 1946 for about $110,000, the modern equivalent of about $1.8 million. Hearst was in his early 80s with serious heart problems, and doctors advised him to reside in Los Angeles near hospitals. Once Marion Davies and Hearst moved in, they made a few tasteful modifications to suit their needs, and if you are a longtime viewer of this channel, it won't come as a surprise to you that they hired architect Julia Morgan, the very designer of Hearst Castle, to oversee some updates. The mansion changed hands a few times, with very minimal changes from that point forward. Beyond its celebrated owners, the Beverly estate earned a special place in pop culture through its Hollywood on-screen legacy. The estate's most famous role is undeniably in The Godfather. The director chose the mansion's elegant exteriors and grounds to portray the home of Jack Woltz, the fictional movie mogul who wakes up to a gruesome surprise in bed. The site of the Beverly estate's grand Spanish-style villa, with its long driveway and stately gates, set the perfect tone for that legendary scene. Ever since, fans have associated the mansion with The Godfather, and it's often simply called the Godfather House. This cinematic cameo cemented the estate's status as an icon, a real piece of Hollywood history as much as a filming location. Fast forwarding to today, the Beverly estate still stands proudly in Beverly Hills, an enduring monument to nearly 100 years of glamour. In recent years, the property has undergone significant restorations to ensure its survival for future generations. After being owned for decades by a businessman who bought it in 1976, the estate was put on the market multiple times in the 2010s, with headline-making price tags. It was even listed at $195 million in 2016, but finding a buyer at that price proved challenging. By 2021, financial difficulties had reportedly led the property into a foreclosure process. The Beverly estate finally found its next steward at a bankruptcy auction in September of 2021, where it was purchased for $63.1 million. Interestingly, that auction sale set a record at the time for homes sold via auction in California. The Beverly estate is currently undergoing a meticulous restoration and subtle modernization. The estate's name was officially reverted to the Beverly estate in 2022 after years of being dubbed the Hearst estate or Beverly House, underscoring a return to its original identity. By all accounts, the Beverly estate today is a grand dame of Beverly Hills, gracefully maturing while being cared for rather than fading away. From its grand beginnings with the Getz family to its star-studded years with Marion Davies and William Randolph Hearst, and from its iconic turn in The Godfather to its revival under a modern patron, the Beverly estate's story is as rich as Hollywood itself. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know what you thought about the Beverly estate down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Once known as the American Rothschilds, they were among the richest family in the United States. But who were they really? Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The American Rothschild saga all began with an immigrant's dream. Joseph Seligman, a 17-year-old German-Jewish newcomer from Bavaria, arrived in the United States in 1837 with only a few dollars in his pocket. By 1846, he and several of his 7 brothers had opened a small dry goods store in New York City, laying the groundwork for what would become J&W Seligman and Company. The brothers fanned out across the country. Some ventured to California during the gold rush and sent bullion back east, effectively turning the family into bankers with an ever-growing gold reserve. Their big break came during the Civil War. The Seligmans landed contracts to supply Union Army uniforms, were paid in government bonds, and shrewdly sold those bonds to investors in Europe. Emulating the Rothschilds' model, they established banking branches in London, Paris, and Frankfurt, becoming one of the first American firms to operate on an international scale. By the 1870s, the Seligmans were involved in financing railroads, urban infrastructure, even the Panama Canal, and Joseph Seligman was so prominent that President Ulysses S. Grant offered him the post of U.S. Treasury Secretary, an offer he declined. The Seligmans had pioneered international banking in America by copying another family's successful business model, which is the main reason the press dubbed them the American Rothschilds. Within this illustrious family, Henry Seligman emerged as a key figure of the next generation. Henry became a senior partner at the family business, carrying their banking legacy into the 20th century. He was instrumental in financing railroad expansion in the American West and served on the boards of several major industrial and cultural organizations. In March of 1899, at age 42, he married Addie Walter, stepping into New York society with a splash. For their primary residence, Henry looked to Manhattan's newest upscale enclave. In 1899, he acquired two old brownstones on West 56th Street, just off Fifth Avenue's Millionaires Row, and hired architect C.P.H. Gilbert to design an entirely new dwelling on the double lot. The result, completed in 1901, was a French Renaissance Revival townhouse clad in elegant limestone. Its dignified facade featured a grand rusticated base and elaborate carved balconies braced by sculpted brackets, all crowned by a steep mansard roof punctuated with ornate dormer windows. Swinging open heavy iron grills, we passed from the vestibule into the entrance hall, clad floor-to-ceiling in heavily striated marble. Directly ahead of us, the grand staircase gracefully cascades, a signature of the architect. Let's make our way up to the main levels. First, we'll step into the dining room, where the coffered cove ceiling steals our attention with gilded figures and floral motifs worked into its design. Not to be overshadowed, the built-in hutch is an equally grand statement piece with delicately carved caryatids flanking glass-paned cabinets. From here we'll continue into the drawing room, blending Georgian pediments with Gilded Age excess, with light paint providing a dramatic contrast to the dark marble columns. Next we'll head into the library, with Gothic tracery found on everything from the millwork to the fireplace, and from built-in bookcases to the room's furniture. Finally, we make our way up to the smoking room, where an oriel window follows the glittering curve of a gilded dome soaring overhead. Though for as lavish as their Manhattan mansion may have been, summers called for a different kind of grandeur. Henry and Addie joined many wealthy German Jewish families who flocked to Elberon, New Jersey. There, around 1905, the Seligmans built a lavish retreat by the sea that they fondly named Shorelands. Architect C.P.H. Gilbert was again commissioned to bring their vision to life. Broad-covered verandas and terraces wrapped around the house on all sides, capturing ocean breezes, and an open-air roof garden topped with a pergola crowned the center of the structure, perfect for taking in panoramic Atlantic views. The estate's grounds were just as impressive. The property stretched from Ocean Avenue down to the beach, encompassing manicured lawns, flower beds, and tennis courts, plus a host of outbuildings to cater to every need. A charming gate lodge welcomed visitors at the road, and a carriage drive curved gracefully to the mansion's portico. To one side stood a stable, so well designed it looked almost residential, and closer to the shore were private bathing pavilions for seaside changing rooms. In classic Gilded Age fashion, the Seligmans often referred to this palatial summer home simply as their cottage, a tongue-in-cheek understatement common among the rich. In truth, Shorelands was a hub of warm-weather high society. Addie Seligman's parties there in the 1920s were celebrated events, drawing guests for garden parties and lawn luncheons by the sea. It was a seasonal haven where the family could relax and entertain against the backdrop of ocean waves, a perfect complement to their busy New York life. The Seligmans also maintained a third residence, an overgrown and extremely private winter villa in Palm Beach, Florida, aptly named Casa Mia. The interior was meant to evoke a sense of rustic sophistication, much in keeping with the popular Mediterranean influence of the area's mansions. Though, they still embrace flamboyant design elements in moderation, including massive stone corbels to support wood ceilings. But even in such unimaginable opulence, every Gilded Age tale must eventually fade. Henry's story reached its end just before Christmas 1933 when he passed unexpectedly of a heart attack in the 56th Street house at the age of 76. This came as a shock to New York society, and sadly, his beloved Addie was too ill to comprehend the news. She passed away only weeks later on January 31st, 1934, never having fully recovered or even learned that she was a widow. Over the following years, the family's direct role in the firm dwindled, and the once tight-knit family of banker brothers dispersed into the pages of history. But what became of the mansions they left behind? The Manhattan townhouse did not remain a private home for long after Henry and Addie were gone. In April 1934, Addie's estate auctioned off the mansion's sumptuous contents. Everything from fine porcelains to bronze sculptures went under the hammer. Yet unlike so many Gilded Age mansions lost to the wrecking ball, Henry Seligman's city mansion miraculously survived. In 2007, New York City designated the 30 West 56th Street house as an official landmark, recognizing its architectural and historical significance. Shorelands, the Elberon estate, did not enjoy the same longevity. The Seligman family eventually parted with the property, and as taste and times changed, the Grand Cottage by the Atlantic fell into disuse. The final blow came on the night of August 6, 1963, when a catastrophic fire swept through the vacant clapboard mansion, reducing it to charred ruins. Casa Mia passed through several hands, eventually being lost as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which house was your favorite, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Drybrook was widely known as one of the finest estates in America, but what happened to this mile-long lakefront property in Grosse Pointe, Michigan? Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in Detroit in 1864, Truman Newberry was raised in privilege and opportunity. His father, John, was a leading industrialist who helped drive Detroit's growth in the late 19th century. After graduating from Yale in 1885, young Truman dove into the family business and related enterprises. He was hands-on, serving as a construction superintendent and later manager of the Detroit, Bay City, and Alpena Railway by his early 20s. By 1887, at just 23 years old, he became president and treasurer of the Detroit Steel and Spring Company, a post he held until 1901. These roles gave Newberry both considerable wealth and a reputation as a savvy business executive. His interest didn't stop at steel and rail. He sat on the boards of banks, telephone companies, and shipping firms, tentacles of influence that reached across Michigan's economy. In 1902, a chance encounter set the stage for his entry into the automotive world. While strolling in New York with his brother-in-law Henry Bourne Joy, Newberry marveled at the performance of a new Packard automobile starting with a single crank. Impressed, he and Joy pooled funds with others to bring the Packard Motor Car Company to Detroit. This venture, aided by famed architect Albert Kahn's modern factory design, not only boosted Newberry's fortune, but also cemented Detroit's status as the auto capital of the world. Parallel to his business, Newberry cultivated a life of public service through the Navy. In 1893, he helped organize Michigan's Naval Reserve Militia, and when the Spanish-American War broke out in 1898, he served as a lieutenant on the USS Yosemite off Cuba. His naval aptitude caught the eye of President Theodore Roosevelt. In 1905, Roosevelt appointed Newberry as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, a role in which he focused on improving naval administration. By 1908, Newberry rose to the top job, serving briefly as U.S. Secretary of the Navy from December 1908 until March of 1909. This mix of industrial success and naval leadership launched Newberry into national prominence. Little did he know, the pinnacle of his public life would soon lead to unexpected turbulence. Amid his rising career, he set about creating a residence befitting his stature. In 1914, he and his family built their dream home, an estate called Drybrook along the shore of Lake St. Clair in Grosse Pointe Farms, about 10 miles north of Detroit. Grosse Pointe was then the preferred country home enclave for Detroit's wealthy, and Newberry's property was especially notable. A narrow ribbon of land with only 300 feet of lake frontage, but stretching nearly a mile deep inland. To bring their vision to life, the Newberrys hired the renowned New York architects Trowbridge and Ackerman. The result was a grand Georgian-inspired mansion constructed of red brick and limestone, completed in 1914. The design featured a majestic front portico and a symmetrical facade facing the vast lawn and lake. Unusually, the main entrance was placed at the rear of the house so as to face the water, allowing the entire 300-foot east lawn to sweep unbroken toward the shoreline. Visitors would drive up a graceful curving driveway to the back, preserving the lakeside grounds as a picturesque vista. As for the vast majority of the remaining mile-long lot, there were formal gardens, woodlands, and structures to be found all about. We can follow the brick path below garden arches, between seemingly never-ending fields of flowers. Off in the distance, we find dirt paths centered on fountains and urns, sending us in all different directions to explore the property. Along our journey, we find intimate spaces nestled between hedges where we can take a break and sit in the shade. As we round a corner, greenhouses can be spotted off in the distance as we hear the hum of dozens of workers keeping the grounds pristine. We could get lost diving into the wooded paths, but we didn't come here for a nature walk. Let's turn around and begin making our way back to the house. Entering the mansion, we take a few steps up below the bifurcated staircase to arrive at the entrance hall, clad floor-to-ceiling in rich oak paneling and set below an ornate plaster ceiling. First we'll follow the notes of the pipe organ until we found the music room, which notably has a brightly painted ceiling with each wood beam being covered in vibrant stenciling. As we turn to the side, we see the glistening bellows of the built-in pipe organ framed by intricately carved oak paneling. To the other side, we spot a monolithic marble passageway. Let's step up to the platform and swing open French doors to continue through. This leads us to the two-story Great Hall, continuing with that same rich woodwork skirting its lower half. From here we'll hop over to the dining room, where fluted plasters and gilding are brought into the mix for the first time. Even as Drybrook was being completed, Newbury's life was taking a turn from private affluence to the rough and tumble of politics. In 1918, with World War I ending, he was pressured into running for a Senate seat. Though initially reluctant, he saw himself as more of a businessman and naval officer than a politician. Newbury entered the race nonetheless. His opponent in the general election would be none other than famous industrialist Henry Ford, running on the opposite party's ticket. The contest between Newbury and Ford became one of the most dramatic and expensive political campaigns of the era. Henry Ford's name recognition was so enormous that he barely needed to campaign or spend money. Everyone in Michigan knew Ford as the man who employed a significant percentage of the state's population. Newbury, by contrast, was a respected figure, but not a household name with voters. To introduce Newbury to the public and define his positions, his supporters spent lavishly on advertising, rallies, and literature. When the dust settled, Newbury narrowly won the 1918 Senate election, but almost immediately, questions arose about whether his campaign had violated newly minted spending limits. Reports swirled that the Newbury campaign had spent well above the legal cap of $3,750 for a Senate primary. Newbury maintained that all funds came from friends and supporters, not from his own deep pockets. Nonetheless, in 1920, the Justice Department charged Newbury and some of his campaign aides with election irregularities, essentially overspending and undue influence in the election. In a sensational trial that grabbed headlines nationwide, Newbury was convicted under the Federal Corrupt Practices Act of 1910 and even sentenced to prison and fined. In May 1921, Newbury's fortunes partially rebounded when the U.S. Supreme Court overturned his conviction, ruling that the particular law he was charged under was unconstitutional as applied to primary elections. However, the victory was bittersweet. The public controversy had made Newbury a political liability for his party. Facing ongoing Senate investigations and a divided public opinion, Newbury chose to resign his Senate seat in 1922. As the decades passed, times changed around Drybrook. The roaring prosperity of the 1910s and 20s gave way to the Great Depression and then World War II, yet Newbury's fortunes remained secure enough to maintain his estate. In 1945, at the age of 80, he passed away. Newbury's heirs put Drybrook up for sale, but in the post-war years of the late 1940s, finding a buyer for a 50-room mansion on a 1-mile estate proved nearly impossible. By the early 1950s, a difficult decision was made. Drybrook was to be demolished. The once proud mansion, ranked among the nation's best only a generation earlier, fell to the wrecking ball in the early 1950s. A new roadway cut through the property was tellingly named Newbury Place, a last nod to the family that had owned the land. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on Drybrook down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Of Long Island's many lost Gilded Age mansions, Rosemary Farm sticks out as a unique experiment in living. With a theater boasting seating for 3,000 guests complete with its own moat, to unconventional uses for European architectural salvage, this is one of the most unique setups we've seen from this period. Hi everyone, Ken here, hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Roland Conklin's journey to fortune began far from Long Island. Born in Urbana, Illinois in 1858, he graduated from the University of Illinois in 1880 and headed west to Kansas City. There he teamed up with his brother Stanley and partner Samuel Jarvis to ride the era's real estate boom. They co-founded the Jarvis Conklin Mortgage and Trust Company, which rapidly grew by financing and developing new residential neighborhoods on the American frontier. In Kansas City, Missouri, their firm is credited with developing the Hyde Park district and other upscale subdivisions. But they didn't stop there. Jarvis Conklin expanded into Cleveland and even helped create Roland Park in Baltimore, one of the nation's first planned garden suburbs. At its height, the company was so ambitious it opened an overseas branch in London in 1889, becoming one of the first American banks with an international office. This rapid expansion hit a wall with the Panic of 1893, a financial crisis that wreaked havoc on railroads and real estate ventures nationwide. Jarvis Conklin Mortgage and Trust collapsed in the aftermath, wiping out Conklin's initial fortune. Yet he proved resilient, and by 1896 he had reorganized the remnants of his business into a new venture, the North American Trust Company, and moved operations to New York City. Good timing and Conklin's bold vision turned this setback into an even greater opportunity. After the Spanish-American War in 1898, the United States needed financial infrastructure in its new territories, and Conklin's firm was appointed the official U.S. fiscal agent in Cuba. He relocated to Havana and oversaw the founding of the first American bank there, the National Bank of Cuba, along with the island's telephone companies and even railroads. In effect, he helped build Cuba's transportation and communications networks in the early 1900s, vastly enlarging his wealth and influence. This cosmopolitan period set the stage for Conklin's next act back in the US, where he would channel his fortune into an estate of almost theatrical grandeur. By the turn of the 20th century, Roland Conklin was ready to establish a permanent home befitting his success. In 1893, amid his New York banking ventures, Conklin purchased 200 acres of hilly woodland in Lloyd Harbor, Long Island, as the site for a country estate. For about a decade, he left the acreage largely untouched, but around 1906, he embarked on creating his dream home. He commissioned noted Philadelphia architect Wilson Eyre to design a grand residence atop the highest hill, one that would command sweeping views of Cold Spring Harbor and the Long Island Sound. Construction was completed by 1907, and Conklin named the property Rosemary Farm, a sentimental choice honoring his young daughter Rosemary. The main house was a sprawling red brick mansion of approximately 30 rooms, blending Georgian and classical elements. Period descriptions praised its gracious design. Sleeping porches and terraces took in sea breezes, and imported European antiques, from Italian marble doorways to a Portuguese church organ, filled its halls. With the mansion complete, Conklin turned to landscaping the grounds on a lavish scale. He and his wife Mary, herself a former opera singer, were avid patrons of the arts. They envisioned their estate not just as a private retreat, but as a place for culture and entertainment among friends. Conklin hired the Olmsted brothers to design formal gardens and improve the rolling landscape. The defining feature of Rosemary Farm, and Conklin's most ambitious addition, was the open-air amphitheater he built in the estate's natural bowl. Around 1912, his wife expressed a desire to host a grand theatrical and musical performance for their circle of friends, many of whom were leading actors, conductors, and singers of the day. Seizing on the idea, Conklin decided to transform a deep ravine southwest of the mansion into a massive outdoor theater. The plans drawn up in 1912 envisioned semicircular grass-seating terraces built into the hillside, accommodating nearly 3,000 spectators and separated from the stage by a water-filled moat. For the interior, countless revisions were made by the architect to suit the Conklin's grand plans for entertaining, with series after series of sketches to ensure perfection. The heart of the home would become the central hall, the largest room in the house where live music could ring out from the balcony above. In keeping with the home's theatrical flair, the grand staircase swept out of the entrance hall, going over a partition wall to cut through the living hall. Just below it, a built-in pipe organ would bellow music on any given night in the house, whether it was for a small dinner party or an event with thousands in attendance. Directly opposite, the floor-to-ceiling fireplace could consume entire trees within hours, keeping the atmosphere alive and the massive space warm. Next, we'll head over to the library, which also went through a series of designs as the architect and Conklins went back and forth on how to best incorporate their collection of European architectural salvage. The result, much like the final sketches, included an arcade that was repurposed in each archway to hold a doorway, a fireplace, and a bookshelf. Though of utmost importance was probably the music room, which could be filled with opera singers and orchestras when their outdoor concerts would be rained out. Let's skip over to the breakfast room and head below a colonnade of serpentine columns adorned with delicately carved wooden flowers. This brings us to the dining room, set below a Jacobean ceiling and anchored on a salvaged European white marble fireplace mantel. We can get a close look at this, admiring the mantel's centuries-old scrollwork and noting that the family still had it installed with its chips and cracks left unrepaired, truly showcasing its age. Upstairs, the creativity and unconventional design choices continue into the couple's bedroom, first and foremost for the time period being that they share this room instead of keeping separate beds. Second, to maximize natural light, the walls were covered in windows, leaving the only large enough space to display their antique tapestries up in the rafters of the hammer beam ceiling. Unfortunately, Mary passed away in 1919 at only 48 years old. Without her, the grand home they had created together lost much of its charm for him. Conklin's children were growing up, and he began withdrawing from the high society life at Rosemary Farm, and not long after, he decided to give up the estate entirely. In 1920, he arranged to transfer Rosemary Farm to the Catholic Diocese of Brooklyn. By 1924, the deal was finalized, and construction began to convert the property into the Seminary of the Immaculate Conception. Meanwhile, Conklin picked up an earlier project that he had tinkered on in his free time and went full speed ahead with promoting the Rolling Gas Electric Vehicle, Vehicle, Company, which he had founded in 1913 to build innovative gasoline-electric buses. He also continued his philanthropy. Notably, Conklin had donated the iconic alma mater statue that graces the University of Illinois campus in 1919, and after a fit of pneumonia, he passed away in 1938. Over the following decades, Rosemary Farm's legacy as a private estate had largely faded until an unfortunate event brought it back into the headlines. In December 1990, just as the diocese was considering selling the old Conklin mansion to private buyers, tragedy struck. The vacant mansion was largely destroyed in a fire set by vandals. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this unique estate? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Have you ever wondered why golf is one of the most popular sports in America? Hi everyone, Ken here. We've got a hole-in-one for you today as we set out to Southampton to uncover Ballyshire, the Long Island estate of Charles Blair MacDonald. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Charles B. MacDonald's road to fame and fortune was as fascinating as any rags-to-riches American dream story. Born in 1855 to a Scottish father and Canadian mother in Niagara Falls, Ontario, young Charles was sent to St. Andrews University in Scotland at age 16. There, living in the shadow of the old course at St. Andrews, he learned golf under the tutelage of legendary Old Tom Morris. MacDonald returned to the United States brimming with golfing fervor, but first he needed to make his mark in business. Settling in Chicago in the 1870s, he became a successful stockbroker in the booming Gilded Age markets. By 1900, MacDonald's financial acumen had carried him to New York, where he joined the Wall Street brokerage firm of C.D. Barney, a predecessor of today's Morgan Stanley. This career provided MacDonald with considerable wealth, the kind of fortune that would later bankroll his extravagant home. But perhaps that's getting a bit ahead. MacDonald's true passion was golf, a sport still foreign to most Americans in the late 19th century. In the 1890s, he emerged as a pivotal figure in U.S. golf history. He co-founded the Chicago Golf Club in 1892, establishing the first 18-hole course in the nation, and a few years later, he became the first U.S. amateur champion in 1895. Equally important, he helped found the United States Golf Association in 1894 to standardize the emerging sport. By the turn of the century, Charles MacDonald was celebrated as the father of American golf architecture, a title earned by his role in designing a series of influential courses. Ever ambitious, he scoured the East Coast for the perfect site to build a world-class course that would emulate the Great Links of Britain. MacDonald found his field of dreams on Long Island. In 1906, he identified an ideal seaside expanse near Southampton, an area of affluent summer colonies and gentle dunes reminiscent of Scottish Linksland. There he founded the National Golf Links of America, gathering a syndicate of 70 investors to purchase land and open the course by 1909. NGLA was a triumph, a living showcase of classic golf holes MacDonald had studied abroad, and it would soon host the inaugural Walker Cup in 1922. Flush with success, MacDonald was now not only a sports hero, but a man of substantial means and social standing. It was at the zenith of prominence and prosperity that he turned to constructing his ultimate personal haven, a lavish country estate that would reflect both his wealth and his sporting legacy. MacDonald's Southampton estate, which he christened Ballyshire, was nothing short of a monument to the heir's opulence and to his own life's passions. The very name Ballyshire held personal significance. It was borrowed from MacDonald's grandfather's estate in Scotland, an homage to his family heritage. Construction began around 1910, just as NGLA was taking shape across the water, and by 1913, the great house was completed. MacDonald had engaged architect F. Burrell Hoffman Jr. to design the residence, and the result was a stately Georgian Revival manor of red brick, limestone, and perfectly balanced proportions. From the outside, Ballyshire presented a picture of disciplined elegance. Hoffman's design emphasized symmetry and fine classical details. A graceful balustraded terrace ran along the length of the house, its stone cap lending a strong horizontal line that visually tied the structure to the landscape. Just off to the side, the formal gardens were planned to spill out, framing the perfectly manicured lawn with a crown of trees in the backdrop. Following the path towards the garden gate, we can explore more of the property. First, we'll find the grass tennis courts, designed to rival those of the finest country clubs in the world. And a bit further away, kept out of sight from guests, are the greenhouses and garage. Getting back to the beaten path, we'll make our way through the rose garden, an intersection of sorts for traversing the grounds. We can now see the main house again, emerging beyond the thick layers of gardens. We can head up to the terrace to turn around, seeing the lawn that set the standard for every golf course of the era. Returning back to the house, we'll make our way towards the entrance, but before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, You'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. Let's take a quick look at the floor plan to orient ourselves just before we swing open the front door and begin exploring the 22,000 square foot mansion. Inside, Ballyshire was the epitome of Edwardian luxury, crafted for comfort and high society gatherings. Visitors entering the front door would find themselves in a magnificent entrance hall floored in a checkerboard of black and white marble, a design choice as stylish then as it remains today. At one end, we'll find the living room, clad in birch paneling and draped with red brocade, and spanning from the front to the rear of the house. This room opens into the conservatory, where the French doors could be opened and the screen doors left closed to allow for seasonal enjoyment of fresh air without pest. From here we'll cut back across the drawing room to find the library centered on the rear of the house with a massive bay window where Charles could look out over his lawn. As we scan the leather-bound volumes resting on his built-in bookshelves, we'll head below the buffalo's head to uncover the next space. This leads us to the dining room, finished out with painted wall panels and an elaborate plaster frieze. Of special note, the dining room is designed to be more reminiscent of a traditional Scottish dining room rather than the ever-evolving American dining rooms of the era. The creation of Ballyshire solidified McDonald's status among the elite. Here he was, a self-made Wall Street tycoon and golf champion, living in a mansion that rivaled the finest estates of Long Island's Gold Coast, one that set the standards for country clubs nationwide. As he moved into his later years, McDonald gradually stepped back from active course design, but he remained a revered figure in the sport. In 1928, at the age of 72, he published Scotland's Gift, Golf, a part memoir, part history book in which he recounted the spread of golf in the United States, not shy about highlighting his own central role. Intriguingly, it appears that Charles MacDonald did not spend all his twilight years at Ballyshire. By the mid-1920s, he was in his 70s and perhaps found the upkeep of a large estate burdensome or simply had different priorities. Either way, the estate was put on the market and changed hands. He passed away in April of 1939 at the age of 83, long enough to see the seeds he planted grow into a coast-to-coast American golf culture. And we all know that golf is just as popular now as ever, but what became of Ballyshire? The mansion's story did not end with McDonald's occupancy. In fact, Ballyshire went on to have a long and eventful life of its own. Around 1923, Charles E. Van Vleck purchased Ballyshire, becoming its second owner. Van Vleck's tenure marked a new chapter for the estate, one that saw changes in its landscape design to suit the new owner's taste. The formal gardens were redesigned in the late 1920s by Annette Hoyt Flanders, a leading landscape architect at the time. In addition, the rooms were largely refreshed, with the living room getting a complete makeover. This era even saw wood paneling being painted over in the library to adhere with the new norms. Thankfully, not much changed in the entrance hall, which had always intended to have painted millwork paired with the timeless checkered marble floors. As time marched on, the era of Gilded Age Long Island estates gave way to new realities. By the post-World War II period, many vast properties were being broken up or sold off as maintenance grew costly. Thankfully, that was not the case for Ballyshire, which went on to change hands a few more times. In 2011, Ballyshire made headlines once again when it was purchased by a former New York City mayor and billionaire. The entrance hall today appears almost exactly as it did back then, and you'll be happy to know that the paint was removed from the library's wood paneling. So I'll leave you with this: the next time you see a beautiful golf course with a stately clubhouse, think back on Ballyshire, the estate that set the standard worldwide. As always, let me know your thoughts on Ballyshire down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Check out their link in the video description to learn how you can get involved today. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. San Francisco Plantation is unlike any other home of its era. Designed with vibrant colors and layered like a wedding cake, you might imagine nothing but good times. Despite its cheerfully whimsical appearance, its original owner swore it was cursed. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Along the winding river road between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, a flamboyant mansion known as San Francisco Plantation rises amid a sea of live oaks and oil tanks. Its story begins in the early 19th century, decades before the house itself was built. In 1827, a free man of color named Elise Relieu began assembling this land on the Mississippi's east bank, envisioning a prosperous sugar plantation. Only a few years later, in 1830, Relieu sold the property for the astonishing sum of $100,000, around $3.5 million in today's money, to Edmond Marmillion and his business partner, Eugène Lartigue. Marmillion was a wealthy French Creole planter who saw potential in the rich alluvial soil and booming sugar market. By acquiring the estate, which then included extensive cane fields and simple wooden buildings, Marmillion set the stage for the grand home that would soon dominate the landscape. Like many planters of the era, Marmillion relied on enslaved labor for his enterprise, yet while neighboring sugar estates flourished by embracing new steam-powered mills and modern methods, Marmillion's operations struggled. He was slow to invest in the latest sugar processing technology, and the plantation's finances were strained almost from the start. Despite these headwinds, Edmond nurtured an ambition to crown his property with one of the finest plantation houses in Louisiana, a symbol of status, permanence, and hope for his family's future. By the early 1850s, Edmond's personal life had been marked by misfortune even as he planned his architectural triumph. His beloved wife, Antoinette, had passed after a fit of tuberculosis, and illness struck his children repeatedly. 6 of his 8 children perished young, likely victims of diseases like TB and yellow fever that often ravaged Louisiana families in those days. Only 2 sons, Antoine Valson and Charles, survived into adulthood. Perhaps spurred by these losses and hoping to secure a legacy for his heirs, Marmillion embarked on building an extraordinary residence around 1853. He spared no expense, skilled builders were contracted, and craftsmen were purchased to help realize his vision. Over the next few years, on a raised brick foundation near the river's natural levee, an opulent home took shape, unlike any other in the region. When completed in 1855, the mansion was a marvel, a flamboyant confection of Creole spice with Victorian flavor. Its appearance was so fanciful and ornate that later admirers dubbed the style Steamboat Gothic, as the house resembles a grand riverboat in full flourish. The ground floor, built of sturdy brick, forms a broad platform supporting the living quarters above, a practical Creole adaptation to swampy terrain and flooding. Twin curving staircases sweep up from the front lawn to a generous second-floor gallery that wraps 3 sides of the house. Slender fluted columns with cast-iron Corinthian capitals line the gallery, supporting a massive overhanging roof cornice. The roofline is an architectural adventure in itself. Ogee curved dormer windows with diamond pane glass protrude from a high-hipped roof, and atop sits a rectangular widow's walk fenced in by an intricate railing. The stacked arrangement of gallery, roof, dormers, and belvedere gives the structure a tiered, wedding cake silhouette, utterly unique among plantation homes of the time. Flanking the fanciful look were 2 enormous wooden cisterns on either side of the house, crowned with onion-shaped domes of copper. These cisterns collected rainwater, which was pumped to a storage tank in the attic to supply the house with running water for sinks and baths, a modern convenience exceedingly rare in the 1850s. The interior decor, completed under the guidance of Marmillion's son Valson and his new wife, featured 5 hand-painted ceiling murals teeming with delicate flowers, birds, and cherubs. Door panels were adorned with faux bois wood graining and Pompeian-style frescoes, details so fine that some later attributed the artwork to the noted New Orleans artist Dominique Canova. Mantels were painted with faux marble finishes, and elegant Corinthian columns separated major rooms. Every inch of the home spoke of craftsmanship and artistry. Edmond Marmillion had succeeded in creating one of the most ornate plantation houses in Louisiana, a final triumph amid personal trials. As the mansion neared completion, however, the project's enormous cost became painfully clear. Marmillion, who had been operating on credit for years, saw debt piling high. Family lore says that upon inheriting the estate, his eldest son Valson exclaimed in exasperation that he was sans frosquin, a French Creole expression meaning without a penny in my pocket. According to this popular legend, that wry remark about the cost of building the house gave rise to its unusual name. Marmillion and his family took to calling the property sans frusquin, essentially without a penny. Tragically, Edmond enjoyed his showpiece home for only a very brief time. In 1856, just months after the house was finished, the 51-year-old planter shared the same fate as his wife. The San Francisco plantation house, newly built and richly furnished, now passed to Marmillion's 2 surviving sons at the dawn of a most precarious era. Valson himself had grave concerns about the land's healthfulness. He had watched disease decimate his family, crops fail, and the sweltering, mosquito-infested environment seemed cursed. In 1859, only 3 years after inheriting San Francisco, Vilson and his younger brother Charles decided to sell the estate and escape its troubles. They found a buyer and agreed to a sale, but a family dispute upset their plans. Zoe Mamillion Luminet, the widow of one of the late brothers, contested the sale in court, arguing over her children's inheritance rights. Legal wrangling dragged on into 1861, by which time the nation had been thrust into the Civil War. The sale fell through as war erupted, and the Marmillions were left with a grand house and plantation that they simply could not afford. A few years later, with emancipation, the family lost their enslaved workforce, and the sugar plantation that had struggled in good times now plunged into financial ruin. As the brothers tried piecing the plantation back together in the following years by hiring labor, they both fell to tuberculosis. In less than 20 years since its completion, the magnificent San Francisco plantation had become a mausoleum. The house changed hands a few more times, until finally in 1909, the plantation found more stable stewardship when it was bought by the Ori family, who continued to grow sugarcane. In 1954, in an effort to generate income for upkeep, the Ori family leased San Francisco Plantation House to a local couple, Milton and Elizabeth Clark Thompson. The Thompsons had a passion for history and became the resident caretakers of the mansion. They moved in and began operating the property as a house museum, one of the first of its kind on River Road. Around the same time, San Francisco's plantation's mystique seeped into popular culture. In 1952, novelist Francis Parkinson Keyes published Steamboat Gothic, a work of fiction inspired by the plantation house and its colorful history. By the early 1970s, the significance of San Francisco plantation was undeniable. Historians and preservationists recognized it as one of the most important surviving plantation houses in Louisiana, both for its architectural distinctiveness and that rare state of preservation of its interior artworks. In 1974, the mansion was duly listed on the National Register of Historic Places and further honored as a National Historic Landmark, the highest designation for an American historic site. In 1976, the Marathon Oil Company acquired the local refinery, and with it came ownership of San Francisco Plantation House and its remaining 8 acres of grounds. That same year, Marathon partnered with local historians and conservation experts to establish the San Francisco Plantation Foundation, a nonprofit organization that would oversee the house's restoration and manage it as a historic site, and it remained open to the public as such until 2022. Reportedly, tours are currently suspended while shareholders pursue a sustainable management plan for the house, leaving the future of the plantation in a state of limbo for the time being. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about San Francisco Plantation? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The True Value Company is an American staple for tools and hardware, but have you ever wondered about its origins, or perhaps the mansions the company built back in the Gilded Age? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're visiting some over-the-top residences in Chicago and Lake Geneva. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. A.C. Bartlett's life began far from mansions and country estates. He was born in 1844 to a modest family in rural upstate New York. At age 19, armed with determination but little else, he set out for the booming city of Chicago and found work as a lowly clerk, even acting as a janitor in a hardware firm. His work ethic quickly became the stuff of company legend. He was the first in the office each morning and the last out at night. Within just a few years, he had risen from stocking shelves to handling orders and managing sales. By 1869, at only 25, his dedication earned him a partnership at Tuttle, Hibbert & Company, the wholesale hardware business where he started. His timing and talents were fortunate. In 1871, the Great Chicago Fire leveled much of the city, but in the aftermath, demand for building supplies skyrocketed and his firm prospered by helping rebuild the city. A.C.'s persuasive letters convinced far-flung suppliers to keep sending goods despite the devastated city, allowing the company to survive and thrive during Reconstruction. Over the next decade, he helped transform the firm into a powerhouse, and by 1882, the company reorganized as Hibbard, Spencer, Bartlett & Company, adding A.C.'s name to the masthead. As older partners passed away, Bartlett ascended, vice president in 1890, then president in 1904. Under his leadership, Hibbert, Spencer, Bartlett & Company became one of the largest hardware enterprises in the world. The company would later introduce the True Value line of tools, a brand that still lives on in hardware stores to this day. Outside of business, Bartlett was a reserved, studious man. He avoided high society's limelight in favor of quiet evenings reading at home in his South Prairie Avenue mansion. Yet he emerged as an influential civic figure in Chicago. He served on the city's Board of Education, was a director of major banks and insurance companies, and generously supported cultural institutions like the Art Institute and Chicago Historical Society. Around this time, in the early 1900s, Geneva Lake's wooded shores were lined with the estates of Chicago tycoons, a Midwest Newport of summer cottages that were anything but humble. In 1905, AC secretly commissioned noted architect Howard Van Doren Shaw to design a grand vacation home on Lake Geneva's North Shore. Shaw was a family friend and one of Chicago's leading residential architects, famed for blending traditional European elegance with modern comfort. Bartlett gave Shaw an unusual directive. The project was to remain a surprise gift for his wife Abby. Shaw's design for the freshly dubbed house in the woods was a masterful blend of old-world charm and modern Midwestern comfort. The mansion is laid out in a U-shape, enfolding a rear courtyard and terrace that welcome visitors from the landward side through a dog trot. Facing the lake, the home's facade is distinguished by large arch bay windows that offer sweeping views of the water through the trees. Triple arch loggias and arcades punctuate the design, an Italianate touch that Shaw would echo in later Lake Geneva projects. The red-tiled roofs, cream-colored stucco, and vine-draped walls lent the house the air of an Italian villa hidden in the Wisconsin woods. To truly appreciate the house, however, we must make our way over to the side and head through the dog trot. Here we step through the archway and face a massive swimming pool. This is the interior courtyard, a private slice of paradise nestled behind the main house. As we turn to our side, we see the studio to the other end of the pool, serving as a guest house and additional entertaining space. To best understand where we go from here, we'll take another look at the floor plan, opening the door in the dog trot and heading south and around the bend to find the gallery. This is the view we now have, looking down the barrel-vaulted gallery towards a tile mosaic fountain way off in the distance. To our right is the library, with built-in bookcases flanking the fireplace and a massive bay window looking out over Geneva Lake. This opens to the loggia, which runs parallel to the gallery, where we find windows that can be removed seasonally to enjoy the beautiful summers here. The loggia feeds us into the dining room, which was reportedly covered in murals painted by their son Frederick Clay Bartlett, who grew up to become a famous artist and art collector. House in the Woods did not remain a private secret for long. In June 1909, just a few years after its completion, the estate was prominently featured in Ladies' Home Journal as one of the 12 most beautiful country homes in America. As the 1910s progressed, AC gradually stepped back from day-to-day business and public life to enjoy more time in his beloved Lake Geneva retreat. By 1914, he had become the chairman of his hardware firm's board, a senior role that allowed him to relinquish daily management. He lived out the rest of his life in comfort, passing away while vacationing in Pasadena at the age of 77. Bartlett's passing in 1922 came at a time of great change for Chicago's old aristocratic neighborhoods. Nowhere was this more true than on Prairie Avenue. Once known as Millionaire's Row, Prairie Avenue saw a rapid decline in the early 20th century as wealthy families moved north and heavy industry encroached on the south side. Ultimately, the Bartlett Chicago mansion met the same fate as most of its Grand Prairie Avenue peers. It was demolished mid-century as the area was rezoned for commercial use and cleared for new development. But what became of House in the Woods? In short, it remains what it always was, a cherished family retreat. The current owners, only the third family in over 115 years, continue to use it as a home, one that balances modern living with a rich patina of history. And on that happy note, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about House in the Woods? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. While most of the Vanderbilts were constructing marble palaces in the Gilded Age, there was one who just wanted to get away from it all and live on a farm. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're trading pampered living for hard work as we visit Shelburne Farms. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In the late 1800s, William Seward Webb and Lila Vanderbilt made a striking pair. William was born into a prominent New York family in 1851, the son of a noted diplomat, James Watson Webb. Educated as a medical doctor, William initially practiced medicine, even studying in Vienna and Paris, but fate pulled him into the world of business and railroads. In 1881, he married Lila Vanderbilt, and by marrying into the Vanderbilt dynasty, he effectively married into one of the greatest fortunes of the era. Lila was the youngest daughter of William H. Vanderbilt, who had doubled the Vanderbilt Railroad fortune and was reputedly the world's wealthiest man at the time of his passing in 1885. This inheritance made Lila Vanderbilt one of the richest women in the country, and it equipped the newlywed Webbs with extraordinary means to pursue their dreams. The Vanderbilts were American royalty of the Gilded Age, known for building mansions and lavish estates. Lila's own siblings constructed famous palaces from New York's Fifth Avenue to Newport's Bellevue Avenue, but Lila and William charted a different course. Rather than another city chateau or showpiece summer cottage, they envisioned a working country estate where modern scientific farming would unfold on a grand scale. Thanks to Lila's inheritance, the Webbs had the resources to act on this vision. At the urging of Lila's family, William left medicine for finance and took the helm of a Vanderbilt-controlled railroad company, quickly establishing himself as a railroad mogul. By the mid-1880s, with wealth, status, and a shared dream, the Webbs were ready to embark on an ambitious venture that combined their high society standing with a passion for the land. They turned their eyes north to Vermont, a place of bucolic charm far from New York's bustle. In 1886, the couple began quietly purchasing farm after farm on the shores of Lake Champlain near the village of Shelburne. Over the next decade, they acquired 33 separate farms, ultimately amassing nearly 4,000 acres of contiguous land on the Shelburne Peninsula. Piece by piece, the Webbs stitched together an enormous property whose very name, Shelburne Farms, reflects this patchwork of many farms rolled into one. The location was ideal. The land jutted into Lake Champlain, offering gentle hills, fertile fields, and panoramic views of the Adirondack Mountains to the west and Vermont's Green Mountains to the east. From the start, the Webbs knew that to realize their dream estate, they would need the best minds of the day. They enlisted a trio of renowned professionals to shape Shelburne Farms' landscape and architecture. Preeminent landscape architect Frederick Law Olmsted Sr., famed designer of Central Park, was hired in 1886 to lay out the grounds. Working closely with Olmsted was Gifford Pinchot, a pioneering forester and future U.S. Forest Service chief who advised on managing the woodlands. For the buildings, the Webbs chose New York architect Robert Henderson Robertson, who would ultimately design over 30 structures on the estate. With this powerhouse team, the transformation began in earnest. Olmsted's vision for Shelburne Farms was a grand farm forest park, dividing the estate into functional yet scenic zones. Roughly 2/3 of the acreage was dedicated to working farmland, crisscrossed by elegant stands of trees and bordered by managed woodlands. He plotted out 11 miles of curving, crushed stone farm roads and 8 miles of walking and riding trails, all carefully aligned with the natural topography. Robert Robertson's contribution was no less impressive. He designed a harmonious collection of buildings in a blended Queen Anne and shingle style, using local materials to root them in Vermont soil. Whether gazing at the rising towers of the farm barn or wondering about the wooded trails, each building bore a sense of familiarity and cohesive unity. We'll take a look at some of the largest structures first, starting with the breeding barn. To lend a better sense of scale, we can move in towards the main entrance where we can see people dwarfed below the grand archway. Inside, the space was wide open, with ceilings soaring several stories high. Next, we can travel over to the coach barn, which is essentially a massive garage and workshop. Inside, you would find the estate staff working every day in the tack room, and beyond that, you would see the family's collection of over 80 different carriages stored away and perfectly polished. As we continue about the grounds, we'll find rows of greenhouses housing over 3 acres of interiors. Of all these wonders spread about the grounds, one building stood out above the rest. Perched atop Saxton Point, a promontory with commanding lake views, Shelburne House began as a large country cottage around 1887 and gradually evolved into a sprawling chateau by 1899. The finished home was an eclectic mix of Elizabethan revival grandeur and shingle-style informality, reflecting Lila's refined taste and the casual luxury of a lakeside retreat. Gabled roofs, half-timbered facades, and shingle surfaces mingled with elegant brick chimneys and carved stonework. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring this video. Now back to our tour. Inside, and much like the grounds, the house was a mix of both formal and very functional space. The dining room, which was also known as the marble room, was finished out with marble floor tile and damask wallpaper. To the side, natural light pours in through the conservatory over sunbathed orchids and tropical plants. To one end of the dining room is the game room, where gentlemen would gather after dinner for a game of pool. At the other end of the dining room, and a bit further away, we find the tea room, where the ladies might retreat after luncheon. This room also doubled as the breakfast room where the family could gather for less formal meals. Heading further into the house, we find the library bursting at the seams with a reported 6,000 books stuffed into its built-in bookshelves. To the far end, we find a cozy corner where desks and chairs are piled in by the fireplace. The glory days of Shelburne Farms as a private estate were relatively brief, as the estate peaked in the early 1900s and soon faced the headwinds of changing times. By the 1910s, the agricultural ambitions had begun to wane. The Webbs themselves were aging, and the Gilded Age gave way to new realities. Income tax, world war, and shifting social norms made such vast estates harder to maintain. In 1926, Dr. Webb passed away at Shelburne Farms at the age of 75. Lila outlived him by a decade, continuing to spend summers on the estate until her own passing in 1936 at the age of 76. With Lila's passing, an era truly ended. The estate's operation had always depended on a unified fortune and singular vision, both of which faded with the Webbs. The property was inherited by their children, but the Great Depression of the 1930s and the agricultural downturn made the high-cost model farm impractical. Financial pressures and the practical realities of dividing an estate among heirs led to the fracturing of the property. Various parcels were bequeathed, sold, or transferred to different family members or outsiders over the next few decades. The Shelburne House mansion itself stayed in the family and was lived in continuously, though by the 1960s it too showed signs of faded glory, outdated systems, peeling wallpaper, and a century of wear on its bones. In 1972, the decision was made to incorporate the house as a nonprofit, which continues to persist to this day as a place of learning and as an inn. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Shelburne Farms? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Visit their website, which is linked down below in the video description, to find out how you can get involved today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Over 100 years ago, long before capes and spandex filled the big screen, Street and Smith was shaping the very blueprint of the modern superhero. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're jumping off to Long Island to uncover the origins of action-packed comic book heroes at Shoremond. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1860, Ormond Smith was born into a family already deeply involved in the publishing trade. His father, Francis Smith, had co-founded the New York publishing firm Street and Smith in 1855 alongside partner Francis Street. Growing up under the wing of a publishing pioneer, Ormond was primed to continue the family legacy. He received an elite education, graduating from Harvard University in 1883 and joining his father's firm immediately after college. Ormond's entry into the business coincided with a period of transition. Street and Smith's co-founder, Francis Street, had passed away that same year, and Ormond's own father passed away in 1887. At just 27 years old, Ormond stepped into a leadership role and succeeded his father as head of the company. The company's output spanned a wide range of genres and formats, from weekly story papers to glossy magazines. Street and Smith's New York Weekly, in which the first Nick Carter detective story appeared in 1886, was an early staple, and they soon branched into standalone series and monthlies. Many of the magazines and pulps that flourished under Smith's leadership became household names in their day. For example, the Popular magazine was one of the first general fiction pulp magazines and carried everything from adventure tales to early science fiction. Street and Smith were also trendsetters in targeting specific audiences. They published Top Notch magazine, an action and sports story magazine for young men, Ainsley's magazine, a fictional magazine with high-quality short stories, and Picture Play magazine, a fan magazine devoted to the burgeoning Hollywood film industry. These titles, among others, cemented Street and Smith's reputation for knowing the pulse of the pop culture market. Perhaps most famously, Street and Smith pioneered the specialization of pulp fiction into distinct genres, each with its own dedicated magazine. They were early to recognize that readers crave category-specific stories, whether westerns, detective mysteries, romance, or science fiction. The company's western dime novels and pulps were especially influential. Ned Buntline's Buffalo Bill Cody Adventures, published by Street and Smith, were wildly popular and helped mythologize the American Wild West. In 1915, Street and Smith launched Detective Story magazine, the first pulp magazine devoted entirely to crime and detective fiction, which became the archetype for a new genre of mystery periodicals. Street and Smith also innovated by creating magazines centered on recurring heroes, essentially the bridge from dime novel serial characters to the iconic pulp heroes of the 1930s. Under Ormond's watch, the firm introduced The Shadow in 1931, the first pulp magazine to focus on a single fictional character's ongoing exploits. In short, during Ormond G. Smith's tenure, Street and Smith grew into a powerhouse of popular publishing. This publishing empire not only made Smith a media mogul, but a very wealthy man. By the 1910s, with his business prospering, he set his sights on creating a country estate befitting a man of his stature. In 1912, he purchased a 74-acre waterfront tract on Center Island, a peninsula projecting into Long Island's Oyster Bay that was becoming dotted with grand mansions. Smith commissioned the prominent architectural firm Hoppin and Cohen to design a magnificent mansion on the site. The result was an imposing Georgian-style manor house constructed of red brick and limestone, situated about 125 feet back from the bluff to command panoramic water views. Smith initially christened the home Gracecliff, perhaps in honor of his wife Grace, though he later renamed it Shoremond, incorporating his own name into the estate. Completed in 1914, Shoremond immediately earned renown as one of the most impressive estates on Long Island's North Shore. The mansion reportedly boasted 12 bedrooms and extensive formal rooms, providing ample space for high society gatherings and family life alike. Beyond the main house, the estate was practically self-sufficient. The grounds included a large carriage house and garage, a caretaker's cottage, a dairy facility, its own waterworks, and even a private sewage treatment system. Elaborate gardens were laid out with terraced walled gardens and formal parterres, creating a lush, manicured environment that complemented the house's refined architecture. Let's return around to the south facade and begin making our way up the steps and through the portico. Before we head inside, we'll take a quick look at the floor plan to better orient ourselves, noting that we will be entering the house below the grand staircase and traveling towards the Great Hall. As we begin looking around, this is our first view into the two-story Great Hall, complete with gilded plasterwork, marble columns, and carved balustrades skirting the upper level. Now we can turn around and see the front door where we first entered, tucked away below the grand bifurcated staircase, which reportedly boasted intricate runners over its solid marble slab steps. To the right of the Great Hall we find the dining room, with rich wood paneling framed by dramatic marble pilasters. Through the open door, we can catch a glimpse of the breakfast room. To the other side of the Great Hall, we find the boudoir, and though it was originally planned to be the music room, the ladies of the house required a larger entertaining space. Directly across the gallery, we find the men's reception room, and can quickly see why such a room of limited space simply would not have worked for the women of that era in their big dresses. Let's continue down the gallery until it terminates in the loggia. Here we find what the couple referred to as the trellis room, aptly named for its decor. This would have been used as a tranquil escape where running water could have been heard trickling from the fountains and where the sweet smell of potted flowers kept the ambiance peaceful all year long. In the spring of 1920, Ormond made the surprising decision to part with Shoremond. The buyer was John North Willys, a prominent automobile manufacturer of Willys Overland Motors, famed for later producing Jeeps. As the Great Depression kicked off, the mansion changed hands several more times until it was eventually demolished in the 1940s. Interestingly, large portions of the house were dumped over the cliff, with architectural fragments washing up on the shores of Long Island for decades following its demolition. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this lost mansion? Did anything in particular stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Did you know that the founder of General Motors purchased a mansion owned by Jacob Rothschild? Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. William Durant's path to prominence began far from automobiles and seaside mansions. Born in Boston in 1861, Durant moved as a child to Flint, Michigan, the town that would shape his future. Though he never finished high school, young Billy had a gift for salesmanship and an unbounded drive. In his early 20s, he spotted an opportunity in an unlikely product, a two-wheeled horse-drawn carriage. Durant bought the patent for a new road cart for just $50 and partnered with a fellow Flint businessman, J. Dallas Dort, to manufacture it. Their Flint Road Cart Company, later named Durant Dort Carriage Company, thrived. By aggressively marketing affordable, quality carriages, Durant and Dort reportedly sold 10,000 carts within a few years, plowing the profits back into their venture. Around the turn of the 20th century, Durant had become one of Michigan's most successful young industrialists, a self-made millionaire by 1900. In 1904, a floundering Michigan automaker named Buick desperately needed help. Durant, ever the consummate salesman, took over management of Buick Motor Company and quickly worked his magic. By 1908, Buick had surged to the top of American car sales, even outpacing giants like Ford and Cadillac. Durant saw a chance to build something even bigger. That same year, he set out to create a consolidated automobile empire. Using Buick as the keystone, Durant founded the General Motors Company as a new holding company. His idea was revolutionary. GM would acquire many different automakers and parts suppliers, achieving scale and brand diversity, much like Durant's carriage business had done with the components. He moved with lightning speed, and by 1909, General Motors had swept up 13 car companies and 10 parts manufacturers, including well-known names like Oldsmobile and Cadillac, and ballooned into a capitalization of about $60 million in just its first year. By 1910, a mild economic recession hit auto sales, and GM found itself overextended and short on cash. Durant had been so optimistic that he neglected to build cash reserves or integrate his acquisitions fully. When GM couldn't pay its bills, bankers swooped in to save the company, but on their own terms. Just 2 years after founding GM, Durant was forced to resign control in 1910, a stunning setback for the empire builder. Down but not out, he plotted a comeback almost immediately, and in 1911, Durant teamed up with a Swiss-born race driver and engineer named Louis Chevrolet to start a new car company bearing Chevrolet's name. Before long, the Chevrolet brand was producing popular mid-price cars. Durant bided his time as Chevrolet prospered, and in a masterstroke, he used Chevrolet to regain his lost throne. Over the following years, Durant quietly amassed GM stock and allied with investors like Pierre DuPont. The gambit paid off, and Durant seized back control. In June 1916, he was re-elected president of General Motors, presiding over a stronger, more streamlined GM that now included Chevrolet as a division. During his second tenure leading GM, he continued to expand the company's portfolio, adding companies like Fisher Body and the appliance maker Frigidaire, and implemented more centralized management. By the end of the 1910s, General Motors was on its way to becoming an industry titan, and Durant's personal fortune and fame were greater than ever. Yet fate intervened again. In 1920, amidst a post-World War I economic slump and internal disagreements, Durant's roller coaster career took another sharp turn. That year, financial pressures and a power struggle with his board led to Durant's second ouster from GM. This time, it was final. He resigned and gave up control of the company he had founded. Still, he exited GM a very wealthy man. At 58 years old, he cashed out his GM stock for tens of millions of dollars and retained an aura of respect as the charismatic entrepreneur who had twice built one of the world's largest corporations. With his fortunes at their peak in 1920, Durant embarked on new ventures and also treated himself to an extravagant new home that reflected his gilded success. Flush with cash and eager to enjoy the fruits of his labor, Durant went house hunting among the enclaves of America's rich, finding his prize on the shores of New Jersey. In 1920, the same year he departed General Motors, Durant purchased an estate called Raymere in the wealthy coastal town of Deal, New Jersey. Deal was known in the early 20th century for its grand summer residences owned by industrialists and financiers, and Raymere was one of its crown jewels. The mansion had been originally built in 1908 for a prominent couple, Jacob and Regina Rothschild, and was designed by architect Albert S. Gottlieb with Florentine design and the likeness of a lavish Italian villa. The surviving floor plans, though a bit rough around the edges, give us a good idea of how the interior spaces were laid out, even if the ink on their labels have been smudged beyond recognition over the years. Thankfully, the photos remain crisp. We'll begin our tour from the stair hall in the center of the house, looking back towards the family entrance off the porte-cochere. This grand corridor was clad floor-to-ceiling in polished stone with electric chandeliers and sconce lights glistening all the way through. Passing through the opening on the right, we head towards the front of the house to find the men's reception room finished out with rich wood paneling featuring intricate rosettes and even a large cartouche centered above the fireplace. Nearby, we'll find the white and gold salon, which served as the ladies' reception room, finished out with pale painted wall panels traced with gold leaf accents. Venturing further into the house, we'll pass through the stone hall once again and make our way over to the dining room. When entertaining, the table could be extended with leaves, otherwise, it would be properly set for the family for every meal 3 times per day. Next, we'll head over to the library, where half-height built-in bookshelves skirt the floor below hand-tooled leather walls. Even as William Durant was savoring success at Raymere, he was not done with the auto industry. In fact, upon leaving GM in 1920, he immediately launched a new automobile venture, Durant Motors Inc. in 1921, leveraging his fame and remaining fortune. Initially, Durant Motors showed promise. He marshaled his talents to produce a line of cars under his own name and other brands, aiming to compete head-to-head with General Motors and Ford. The company rolled out models like the Durant 4 and later the Durant 6, and even acquired luxury makes such as Locomobile to round out its offerings. However, cracks soon appeared in Durant's new enterprise, and despite his optimism, Durant Motors never achieved more than a modest share of the market. But Durant's attention was already drifting elsewhere, to the booming stock market. By 1928, he had transformed into one of Wall Street's most aggressive speculators and became known as the leading bull of the late 1920s stock market boom. This phase of wild speculation couldn't last forever, and Durant surely knew it. In the spring of 1929, sensing trouble, he unloaded many of his stock holdings to lock in profits. But when the inevitable crash came in October 1929, Durant, like so many others, was caught off guard by the severity of the collapse. In 1936, he filed for personal bankruptcy, and to satisfy creditors, Rainier, his elegant home and deal, had to be sacrificed as well. Durant had managed to hold on to Rainier through the early years of the Depression, but by 1938 he could no longer afford it. That year, Rainier was sold at auction, furnishings and all, for $111,778, a fraction of its former value. In 1947, at the age of 85, William C. Durant passed away in New York City. Fittingly and tragically, the titan who once commanded billions died with his fortune completely gone, his last remaining assets having been used to cover medical bills and basic expenses. As for Rainier, the estate changed hands after the 1938 auction, and it appears that no subsequent owner was able to keep it as a private residence for very long. The late 1930s and 1940s brought wartime austerity and high taxes, and many of the ultra-rich who once summered in Deal were no longer able to staff or sustain such grand properties. Rainier, once filled with life, likely sat largely quiet and empty in the 1940s, a relic of a bygone era. In September 1951, the Arnold Wrecking Company arrived on site and began a 7-week project of demolishing the mansion. In a poetic way, the story of Rainier mirrors William Durant's own. Both enjoyed a period of spectacular splendor, and both fell victim to fortune's whims. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on Rainier down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Have you ever wondered why the houses in Florida have such a distinct style? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're heading down to Palm Beach to uncover the home of Addison Meisner. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Addison Meisner was born in 1872 in California, but his path to architecture was anything but ordinary. As a young man, he traveled widely, from the courts of Central America, where his diplomat father was posted, to the goldfields of Yukon, absorbing art, adventure, and a love for old-world architecture. Though he never completed formal college studies, Meisner apprenticed under a San Francisco architect and proved to be a talented draftsman and watercolor artist. By 1904, he had relocated to New York, where he spent several years designing lavish interiors and even the decor of private yachts for wealthy clients before getting opportunities to design entire homes. Meisner's big break came when a friend, Paris Singer, heir to the Singer sewing fortune, invited him to Palm Beach in 1918 to recover from ill health. At the time, Gilded Age millionaires wintering in Palm Beach were living in wooden houses ill-suited to the tropical climate. Meisner saw an opportunity. Drawing on the Spanish colonial architecture he had admired in Guatemala and other warm climates, he designed a new kind of Florida architecture, one with thick stucco walls, shady loggias, clay barrel tile roofs, and breezy patios that embraced the outdoors. His philosophy was that an architecture designed not just the building's shell, but also its interiors and gardens, creating a unified style throughout. His first major commission was the Everglades Club, a private social club and hospital for wounded World War I veterans, which opened in 1919. The Everglades Club was a revelation, a gorgeous pink stucco palace with Moorish towers, arcades, wrought iron balconies, and lush courtyards. Its exotic grandeur stunned Palm Beach high society. The Everglades Club's success made Meisner the most sought-after architect among America's elite in the 1920s, and over the next few years, he was flooded with commissions to design extravagant winter homes for wealthy financiers, socialites, and tycoons. From 1919 to 1924 alone, Meisner designed roughly 38 lavish residences in Palm Beach, effectively remaking the town's architectural character. By 1925, it was firmly established as the premier resort community in the United States, thanks in large part to Meisner's distinctive designs. Amid a string of triumphs, Addison Meisner created a masterpiece for himself, Villa Meisner, his own home and studio in Palm Beach. Rather than an isolated mansion, Meisner integrated his residence into a charming shopping lane he designed just off 4th Avenue, known as Via Meisner. In 1923, fresh off the Everglades Club's success across the street, Meisner set about turning a slice of Palm Beach into a European-type village of courtyards and arcades inspired by Old Spain. He built a cluster of Mediterranean revival structures with white stucco walls, barrel tile roofs, wrought iron balconies, and quaint plazas. The meandering Via Meisner walkway connected the bustling Worth Avenue to a quieter backstreet, inviting shoppers to stroll through its shaded passages and flower-filled patios. It was an early, open-air shopping concept, long before malls were a thing, and it quickly became part of Palm Beach's unique charm. At the heart of Via Meisner was Meisner's own residence, an eccentric 5-story tower at 1 Via Meisner, proudly dubbed Villa Meisner. Completed in 1924, this tower-like home was the architect's personal sandbox where he could bring his wildest ideas to life. In cohesive unity with Via Meisner, Villa Meisner included large arcades and loggias. We'll find the entry loggia, following the red Spanish tile floors below a barrel-vaulted ceiling as we look through the windows to see the patio. In a sense, the patio or courtyard was the first interior space guests would encounter. Going back into the entrance loggia, we'll take the door at the very end this time. This brings us to the drawing room, which, like much of the house, evoked a Spanish colonial hall with its grand scale, pecky cypress wood ceilings, and stone fireplaces. Of special note, the windows incorporate Gothic tracery in their stone surrounds, and the glass itself bears slight tints of green, pink, and yellow, allowing the room to take on completely different appearances as the sun passes by. Let's scan the room until we find a large wooden door embraced by multicolored Spanish tile. We'll continue through, passing down the hall to open the door at the end. This brings us to the dining room, which would have been an explosion of color, from muted red tiles on the floor to salvaged wall paneling which had been whitewashed, and a ceiling mirroring the hues of Palm Beach's sandy shores. The top floor was one giant studio office encircled by 16 windows, giving Meisner a panoramic view of the island of Palm Beach and the ocean on the horizon. It was here, in this light-filled area, Meisner would sketch designs and plan projects surrounded by antique Spanish furniture and his ever-present pets, which included birds and monkeys. While Villa Meisner was his personal playground, Addison's broader fame rests on the many iconic buildings he designed for others. In the early 1920s, to be built by Meisner became a status symbol for America's rich and famous. One of his most famous residential commissions was El Mirasol, a 147-room Spanish Moorish fantasy completed in 1919 for Evangeline and Edward Stotesbury. El Mirasol featured arcaded courtyards, sprawling gardens, and even imported centuries-old doors and tiles to lend it historical gravitas. Though El Mirasol was unfortunately demolished in the 1950s, in its heyday, it was the talk of Palm Beach for its sheer scale and lavish details. Meisner went on to build dozens more Palm Beach villas with evocative Spanish names, like Playa Oriente and Casa Bendita. Each home was unique, but all shared Meisner's signature touches: sun-dappled courtyards, trickling fountains, intricate wrought iron railings, and a deliberate patina of age that Meisner often applied to make a new mansion feel like an antique Spanish villa that had stood for centuries. In Boca Raton, Meisner built the jewel of his planned city, the Cloister Inn. The Cloister Inn was a deluxe hotel designed to look like a sprawling Spanish convent, with pink walls, red tile roofs, cloistered walkways, and lush tropical gardens. It embodied Meisner's ideal of harmony with the Florida climate: open-air loggias for catching breezes, picturesque courts, and every modern luxury wrapped in old-world charm. Meisner's architectural impact extended beyond individual buildings. He essentially invented the South Florida architectural vernacular that persists today. He established Meisner Industries, which produced everything from roof tiles and cast stone columns to carved furniture and pottery, allowing him to outfit his projects with custom, handcrafted elements. The result was an architectural legacy so distinctive that one can still drive through Palm Beach, Boca Raton, or Coral Gables today and instantly recognize Meisner's influence in the pink-hued villas and Mediterranean shopping plazas. By the mid-1920s, Addison Meisner was at the pinnacle of fame, heralded in society pages, courted by financiers, and busier than ever. However, the frenetic Florida land boom of the 1920s that fueled his success also led to his downfall. He poured all his energy and much of his capital into the Boca Raton development venture. Planning was not Meisner's strong suit. He was an artistic visionary, but admittedly dismal with budgets and business strategy. He confidently announced grand amenities for Boca Raton: multiple golf courses, a polo field, a performing arts theater, and even an airport, all without solid financial backing to deliver them. Meisner assembled an impressive roster of wealthy investors and connections. Early land sales in Boca were brisk, as buyers clamored to be part of Meisner's enchanted city, yet behind the scenes, costs were spiraling and the flow of money was nowhere near enough to fulfill his extravagant promises. Signs of trouble emerged by late 1925. Some prominent backers resigned when they realized Meisner's project lacked reasonable and competent management, and they feared being personally liable. Construction of the Cloister Inn raced to completion, but by spring 1926, Florida's real estate craze was cooling dramatically. In Boca, lot sales ground to a halt, and many buyers defaulted on payments. Meisner's development company quickly ran out of cash, and by May 1926, unpaid contractors began filing lawsuits, forcing the company into receivership. That July, Meisner was ousted from control of the enterprise, and by September 1926, the company was bankrupt. By the early 1930s, Meisner's health was failing, and he relied on the kindness of friends to make ends meet. Ever the optimist, he kept busy with small design projects and began penning memoirs of his adventurous life. In 1933, at age 60, he passed following a heart attack at his beloved Villa Meisner in Palm Beach. Meisner had never married or had children, so his estate, including the villa, was managed by his surviving family and creditors. Fortunately, the unique property found stewards who appreciated its significance. Over time, the apartments and shops in Villa Meisner continued to be used much as Meisner intended: elegant boutiques, offices, and a few private residences tucked away above the arcades. The tower that was once Addison's living quarters was occasionally occupied by tenants, but remarkably, it was left almost untouched in terms of layout and decor. The carved wood beams, the wrought iron fixtures, the quirky castle-like ambience that Meisner created all remained intact, as if frozen in 1920s glamour. This is a rarity in Palm Beach, where real estate pressures have led to many historic homes being heavily remodeled or replaced. Today, Villa Meisner continues to stand, a place where the past and present mingle under the Florida sun, just as Addison Meisner intended. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this house? Or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the early 1900s, millionaire heir J. Phipps made a romantic promise to his bride-to-be. He would build her an American estate worth leaving Europe for. Hi everyone, Ken here. Comment what you like most about each room as we go through, and without further ado, let's explore this house. In 1874, J. Phipps was born into one of the wealthiest families in America. He was the eldest son of Henry Phipps, a self-made steel tycoon who had been a close business partner of the legendary Andrew Carnegie. Henry Phipps' involvement in Carnegie Steel, later U.S. Steel, made him enormously wealthy, amassing a fortune by the turn of the century. As an heir to the Phipps family fortune, young Jay enjoyed a privileged upbringing full of lavish mansions and a top-notch education at Yale. But he was not merely a passive heir. He trained as a lawyer and developed into a shrewd financier and businessman in his own right. By the early 1900s, the Phipps family had relocated from Pittsburgh to New York City, seeking new opportunities and a higher social profile. J. Phipps embodied this era's elite lifestyle. He was social, sporty, and philanthropic, active in pursuits like polo and thoroughbred horse racing, and an integral part of Long Island's high society. He served as a director on corporate boards, including Hanover National Bank, U.S. Steel Corporation, and W.R. Grace & Co., leveraging both his inherited wealth and his own business acumen. In short, J. Phipps had both the means and the ambition to leave a mark on the world, and a stage was set on the North Shore of Long Island. In 1903, Jay's life took a romantic turn that would spark the creation of his greatest legacy. That year, he married Margarita Grace, the daughter of Anglo-Irish shipping magnate Michael P. Grace. Before marrying, Jay had promised his English bride that he would build her a splendid home in America to rival the stately estates of Britain. He intended his new mansion to ease her transition across the Atlantic by recreating the grandeur of her old home. Jay wasted no time fulfilling his vow. In 1901, even before the wedding, he had purchased a 160-acre former Quaker farm in the village of Old Westbury on Long Island. By 1903, the year of their marriage, work on the estate was underway. Jay enlisted a talented English artist and designer, George A. Crawley, to conceive the mansion and gardens that would transform the humble farmland into a palatial country retreat. Crawley, who had a background in art and history but no formal architectural training, approached the project with an imaginative eye for historical grandeur. To ensure the plans were structurally sound and executed to perfection, the American architect G. Atterbury joined the effort, preparing technical drawings and specifications based on Crawley's vision. After about 3 years of intense work, the mansion was ready in 1906 for their growing young family. They named it Westbury House after the local area, and true to his word, Jay had given his bride a piece of England on American soil, a house and garden as beautiful as those she left behind. The Phipps family moved in and began what would be over 50 years of residence at this magnificent estate. Westbury House would soon become renowned as one of Long Island's greatest estates of the Gilded Age, a symbol of transatlantic love and limitless wealth set in stone, brick, and blossom. Architecturally, Westbury House is a Carolian Revival masterpiece, a tribute to the opulent Charles II-era country houses of 17th century England. The mansion's exterior exudes a dignified grandeur. It was constructed of warm honey-colored limestone and Virginia red clay brick laid in an eye-catching diaper pattern. The roof, with multiple gables at slightly varying heights, is clad in mellow-toned stone tiles, evoking the look of an Old English manor. Surrounding the mansion, George Crawley also laid out magnificent gardens and grounds that have become just as famous as the house itself. By 1907, the estate grounds already featured a polo field, tennis courts, a rose garden, and a charming latticework pavilion amid the flower beds. The formal gardens were carefully planned as an homage to the great gardens of Europe, with terraces, alleys of trees, and carefully placed sculptures creating focal points in the landscape. The southern terrace of the house was raised to overlook a great lawn flanked by rows of dogwoods, lindens, and hemlocks, offering a breathtaking vista from the house. Beyond the formal gardens lay woodlands, ponds, and lawns that were meticulously landscaped. In essence, the entire estate became a living work of art, incorporating elements of French and English garden design, from geometric boxwood parterres to meandering paths through wildflowers. Inside, the house was designed to transport the Phipps family and their guests into a world of Edwardian splendor from the moment they stepped into the entrance hall. Here you would find a massive stone fireplace rising from the floor to the ceiling, and beyond a colonnade, the grand staircase ascending behind delicate fretwork. Taking the door to the side of the fireplace, we step into the red ballroom, where we can imagine men and women dancing across the polished parquet floors in the height of Edwardian fashion. To one end, we follow the parquet floors into Jay's study, clad floor to ceiling in stately paneling, and all set below one of the most elaborate plaster ceilings we have ever seen on this channel, with delicate depictions of flowers and leaves overlapping each other as if though we are looking at the garden upside down. Beyond this, we travel further into the house to find the dining room, clad in rich wood paneling and traced by the glistening golden hues of gilded details flowing all about the room. Had we traveled instead to the other end of the ballroom, we would have waltzed into the white drawing room, aptly named for its white Corinthian columns, millwork, and paneling. Turning the corner, we open the doors to Mrs. Phipps's study, with floor-to-ceiling built-in bookcases lining the rooms below a domed ceiling. Over the years, Westbury House did not remain static. The Phipps family expanded, and so did their home. Additions in 1911 and 1924 enlarged the mansion, seamlessly blending with the original style. Notably, celebrated architect Horace Trumbauer was involved in later alterations, likely overseeing one of these extensions. Despite these enhancements, the integrity of Crawley's original design remained intact. Westbury House stood as a harmonious whole, a magnificent Charles II-style mansion furnished with treasures and set amid world-class gardens. Life at Old Westbury was grand, but it was only one part of Jay's luxurious lifestyle. As a man of great means and varied interests, Jay maintained multiple homes to suit different seasons and hobbies. In addition to their Long Island country estate, the Phipps family kept an elegant residence in New York City and later developed significant properties in the sunny climates of Florida and the rural heartland of Virginia. One of Jay's most notable ventures was in Palm Beach, Florida, which rose in the 1910s and 1920s as a winter playground for America's wealthiest families. There, Jay commissioned famed architect Addison Meisner, the visionary behind Palm Beach's Mediterranean revival style, to design an extravagant winter residence for his family. The resulting mansion, which Jay playfully named Casa Bendita, became one of Palm Beach's largest and finest homes. Its showpiece was an indoor swimming pool and a column pavilion, complete with an arched gallery and diving tower, which made headlines even before the house was finished. It's worth noting that despite living lavishly, Jay Phipps managed to maintain and even grow his wealth. In fact, he engaged in real estate development as well. For instance, in West Palm Beach, he subdivided land into what became the upscale Elstead Historic District, developing luxury residential neighborhoods in the 1920s. Tragically, Margarita passed away in 1957, just shy of her 81st birthday, and Jay, who had been her devoted partner for over half a century, followed her the next year. Unlike many titans of the Gilded Age who flamed out or lost their fortunes, Jay Phipps left an estate that was still largely intact along with a family committed to preserving it. One of Jay's enduring legacies was the notion of responsible stewardship. He had managed to hold on to Westbury House and its acres of gardens long after many other Long Island mansions had been sold off or demolished due to financial pressures. Jay and Margarita's children had grown up with a deep love for their childhood home, and they were determined to save it from the fate that befell so many other estates. The torch passed most directly to their only daughter, Margaret, who had a keen interest in horticulture and history. The steps she took in the years following 1958 would ensure that her parents' life's work would not be lost to time. Instead of selling the land to developers or letting the mansion crumble, the heirs transformed Westbury House and its gardens into a museum for the public. In 1959, barely a year after Jay's death, Margaret and her brothers established a nonprofit foundation to open Old Westbury Gardens to visitors. It was one of the earliest instances of a Gold Coast mansion being preserved this way, and it set a precedent for saving America's Gilded Age heritage. Margaret, who moved into a modest home on the property, became the founding president of Old Westbury Gardens and guided it for decades, right up until her own passing in 2006. Thanks to her dedication, the estate was lovingly maintained in nearly its original state and surrounded by the beautifully kept gardens that had matured over half a century. In fact, the cinematic quality of Old Westbury Gardens has not gone unnoticed by Hollywood. The mansion and its grounds have served as the backdrop for numerous films and TV shows over the years, from classic movies like North by Northwest to more recent television shows like Gossip Girl and Pushing Daisies. In popular culture, Old Westbury Gardens has come to symbolize the romance and grandeur of the Gilded Age, proving that Jay Phipps' creation still captures imaginations well into the 21st century. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Old Westbury Gardens and Westbury House? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the early 1900s, Nickelodeon theaters created millionaires almost overnight. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're heading over to Connecticut to uncover the story of Marion Castle. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1869, Frank Marion was born in rural Pennsylvania and came of age just as motion pictures were emerging. After graduating from Syracuse University in 1890, he found his way into the nascent film industry, working at Biograph Studios, one of America's first movie studios. By 1907, Marion seized an opportunity to start his own production company with two partners, George Klein and Samuel Long, which they named Kalem Company. Marion, with his marketing savvy and industry experience, helped Kalem churn out one-reel film dramas and comedies that thrilled audiences in Nickelodeon theaters across the country. These one-reelers, short silent films often just a few minutes long, were hugely popular at the time, and Kalem quickly became one of the leading studios of the silent era. From the start, Frank proved to be an innovator in the movie business. Kalem joined Thomas Edison's Motion Picture Patents Company, the era's powerful film trust, and Marion used his salesmanship to expand Kalem's reach. Unwilling to slow down during cold New York winters, Kalem was among the first studios to establish winter production in warmer climates like Florida and later California. Even more trailblazing, Marion took film crews abroad, literally shooting on location overseas, which was unheard of in that era. In 1910, he sent a team led by director Sidney Olcott to Ireland, making Kalem the first US studio to film outside the United States. Under Marion's leadership, Kalem Company racked up numerous firsts and hits. The studio produced over 1,000 silent pictures in genres ranging from melodrama to early action serials. It launched the careers of major silent film stars like Alice Joyce and employed one of the era's most notable female screenwriters and actresses, Jean Gaultier. By the mid-1910s, Kalem's ventures from overseas shoots to serial cliffhangers had made Frank Marion a very wealthy man. After 10 years in business, in 1917, he and his partner sold the Kalem Company to the Vitagraph studio, and Marion himself briefly joined Vitagraph's management team. But that was just a brief moment in his career. He was ready to retire from the frenetic film world, and he had grand plans for enjoying the fruits of his labor. With the proceeds of his cinema success, Frank set out to build a dream home for his family, a home so elegant that locals would soon call it Marion Castle. In 1914, construction began on this mansion in the upscale Shipman Point neighborhood of Stamford, Connecticut. Marion chose the prominent New York architectural firm of Hunt & Hunt, the sons of famed Gilded Age architect Richard Morris Hunt, to design his residence in the Chateauesque style. Completed by 1916, the estate was christened Terre Bonne, French for good earth, reflecting perhaps the good fortune that built it. Marion's castle's architecture is nothing short of breathtaking. The mansion rises 4.5 stories tall, constructed of stucco-clad masonry on a steel frame, with asymmetrical wings and even a turret that lends it a castle-like profile. Its steeply pitched slate roof is punctuated by fanciful gabled dormers, and along the roofline run ornate copper crustings and gutters that gleam in the sun. Surrounding the castle, Frank Marion landscaped an idyllic retreat. Originally, the estate spanned 4.5 acres sweeping down the shoreline, complete with formal gardens and lawns, edged by stone balustrade. To start our tour, we'll see the house as it originally appeared, keeping in mind that we'll circle back around a bit later to explore it in a more recent period. To enter the mansion, we'll swing open the door and step into the entrance hall on the ground level, where curiously, we only find one public room, with the rest of the rooms being up on the first floor in the spirit of true European fashion. At the end of this hall, we find the ballroom, soaring 2 stories tall with balconies overlooking it from the floor above. While this might be a grand first impression, let's head on up there to see what other grand spaces await us. To do so, we'll make our way back down the hall and hook a left to find the grand staircase ascending below a series of stone-clad archways. This is a good place for us to stop and reorient ourselves, noting that we are emerging right here in the center of the house. Directly in front of us is the living room, finished out with an intricate plaster frieze, parquet wood floors, and diamond pane windows on 3 sides. This room flows into the dining room as we start to make a circle around the central stair hall. Then as we proceed a bit further, rounding out to the upper side of the ballroom, we find the library with a low-hung plaster ceiling and half-height bookshelves skirting the room. Frank Marion lived out his days in Stamford, passing away in 1963 at 93 years old. Marion Castle stayed in the family until that same year, but the property's story continued with new chapters thereafter. Over the following decades, Marion Castle changed hands several times, with each subsequent owner meticulously maintaining and preserving the mansion, even earning it a designation on the National Register of Historic Places. This designation not only honors the architectural significance of Hunt & Hunt's French chateau design, but also cements the home's connection to Frank J. Marion's cultural legacy. Thanks to these preservation-minded owners, Marion Castle was protected from drastic alteration or demolition during a time when many old mansions were being lost. In the end, Frank Marion's life intertwined show business and architectural beauty in a unique way. Over 100 years later, his beloved Terre Bonne still gazes out over Long Island Sound, much as Frank himself might have from its balconies, enjoying the fruits of his labor. The castle remains a monument in stone to a silent film pioneer, inviting us to remember a time when imagination, on screen and in life, knew no bounds. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Marion Castle? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. You've heard of houses being too small, but what about when a house is too big? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the Stone Estate, a mansion that was greatly downsized. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1862, Galen Stone was born in Leominster, Massachusetts to a working-class family. In his teens, he took a job as an office clerk in Boston, getting an early foothold in the business world. By his 20s, his talent for finance and communication led him to become a financial news reporter, specifically the financial editor of the Boston Advertiser. This role gave him insider exposure to the world of stocks and investments, and he quickly proved to have a keen understanding of the markets. Stone's big break came when he partnered with Philibustonian Charles Hayden. In the late 1890s, the duo founded the stock brokerage firm of Hayden Stone and Company, which would become one of the prominent investment houses of the time. His career as a financier took off. He accumulated stakes in a wide array of enterprises, from coal mining to steamship lines. For example, he served as president of the Atlantic Gulf and West Indies Steamship Company. And in 1900, he and his associates organized the Eastern Steamship Lines to capitalize on America's expanding transportation needs. By the early 1900s, Stone was a very wealthy man, and by the 1910s, he was not only a financier but also a philanthropist and a well-known figure in New England society, the kind of man who could seamlessly blend boardroom acumen with a charitable spirit. With a self-made fortune at his disposal, Galen Stone set out to build his dream house. By the turn of the 20th century, Marion, Massachusetts had established itself as a quiet haven for summer visitors escaping the city heat. In fact, the very site that Galen Stone chose for his estate, a peninsula known as Great Hill, already played host to the popular Marion House Hotel. In 1909, Stone purchased the entire 313-acre peninsula property. He promptly had the old Marion House Hotel demolished, sweeping aside the remnants of Victorian-era tourism to clear the way for a far more private and personal retreat. In its place, he planned to build a mansion that would rival the great summer homes of Newport and the North Shore, yet with its own unique style inspired by English country manners. To design his dream home, Galen Stone hired the Boston architectural firm of Chapman and Fraser. Stone had specific taste. He envisioned a sprawling Tudor-style mansion that exuded the charm of Old England. The architects delivered in grand fashion. What rose on Great Hill between 1909 and 1911 was a rambling mansion of stone and timber, modeled closely after an actual Tudor estate in England known as Compton Wynyates. Copying Compton Wynyates was an inspired choice. That manor is a 16th century Tudor gem with a distinctive mix of brickwork, gables, and medieval towers. The Marion version, while not an exact replica, captured a similar romantic historic feel, making the stone mansion look as if it had stood on that New England hill for centuries. One especially clever and perhaps humorous touch was the material used for the walls. The Great Hill mansion was constructed using a type of bluish-gray stone quarried near Philadelphia known as Hayden Stone. This choice of stone was no coincidence. Hayden Stone was the very name of Galen's investment firm. The use of Hayden Stone was a subtle pun, a way for him to quite literally set his family's name in stone as part of the house itself. While the main house was being constructed, work set out on the grounds. Sprawling gardens were planned to line the drive, both formal and informal. All about the property, you could find hidden retreats as you stepped down into sunken gardens, or emerged from the woods to stumble upon parterres tucked away beneath the canopy. An army of servants made sure that these gardens were always picture perfect, cultivating flowers in the greenhouses year-round. Of the many outbuildings, of special note we find a large garage complex tucked away, then beyond rolling pastures we see a barn in the middle of an open field. Scattered about the grounds, you would find caretaker cottages and even grand gatehouses. But we could get lost exploring the expansive estate. Let's start our trek back over to the main house. Finally, as we pull up the drive, the main entrance starts to come into focus. This is where we'll enter the house, passing through the grand stone archway and swinging open the heavy wood door. At the heart of the mansion was a massive, two-story central room known as the Great Hall, around which the house was organized. Rooms on the main floor opened into this hall, creating a hub for social activity and an architectural focal point. The design embraced Tudor Revival elements, half-timbering, leaded glass windows, carved oak paneling, and more. From here we'll rotate to the dining room, which carries on these baronial themes with a heavy coffered plaster ceiling, oak paneling, and a carved fireplace mantel. Finished out in a cohesive manner, we find the music room, this time showing arts and crafts influence with the introduction of floral wallpaper above the picture rail. Next we'll pass through a pointed Gothic archway, finished out in the same rich oak, to find the library, strategically placed to capture as much natural light as possible. This room practically glows as the sun rays add definition to the plaster's intricate relief work. Finally, we get to what is perhaps the most personalized space in the house, the billiards room, where the Stones display their sporting and gardening awards. By the 1920s, Galen Stone had achieved nearly everything one could hope for in life. His business continued to thrive, and he remained a respected figure in finance. But rather than resting on his laurels, Stone increasingly devoted his later years to philanthropic and civic activities. For instance, Stone served as a trustee of Wellesley College from 1915 to 1925 and funded the construction of the iconic tower that still bears his name on that campus. He also continued supporting the Palmer Memorial Institute in North Carolina, a school for African American students, which he had become the largest benefactor of after meeting its founder, Dr. Charlotte Hawkins Brown, around 1915. Tragically, Galen's own time to enjoy Great Hill was cut somewhat short. In 1926, at the age of 64, he passed away from sudden heart failure. The family continued to utilize the mansion as a summer retreat, but as the years went by, it became too costly to maintain. By the late 1940s, the costs associated with maintenance and the ever-rising taxes became a burden, and something had to give. Roughly 80% of the house was demolished, and the rest was shored up and renovated, creating a much more manageable summer home. Through the 1950s and beyond, Great Hill shifted from being primarily a social showplace to being foremost a working farm. The expansive acreage, which once hosted polo matches and garden parties, now found new purposes in agriculture. The Stone family had already maintained a dairy herd on the property, and now they leaned into that identity. Cows grazed in the pastures where manicured lawns had been, and the estate's barns, once perhaps housing thoroughbred horses or carriages, were now full of hay and milking stalls. Fast forward to the late 20th century, and the farm found a niche product that would bring it a new kind of fame: blue cheese. In 1991, a member of the Stone family decided to put the old dairy operation to creative use by producing artisanal blue cheese on site. Thus was born Great Hill Dairy's blue cheese business, which over the next few decades gained renown among cheese connoisseurs. The farm's Great Hill blue cheese is made in a repurposed barn not far from where Galen's mansion once stood in all its glory. Today, if you visit Great Hill in Marion, you won't find a museum or a public park. It's still private land, but you might be able to catch a glimpse of the scaled-down mansion from the water. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the Stone estate, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. What happened to the second biggest mansion ever built in New Jersey? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering Kildysart, the Lost O'Day mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Daniel O'Day's life reads like a classic rags to riches tale. He was born in 1844 in the village of Kildysart in County Clare, Ireland. As an infant, he emigrated with his family to America, where they settled on a farm in upstate New York. In his teens, he struck out on his own, taking a job as a railroad messenger in Buffalo and then working his way into the emerging oil business of Pennsylvania. It was a bold move at a time when the oil industry was the new wild frontier. O'Day's timing and talent were impeccable. By 1870, as America's oil boom accelerated, he became involved with a fledgling enterprise that would soon dominate the industry: Standard Oil. In fact, Daniel O'Day was one of the 5 original men who organized Standard Oil Company alongside John D. Rockefeller. He quickly earned a reputation as an innovator. Not content with the slow, risky transport of oil by barrel and rail, O'Day championed the use of pipelines, then a cutting-edge idea to move petroleum efficiently. He personally helped construct some of the first major pipelines from Pennsylvania's oil fields, forming the United Pipeline system that became Standard Oil's National Transit Company. This innovation gave his company a huge edge and made O'Day a very wealthy man. Despite his high-flying career, O'Day never forgot his roots. In a nod to his heritage, he planned to name his future estate Kildysart, honoring the Irish hometown where his life began. By the turn of the 20th century, Daniel O'Day, immigrant farm boy turned oil titan, was ready to build a grand retreat worthy of his success. He chose the fashionable seaside town of Deal, New Jersey as the site, joining a wave of millionaires who summered there in mansions during the Gilded Age. Around 1901, construction was completed, and locals soon regarded Kildysart as one of the showplaces of the Jersey coast. The mansion was designed by architect George K. Thompson in an elaborate Tudor Revival style, sometimes described as Elizabethan, giving it the look of an Old English manor transplanted to the Jersey shore. Built of stone, brick, and cement, the structure was enormously grand in scale. The main house stretched roughly 200 feet in length. It reportedly contained on the order of 60-plus rooms, including dozens of lavish bedrooms and servants' quarters, making it one of the largest private residences in New Jersey at the time. In fact, local historians would later recall it as perhaps the second grandest mansion on New Jersey's Gold Coast. surpassed only by the famous Shadowlawn estate in size and opulence. The architecture of Kildysart was both beautiful and practical. A six-story tower rose from the mansion, capped with a gleaming copper roof that would have glistened in the sun. This tower wasn't just for show, it served as an observatory where the family could gaze out over the Atlantic Ocean and Deal Lake, and it cleverly housed water tanks to supply the home with running water. The mansion's layout even accounted for seasonal living. The seaward wing could be closed off during the cold months, while a snug portion by the lake functioned as a self-contained winter residence with its own dining room and kitchen. This way, the O'Day family could still enjoy their retreat year-round without having to heat and maintain the entire enormous house through the winter. The grounds of the estate were just as spectacular as the house itself. Kildysart sat on an expansive property, embracing both manicured gardens and wild shorefront. To make the most of the picturesque grounds, O'Day brought in landscape designers to create what was described as perhaps the most extensive private landscaping on the Jersey coast at the time. The land's natural slopes were shaped into sunken gardens that stepped gradually down toward the lake, forming terraces of flowers and aquatic plants. A substantial brick and terracotta bridge, roughly 150 feet long, was built to span a sunken garden ravine on the property. This bridge was not merely decorative, it actually carried the main driveway over the gardens, leading arriving guests dramatically across a moat of greenery as they approached the house. For recreation, a bridle path about 1.5 miles long wound through the estate, allowing the family and visitors to enjoy horseback rides without ever leaving the grounds. The outbuildings were equally impressive. Kildysart had extensive stables outfitted with all the latest conveniences of the day, as well as a boathouse on the lake, a gardener's cottage, and a gate lodge at the entrance. In the evenings, the entire estate was artfully lit by electric lights, cunningly placed below eye level along the paths, a very modern touch in that era. All told, Daniel O'Day had created a personal paradise at Deal, a blend of old-world styles and new-world innovations, where he could savor the fruits of his hard-earned success. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. Stepping inside Kildysart must have inspired pure awe. The heart of the mansion was a great hall that soared 3 stories high. Encircling this hall were continuous galleries on the second and third levels with carved wood balustrades, from which the numerous bedrooms and private suites were accessed. Imagine entering this hall, sunlight filtering down from skylights above, the space framed by 8 towering statues of mythological sea gods and goddesses that appeared to hold up the ceiling itself. These life-size figures, draped in nautical nets and wielding tridents, were a playful nod to the estate's location between the Atlantic Ocean and Deal Lake. At one end of the hall stood a massive marble fireplace that spanned 3 stories, anchoring the space with grand artistry. The fireplace's mantel, carved from creamy Kenstone, featured an elaborate sculpture by artist F. Miranda depicting Neptune, a nymph, and Cupid, symbolizing the union of sea and lake in allegorical form. The rest of the first floor was a constellation of richly appointed rooms. There was a formal reception room to welcome guests. This would then lead directly into the music room, where perhaps live music would be ringing out as guests continued toward the grand staircase in the room just beyond this one. Kildysart boasted not one, but multiple dining rooms, a grand main dining hall for lavish dinners, a smaller breakfast room, and even an annex dining room connected to that winter wing for use during the off-season. There was a library for quiet study, a children's parlor for the younger O'Days to play in, and a billiards and lounging room where Daniel and his guests could relax with cigars and billiards after dinner. No modern amenity was spared. For example, at a time when home gyms were virtually unheard of, O'Day's mansion featured a fully equipped gymnasium on the 3rd floor. For a few years, Daniel O'Day and his family enjoyed the high life at Kildysart, especially during the warm summer months when the Deal became a playground for America's elite. However, O'Day's enjoyment would soon be cut short. In 1906, while visiting France, Daniel fell gravely ill and subsequently passed away at the age of 62, reportedly from an arterial hemorrhage. By 1914, about 8 years after O'Day's passing, the grand estate was sold to a businessman named William P. Anult. Anult was impressed enough by the mansion's stature to make it his own summer residence, and in doing so, he decided to rebrand the property. He renamed the house Anult Hall, putting his family name on the mansion that O'Day had built. All was fine at the mansion for years until June 1935, when an early morning catastrophe struck. A fire erupted and swiftly engulfed the old wooden timbers and halls of the house. Fortunately, there were no reports of casualties, but the house itself was beyond saving. Kildysart was destroyed, its towering observatory collapsed, its great hall opened to the sky. In the decades that followed, the land did not stay empty. Deal's desirability as a seaside enclave continued, and eventually, the former O'Day property was subdivided for new development. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Kildysart? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a special thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Check out the link in the video description to find out how you can get involved today. As always, thank you all for watching, make sure you're subscribed, and I'll see you next time on This House. Imagine building a fortune on patent infringements and building an industrial empire in the process. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1857 to a prominent Quaker family in Westchester, Pennsylvania, young Philip Sharples ran a small machine shop in town. He had a knack for mechanical problem solving, a talent that soon led him to the unglamorous world of dairy equipment. In 1883, Sharples made a bold move. He traveled to Sweden to obtain rights to produce and sell a new device that was revolutionizing dairy farming, the cream separator. This machine could rapidly separate cream from milk, a task previously done slowly by hand. Upon returning home, he tweaked the design and began manufacturing his own Sharples tubular cream separator, which would earn distinction as the first American-made cream separator. As American agriculture modernized, demand for efficient dairy equipment boomed, and by 1906, the Sharples Separator Works, his factory on Maple Avenue in Westchester, was running full tilt. The enterprise expanded nationally and then internationally. Branch offices opened in Illinois and California, and its separators were shipped to Europe, Argentina, Australia, and Japan. At its height, the factory sprawled over 5 acres, employed about 1,000 workers, and produced 3,700 separators a year. Of course, success rarely comes without challenges. Sharples had essentially out-innovated the very company that inspired him, and the Swedish firm de Laval wasn't happy about it. Between 1890 and 1919, Sharples fought off 23 patent infringement lawsuits from de Laval, and won them all. These courtroom battles only cemented his reputation as a tenacious innovator protecting his turf. By the early 1900s, Sharples was riding high, and with a personal fortune amassed from bringing high-tech dairy equipment to farms around the world, he turned his sights to building a suitable home, not just a house, but a statement piece that reflected his hard-won success. He began quietly buying up farmland outside Westchester to create his dream estate. Between 1904 and 1910, he purchased parcels ranging from small 2-acre lots to expansive 200-plus acre tracts in West Goshen Township. In 1907, the manor house, which Sharples fittingly named Greystone Hall, was completed as the centerpiece of the estate. It was designed by Charles Barton Keene, a renowned architect of country houses who gave Greystone the appearance of a medieval English manor while equipping it with all the modern comforts of the early 20th century. The grounds of Greystone Hall were just as impressive as the house itself. Formal gardens and a sweeping lawn extended behind the house, where Sharples could host garden parties or simply stroll and admire the landscape. A grand pergola, one of Charles Barton Keene's signature design elements, stretched out in the garden with dozens of stately columns. The estate originally encompassed hundreds of acres of rolling hills, dotted with auxiliary buildings like a large carriage house, a spring house, and several cottages for the staff. Greystone Hall in 1907 was not just a home, it was a symbol of Sharples' triumph, a place where he could literally and figuratively enjoy the fruits of his labor in grand style. Stepping into Greystone Hall in its heyday must have been breathtaking. The craftsmanship was top-notch, from carved woodwork and marble fireplaces to an elegant central staircase. To explore the house, we'll pass through the main entrance to arrive in the Great Hall. We are greeted by a floor-to-ceiling fireplace with views deep into the house, past the grand staircase, and even deeper into the palm room. Arriving as guests, we'll first be ushered into the reception room, finished out in light, welcoming colors from the painted millwork to the floral textiles. From here we'll travel down the hall until we step through a massive archway to find the library, complete with a dazzling coffered ceiling soaring overhead and built-in glass-paned bookcases skirting the room's perimeter and capped by fluted Doric columns. Now we'll cross the central gallery to find the billiard room opposite the library, where we can imagine Philip playing pool with his friends and then hanging out by the Inglenook into the late hours of the night. Venturing towards the opposite end of the house, we'll pass into the dining room, where a marble fireplace blends almost seamlessly with the creamy painted wall panels beneath incredibly intricate plasterwork on the ceiling above. For a time, Philip Sharples lived the life that matched his mansion, one of prosperity and prominence. However, tragedy struck early on. Mrs. Sharples passed away in 1911, just 4 years after the home's completion. Sharples later remarried, and life at Greystone went on, filled with family events and high society gatherings, but storms were brewing on the horizon that would profoundly affect Sharples' fortunes. He retired from actively running his company in 1925, likely confident that he had built an enterprise that could sustain itself and his family for generations. Yet the timing was unfortunate. The Great Depression hit in 1929, and like so many Gilded Age fortunes, Sharples' financial empire began to crumble. Farmers could no longer afford new cream separators, credit tightened, and the once mighty Sharples separator works fell into decline. In 1933, the company was forced into bankruptcy amidst the economic turmoil. The financial stress took a direct toll on Sharples and his beloved Greystone Hall. To raise funds and cover debts, he had mortgaged Greystone, using the mansion and its vast property as collateral on loans. When the depression worsened, Sharples could not keep up with the payments, and the unthinkable happened. Greystone Hall was foreclosed upon. The mansion stood empty for nearly a decade as the land was parceled off and sold to developers. Then in July 1942, a family stepped forward and purchased Greystone Hall from the bank. The mansion passed through various family members, with each generation taking great care to maintain it for the next. Thankfully, Greystone Hall continues to stand to this day, operating as a wedding and events venue. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Greystone Hall? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine living in a home inspired by the overgrown ruins of the Roman Empire. How would that inspired design play out? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're traveling to Elberon to uncover one of Career and Hastings' most unique commissions. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1856, Daniel Guggenheim was born in Philadelphia as one of 11 children of Meyer and Barbara Guggenheim. His father Meyer had built a lucrative business in metals, and young Daniel grew up poised to expand the family fortune. In 1881, a rich silver ore discovery in Colorado became a foundation of that fortune. Daniel joined the business around that time and helped propel it to global heights. By 1901, the Guggenheims had gained control of the American Smelting and Refining Company, defeating competitors backed by the Rockefellers. After Meyer's passing in 1905, Daniel assumed leadership of the family enterprises and quickly became the face of what was described as a saga of success upon success. Under his guidance, the Guggenheim Group dominated mining and smelting on an unprecedented scale. They mined tin in Bolivia, gold in the Yukon, diamonds and rubber in the Congo and Angola, and copper across Alaska, Utah, and Chile. By 1918, the family's wealth was estimated at $250 to $300 million, placing them among the world's richest dynasties. Despite immense power, it was said Daniel Guggenheim could make or break a government with a telegram, but influence aside, he also faced challenges. In 1922, after internal disputes, Daniel and his brothers were edged out of the American Smelting and Refining Company, prompting his retirement from business at 67 years old. He then turned his focus to philanthropy, particularly in the budding field of aviation. Throughout the 1920s, Daniel, often in partnership with his son Harry, funded pioneering works in aeronautics. He established the Daniel Guggenheim Fund for the Promotion of Aeronautics, which endowed aviation research centers and awards to spur safer aircraft technology. Thanks to these efforts, Guggenheim's legacy extended beyond mines and mills and into the skies, fostering innovations in flight. While Daniel built an empire in industry, he built some truly stunning mansions, but for today, we'll be taking a look at his magnificent summer home on the New Jersey coast. This mansion, which he named Firenze, became one of the most talked about residences in the resort enclave of Elberon. In the late 19th century, Elberon was known as a playland of millionaires, a seaside retreat for America's wealthy elite. Stately hotels and private cottages attracted U.S. presidents and financiers alike, all eager to enjoy ocean breezes in high style. Daniel Guggenheim decided to transform the site into an Italian-inspired showplace befitting his status. Completed around 1903, this luxurious summer villa was intended to evoke the grandeur of the old world. In fact, the architects deliberately imbued Firenze with classical Italianate character, from green shutters to flamboyant corbels and grand columns. The mansion's architecture blended Beaux-Arts elegance with Renaissance revival flair. For example, its facades featured Ionic columns and pilasters painted in bold colors, smooth red shafts in the lower level, and fluted columns above painted white and green. This dramatic polychrome treatment, along with ornate interiors, was meant to recall the Pompeian style of classical antiquity. In essence, Firenze was Daniel's homage to Italy, a name and design chosen to conjure the romance of Florentine palazzos and Roman villas built of clapboard right on the Jersey shore. Before we head inside, I want to give a huge shout out to our This House supporters, as this video was made possible by our members. Consider joining our membership program to support the production and research of videos like this one. Entering the mansion, we see the signatures of career and Hastings abounding, from the use of classical architectural elements and the most fashionable furniture of the day. However, this came with a twist, a challenge of sorts to evoke Pompeian design by bringing the outdoors in, as if though you were walking into an overgrown palace, searching for elements like the grand staircase beyond fountains, tiger skins, and palm fronds. This idea of a house that is part garden continued into the breakfast room, where trellises climbed the walls and even covered over the windows. While this style wasn't necessarily a throwback, after all, it was very popular in contemporary French design at the time, the introduction of fountains and plants kept the vibe going through the house. Even the formal rooms were dialed back in their own ways so as to lend an air of relaxation without pretension, such as in the library, where Circassian walnut paneling was paired with simple craftsman furniture to create this contrast. As for the drawing room, while its shell was formal with a marble fireplace, intricate plasterwork, and proper wallpaper, the furniture was made of rattan and paired with potted palms. Fresh flowers would be brought in daily to further liven up the space and add to the ambiance. As the 1920s drew to a close, Daniel Guggenheim could reflect on a life of remarkable achievement. In September 1930, however, his story met an abrupt end. Daniel passed suddenly of heart disease at age 74. Fittingly, he spent his final days in great comfort, passing away at his palatial Long Island residence known as Hempstead House. I'll have that video linked at the end of this one. But getting back on topic, what became of Firenze? Like many Gilded Age estates, its glory was not destined to last forever. In the decades after Daniel's departure, the property changed hands within the extended family. Firenze managed to survive through the Great Depression and World War II, but only just. Some suggest it was simply torn down, while others recall a fire in the early 1950s. But the result was the same: Firenze was no more. Firenze lives on in photographs as an icon of Gilded Age elegance on the Jersey Shore, a fun and fascinating footnote in the larger Guggenheim saga. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this unique summer cottage? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. She was known as the dictator of Washington, D.C., and like any dictator worth their weight in diamonds, she had a palatial mansion to rival the White House itself. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In 1854, Mary Tracy Scott was born in Erie, Pennsylvania into extraordinary privilege. Her father, Colonel William Scott, was a self-made industrialist who struck it rich in 19th century America's booming industries. He built a diversified empire in shipping, coal mining, iron manufacturing, banking, and railroads. At the time of his passing in 1891, his fortune was estimated in the millions, equivalent to hundreds of millions today, all of it left to his family. Mary and her sister Annie thus grew up as heiresses to this massive fortune, truly born into the Gilded Age's upper crust. Mary Scott married Richard H. Townsend, a Philadelphian who himself had a successful career in railroads. This alliance not only joined two great fortunes, but also solidified Mary's status as a leading social figure. By 1898, Mary and Richard had set their sights on a prestigious address in DC's newest fashionable neighborhood, DuPont Circle. They purchased the former mansion of Curtis Hillier, a prominent corner lot where Massachusetts, Florida, and Q Street intersect, a location that would later be dubbed Embassy Row for its array of grand residences. Designing the new mansion, however, came with one quirky stipulation for Mary. As a girl, she had heard a haunting fortune. A mystic foretold that if Mary ever slept under a brand new roof, she would die within the year. The superstition reportedly terrified her well into adulthood, so when planning the DuPont Circle house, Mary insisted that part of the old Hillier structure must remain incorporated in the new construction, thereby ensuring she wouldn't technically be living under an entirely new roof. It was an unusual request, but not unheard of in that era of spiritualism and omens. The Townsend's architects, the esteemed Carew and Hastings, obliged Mary's superstitious wish. They left a portion of the original foundation and walls in place, building the new mansion around it. Thus Mary could comfort herself that her new home wasn't completely new. Mary instructed Carew and Hastings to model the mansion in the style of the Petit Trianon, the petite neoclassical palace of Marie Antoinette at Versailles. In effect, Mary wanted a French palace of her own in Washington. Carew and Hastings delivered. They devised a limestone-clad masterpiece that exuded French elegance and Baroque detail. The new Townsend house kept the general outline of the old Hillier house at its core, including a mansard roof in the Second Empire style, which became the hidden central block, but expanded enormously in every direction. They stripped off the outdated Victorian ornamentation and refaced the exteriors with creamy Indiana limestone, adding classical French Louis XV motifs, columns, pilasters, carved garlands, and scrollwork reminiscent of a Parisian chateau. The front entrance was reimagined with a street-level doorway adorned by an elegant iron and glass canopy to shelter arriving guests in style. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. Entering the mansion, we step into the main hall on the ground floor, clad floor to ceiling in creamy Kenstone with white marble floor tiles glistening below. To one end, we see the massive Kenstone fireplace protruding from the carved stone walls, and we can really begin to get a sense for the level of craftsmanship that went into carving each delicate detail. To the other end, visiting guests would be escorted to the reception room, finished out with silk damask wall treatments set between Ionic pilasters and the room filled with family portraits. From here we'll pass back into the main hall, walking over antique Persian rugs and past potted palms until we see the grand staircase. As we continue forward, we get a good look at the heavy striation of the columns marble, and I'll also point out that the grand staircase is carved from solid Kenstone as well. We can now continue to the landing, looking back one last time before we head up to the main level. At the second floor's landing, we step out across parquet floors into the wood-paneled lobby where gilded accents seem to glow in the sun's rays. This is the decadent foyer hall, where most of the mansion's public rooms are arranged from, following the footprint of the old house that is buried beneath layers of artistry. We'll head first towards the rear of the house, swinging open heavy wood doors to reveal the dining room. The walls are clad in rich wood with gilded accents all around, and framed between the pilasters are a deep red brocade. All of the furniture is carved oak and gilded with velour de Jean so as to match the architectural elements of the room. And the proverbial cherry on top is a deep red marble fireplace mantel resting below a portrait of Mary and her daughter. As we turn around, we see the buffet mirroring the fireplace and crafted from that same deep red marble. Let's continue through the doors. After passing through the foyer hall, we continue towards the front of the house to find the library. This room is finished out with French walnut, from the coffered ceilings to the glass-paned bookcases skirting the walls. As we stop to look at the fireplace, I'll continue to fill out the picture for you, noting that the fabrics used on the furnishings are all in shades of green. Even the curtains are of green brocatelle. As we begin our journey towards the mansion's other wing, we'll pass through a series of salons. But of special note is the second salon we encounter, the Grand Salon, finished out in the style of Louis XV. From the incredible plasterwork following the cove ceiling to the carved figures guarding each doorway and the wainscoting supporting silver and gold brocatelle, this room was fit for entertaining royalty. Let's now head around the gilt screen to find the doorway on the side of the fireplace and continue through. Here we find the largest room in the house, that being the Louis XV ballroom. The architraves enclose massive rounded mirrors, reflecting the light of the crystal chandelier across the perfectly polished parquet floors. Above us, the ceiling is composed of a central dome supported by two lower panels, all finished out with light pastels overwhelmed by creams and blushes between gilded accents. Mary's debut in her new mansion was a triumph. By the early 1900s, DuPont Circle had become the social epicenter of Washington's wealthy Purvenas, and the Townsend House was one of its crown jewels. Standing along Millionaire's Row, the Limestone Palace immediately began hosting diplomatic receptions, costume balls, and musicales that filled newspaper society pages. In January 1901, for example, Mary held an extravagant housewarming ball that drew the capital's elite, a display of power and hospitality aimed at silencing any remaining doubters of her social stature, earning her the nickname, the dictator of Washington, D.C.'s high society. Even President Theodore Roosevelt's daughter, Alice, was a frequent attendee of Townsend parties, further cementing the Townsend social standing. Fate, however, dealt Mary a cruel blow just as her dreams were realized. In November 1902, only about a year after the mansion's completion, Richard Townsend passed suddenly in a riding accident. At age 48, Mary was left a widow with a young daughter to raise and a brand new 40-room mansion to manage on her own. Many women in her position might have retired from the social scene in mourning, but not Mary. After a period of seclusion, Mary Scott Townsend forged ahead undeterred, continuing to host and live life at full throttle in honor of her home's intended purpose. Throughout the 1900s and 1910s, Townsend House saw a continuous whirl of activity. Diplomats, generals, magnates, and artists all graced Mary's guest list. She had achieved her goal of becoming the preeminent hostess of unofficial society, eclipsing even her friendly rival, Mrs. Mary Leiter, who had been the previous leader of the Millionaire Circle. Over time, Mary's health began to decline, and with it, her appetite for grand gatherings. In 1931, she passed away at the age of 76. By the 1940s, the once luxurious mansion found alternative uses. During World War II, empty mansions in DC were often repurposed for the war effort, and Townsend House was no exception. From 1941 to 1942, part of the estate's carriage house and stables were lent to the American Women's Volunteer Service, who ran a canteen there for soldiers and war workers. In January 1950, the prestigious Cosmos Club agreed to purchase Townsend House for about $365,000. Club members fondly noted the coincidence that John M. Carrere, one of the house's original architects, had himself been a Cosmos Club member. After some renovation, including modernizing the facilities and adding a wing in the early 1960s, the Cosmos Club took up residence at Townsend House, and they have remained there ever since, lovingly preserving much of the home's historic character. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which room was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a special thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Check out the link in the video description to find out how you can get involved today. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Sitting on the shores opposite Newport, Rhode Island, is a little-known Gilded Age summer cottage, and while its location might keep it secluded, it was certainly built to rival the palaces of Newport. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1841, Nelson Aldrich began life far from the world of mansions and millionaires. He was born in rural Foster, Rhode Island, to a family of modest means. As a young man, he worked as a grocery clerk in Providence and eventually became a partner in the business. Ambition and shrewdness propelled him into politics. He rose from the Providence City Council to the Rhode Island State Legislature, and by 1881 he entered the U.S. Senate, where he would serve for 3 decades. Meanwhile, Aldrich was not content with just a public servant's salary. He invested wisely and cultivated close ties with the heirs captains of industries. Through banking, electric companies, gas utilities, rubber manufacturing, and the booming sugar trade, he quietly built a substantial fortune. Gilded Age business titans rewarded Aldrich's friendship with stock shares, loans, and lucrative business opportunities, allowing this once poor grocery clerk to achieve great personal wealth. Aldrich's influence in Washington grew to legendary proportions. He became the dominant power broker among the Senate of his time, so much so that contemporaries nicknamed him the general manager of the nation for effectively steering national economic policy. He championed protective tariffs and the gold standard, aligning federal laws with big business interests. Though critics accused him of catering to Wall Street's great robber barons, even President Theodore Roosevelt acknowledged Aldrich's sway, once calling him the kingpin of the Senate's game. This political clout, combined with his wife's family ties to wealth, cemented his status among the rich and powerful. By the early 1900s, he was one of the most influential figures in America, and he decided to pour his success into creating an estate that would reflect his prestige. Aldrich's immense wealth allowed him to maintain multiple grand residences. In Providence, he owned a stately federal-style mansion on Benevolent Street, a historic house that is now preserved as a museum. But his most extravagant home was Indian Oaks, the Warwick Neck estate that he began developing in the 1890s. Aldrich envisioned Indian Oaks as a showplace befitting his stature, and the project became a 16-year endeavor of architectural ambition. Construction on the main house began in 1896 under the direction of Carrere and Hastings, a prominent New York architectural firm. They, along with local architects Stone, Carpenter, and Wilson, designed a French Renaissance-style chateau clad in gray stone. Nearly 200 craftsmen, including artisans brought from Europe, labored on the mansion's lavish details. When it was finally completed around 1912, the result was a 70-room palace filled with ornate artwork, intricate wood carvings, and inlaid marble at every turn. The estate's grounds and outbuildings were equally impressive. Indian Oaks originally spread across 225 scenic acres on the bay, dotted with towering oak trees that likely inspired its name. Aldrich outfitted the property with all the amenities a Gilded Age mogul could want. There was a 150-foot water tower that not only provided utilities, but also concealed a private railway and supply tunnel leading from the tower to the main house, an ingenious way to transport goods up from the shore without disturbing the manicured landscape. A stately carriage house sheltered the family's horses and carriages, and later automobiles, and a charming caretaker's cottage set near the gate to house the groundskeeper and likely screen visitors as they arrived on the estate. By the water, Aldrich built a substantial boathouse so he could enjoy yachting on Narragansett Bay. Every element of the estate was carefully planned for luxury and convenience. For instance, 2 carved marble sphinxes were placed as guardians on the terrace overlooking the bay, a hint of old-world elegance watching over the Rhode Island coastline. And in a rather personal touch, waist-high iron railings were installed across the French doors of the upper floor. These were put in place because Mrs. Abby Aldrich was reportedly known to sleepwalk, and the family took precautions to ensure her nighttime wanderings remained safe inside the house and out. Indian Oaks quickly became a site of high society gatherings and family celebrations. The most famous was the wedding of Abby Aldrich to John D. Rockefeller Jr. in 1901, a union of two of America's most prominent families celebrated in the mansion's richly decorated halls. At the time, Rockefeller was one of the wealthiest young men in the country, and the Aldriches spared no expense in hosting the memorable ceremony. The estate's splendor provided a fitting backdrop to what was dubbed the wedding of the century in Rhode Island. This event symbolized the peak of the estate's glory. Indian Oaks was not just a private retreat for the Aldrich family, but also a stage where historical alliances were forged and the elite rubbed elbows under crystal chandeliers. By the time the mansion was fully completed in 1912, Senator Aldrich had realized his dream of creating a familial Gilded Age sanctuary, a place where business tycoons, politicians, and even future governors and vice presidents might gather for secluded summer parties across the bay from Newport itself. As the estate reached completion, Nelson's own story was entering its final chapter. After nearly 30 years in the Senate, Aldrich decided not to seek re-election in 1911, partly as the rising progressive movement began challenging the old guard conservatives like himself. He retired from Congress, but not before chairing the National Monetary Commission, helping to draft the plans that laid the groundwork for the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. In his later years, he finally had more time to enjoy the estate he had so painstakingly built. He passed away just a few years later in 1915, at the age of 73. For his family, however, the Indian Oaks mansion proved both a splendid legacy and a sizable responsibility. Maintaining such a vast property without the patriarch's resources was challenging. Over the next 2 decades, the Aldrich heirs continued to use the estate, but the world was changing. The opulence of the Gilded Age was giving way to the austerity of the Great Depression, and a private estate of this scale was increasingly difficult to keep up. Eventually, the family made a momentous decision. Indian Oaks would leave the Aldrich family's hands. In 1939, Nelson's heirs sold the Indian Oaks estate to the Roman Catholic Diocese of Providence for the token sum of roughly $75,000, the modern equivalent of about $1.7 million. The sale included the mansion itself and about 100 acres of land. Thus, after nearly 40 years as a Gilded Age family seat, Indian Oaks began a new life with a very different purpose. Renamed Our Lady of Providence after the seminary that would occupy it, the grand mansion and its grounds were adapted to serve the Catholic Church. By the early 1980s, however, the seminary program was consolidated elsewhere, and in 1983, the diocese ceased full-time seminary operations at the mansion. From the early 1980s up until 2015, Indian Oaks was adapted for the use of various schools, but still owned by the diocese itself. Today, the Aldrich Mansion is one of Rhode Island's prized historic venues. The Diocese of Providence continues to own and maintain the property, and instead of senators and seminarians, its rooms are filled with wedding guests, conference attendees, and tourists eager to soak in the Gilded Age atmosphere. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the Aldrich Mansion? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. What do Katy Perry, a group of nuns, and an old mansion have in common? While this might sound like the setup for a joke, it's more of a preview of things to come. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're heading out to Los Angeles to tour the Earl C. Anthony Mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Earl C. Anthony was a self-made businessman and philanthropist whose entrepreneurial spirit helped shape early 20th century California. Even as a teenager, Anthony was ahead of his time. At age 17, he built one of Los Angeles' first automobiles, an electric car of his own design. This feat in 1897 made Anthony a local pioneer of the horseless carriage era. A few years later, in 1904, he and his father founded the Western Motor Car Company in Los Angeles, selling some of the earliest car brands, and soon secured the coveted Packard automobile distributorship for California. By 1915, Anthony had become the world's most prominent Packard car dealer, eventually selling 1 out of every 7 Packard cars in the world. His automotive empire expanded to include not just dealerships, but also gasoline. His ambitions didn't stop at automobiles. He was equally visionary in broadcasting. In 1922, working from a makeshift setup on his kitchen table, he assembled a 50-watt transmitter and launched radio station KFI AM, which would grow into one of Los Angeles' most powerful radio stations at 50,000 watts. He also started an early FM station and one of LA's first television stations, KFI TV, which is now KCAL TV. By the mid-1920s, Earl C. Anthony was a prominent figure in the National Association of Broadcasters and even served as its president. In short, he was a man equally at the shop under the hood of a car or behind a radio microphone. Beyond business, Anthony had a knack for innovation and civic impact. He is credited with introducing neon signs to Southern California after seeing them in France, forever changing the look of cities like Los Angeles with glowing marquees. He helped found the Los Angeles Auto Show and even had a hand in the development of the Greyhound bus lines by starting an inner-city bus company that later merged into Greyhound. A patron of culture, Anthony stepped in to help save the Hollywood Bowl during the 1930s by leading the Symphony Under the Stars Foundation. By the 1920s, Earl C. Anthony was one of California's wealthiest and most influential citizens, with success in automobiles, radio, and a portfolio of ventures that made him a true Renaissance man of the West Coast. With great success came the means to build a dream house, and Anthony's dream was anything but modest. In 1927, he commissioned renowned architect Bernard Maybach to design an estate in Los Feliz that would reflect romantic, old-world grandeur. The result was the Earl C. Anthony House, a sprawling 8-acre compound crowned by a 30,000-square-foot mansion that looks like a slice of Europe transplanted to Southern California. This was Maybach's only architectural project in Los Angeles, and he made it count. The design is an eclectic mix of medieval, Gothic, Spanish, and Tudor elements. In fact, contemporaries describe the residence as a medieval castle due to its turrets, steep gabled roofs, and stonework, all evocative of old-world chateaus. No expense was spared in making this mansion as authentic and opulent as possible. Anthony and his wife traveled to Europe 7 times during the planning and construction, studying Gothic castles and gathering inspiration. They did more than just take pictures, they brought pieces of Europe back with them. The Anthonys imported $35,000 worth of Kenstone from Caen, France, a type of limestone famously used in French castles and cathedrals to give their home an air of old-world solidity. They also imported antique roof tiles from Barcelona, Spain, for an authentic Mediterranean touch. The result was a mansion with genuine European materials integrated into its walls and roof. We'll enter the home through the front door, which is tucked away in the shadows of a massive Gothic archway. This leads us into the entrance tower, a soaring, 2-story space octagonal in plan with Moorish pilasters marking each corner. As we continue through the solid stone interiors, hearing our footsteps echo throughout, we'll step down into the Great Hall. This space continues like much of the house, being clad in Kenstone with large arched windows symmetrically placed on each side. Above us, exposed trusses create coffers filled in with carvings and the faintest hints of multicolored hand stenciling. But the true anchor of this room is the salvaged fireplace surround, soaring well above eye level. Before we continue on, I want to point out one last detail. While the courtyard beyond the windows might steal our attention, there are rosettes carved into the windows and casements that we'd be remiss to pass over. Let's now continue into the next room, peeling back velvet portieres to reveal an antique European tapestry welcoming us to the dining room. Here we begin to lose the details we've already seen. No pilasters, no rosettes, just bold simplicity allowing the Kenstone to speak for itself. But the entire house isn't reduced to stone. The studio is clad floor to ceiling in rich woodwork, boasting a mezzanine lined with bookshelves, though despite the change in material, it does carry on hints of Gothic design. Let's find the first grand staircase and trace its curving balustrade up to the second level as we admire the structural integrity and how perfectly fit together the stone blocks are that support the staircase. Up here we find Anthony's bedroom, finished out with painted wall panels and velvet carpet. Though no guest would have ever seen this space, he still felt it appropriate to display polar skin rugs amongst fine antiques. His bathroom is truly one of a kind, with the opening from the bedroom centered on the bathtub, which is overwhelmed by a tile mosaic depicting flamingos and flowering trees. As a quick aside, each bathroom in the house shares a unique distinction for having intricate tilework, including mosaics and murals. Now back downstairs, we could have found another staircase, one that seems to meander out of sight. This leads us to the guest bedrooms. In this wing, the house remains thematic, with heavy dark wood furniture and pointed Gothic archways to maintain the aesthetic experience for guests. Anthony enjoyed the house until his wife Rosemary passed away. Not long after, in 1950, he sold the mansion and its grounds to Sir Daniel J. Donahue and his wife, Countess Bernadine Murphy Donahue. Anthony himself would live out his remaining years elsewhere, keeping active in business and philanthropy until the end of his life. The Donahues enjoyed the mansion's splendor for roughly 2 decades. Then in 1970, Countess Bernadine Donahue passed away, and the family decided to make a generous, transformative gift. They donated the entire 9-acre estate to the Sisters of the Immaculate Heart of Mary, a Catholic religious order. In 2015, while the mansion was for sale, pop singer Katy Perry entered the story. Perry, known for her chart-topping hits and her California roots, expressed a keen interest in buying the old Anthony estate from the archdiocese. The nuns, however, disapproved of her lifestyle and refused to sell to her, reportedly for religious reasons, which is wildly illegal in the United States. After years of court battles, the issues appear to have finally cleared up. However, what is not clear is who the current owner is or if some other arrangement has been made. Perhaps only time will tell. In the present, however, I'm happy to announce that the house is still standing and is very much still in excellent condition. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the Earl C. Anthony house? Let me know down below in the comment section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. History is full of interesting characters, but none quite to the likes of Francis Grierson, a mystic musician who played as a psychic pianist for royalty in the 1800s. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're setting off to San Diego to uncover the tantalizing tale of Villa Montezuma. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Jesse Shepard, better known by his pen name Francis Grierson, led a life as colorful as the music he played. Born in England in 1848, his family moved to the American Midwest while he was still an infant. Blessed with prodigious musical talent, he became a skilled pianist in his youth and set out to Europe as a young man to seek his fortune. There, he performed for nobility, from the Tsar of Russia to the Prince of Wales, and gained fame as a psychic pianist, claiming to channel the spirits of famous composers during his concerts. This blend of music and mysticism made him a sensation in spiritualist circles. He was described as tall, dark, and handsome, with an extraordinary vocal range and piano technique that left audiences mesmerized. A turning point in Shepard's life came in 1885 when he met a Danish-born American named Lawrence Valdemar Tonner. Tonner became Jesse's devoted secretary, travel companion, and his life partner for the next 40-plus years. In an era of social taboos, they never publicly labeled their relationship, but they spent most of their adult life living together. By the mid-1880s, Jesse Shepard's fame as an eccentric musical mystic had spread across continents. At the same time, San Diego, California was in the midst of a real estate boom, and the local boosters were eager to attract culture and prestige to their young city. Two wealthy landowning brothers, William and John High, came up with an audacious plan. They would lure the renowned musician to San Diego by building him a magnificent custom home. Flattered by the offer, and undoubtedly intrigued by the idea of having a home built to his own fanciful specifications, Shepard accepted. In 1887, architects Comstock and Trotz were hired to design the mansion, and builders Cheney and Leonard constructed it at a cost of around $19,000, a hefty sum at the time, when ordinary homes in the area cost a fraction of that. An additional $7,000 went into sumptuous stained glass windows alone. Shepard grandly named his new residence Villa Montezuma after the ship the Montezuma that had first brought him as a child from England to America. From the moment it was completed in mid-1887, the Villa Montezuma was a showstopper. It was a Queen Anne-style mansion embellished with exotic architectural flourishes that reflected Shepard's artistic taste. The house featured towers and turrets, bas-reliefs, and even gargoyle-like creatures perched on its eaves, giving it a storybook appearance. Inside, virtually every room was a work of art. The walls were paneled in polished oak and redwood, and ornately encrusted Walton embossed wallpaper adorned the ceilings. The grand staircase was meant to impress from the moment guests entered the house, from an intricately carved newel post to a dazzling web of spindles running up the riser. As we venture deeper into the entry hall, we get a better look at the small details that really make up the space. Across from the grand staircase, we pull back portieres to enter the drawing room. This room is equally as grand, with polished woodwork cladding the walls below a colorful coffered ceiling. We can clear away the clutter to get a better look at the fireplace around, admiring hand fluting, rosettes, and even fleur-de-lis worked into the design of the mantels. However, for as intriguing as the house has been so far, no room could quite compare to the music room. Brilliant stained glass windows paid homage to Shepard's favorite artists and writers, turning the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of color across the interiors. In the grand music room where Jesse entertained, guests could gaze upon glowing glass portraits of Beethoven, Mozart, Raphael, and Rubens, as well as a large window devoted to Sappho, the ancient Greek poet. One especially intriguing stained glass panel symbolically depicted the Orient, and it secretly included Jesse Shepard's own face among its designs, a whimsical self-portrait in colored glass. The fireplace's surround is clad in porcelain tiles, creating a tile mural that is all framed by the solid walnut mantel. Over in the corner, we follow the fresh scent of flowers to find the conservatory, allowing light to flood into the music room. Let's continue exploring now, going even deeper into the house beyond heavy wooden doors. Eventually we find the bedroom, placed precariously on the first floor, a rarity for the times. But perhaps that is because the second floor had a completely alternate use, being mostly reserved for empty space. The lion's share of this level was set aside as a gallery where the couple could display their most prized antiques and artwork away from the clumsy elbows of guests. Living in this palace of the arts, Jesse Shepard wasted no time in making Villa Montezuma the cultural hub of San Diego's high society. He and Lawrence Tonner moved in during the summer of 1887, and almost immediately the mansion became the site of lavish musicales, literary salons, and occult gatherings. By September 1887, after returning from a short trip, Shepard threw open his doors to host his first grand reception in the villa. Contemporary accounts describe how one guest marveled that royalty could be no more grand than the reception Shepard provided. And as for Jesse's music, it defied description. Dignitaries, financiers, and artists crowded into the music room to hear the maestro perform. Amid all this musical and social triumph, Jesse Shepard was undergoing a personal evolution as well. Tucked away in the villa's cozy upstairs tower bedroom, he began to indulge in new creative passion, writing. San Diego's literary scene, though small, welcomed his contributions. He penned essays and prose poems for a local arts journal called the Golden Era, run by an eccentric publisher who, like Shepard, had been enticed to boomtown San Diego with grand promises. It was during the San Diego period that Jesse Shepard decided to reinvent himself as an author under a new name, Francis Grierson. In early 1888, with Villa Montezuma as his sanctuary, he completed his first book of mystical essays. Ever restless and ambitious, Shepard realized he would need to go abroad to truly launch his literary career, and so, in the fall of 1888, after barely a year in his palace, he and Tonner mortgaged the Villa Montezuma to finance a trip to Paris, where Grierson's first book was published. By mid-1889, the pair returned to San Diego only briefly. The great real estate boom had collapsed by then, and the lavish lifestyle they'd enjoyed was no longer sustainable. In December 1889, Jesse reluctantly sold Villa Montezuma, never to live in San Diego again. In 1890, the couple settled in Paris for several years, where Grierson published essays and books delving into spiritualism, the occult, and his own boyhood memories of Lincoln-era Illinois. By 1896, they moved on to London, where Grierson's writings and lectures enjoyed a modest vogue among those fascinated by mysticism and music. Through the late Victorian and Edwardian eras, Grierson and Tonner lived as a devoted unit, part of the cosmopolitan art world, yet always somewhat on the fringes. They finally returned to the United States permanently in the 1910s, as Grierson's star was fading. In 1920, the pair settled in Los Angeles, California, which would be their last home. As the 20th century progressed, tastes changed, and Francis Grierson's once esoteric subject matter fell out of fashion. The public was no longer clamoring for seances or spiritualistic concerts. World War I and modernity had shifted the cultural conversation. Grierson's books, such as The Valley of the Shadows and Modern Mysticism, struggled to find an audience. By the 1920s, the former prodigy who had dined with princes and dazzled San Diego society was living in near poverty in LA. Ever-faithful Lawrence Tonner quietly took over the role of provider, working any job he could to pay their bills. It was a humbling reversal of fortunes for both men, one that could have made them bitter, but by most accounts, they remained devoted and hopeful that a comeback was still possible. In the spring of 1927, an old friend and admirer, the writer Zona Gale, decided to organize a benefit event to help the aging Francis Grierson. At 78 years old, his health was failing, but his spirit was unbroken. On the evening of May 29, 1927, Grierson, accompanied by Tonner, arrived fashionably late as always at a private home in Los Angeles where a small crowd had gathered in his honor. What followed was the stuff of legend. Grierson sat down at the piano, and the years seemed to fall away. He played with the vigor and inspiration of a young virtuoso, charming the audience with anecdotes and music. For his finale, he chose the Egyptian March. As he struck the last resounding chord, Grierson bowed his head and never raised it again. The doctors would attribute it to heart failure, but to those present, it felt like a poetic final act. The mystic musician exiting this life on the final note of his favorite song. Over the ensuing decades, the villa passed through many hands and incarnations. Eventually, it was transformed into a house museum starting in 1972 and has since remained open to the public. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Villa Montezuma? Let me know down below in the comment section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. It took 235 slaves nearly 20 years to build this plantation. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Nathan Bryan Whitfield was born in 1799 to a prominent North Carolina family and seemed destined for a comfortable life in the Old South. As a young man, he served in the North Carolina militia, eventually earning the rank of Major General, and even dabbled in politics, but the lure of new opportunities farther south proved irresistible. In the mid-1830s, Whitfield joined the wave of planters leaving the exhausted farmlands of the Atlantic seaboard for the fertile soil of Alabama's Black Belt. Whitfield's early years in Alabama were a time of both hope and heartbreak. He purchased a 480-acre tract of land just outside the town of Demopolis in 1842. This property, bought from a local figure named George Strother Gaines, already held a simple, dog-trot log cabin that would serve as the Whitfield family's first home on the frontier. Whitfield named the farm Marlmont in 1843 and began expanding the modest cabin into something more fitting of his aspirations. Tragedy struck when his first wife Elizabeth died in 1846, but Whitfield pressed on with his plans to enlarge and improve the house, perhaps as a way to build a lasting legacy for his family. He was no trained architect, yet Whitfield had an avid interest in design and owned several architectural pattern books that he studied for inspiration. What began as a dog-trot log cabin soon grew into one of the most remarkable mansions in Alabama. Whitfield spent the years from 1843 to 1861 transforming Marlmont into the great estate that would eventually be called Gaineswood. The renovation was not a single, pre-planned project, but an involving labor of love. Whitfield expanded the house in stages whenever inspiration or necessity struck, adding a room here, a wing there, guided by the ideas he gathered from books and his travels. Family lore holds that the original log house was literally enveloped by the growing mansion, forming the core of what became the south entrance hall and office. With each passing year, Gaineswood took on more features of the fashionable Greek Revival style that Whitfield so admired. By the late 1850s, the simple farmhouse had blossomed into Alabama's finest neoclassical house, often hailed as one of the most unusual and splendid plantation homes in America. Whitfield's design boldly incorporated all three ancient Greek orders of architecture, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, a rarity among American homes. The exterior was dressed in cream-colored stucco, scored to resemble large blocks of cut stone, lending the house an aura of solidity and classical grace. In total, Gaineswood's porches were propped up by 18 fluted Doric columns and 14 square pillars, wrapping around three sides of the house in an almost continuous colonnade. Every element of the design was carefully considered for effect. In the mid-1850s, Whitfield's son, Brian Watkins Whitfield, returned from college and assisted in adding a distinctive rooftop observatory, an open circular railed platform likened to a tiara perched atop the roof from which one could survey the acres of plantation fields spreading out below. Elegant parterre gardens were laid out near the house, enclosed by low masonry walls and decorated with marble statues and urns, creating a picturesque landscape to match the mansion's grandeur. Inside, Gaineswood was equally breathtaking. Whitfield lavished attention to the interiors, turning the main floor into a showplace of craftsmanship and ornament. He trained skilled enslaved workers on site to carve wood and plaster, and he wasn't shy about importing fine materials from afar. As a result, the finished rooms glowed with a refined elegance that few frontier homes could match. The entrance hall opened onto dual parlors designated for gentlemen and ladies, separated by fluted Ionic columns that gave the space a temple-like feel. The library and dining room, completed early in the project, later received magnificent dome ceilings with central skylights, circular lanterns that brought daylight spilling into the heart of the home. These twin domes, adorned with decorative plasterwork, became one of Gaineswood's signature features, astonishing guests with their intricate detail and the soft glow they lent the rooms. Throughout the mansion, Whitfield's penchant for classical detail was on full display. The master's bedroom, as it was called, was divided into a sleeping area and sitting area by a pair of Ionic columns, complete with an entablature and cornice overhead. Across the hall, Whitfield added a luxurious mistress's bedroom in 1857 when he remarried, a wedding gift of architecture. This room featured a dramatic semicircular bay that jutted outward, ringed by fluted Corinthian columns with tall windows that overlooked the gardens. A door on either side of the bay opened onto a private semicircular porch, adorned with yet more Doric columns, ensuring that even a quiet morning coffee could be enjoyed in classical style. The crowning glory of the mansion was arguably the ballroom. Here Whitfield pulled out all the stops. The ballroom's high ceiling was coffered and trimmed with extravagant plaster cornices, and along the walls stood 4 freestanding Corinthian columns paired with 24 Corinthian pilasters, their fluted shafts and ornate capitals gleaming white in the lamplight. Large mirrors faced each other, a vis-a-vis arrangement, to make the space feel endless and filled with candlelit brilliance. It was a setting designed to impress, a stage for the Whitfield social gatherings and a physical monument to the planter's wealth and taste. By 1861, the sprawling puzzle of additions and renovations finally resolved into a cohesive whole. The plantation house at Gaineswood was complete in all its Greek Revival glory. The timing was fateful. That same year, as General Whitfield proudly sold the fully finished house to his son, Dr. Brian Watkins Whitfield, to keep it in the family, the clouds of war darkened on the horizon. Gaineswood's nearly 20-year construction had coincided with an era of cotton prosperity built on the forced labor of enslaved African Americans. Some 235 men, women, and children toiled on Whitfield's lands by 1860. The magnificent home they had been forced to build was a product of its time. Now, as cannons boomed at Fort Sumter and Civil War erupted, that world was about to come crashing down. The American Civil War brought a swift end to the age of cotton planter aristocracy. For Nathan Bryan Whitfield and his family, the war and its aftermath proved life-changing. Whitfield, by now in his early 60s, saw his plans for further improvements halted as resources were diverted to the Confederacy's struggle. Enslaved people were emancipated by 1865, and the economic base of the Whitfield's wealth, large-scale cotton cultivation, was suddenly upended. The proud planter who had once owned thousands of acres and quartered hundreds of enslaved laborers now found himself land-rich but cash-poor in a ruined economy. In December 1868, only a few years after the Confederacy's fall, Whitfield passed away at age 69, his health and wealth worn down. Yet the Whitfield story did not end with Nathan's passing. Thanks to the foresight of selling Gaineswood to his son, the estate remained in the family. For many years, Gaineswood remained a private residence and the Whitfields were its stewards. By the 1920s, the Whitfield descendants made a difficult choice, one perhaps long in the making. In 1923, the family sold Gaineswood, ending over 80 years of continuous Whitfield ownership. The decision likely stemmed from the financial burdens of maintaining such a large property and the fact that the world of 1923 was far removed from the plantation society of the 1850s. Yet the old mansion remained a private home for several more decades under different owners, cherished by some for its architectural beauty even as its surrounding lands shrank to a mere fraction of their former extent. By the 1960s, the once sprawling plantation around the house had dwindled to just 6 acres of grounds, a small island of antebellum history in the midst of modern Demopolis. Preservationists and historians, increasingly aware of the home's significance, grew concerned that this irreplaceable landmark might be lost if proactive steps were not taken. The tide turned in 1966 when the state of Alabama purchased Gaineswood from its then owner, Dr. J.D. McLeod, aiming to safeguard the property's future. At last, the mansion was recognized not just as a relic of one family, but as a treasure for all Alabamians and Americans interested in history and architecture. Today, Gaineswood stands as a meticulously preserved example of antebellum architecture and is operated as a museum open to the public. Gaineswood's very survival allows us to step back into a complicated past, to appreciate the artistry and ambition it took to build such a place, and to remember the countless unnamed hands that labored to make Whitfield's dream a reality. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Gaineswood? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to our This House supporters for making this video possible. If you would like to help with our research efforts, consider joining the membership program today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. How did a copy of an Italian villa end up in Honolulu? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering La Pietra. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Walter Dillingham was born in 1875 in Honolulu to a family of significant means and influence. His father, Benjamin Dillingham, had founded the Oahu Railway and Land Company, building the first railroad on the island and amassing a fortune in the process. From this solid footing, Walter forged his own path as a businessman and developer. Still in his 20s, he established the Hawaiian Dredging Company and took on ambitious projects that would modernize Hawaii. He famously dredged and built a dry dock at Pearl Harbor in 1909, cleared and expanded several of Honolulu's other harbors, and later drained the Waikiki wetlands to create the Alawai Canal in the 1920s. These endeavors, backed by political savvy and hard-nosed work, earned him enormous wealth and influence, as well as the moniker Baron of Hawaii Industry for his outsized role in developing the territory. By the 1910s, Walter Dillingham was a formidable force in Hawaiian business, with interests in transportation, construction, and real estate that made him one of the island's richest men. Meanwhile, Louise Olga Gaylord brought her own impressive pedigree. Born in 1885 in Chicago, she was the daughter of Henry Gaylord, a successful banker, and Elizabeth Bessie Mitchell, heiress of a prominent Midwestern family. Tragically, Louise's father passed away when she was just 3, leaving her a substantial inheritance and securing her financial future. Raised in privilege, she received an elite education, attending Miss Spence's school in New York, and moved in high society circles. Louise also had cosmopolitan cultural exposure. Her maternal relatives included her Aunt Hortense Mitchell Acton, who owned a historic Renaissance villa in Florence, Italy. This European connection would later shape Louise's taste and ambitions. By the time she met Walter Dillingham in the late 1900s, Louise was known as a poised young socialite with a passion for civic causes and the arts. Their meeting sparked a trans-Pacific romance that bridged Hawaii's business aristocracy and Chicago's high society. Walter and Louise married in 1910, with the wedding taking place not in Hawaii or Chicago, but in Florence, Italy, at Villa La Pietra, the 600-year-old familial villa of Louise's Aunt Hortense. Surrounded by Tuscan gardens and old-world splendor, the couple's Italian wedding and honeymoon made a lasting impression on them. It was in those Florentine days that the Dillinghams' dream of building their own Italian-style villa back in Hawaii was born. Upon returning to Honolulu, the newlyweds initially lived at the Dillingham family residence, a home called Woodlawn, but Louise, enchanted by European villa life, envisioned something different from the old wood-frame island home. With Walter's considerable resources at her disposal, she began guiding their plans towards creating a Mediterranean palazzo under the Hawaiian sun. In 1917, the couple acquired a choice parcel of land on the southwestern slope of Diamond Head, a volcanic crater at Honolulu's edge. To some, the dry, scrubby slopes of Diamond Head seemed an odd, remote location for a mansion, but the Dillinghams were undeterred. In 1919, they commissioned David Adler, a noted architect from Chicago, to create a Hawaiian homage to Villa La Pietra and other Renaissance estates they admired. Adler was an inspired choice. Educated at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, he was esteemed for designing elegant country houses in historical European styles. Corresponding by telegrams and letters, Adler drew up plans for a sprawling villa that would take inspiration from Florence without simply copying it. One guiding principle from Louise was that their Honolulu La Pietra should capture the spirit of her aunt's Italian villa, the graceful arches, courtyards, and classical details, but be uniquely adapted to Hawaii's environment. The resulting design was a two-story Mediterranean Revival mansion built around a central courtyard, complete with arched arcades and a red-tiled roof. Adler specified locally sourced materials where possible, giving the villa a sense of place. Hard basalt rock hand-cut from the nearby quarry formed much of the structure's skeleton, and sandstone was quarried at Barber's Point on Oahu to craft the courtyard's elegant columns and door frames. To achieve the proper villa aesthetic, Adler insisted that once the stone walls were in place, they be coated with 4 inches of plaster and tinted, creating the warm pink stucco finish of an Italian palazzo. Every detail, from the wrought iron balconies to the imported Italian tiles, was meant to evoke the Renaissance in a tropical setting. Construction of La Pietra stretched over several years. By the time it was completed in 1922, it had cost the staggering sum of $400,000, equivalent to about $7.7 million today. The money bought true opulence. The main house was immense, yet designed for comfortable island living. It boasted 5 large public rooms on the ground floor, including a grand salon, formal dining room, library, and billiards room, all arranged around an open-air courtyard planted with tropical flowers. Once the Dillinghams settled into La Pietra in the 1920s, their home quickly became the social epicenter of Honolulu's elite life. For over 4 decades, the villa played host to glittering parties, charitable events, and political gatherings, all orchestrated under the gracious eye of Louise Dillingham. The estate was deliberately oriented to take advantage of natural spectacles. The Dillinghams loved to plan soirees timed with the moon rising over Diamond Head or the sun setting in fiery glory over the range. Inevitably, a house of such characters spawned its own lore. One oft-repeated story involves the Honolulu Zoo, located not far below the estate. On quiet nights, the roar of the zoo's lions would drift uphill, so much so that Louise half-jokingly complained that the animals kept her awake at night. As the 1950s gave way to the 1960s, Walter and Louise entered their final years, having left an unforgettable mark on Hawaii. In 1963, at age 88, Walter passed away, and just 3 months later, Louise followed her husband of 53 years to the grave. With Walter and Louise gone, the question remained, what would become of the magnificent villa on Diamond Head? The Dillinghams' gift of La Pietra was as generous as it was forward-thinking. Upon Walter's death in 1963, ownership of the estate passed to Punahou School, Hawaii's oldest and most respected private school. Punahou initially made use of the property by converting the mansion into faculty housing. One can imagine teachers' families living in various wings of the grand house, perhaps even partitioning those once stately rooms into modest apartments. However, it was clear that long-term, Punahou had little practical use for the sprawling villa and its upkeep. By the late 1960s, the school was looking to sell La Pietra, and there was a very real danger that this historic home might be lost to developers. Several prospective buyers eyed the prime 5-acre property with an eye toward demolition. The land alone was valuable, and there were plans floated to raise the villa and replace it with dense housing units. Honolulu's rapid development in the 1960s had already claimed many other historic mansions, and La Pietra's fate hung in the balance. In 1968, a cohort of Honolulu's mothers and educators had a bold idea to start a new independent school for girls, one that would offer a college preparatory education in a small, nurturing environment. When these women learned that La Pietra was available, they saw not a dusty old mansion, but the perfect setting for their envisioned school. Over the subsequent decades, La Pietra, a Hawaii school for girls, grew and thrived, all the while cherishing its unique campus. And today, La Pietra, the mansion, lives on, not as a private estate of the past, but as a vibrant institution shaping the future of Hawaii's young women. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this Italian villa in Hawaii? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the early 1900s, Long Island's North Shore glittered with the opulent estates of America's wealthiest families. One such showpiece was Burwood, the 40-room mansion of oil tycoon Walter Jennings. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1858 as the eldest son of Oliver Burr Jennings, a co-founder of Standard Oil, Walter grew up in privilege but also with powerful connections. He attended elite schools, Phillips Andover and then Yale University, where he became a member of the Skull and Bones Secret Society. Armed with a law degree from Columbia and impeccable social ties, Jennings followed his father's footsteps, embarking on a career in the booming oil and gas industry. By the turn of the century, Walter had firmly established himself as an influential industrialist. He served as a director and later secretary of Standard Oil of New Jersey, one of the principal companies of Rockefeller's oil empire, and from 1908 to 1919 was president of the National Fuel Gas Company. His business portfolio didn't stop there. Jennings sat on the board of the Bank of Manhattan and was a trustee of the New York Trust Company, forerunner of today's Chase Bank. In short, he was a key player in the Gilded Age world of oil, finance, and industry. This considerable fortune and status set the stage for Jennings to join his peers and a favorite pastime of the era's elite, building a magnificent country estate to escape the city's hustle. Between 1895 and 1898, Jennings quietly amassed around 374 acres of land in the Cold Springs Harbor area of Long Island to create his dream estate. He then commissioned the renowned architectural firm Carew & Hastings to design an exquisite Georgian-inspired mansion on the property. This was the same firm behind landmarks like the New York Public Library and the Frick Mansion in Manhattan, so Burwood's pedigree was first class. For the grounds, Jennings brought in the Olmsted brothers, sons of Central Park designer Frederick Law Olmsted, to lay out elegant formal gardens around the new mansion. No expense was spared in crafting a country residence that would rival the finest estates of the day. But why name the estate Burwood? Walter Jennings claimed to be a direct descendant of Aaron Burr, the former U.S. Vice President, and so he cheekily named his manor Burwood in honor of that lineage. The estate more than lived up to its lofty name. Burwood wasn't just a mansion, it was practically a self-sufficient village of luxury and productivity rolled into one. The main house itself was a 40-room Georgian mansion replete with grand halls and sumptuous details. We'll peek inside soon enough, but before we do, let's linger in the gardens a bit longer. The scenery was planned to set the stage for the estate from the moment cars passed by the gate and began pulling up the driveway. After traveling through an alley of trees, the grounds suddenly open up to formal gardens, with cars traveling around a sunken parterre garden complete with fountains and dozens of different types of flowers. Because we are exploring the grounds first, we can drop our car off at the carriage house where the staff will make sure to take good care of it. From here we can walk out to the farm group where we would see a fully functioning farm with horses and livestock. As we continue around the property, we come across large brick terraces and hear the trickling of fountains among the undisturbed chirping of birds. Then we re-emerge, seeing for the first time the rear of the house flanked by large loggias and joined by a glistening white balustrade running along the lower terrace. As we continue making a circle around the house, we see stately dormers piercing the roofline beyond rows of hedges. Finally, we find ourselves again staring at the main entrance from the sunken garden. Let's head in for a closer look. As we pass by the massive stone urns to approach the front door, we realize for the first time how large the mansion is, with perfectly scaled proportions meant to dwarf the human scale and a signature mark of Carew & Hastings. Entering the mansion, we pass through the vestibule and head up a few steps to arrive in the reception hall. Our view now is looking back at the front door where the grand staircase turns above the vestibule behind richly ornamented columns. From here we make our way into the dining room, where rich wood paneling clads the walls. And though it may be hard to see, the panels are carved with delicate relief work tracing the room around to the fireplace, which is separated from the windows by fluted pilasters. Next we'll make our way into the library, with built-in bookshelves skirting the room at picture rail height, leaving an airy band of wallpaper to act as a frieze and join the room with a cohesive linear element. Life at Burwood rolled on blissfully for many years, but history had different plans for the world around Walter Jennings. The Great Depression struck in 1929, bringing an abrupt end to the carefree prosperity of the Roaring Twenties. The economic turmoil that followed would prove challenging for America's wealthy families, including the Jennings clan. Maintenance of huge estates like Burwood suddenly became far more difficult as income shrank and new taxes loomed. Nonetheless, Walter remained a man of considerable means and stature up to the end of his days. In 1933, he passed away at age 74, not at Burwood, but at his winter home on Jekyll Island in Georgia. In 1951, not long after Jennings' descendants put Burwood on the market, it was sold for a mere $90,000 to the Industrial Home for the Blind, a charitable organization. By the early 1980s, the maintenance expenses and staffing needs of Burwood were overwhelming the institution. The resident population was also dwindling as modern social services enabled people with disabilities to live more independently off campus. Ultimately, the organization closed the residence. Burwood, now aging and expensive to upkeep, was put up for sale again in 1987. There was nothing to stop developers from clearing away the old relic. Lacking any buyers or protections, Burwood's mansion was demolished in 1995, erasing the stately house from the landscape. Though the mansion's walls are gone, its tale endures as a piece of Long Island history, a reminder of the Gilded Age dream that once flourished on its shores and of how those golden dreams, like Burwood itself, ultimately faded into memory. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this grand country estate? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. High above Beverly Hills in the 1920s stood a lavish hilltop estate known as Enchanted Hill, home of one of Hollywood's most dazzling power couples, Fred Thompson and Frances Marion. Fred Thompson was a silent-era cowboy hero, while Frances Marion was one of Hollywood's most celebrated screenwriters, among the highest paid of her time. Together they rose from humble beginnings to fabulous fame and fortune, and poured their success into building a dream mansion that epitomized the glamour of their era. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Fred Thompson's path to movie stardom was anything but typical. Born in 1890 in Pasadena, he excelled not only in looks and charm, but in brains and brawn. He was a Princeton-educated minister and a world-class athlete who set track and field records before finding fame on the silver screen. During World War I, Thompson served as a U.S. Army chaplain, but fate intervened when he broke his leg in a friendly football game at Camp Kearney in 1917, landing him in a military hospital. There, Hollywood sweetheart Mary Pickford came to visit wounded soldiers, and brought along her close friend, screenwriter Frances Marion. The moment Frances met Fred in that hospital ward, sparks flew. She later joked that as a writer, she'd been cynical about love at first sight, until it happened to her. Within days, the pair were planning to marry. They became engaged before Thompson shipped out to France, and when the war ended, the two wed soon after. It was the start of a partnership that would soon conquer Hollywood. Frances Marion was already a force in the film industry by the time she and Thompson married in 1919. Born in 1888, she had blazed trails as a scenarist and screenwriter in the 1910s, penning hit films for stars like Mary Pickford. By 1917, Marion was reportedly one of the highest-paid writers in Hollywood. She even served as a war correspondent in Europe in 1918, further proving her mettle. Sharp, witty, and creative, Marion was instrumental in elevating screenwriting into an art form, and she would go on to win 2 Academy Awards in the early 1930s for her work. In the late 1910s, however, she was better known as the brilliant writer behind Hollywood's biggest silent dramas. Marrying Fred Thompson added a new dimension to her life and career, as the couple quickly became a Hollywood power couple who often collaborated on projects. Thompson's film career took off thanks in part to Marion's influence and Hollywood connections. Initially, Fred had been more interested in directing, but he made his acting debut in a film Frances wrote, just around the corner, and also appeared in The Love Light, a Mary Pickford vehicle that Frances wrote and directed. Audiences responded to Thompson's all-American good looks and athletic charisma. Soon he found his niche as a Western cowboy hero, complete with a trusty equine sidekick, a splendid Palomino horse named Silver King. By the mid-1920s, Fred Thompson was one of the movie industry's top box office draws. In fact, he became the #2 box office star in America for 1926 and 1927, commanding an astounding salary of about $10,000 per week at his peak, the modern equivalent of nearly $10 million per year. He performed many of his own stunts on horseback and developed a huge fan following among audiences who thrilled to his daredevil style. In short, by the late 1920s, Fred Thompson was a major Hollywood star, and along with Frances Marion, he was also getting very rich. Meanwhile, Frances Marion's career in the 1920s was just as stellar. She wrote a string of successful films throughout the decade, from family dramas to romances. For example, she scripted Lightnin' and Stella Dallas, as well as the Rudolph Valentino blockbuster Son of the Sheik and an acclaimed adaptation of The Scarlet Letter. Marion's screenwriting prowess made her indispensable in Hollywood. She was friends with all the top stars and had creative control that few writers of the era enjoyed. In an industry dominated by men, she stood out as a trailblazing woman at the top of her field. By 1925, this power couple had the talent, fame, and wealth that most could only dream of. And so naturally, they set out to build a home that would match their outside success. When Francis and Fred began planning their dream home, they envisioned a cozy hacienda, but it quickly evolved into something far more grandiose. In 1921, the Thompsons purchased a 4-acre parcel of land atop Angelo Drive in the hills above Beverly Hills. The site commanded sweeping views of Los Angeles and lay secluded above Benedict Canyon. However, as their fortunes grew, so did their ambitions for the house. Fred's burgeoning movie career had a unique side effect. He kept acquiring more horses to serve as stunt doubles and companions for Silver King. Housing and training that many horses required an expansive stable and plenty of land, so the Thompsons bought up more adjoining acreage to create a proper equestrian estate. What began as a modest plan for a farmhouse swelled into designs for a veritable compound, complete with large stables, groom's quarters, a so-called cowboy's house, riding rings, and acres of gardens and pastures. To execute their vision, Fred and Francis turned to a young architect named Wallace Neff, who specialized in the Spanish Revival style that was all the rage in California. Neff took over the project in 1924 and transformed the Thompsons' increasingly elaborate wish list into a cohesive design, and the result was spectacular. By 1925, construction was complete on what Francis Marion unabashedly admitted was the largest house on the highest hill in Beverly Hills. They affectionately christened it the Enchanted Hill, a dreamy yet fitting name for their fantastical new estate. Enchanted Hill was a masterpiece of Spanish-inspired architecture blended with Hollywood flair. Though newly built, the mansion was designed to look as if it had stood for centuries. Neff modeled it after an Andalusian cortillo, transplanting old-world charm onto a Southern Californian hilltop. The main house was a rambling 2-story structure of white stucco, red-tiled roofs, and arcaded loggias arranged around a central cobbled courtyard. Visitors approached via a long, winding private road up the canyon. At the entrance, guests passed under a stone archway into the courtyard, which featured a bubbling fountain of hand-painted Mexican tiles at its center and lush plantings of cacti, bird of paradise, and exotic flowers around the edges. In true Spanish style, a gatekeeper's lodge stood by the arch, giving the estate an air of a secluded villa. Stepping through the heavy wooden front door, one entered a grand hall that soared 2.5 stories high to painted blue rafters in the ceiling. Straight ahead, a wide masonry arch led into the enormous living room, an impressive salon with a cathedral ceiling and gigantic arched windows framing panoramic views of the surrounding countryside. The estate's amenities were, in a word, sumptuous. Outside the main house, the Thompsons had installed a 100-foot swimming pool on one of the terraces, an enormous pool by the standards of the day, alongside a tiled barbecue pit and an aviary filled with exotic birds. For a time, Fred Francis truly lived a Hollywood fairy tale on the Enchanted Hill, but real life intruded with a tragedy that shocked Tinseltown. In early December 1928, at the height of his fame, 38-year-old Fred Thompson stepped on a rusty nail while working in a stable. The minor puncture wound led to a tetanus infection, which doctors initially misdiagnosed as something harmless. Within days, Fred's condition worsened dramatically, and on Christmas Day 1928, the beloved cowboy star passed away at a Los Angeles hospital. Hollywood was stunned. Thompson's funeral was packed with industry greats. Pallbearers included comedy legend Harold Lloyd and swashbuckling star Douglas Fairbanks, while honorary pallbearers like Buster Keaton also paid respects. Frances was devastated by the loss of her husband and partner. The couple had 2 young sons, a toddler and an infant, and Frances suddenly found herself a widowed mother. Heartbroken, she could not bear to remain in the palatial home that she and Fred had built together, and within weeks, the grieving Frances decided to put Enchanted Hill up for sale, saying the place held too many painful memories for her alone. In mid-1929, barely half a year later, Enchanted Hill sold. The magnificent estate passed through a series of new owners and an uncertain future. Oilman Ellis Barnes, who bought it from Marion, kept the property for over a decade. In 1945, the estate found a devoted new steward, Paul Kolsman, a German-American inventor. Under his ownership, the property was preserved largely as it was in the 1920s, a rare time capsule of old Hollywood grandeur that he enjoyed for several decades. Then in 1997, the Enchanted Hill property was sold to a new owner with very deep pockets, Microsoft billionaire Paul Allen. What happened next remains a sore point for lovers of historic architecture. Rather than preserve the old mansion, Allen opted to demolish it. The grand mansion by Wallace Neff, the guest house, the stables with their mahogany floors, the terrace gardens and orchards, all of it was bulldozed into oblivion. Allen reportedly had plans to build an enormous modern complex on the site, but ultimately he never did. As of today in 2025, Enchanted Hill remains essentially raw land. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Enchanted Hill? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Have you ever wondered who paved all the roads before modern technology? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're peeling back layers of pavement to find the legacy of the man who paved a nation and made a fortune in the process. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore the many mansions of Amzi Barber. Amzi Lorenzo Barber did not start out in business at all, he began as an educator. Born in Vermont in the 1840s, he attended Oberlin College and moved to Washington, D.C. in the late 1860s to become a professor and administrator at the newly founded Howard University. A few years later in 1873, Barber and his brother-in-law, Andrew Langdon, purchased 40 acres of farmland adjacent to Howard University and created LaJoy Park, one of Washington's first planned suburban neighborhoods. This early foray into real estate set the stage for Barber's business career and growing fortune. By the late 1870s, Barber's interest shifted to a new obsession: asphalt. Paved roads were in high demand as American cities modernized, and Barber saw opportunity in this black, sticky substance. In 1883, he founded the Barber Asphalt Company in Washington, pivoting from residences to roadways. Barber secured a lease to Trinidad's Pitch Lake, the world's largest natural asphalt deposit, giving him a near monopoly on high-quality paving material. His timing was perfect. As cities from New York to San Francisco clamored for durable paved streets, Barber's crews laid miles upon miles of asphalt pavement. By the mid-1890s, Barber asphalted paved streets in over 70 cities and was responsible for almost half of all asphalt pavement laid in the United States. Newspapers dubbed Barber the Asphalt King, and he became as wealthy as the nickname implies. He wasn't shy about expanding his business empire either. In 1899, sensing competition, he attempted to consolidate the industry into an asphalt trust, effectively a monopoly, by selling $30 million in stock in a conglomerate. The move made headlines, and Barber stepped back from daily management, even spending a stint in London during the early 1900s while the trust ran its course. It would collapse a few years later, as monopolies often did, but not before making Barber a very rich man. Around the same time, Barber also dabbled in the latest technological marvel, the automobile. In 1898, he acquired the manufacturing rights to the Stanley Brothers steam car and formed the Locomobile Company, instantly making him one of America's first car makers. The little steam-powered Locomobile was advertised as noiseless and odorless. By 1900, Barber's firm had sold 1,600 of them, an extraordinary figure in that early era of motoring. From paving streets to building cars, Amzi Barber's rise during the Gilded Age was marked by ambition, innovation, and an uncanny sense of where the next big opportunity lay. Belmont Mansion in Washington, D.C. was Barber's crown jewel, a grand stone residence styled in the Queen Anne fashion. In 1886, flush with success, Barber reserved a choice hilltop parcel from the old Stone Estate in northwest D.C. for his new homestead. He commissioned architect T.P. Chandler to design an imposing mansion on the site, and the result was Belmont, a 3-story gray stone mansion complete with a 4-story tower and elaborate ornamentation. The house featured a porte-cochere emblazoned with the family coat of arms, welcoming carriages in grand style. Inside, Belmont Mansion was opulent, with carved wood staircases, lofty ceilings, and luxurious finishes befitting a Gilded Age baron. Sitting high on Columbia Heights, the estate's expansive grounds and wraparound porches afforded panoramic views of downtown D.C. At the time it was built, Belmont was hailed as one of Washington's most impressive private homes, but Belmont was not Barber's only palatial residence. As his wealth grew, he amassed a portfolio of mansions in America's most exclusive enclaves. In 1889, he bought Westwood, an old Conrad family villa on Staten Island, a stately red brick manor built in the 1850s by Edward Conrad, heir to the Conrad shipping line. Not content with homes in Washington and Staten Island alone, Barber also planted roots on Manhattan's elite Fifth Avenue. In 1891, he purchased the former Robert L. Stewart mansion at 871 Fifth Avenue in New York City, an ornate Gilded Age townhouse. There, the Barber family spent winters mingling with high society across from Central Park. In the 1890s, Barber also acquired Ardsley Towers, a 400-acre estate on the Hudson, which he developed into the Ardsley Park Golf Community. And at the height of his success, he even purchased a 269-foot luxury steam yacht, the Lorena, named for his daughter, complete with a crew of 44 on which he would cruise in style. By the turn of the century, Amzi L. Barber was living large. He had the castles, the yachts, and the acclaim of a self-made mogul. But fortune, like asphalt, needs constant maintenance to retain its integrity. The asphalt trust he helped create in 1899 soon ran into trouble. Competitors and regulators pushed back against the paving monopoly, and by 1901, the so-called Asphalt Trust was collapsing under financial strain. Sensing the impending fall, Barber had wisely retired from the company's leadership just before the trust collapsed. He would return briefly in 1904 to aid the restructured Barber asphalt business, but his era of industry dominance was ending. The company that Amzi Barber started in 1883 continued operating in some form until 1981, when the last successor of Barber Asphalt finally closed its doors and sold off its assets. Millions of miles of roads and parking lots have been paved along the way. But that's getting a bit ahead. Back in April 1909, Barber passed away during a bout of pneumonia at age 66 while at his Ardsley Towers estate in New York. And just as his life was cut short, so were those of his mansions. Belmont, once the scene of elegant parties and high society, was demolished in 1915 to make way for the new Clifton Terrace apartment complex. Today, the spot where the mansion stood is occupied by apartment buildings, and the only hint of Barber's estate is the street name, Belmont Street Northwest, which was laid out along the edge of the old grounds as a subtle tribute to the vanished manor. Up in New York, the Manhattan mansion at 871 Fifth Avenue saw a grander but similar fate. When William C. Whitney bought the house from Barber, he spared no expense in overhauling it into a Beaux-Arts palace. Stanford White, the famed architect, remodeled the structure into a showcase of imported European art and architecture, complete with 16th century Italian ceilings and French panels. By the mid-20th century, however, Whitney's magnificent house was gone, razed and replaced by a massive apartment building. Westwood, renamed Conrad Hall, found a second life as an academic building on Wagner College's campus. But perhaps it wasn't the houses that defined his legacy. MCL Barber may no longer be a household name, but whenever we drive on a well-paved boulevard, a little bit of the Asphalt King lives on. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which of his mansions was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the 1930s, Ruby Ross Wood was undisputably the most famous interior designer of her time, creating rooms for America's wealthiest families, including the Vanderbilts and Astors. But for as grand as some of her designs were, Ruby's personal home was truly a treasure trove of creative thinking. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Ruby's path to decorating fame began far from the gilded halls of New York. She was born Ruby Ross Pope in 1881 in Monticello, Georgia, the daughter of a cotton broker and a family with proud colonial American roots. Despite her genteel lineage, Ruby's childhood in the South was a world away from the cosmopolitan design circles she would later dominate. As a young woman with a creative spark, Ruby initially pursued writing. In the early 1900s, she moved to New York City and then Boston to work as a journalist, writing fiction, poetry, and magazine articles. A turning point came in 1910 when Ruby landed an unusual writing gig, ghostwriting for the legendary decorator Elsie de Wolfe. De Wolfe was among America's first famous interior designers, and she needed help penning articles about decorating. Ruby's task was to translate de Wolfe's lectures into engaging articles for The Delineator, a popular women's magazine. She did such a good job that those articles became the basis for de Wolfe's influential book, The House in Good Taste, a cornerstone of early 20th century interior design literature. Through this project, Ruby absorbed de Wolfe's design philosophy and made valuable connections in high society. It was an ironic start. The woman who had become a celebrated designer got her first big break writing under someone else's name, but it set the stage for her own voice to emerge. Armed with knowledge and growing passion, Ruby tried to strike out on her own in design. In 1913, she published The Honest House, a book on tasteful homemaking, but it met with only modest success. Undeterred, she boldly opened a decorating business called the Modernist Studio around 1914, hoping to introduce cutting-edge European modern design to New York. This venture proved ahead of its time. Most New Yorkers weren't ready for such experimental decor, and the business failed. Ruby's first true foot in the door came soon after, in a more traditional setting. She joined the venerable John Wanamaker department store in New York, where she took over the interior decorating studio known as Belle Maison. Starting in 1918, Ruby managed this elite design salon, and for the next few years, she honed her craft decorating model rooms and advising wealthy clients through Wanamakers. This job was a crash course in the practical side of interior design, from sourcing antiques and fabrics to pleasing demanding patrons, and it expanded her network of suppliers and society clients. By the late 1920s and 1930s, Ruby Ross Wood had built a thriving decorating empire, counting some of America's richest families among her clientele. She worked on homes for names like the Vanderbilts and Blairs, a sure sign that she had arrived at the top of her profession. Ruby's design philosophy and personality set her apart from her peers. She believed that creating a beautiful room was as much an art as a science, famously declaring, "The final judgment in decorating is not the logic of the mind, but the logic of the eye." In other words, trust your taste over any rigid rules, a principle that resonated with her affluent clients who wanted homes that were elegant but also personal. Her rooms often balance comfort with a sense of history. She might pair a sleek contemporary lamp with a Louis XVI chair, or lay a bold Moroccan rug under Chippendale tables. This blend of old-world charm and select modern touches gave her interiors a timeless, curated quality that drew admirers. In 1927, Ruby and her husband, Chalmers Wood, commissioned what would become Little Ipswich, a mansion set on 43 acres of lush land in Woodbury, Long Island. The estate's whimsical name, Little Ipswich, was a nod to Chalmer Wood's boyhood home of Ipswich, Massachusetts, but there was nothing little about the project's ambitions. Ruby, ever the design connoisseur, took an active role in planning the house, ensuring it would be a showplace for both architecture and interior design. To bring their vision to life, the Woods hired the prominent New York firm of Delano and Aldrich, renowned for elegant classical architecture. Ruby had clear ideas and even gave the architects historic inspiration. One striking feature of Little Ipswich is that it was built entirely on one level, a sprawling one-story mansion stretching out amid the gardens. This was at Ruby's insistence, as she desired soaring ceilings in every room without the interruption of an upper floor. Inside Little Ipswich, Ruby Ross Wood's knack for dramatic yet livable interiors was on full display. Visitors stepping through the front door found themselves in an awe-inspiring central hall beneath the Great Dome. This rotunda-like foyer was laid out with perfect symmetry, harkening back to classical ideals of design. Beyond the foyer, each room in Little Ipswich reflected Ruby's curated, cosmopolitan style. The living room, for instance, was legendary among her circle. It featured walls paneled in wood up to the ceiling, with delicate carvings and built-in shelves that displayed Ruby's treasured collection of Chinese figurines and old porcelain. Rather than sticking to one period or style, Ruby mixed furnishings from various eras and origins. A French director chair, circa 1790, upholstered in old tapestry sat comfortably near an Italian lacquer cabinet with brass lions head pulls. On the other side, an English Regency Meridian sofa covered in rich maroon brocade held court, piled with satin and velvet pillows for comfort. The color scheme of deep maroons, soft tans, and beiges was pulled together by an exquisite Aubusson carpet, one of several in Ruby's possession, woven with swan and scroll patterns that echoed the home's recurring motif. In the library, she wrapped all four walls in floor-to-ceiling pine bookcases, unifying all the vertical elements with a band of uninterrupted dentil molding. Once again, we see mixed and matched styles spanning centuries and regions apart, all coming together to create a sophisticated and eclectic environment. Ruby's own bedroom in the mansion was another showplace of personal luxury. She capitalized on the high ceilings to create a Trmeau effect, placing a large mirror and a carved relief panel above the fireplace like one might see in an old Parisian townhouse. The floor of her bedroom was itself a conversation piece. Oak planks salvaged from a French manor house arranged in an inlaid geometric pattern with strips of white olive wood and ebony. Ruby's story, however, met an all-too-human ending. In the late 1940s, her health began to decline. She had been a lifelong chain smoker and tragically passed of lung cancer in 1950 at the age of 68. But the mansion itself lived on, at least for a few more decades. In 1995, despite any efforts or hopes for preservation, the estate was demolished to make way for modern development. The once sprawling 43 acres of lawns and gardens were subdivided, and eventually a neighborhood known as the Peroni Estates was built on the land. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Little Ipswich? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Few of Newport's mansions ever had scandals so big that they escaped their walls and landed in the public spotlight. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're heading up to Rhode Island to uncover the elegant and twisted history of Clarendon Court. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1863, Edward Knight Jr. was born into a Philadelphia family of immense wealth and industrial might. His father, Edward Knight Sr., had amassed a fortune as a sugar refiner and later as an investor in railroads, coal, and steamship companies. With this privileged background, Knight Jr. easily stepped into prominence. He succeeded his father in corporate roles, serving as president of several railroad companies, though by most accounts, his true talents lay not in business, but enjoying the fruits of his wealth. In fact, acquaintances famously quipped that Knight had exhibited more talent at spending money than making it. By the turn of the 20th century, Newport was the summer playground for America's richest families. Although the Gilded Age was waning and Newport's heyday as a social capital was beginning to fade, Knight was determined to stake his claim among the elite by building a magnificent summer residence of his own. In 1901, he purchased an acre of prime land on Newport's prestigious Bellevue Avenue. The plot overlooked Narragansett Bay and sat amidst the grand estates of other tycoons. It was on this choice site that he set out to construct a statement home befitting his status. In 1903, he commissioned renowned Philadelphia architect Horace Trumbauer to design a splendid villa where he and his wife could spend their summers entertaining in high style. Knight's timing may have been slightly behind the fashion. Newport's cottages had been at their zenith in the 1890s, but he spared no expense to ensure his house would be among the most impressive on the Atlantic coast. The stately front facade of Clarendon Court was designed in a refined Palladian style, virtually replicating an 18th century English country house that architect Colin Campbell had once imagined but never built. Trumbauer discovered Campbell's old plans for a grand manor called Hedworth House and used them as an inspiration, making only minor tweaks, such as omitting a pair of cupolas, to adapt the design for Newport. The result was a classically balanced limestone villa with elegant Doric columns, coins at the corners, and an unembellished balustrade gracing the roofline. In keeping with the grand, English Georgian look, the mansion's entrance gates open to a cobblestone court, leading to a dignified facade that speaks of old world aristocracy transplanted to American shores. At nearly 12,000 square feet, with perfect symmetry and commanding bay views, Clarendon Court was every inch a palace, a brick and sandstone love letter to Georgian architecture and Gilded Age ambition alike. To furnish their new home, Edward and Clara Knight turned to the celebrated Parisian firm Jules Allard & Sons, importing authentic period style to Rhode Island. Visitors stepping through the mahogany front doors found themselves in a marble foyer with a graceful sweeping staircase, a dramatic entry that set an elegant tone. Throughout the interiors, 18th century European fireplaces, patterned marble floors, and massive windows surrounded the family and their guests with museum-quality splendor. Each room was themed. For instance, the dining room's architectural features were all a creamy white to match the plasterwork, while all the textiles were colored in hues of greens. Over the years, they added a classical loggia and matching rear wings, expanding the mansion's footprint while preserving its harmonious design. The estate's grounds also grew. Shortly before the house was completed in 1904, Knight snapped up an additional 6 acres of adjoining land to secure direct ocean frontage and space for elaborate gardens. For a time, Edward Knight Jr. enjoyed the idyllic life that Clarendon Court afforded him. Tragically, his wife Clara passed away in 1910, only a few years after the Newport dream home had been completed. With Clara gone, the widowed Knight spent less time at the grand mansion. He eventually moved to a more modest estate called Stonybrook in nearby Middletown, also designed by his friend Trumbauer. Soon after, he remarried to his second wife, Louise, and in the early 1920s, the couple poured a fortune into building a 21,000 square foot Art Nouveau mansion known as Corolla Island, now famous as the Whalehead Club. But what about that old mansion in Newport? Clarendon's court story did not end with the Knights. In fact, the mansion went on to host a succession of new owners, each leaving their mark and sometimes bringing new renown or notoriety to the property. It switched hands multiple times until 1970, when the mansion was bought by Sonny von Bülow, an American heiress to a utilities fortune of about $75 million, and her husband, Claus von Bülow, a Danish-born socialite. They lived there happily until December 26, 1979, when after a family Christmas gathering at Clarendon Court, Sonny von Bülow was found unresponsive and slipped into a coma. She was rushed to the hospital, where doctors determined that her blood sugar had plummeted to dangerously low levels. Sonny was diagnosed with hypoglycemia, likely brought on by a combination of too much insulin, drinks, and medications in her system. At the time, this medical emergency was treated just as that, an alarming health scare, but not a crime. Sonny recovered consciousness after that first coma, and doctors warned her to be careful with her diet and substances. Yet ominously, just 1 year later, almost to the day, a far more dire incident occurred. On the evening of December 21, 1980, while the von Bülow family gathered again for Christmas in Newport, Sonny showed signs of disorientation and was put to bed by a concerned relative. This time, she would never wake up. The 48-year-old heiress had fallen into an irreversible coma, a vegetative state in which she remained for nearly 28 years until her passing in 2008. In 1982, her husband was arrested and put on trial, accused of secretly injecting her with insulin to induce a coma, allegedly so he could eliminate his wife while continuing to enjoy her fortune. Claus was found guilty, but he vehemently maintained his innocence and appealed the verdict. In a highly publicized reversal, his conviction was overturned on appeal in 1985, and at a second trial that year, he was acquitted of all charges. The von Bülow saga did not end there, however. Sonny's children from her first marriage filed a $56 million civil suit against Claus, determined to hold him accountable in some way. Ultimately, in 1987, a settlement was reportedly reached. The disturbing events at Clarendon Court had by then become the subject of endless media coverage, books, and even a Hollywood film, Reversal of Fortune in 1990, in which Jeremy Irons famously portrayed Claus. Newport's elegant mansion was now etched into the public memory as the scene of a dark real-life mystery. Yet through triumph and turmoil alike, Clarendon Court has retained its dignified charm. It remains perched by the Atlantic, still one of the most beautiful of Newport's private cottages, its stone walls and formal gardens silently witnessing the passage of eras. As long as Clarendon Court stands, lovingly maintained by its previous and present owners, the spirit of Newport's Gilded Age and the colorful lives intertwined with this mansion will continue to captivate and inspire all who learn its tale. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Clarendon Court? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The DuPont guest estate was designed to be an elegant 41,000 square foot mansion, but the DuPonts never actually spent a night inside. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1864, Alfred DuPont was born into the storied DuPont family of Delaware, famed for its powder and chemical empire. His great-grandfather founded the E.I. DuPont de Nemours Company in 1802, and Alfred grew up steeped in this industrial legacy. Bright and mechanically gifted, young Alfred briefly attended the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, but he left after only 2 years to start work at the family's mills, quickly proving his talent in the explosives business. In fact, Alfred became known as one of the nation's top powdermen and earned over 200 patents related to munitions and machinery. Despite his contributions, Alfred's career in the family company was turbulent. After helping modernize and lead the DuPont firm through the early 1900s, he found himself in a bitter power struggle with his cousins, Pierre and Coleman DuPont. The conflict turned acrimonious, and by 1916, Alfred was forced out of the company's leadership amid legal battles and family infighting. This dramatic ouster marked a turning point in his life. No longer at the helm of DuPont, Alfred turned his energies to new ventures and personal projects. He dabbled in publishing newspapers and set up investment companies, but one of his grandest undertakings during this period would be building a magnificent new home that rivaled the finest of his era. Alfred's personal life, meanwhile, was anything but dull. He had married his cousin Bessie Gardner in 1887 and fathered 4 children, but the marriage was unhappy and ended in a scandalous divorce in 1906. The very next year, Alfred shocked high society by marrying his second cousin, a move that alienated much of his family. Determined to please her, Alfred spared no expense in crafting a life of luxury for her. He built Nemours, a 77-room mansion in Delaware modeled after a French chateau and surrounded by spectacular Versailles-inspired gardens. Yet even this palatial home would not be Alfred's last architectural endeavor. Always one to dream big, he soon set his sights on joining the ranks of East Coast magnates who maintained summer estates around New York City's Gold Coast. By 1916, Alfred was ready for a fresh start. Middle-aged, wealthy, and recently unmoored from the family business, he embarked on creating a new estate on Long Island that would serve as a retreat from the pressures of Wilmington. This would become White Eagle, a mansion that embodied both his ambition and the fashionable trends of the time. Little did he know, however, that fate would prevent him from enjoying this Long Island paradise for long. When Alfred set out to build White Eagle, he enlisted one of America's top architects to bring his vision to life. The mansion was designed by Thomas Hastings of the celebrated firm Carrere & Hastings, the same architects who had designed Alfred's Nemours estate years earlier. For White Eagle, Hastings conceived an English-Georgian revival manor that seamlessly blended classical grandeur with modern comfort. Construction began in 1916, and despite the ongoing World War I, the project forged ahead to completion in 1918. The result was a 41,000 square foot residence of red brick, accented by gleaming white marble and limestone details, crowned with a slate-gabled roof, an American homage to stately European manners. White Eagle's design was both imposing and refined. The mansion's main block was a 2-story structure perfectly symmetrical on its south front, where a formal entrance welcomed guests beneath a classical portico. 4 Corinthian columns, carved with acanthus leaves, supported a triangular pediment emblazoned with a decorative crest. The east side of the house featured one of White Eagle's most enchanting architectural elements, an elliptical colonnade that curved out from the drawing room to form a semicircular terrace overlooking the gardens. This graceful, open-air arcade, with its Doric columns and decorative urns, gave the rear elevation a distinctive flair and provided a scenic spot for summer soirees. Beyond the terrace stretched formal lawns and fountains, at one point even a grand reflecting pool, all integrated within the architecture and the true Beaux-Arts tradition of uniting house and landscape. Inside, White Eagle's entry hall would become one of its showpieces, although the most extravagant feature of this foyer was added a bit later by a subsequent owner. More on that soon. From the front door, one could see straight through the house to the rear, where French doors led out to a terrace garden. The couple hired Charles of London, an elite interior design firm, to furnish and decorate the mansion in European grandeur. Rich wood paneling, imported marble fireplaces, and ornate plaster ceilings all testified to the home's opulence. Yet for all its splendor, Alfred DuPont's Long Island Eden had an air of irony. The spectacular mansion was intended as Alfred and his wife's summer getaway, a retreat among the East Coast elite who flocked to Long Island's North Shore in that era. Dozens of Gilded Age tycoons, Vanderbilts, Guggenheims, Phippses, and more had estates nearby, creating a social scene of yachting, polo matches, and glittering parties. White Eagle placed Alfred DuPont in these exclusive ranks, and yet Alfred never actually resided in the mansion. By the time the estate was finished in 1918, his life was taking a different turn. The wife for whom he had built White Eagle tragically passed away in 1920, just 2 years after the house was completed. This, coupled with Alfred's financial strains around that time, meant the grand new mansion stood largely unused by its creator. Within a few years, DuPont would part ways with White Eagle, but the mansion's story was far from over. In 1926, Alfred sold the entire estate to an illustrious couple, Frederick E. Guest and his wife Amy Phipps Guest. The Guests were high society royalty in their own right. Frederick Guest, known as Freddie, was a British-born politician and polo champion, a first cousin of Winston Churchill and the grandson of the Duke of Marlborough. His American wife Amy was the daughter of steel tycoon Henry Phipps. Upon moving in, they decided to rename the property, and so White Eagle entered its second life as Templeton, the DuPont Guest estate. The Guest embraced Templeton and even enhanced its grandeur. In 1928, when Amy Phipps Guest's parents gave up their Fifth Avenue mansion in Manhattan, she salvaged an entire marble entry hall and grand staircase from that New York residence and had it meticulously reassembled in Templeton. This imported marble staircase became the focal point of the foyer, adding an extra level of opulence to the mansion's interior. Upstairs, the 13 bedrooms were decorated in classic European country house style, as originally envisioned by Charles of London. Time, however, brought more change. Frederick Guest passed away in 1937, but his wife remained the chatelaine of Templeton for decades until her own passing in 1959. At that point, Templeton was inherited by the Guest's son, Winston, and his famous wife, CZ Guest. CZ Guest was a style icon, a glamorous equestrian and fashion columnist known for her impeccable taste, and together, this couple kept Templeton in the social spotlight through the 1960s. They modernized some decor with the help of renowned interior decorator Stéphane Boudon, yet still cherished the home's traditional beauty. In 1972, a new owner arrived for the venerable estate. The New York Institute of Technology purchased Templeton from the Guest family to expand its campus, thereby preventing the mansion from suffering the fate of so many Gold Coast mansions that were demolished in that era. The house was renamed again to NYIT de Seversky Mansion, in honor of Alexander P. de Seversky, a Russian-American aviator and inventor who was an NYIT trustee, instrumental in acquiring the estate. Since then, the mansion has enjoyed yet another life, this time as an educational and events venue. Its once private parlors and bedrooms now serve as offices and meeting rooms for the university. Crucially, NYIT has taken care to preserve the mansion's historic character. Even with modern updates, stepping inside is like walking back in time, with original wood paneling, fireplaces, and that magnificent marble staircase still intact. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the DuPont Guest estate? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House.